will be of you guys. I hope you guys were hearing me during this whole thing. Um, but yes, that the whole the 31st, I will be doing a special October intro, a special day. So I see that my other panelist is here. I'm going to do a quick little promo, guys. I see both of them in the back. So just give me a moment and we'll take care of everything. So I'm going to go here. Give me a second. I'm still relatively new, guys, to this whole live stream. Give me a moment. All right, so I'll be bringing up my first panelist after this little mini intro that I've created especially for him. Hopefully, he enjoys it, but he'll be telling me whether he does or not.
Let me switch this up. Took there too long, so come back home. Nah, I don't like this.
Of course, that is the intro. I hope it played well for the bougie billionaire himself before the billions. Yay! Hello, William. How you doing?
Doing well. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Guys in the chat, press 1 if before the billions is coming out loud and clear for everybody. I know for me there is no issue. So how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing extremely well. I'm laughing
Yeah.
at the intro that you had for me.
Yeah, did it play through? Because with me on my end, it was freezing up, so I was a bit worried about that. It wasn't playing properly.
It played well for me. I had to click the tap for sound.
Okay.
I'm on my phone actually. So it's a little bit different than usual. But yes, everything sounds good.
Excellent. Hope you're breaking up a little bit there. But in the meantime, I'll say hi to Uncle Stu.
That part of me where I was singing, and I was just laughing at
that. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed. It was all in good fun and everything. So hello to Uncle Stu. Hello to Blind Guy, his wife, their life, or as they're also known as LaCory.
Hold on 1 second. I can't really.
Okay, okay. In the meantime, before the billions, I'll introduce our next guest, and I'll let you figure out what's going on with your microphone. So I'll go with that. So don't worry if you need a moment. So our next guest, I also have a special intro for her. So here we are.
and take your lazy ass to work. Picture of my baby V eating. It was good back then, it's good now.
Oopsie daisy, that
Hey,
was
can you
the
hear me
wrong
now?
one. Yes, I can hear you now. So yeah, and I'll just put you on mute for a second. Sorry, guys, my I used the wrong one. Oopsie daisies. Struggle streaming already.
People. I love my few little people, though. They good people. So,
She's Miss United States.
And that was the right one for our next guest, Community Solutions Pro. Hello, hello. How are you?
that was so cute. I
Yes.
feel like an amateur on my little channel. I'm gonna be like the little struggling trying to fix it with some duct tape on my channel.
Well, as you can see, I as much effort as I put into it, I'm like, oh wait, I used the wrong intro. Oh no, darn it. But I'm glad you're here. And hey, look, if it, so we all struggle streaming our
Oh
own
my
different
god! But
special ways.
you're like a professional computer.
Oh God,
I was looking at everybody because I go through everybody's channel each day, and I just kind of try to get the watch times up. So I just kind of go through, and I'm looking
yeah.
at their. I'm so impressed with their with y'all's intros. I'm like, oh man, I am behind. Oh
Don't
well.
worry about it. Look, we all have to start somewhere, and it's like I was saying to you yesterday on Before the Billions channel. Go down to the small little bites that you can handle. You know what I mean? If all you can
Hmm.
work on right now is an intro, work on that. So how are you, my dear, today?
I'm doing great. How are
Good,
you?
good. I'm doing great as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So hopefully the other guest that I accidentally revealed, hopefully he does come and join in onto the panel. But I'm glad to see that both you and Before the Billions are here. Before the Billions, are is your mic situation finally resolved? Are you good? Do you still need a
Yes,
moment?
I had to drop. I got a phone call while I was on the phone. I didn't know that it would completely get rid of your sound.
Oh, okay.
So I saw you speaking,
Yeah.
but then I couldn't hear anything. But I guess that my sound was still coming through. So I
Okay.
apologize for that.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, so I'm glad to have both of you guys here. I know Al Guapo is going to be doing an intro any moment now, so not an intro, a live stream any moment. But for me, I'll continue, even if it's just the three of us. I'll gladly have this conversation, even if it's just the three of us. Um, so I think with you, Community Solutions, you said you've already seen the show, right? Yes, and
Yes, I
I
saw it.
excellent, and I know that Before the Billions and I have not seen the show,
You
and of course,
haven't?
no, no, and that's kind of why I was hoping that Trash Can Waves would also be able to join us because my goal was to have this being two of you seen the show and two of us not seen, and it gives us those different perspective. And thank you, Mrs. B Finesse. I'm glad that you like the intros as well. So I was kind of hoping, but hey, look, if it's just you that knows about the show and watched it before, it's fine. We'll just adjust in consequence. So
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, did you like the show overall, Mrs. B? Now you see struggle streaming. My brain does not want to work today, folks. I'm sorry. Community Solutions. Did you like the show overall?
Oh, I love the show. I
Excellent,
love the
excellent.
show. And I have to say, I'm so behind on American movies. I really don't know much about foreign movies because I'm like, there are so many
Mm,
new things here that I'm behind on that's in my queue. And my friend was like, we got to watch the Squid Game because she watches Korean movies.
okay.
And she was like, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it was such a surprise, the even from the first episode.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Exactly. Good. What
yeah.
about you, Before the Billions? Did you like the show overall, or was it more than what you were expecting, less than what you were expecting, disappointment?
Yeah, I enjoyed the show. I watched most of it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I have been spoiled already by Trash Can Waves when he said like the ending at in our last video. Also, I
Yeah.
want to give the disclaimer that we will be having spoilers in this review.
Of course, yeah. I made sure to say that a couple times too as well, and have it in my description
Okay.
as well. So, but yeah, no, it's. But I'm glad you said it too because it's. Yeah. So, guys, yeah, for sure, we will be having spoilers. So, but hey, I understand if you guys still want to support me. If all you can do, if you don't want to spoil the show for yourself, if all you do is have a second tab open with this chat going on mute, if that's all you guys can do for me today, I'll be more than happy with that. I'll accept any kind of support that I can get from you guys. And I know, look, 8 o'clock Saturday nights, a lot of us have other things to do. I know El Guapo, like I said before, will be doing a live. So I don't expect a million people to be here. But if just the two of you are here, I'm glad with that. You two are just like everybody else, whoever is here is what counts. So I'm glad with that. All right, so I guess we'll get into this then, right, guys? Or is there anything else that you want to say? Wait, I should actually start with this. How impolite of me. Why don't you guys take a moment to introduce yourselves in case there's that one person that doesn't know about you and your channel. And obviously, community solutions. If you don't want to mention your channel, that's absolutely fine. So we'll start with you, community.
Yes, my channel is I'm working on it. I was thinking about doing a grand opening tomorrow and just having some people come in and um just give me an idea of what they'd like to see done in their community. But I'm still on my assignment in Massachusetts, and I'll be back in my home office in a couple of weeks. So maybe I'll just try to put some videos up before I do that because I need a quiet environment and I need no interruptions. Because I'd like to have people come in and just give a synopsis of of their community, what they'd like to see done, even if it's just like adding a park or something like that. But that's probably why, for the most part, I hadn't been putting any material up. But we don't necessarily have to, I mean, you see, I have a few videos up. I was going to try to do, so it's so pretty out here in the Northeast in the winter. I was going to try to do some little nature walking with the fall coming in. But anyway, that's what my channel is about. It's about just what's going on in the community, things that we can do to improve the community, and that's pretty much it. So I'll give the mic over to Before the Billions.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, what's up, everybody? This is William from Before the Billions. I am a professional data engineer, and on my channel, I go into many different discussions about different topics, and I do live streams with different interviews as well. So if any of those things have interested you, then please go check out my.
Oh, oh,
Thank you so much, She's Done with Thunder, for having me on here.
yeah, yeah. No problem. My pleasure. So yeah, so we'll now get into it officially. So again, spoiler alerts, everybody. So if you haven't seen the show or you haven't gotten very far into it, this may not necessarily be the best live stream for you guys. But if you don't mind being told a few things about the show, please continue watching. Or if you don't want spoilers, just have us on another tab with mute going as your way of showing support so that when you come back to watch it later, you would have everything there for you and be able to participate in the discussion in the comments. Okay, so we'll start with our first question of the day. So, how did you first hear about Squid Game? And obviously, my nice little struggle streaming is my inner joke. Everybody is whenever you see me misspell anything, it's French. Okay, so not Swede Game. That's French. Okay, Swede Game is French. Okay, baby. So yeah. So whoever wants to go first, I'll let you guys answer the question. How did you first hear of the show Squid Game?
Um, did you want to go Before the Billions or?
Sure. So yeah, I heard of it first from Instagram. Um, a lot of people who I was following were posting memes about it, and I was like, okay, this is the memes were funny, but I couldn't really make the context. So I ended up checking out the show with my girlfriend, and we were watching it, and we enjoyed it.
What about you, Community Solutions? How did you hear about it?
Oh, my roommate. When
Your
I
roommate.
took a,
Yeah.
a trip back to Louisiana for on a vacation, she was like, "Oh, we got to watch the Squid Games," and I was like, "Oh Lord!" So I had my little game, my little iPad. I was figuring this was a boring little subtitle movie. Man, that first episode, I was like, "What?" I think I sat through 5 or 6. I was so tired. I sat through 5 or 6 episodes in one day, and we finished it the rest the second day. It was so good.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, no, I saw it semi through the next Netflix promos that they do when they you like that kind of show, because I do like watching a few Korean shows and movies here and there. So when they see that, oh, you tend to have like a certain pattern of shows, and like before the billions, I kind of saw a couple of memes and didn't really know what that was from, and then until I saw the movie, that the show I should say, that's when I'm like, oh, okay, that's when it kind of connected to me, some of the dots. I'll take a quick moment. Hello, Unique View. Glad to see you're here. Glad to see everybody here again. Blind Guy, his wife, uh, Peter Investor M, Mrs. B Finesse, and I know I saw Uncle Stewart come in earlier. Thank you, everybody, for being here in whatever capacity that you can. I know Peter and Blind Guy said they were both driving, so please, guys, drive safely. I need you guys to be here longer. I don't need you guys being in an accident, so please to put it on broadcast or something. I want you guys safe and sound when you get home or to wherever you need to be going. So we'll go to the next question, because obviously I wasn't expecting that first question to be a multi-million question. So I know you guys touched upon it briefly before, but what was your first impressions of the show? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it something about it that stuck out to you? We'll start with you, Community Solutions.
Oh yeah, it was a great show. Um, the just the overall theme of how life is, how competitive it is, how we step on each other to get ahead, how
Mm,
uh the elites just watch us in amusement, you know, that whole thing. It was just I was so intrigued. I think it was just brilliant.
excellent. What about you before the billions? What were your first thoughts about the show?
Yeah, my first thoughts was I enjoyed it. I didn't think of it as you know I was thinking of it so deep, like like Community Solutions was, like where we talking about like stepping over each other and stuff like that. I was more so thinking like, okay, obviously like the main character, in the first episode is pretty much like a bad guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
pretty
in the
much.
sense of yeah, pretty much like he's a bad guy in the sense of okay, he's not really taking care of his responsibilities. Like he wouldn't be in this same situation if he was like to okay, let me take responsibility for my actions, as a grown person. More way more grown than I am. And you then for them to because it gets to the point where they are so desperate that they actually have to go into these games. It is kind of it says something about like human nature where you could just perhaps get a job that would pay you enough to where okay I don't have to live off of my sick mother for so much and then not be able to see my child. It's a whole bunch of things, but yeah, that's my first impression of it. Is that when I saw the first episode, I was like, okay, these people are just really desperate and make terrible decisions.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of what I got, and I'm sort of a mix between you and Community Solutions, because I did see the comparisons as well to how society works. But my biggest comparison was actually the Hunger Games, where it kind of felt like that same kind of part of society is competing in these really atrocious situations, and the elite is there judging us and benefiting from the whole situation, regardless of what happens to the contestants, right? And Peter Investor M says this about it. The first episode got me drawn into when the big hole in court start to eliminate the contestants. Yeah, there was in the first episode there was quite a lot in there that really had me going. I know the main character when he's running through the where they have the bedding for the horses and stuff. He's running to escape the people, and that's kind of what he had to sign to avoid being beaten up. Um, that's how they got him, right? And you kind of get that sense, like you said before, the billions, his desperation for money. He's willing to live off his mother, who we find out later on has diabetes and potentially needs surgery for this. That his lack of, capacity to take care of his kid is putting him in a situation where the stepdad is even bribing him to leave the kid alone, essentially, and you see that he wants to be a good father, but just I guess is so addicted to gambling that he doesn't really know how to be one, right? So, is there anything else, that guys, that you want to add to this, or?
So yeah, that was like my first impression. It was obviously it was kind of mysterious as to who was behind everything.
Mm,
Because they didn't really, obviously it was some rich people, right?
yeah.
But they didn't really tell you exactly what was going on. So I was like, what's the mystery behind all of this? And then you get to see it, as the episodes unfold.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And I like how each episode did reveal a little bit more, but also had you asking what's next. We wanted more a little bit as well. So we'll pass on to the next question. Who, I should say again, whenever I misspell or mistype or anything, it's French, please. Who was your favorite character? Not what. Who was your favorite character?
I'll let
I'll let
before the
Uh,
billions go first because
yeah.
I went first the last time.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my favorite character was Ali. Uh, he was my favorite character because he seemed like he was like the good guy in this. He was the only really nice person. He just kind of was like down to his luck more so. Because he was from another country. I forgot exactly. I think he's from Pakistan.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Yeah, so Ali was from Pakistan. And he saved the main character. Um, but I'm not gonna. Oh, actually, can I say the spoiler as to
Yeah,
why?
yeah, you can spoil. And I'll just interrupt for a second. Hello, Friendsgiving. I hope you saw the show Squid Games. We're here talking about that. There will be spoilers, Friendsgiving. So, okay, go ahead. Before the billions.
Yes. So Ali also was another favorite because I know in episode 6, um, he gets betrayed, and it is by I can't think of the guy's name. Sangwan, I think his name is. But what he did was he ends up like in episode 6, like they all choose partners for an unknown game at first. So they're all like, okay, let me choose the person who I like the most. So Sangwan is the one who I think that's his name. Forgive me if I'm wrong. He's the one who he did well in life. He actually helped out Ali with getting bus fare when they actually left from the games. But he was just in so much debt from making a terrible decision, which is investing into like with all of his money into a risky investment and using other people's money. So he was just in so much debt. That was actually a terrible decision for really anybody to do. It almost sounds unrealistic, but I'm sure that it probably does happen in real life. But yeah, he ended up helping out Ali to begin with in order to get to like wherever he was trying to go. and then he ends up tricking Ali in a game of marbles. And what he did was he gave him a bag full of rocks instead of marbles. And he had to have the most amount of marbles in order to win the game. And if you lose the game, you get killed. So he ends up, you know, giving him the bag of rocks so that way he gets killed and not Saint Juan. So absolutely terrible thing for somebody to do. But Ali, it really makes you sad that somebody that nice was betrayed by somebody who was his really only friend in the show.
Yeah, I mean,
So
yeah, and so I'm like you in this show. There's because I'm obviously not used to Korean names. I don't remember all the names. The guy that betrayed him was number 218, and I believe he's number 069 if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, but yeah, but Ali, that's it. Definitely one of those characters. It's not that I didn't like him, but I felt really bad for him because, like you said, he seemed to be one of those characters that genuinely seemed to be a good guy that was just down on his luck. I think in an earlier episode, he had gone to his boss basically begging him for his pay. Apparently, his boss hadn't paid him in 6 months, claiming that he didn't have money. But yet, I think an envelope full of money falls down or something, and Ali sees it and it's like he starts fighting with the boss and accidentally pushes the boss into like some kind of pressing machine or something, and the boss's hands get messed up, and Ali takes the money and runs. But you kind of see how in that desperation, like you said in earlier, how even good people make bad decisions, or bad things can still happen despite being good people overall. And like you said, with the 218 character betraying him, despite at first helping him out, and you see how sometimes when everything when your own life isn't at risk, everything is good. You're willing to be generous. You're willing to help out. But once your own life is at risk, then you might not necessarily be willing to be so nice and helpful and all that. What about you, Community Solutions? Who's your favorite character?
I would have to I would have to agree between him and because mostly what I found was I felt sympathy more than anything in here for these people. Ali was a Pakistani immigrant, and he lost his two fingers, I think, in that machine accident at that factory or whatever, where the boss didn't want to pay him. And I saw the wife. I don't remember. Was it a child in the picture? I think there was a child, right?
Yeah, baby girl. I think a daughter. I think they said it.
Yeah. So he felt uh, compelled and desperate. He didn't have any addictions. And I think that the main character had a gambling addiction, which is prevalent in that culture. They
Mm,
love to gamble. It's like what drugs is for America. But he I felt bad for him because he when the red light green light game he held the main character. If you remember, he almost got to where he was going to actually get eliminated because I think he fell or something, or he was he lost his balance or something. I don't remember, but
yeah,
remember he
exactly.
held him, he grabbed him just in time, he saved
Yeah,
his life.
exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, he was a good guy. I mean, like I say, I just feel like everybody in there was just down on their luck, their hard luck. Some of them were like the guy with the snake tattoo on his face, just generally not good people. But the part of society, criminal element that do anything to get ahead, step on anybody and kill
Hmm.
anybody to get ahead. But with him, I think it's just his circumstances were just so desperate, you know. So
Exactly.
I would agree that he probably would be my moralistically wise, he would be my favorite character. I thought that the main character's friend, childhood friend, who was the one, the banker,
Yeah.
I thought he was a good guy in the beginning of the red light green light game, but then he showed towards the end, especially when he cut that young woman's throat.
Mm,
Uh, he showed, how, but then he embezzled money from his clients, so that that's a character flaw right there. So
Yeah, no, and definitely, like I said, I guess this show really shows, how in times of difficulties, how your true character comes out. If you're generally a nice person, you're even during this desperation, you still want to be a nice person. You still want to find a way to get out of it that would be great for everybody's. So um, I'll take the more controversial route. I'll go with the front man as my favorite character, more just because you see, that sort of thin line where he doesn't necessarily have any kind of moral view of everybody, but for him, it's like, no, we're all playing the game fair and square. Especially when the cheaters were called out, at least the ones that were caught. He made it clear that, look, this should be about who has the best strategy, who's the best thinker, who can do the best, rather than who has the right connection, who knows the right people, who has the right education, right? you know um uh I and I mean, it kind of leads to the other question, so I won't really say too much right now. But I do like as well, that there's some mystery to his identity and who he is and what exact role that he plays in the world. And it kind of sees, for me, this is the kind of show that you see that there's potential for world building and for other things to happen as well. Um, so we'll continue. I know before the Billions had to step out for a bit. He'll come back when he can. Okay. So it's just me and you, Community Solutions, for a bit. Okay.
okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Now, was the
Yeah.
front man the one with the black mask?
Yeah. He had the black mask. And at one point, he even, when the what's it called, the elite people came in, he changed his outfit to more of a gold bronze kind of look. And I thought that was actually really nice, that, like, okay, when he's just there with the regular employees, he was just all in black. But then once the higher ups came in, that's when he added a little pizzazz to the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So
you know
he's the one whose brother was the undercover cop trying to find him, thought that maybe he had got killed in there or something.
Exactly. And
Okay.
that was, yeah, that's what was wonderful about the show, is that, like, you can see the all the different little connections to everybody, and how, one, I think the old man to the player, the main character, they lived in the same neighborhood. The thief stole the money from the main character as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all interconnected one way or the other. So I do like that about this show. They're not just random strangers. So even though there weren't necessarily, other than the two brothers, even though there aren't necessarily BFFs, there's still some real world connection. Of course, there's plenty of for those that don't know, there's, I think, what, 456 total players that start off. Of
Yeah.
course, the vast majority of them, we don't see them, we don't know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
I think out of the 456 players, they maybe focus on 20 of them, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's room there to talk more about these players, and, like I said, make spin-offs. But yeah, you can definitely see that with the 20 players, at the very least, they're connected. They're not just, and with this kind of show, you do need that. You do need a certain amount of character connections between everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we're gonna go to the next question. What was your least favorite character?
Um, the snake, the guy with the snake tattoo on his face, just because he was just so evil.
Yeah, yeah, he was definitely, it was made very clear that he was a bad guy, but ironically, that's the reason why he wasn't my least favorite, because it was predictable that you'd have that one character that's going to be the bad
Mm-hmm.
guy throughout. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I did like how the banker, the 218 player that we were talking about before, he was actually my least favorite, because he was built up as this wonderful guy, and oh, he's so fantastic, he's rich, he's so smart, he's so educated. wow, fantastic. Often how we speak of certain people, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
just like so many people, they end up, he's an embezzler, he betrayed Ali, he did all these bunch of things that aren't necessarily as bad as the snake face guy. But you see him afterwards, yeah, he ended up killing somebody too, and you're like, where's that line that he draws? You know what I mean? Like most
Hmm.
genuinely good people, yeah, you might do something bad, like okay, you're 5 years old, you steal a candy. That okay, that might happen, but you're not necessarily going to think in your 30s, 40s, or 50s that okay, it seemed too easy for him to betray Ali. Like he didn't hesitate as much as maybe you and I would if we had to betray our friend to survive. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like the one, because in that same marble game there was one of the couples where it was the husband and wife. You could see the husband had to kill the wife, and he was devastated afterwards.
Yeah,
you
I
you
knew
know
he wasn't gonna. I knew in my heart when he came back without her, I knew they would, because it was something in there that showed how close they were,
yeah,
and I
exactly.
knew he wasn't gonna make it. It wasn't worth it for him to even if he won, it wasn't gonna be worth it.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you make a good point, because the only difference between Soon Yi, the main character's friend, and the guy with the snake tattoo, the only
Mm.
difference is that the guy with the snake tattoo is a street criminal, and soon the other guy is just he's just a criminal with a suit and education.
Exactly, like
He
there's
does his
not.
stealing a little bit more cleaner than the street guy.
Exactly. There isn't a whole lot of, and that's what I'm saying, is like there's not a lot of difference between the two. And in fact, the snake face guy, he's almost proud of it, and he's like honest, like, look, I make no bones about it. This is how I am. This is, and there's even moments where I think I forgot it. I think it's episode 5, where after the first night, where the whole bedroom that they have goes crazy. Um, you know, Afterwards, the next night, the quote unquote good team puts up these walls of defenses, and the snake face goes to the main character and is like, "Oh, aren't you scared?" And the main character is like, I would be scared if I was you, because everybody on your team would betray me. While as
Mm,
me, okay, maybe some of them would, maybe some of them won't, but it's not something that's automatic. And you see him ponder that a little bit and start to, whoa, wait a minute, so
look
at
at
least
those people a little bit different that he was
that's
with.
it.
Hmm.
Exactly. So you see that in that moment, that at least there's that thought of, oh, what if they betray me? What if this? What if that? While as with, I'm just going to go with the number because I really honestly don't know his name, 218, the banker. You don't see that regret there. You don't see that thinking of, what if this? What if that? I know a lot of the people that they say that a lot of people in finances are sociopaths or psychopaths, where there's no real emotions, because a lot of times you have to make decisions that aren't based on emotions, aren't based on your connections to the real world. It's like just straight numbers and what's really best for the company, or for you to make a whole bunch of money. So
Hmm.
you don't really care if this is quote unquote good for the environment or not. It's just like, hey, if this deal can make $30 million, I'm going to make this deal regardless. And that does take a certain kind of person to be in that kind of job. It's not necessarily the job where somebody that is very empathetic or very caring about nature and animals and all this. You might not necessarily make the best financial decisions because, oh, it might hurt the little baby bunnies or something. So
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
yeah, unfortunately. And I guess when you're playing these kinds of games, that's also how you need to be as well. You need to be that kind of person that's going to make the difficult decisions and try to you know make connections, make friendships, make affiliations that might not necessarily be based on your feelings towards people, because that
Hmm.
marble game, that was the critical one. Up to that point, for the most part, Most of the games you could play with your friends and win,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that
But
one,
he figured the game out, that sugar game out,
yeah,
and didn't tell the
tell
other guy
exactly. I
and
was
let
gonna
him
say,
choose the umbrella, the
yeah,
hardest one. Yeah.
exactly. And it kind of showed that, in those little, and that's what I like about the show is that in the moment you saw him reveal himself more and more as that kind of Machiavellian kind of character that's always thinking about the game, thinking about what's happening next. And
Mm-hmm.
if the other characters had tuned into that, and hey, it would have saved them a lot of things. And in that marble game too, if they had picked people that they didn't like, it wouldn't the decision for them to win the game wouldn't have been as tough, you know
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
like for the main character, you could tell even though everybody knew he was going to make that decision, it was hard for him to beat the old man and basically indirectly cause his death essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of tough decisions in that particular game that may not have been made if people were paired up with people they didn't really like too much.
Yeah.
um
But then they were eliminating people, so many people at a time, because even the first red light green light game
yeah,
eliminated, most at least almost half of them.
pretty much,
So.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that was done by intention for the games, like to at least, especially as a TV show, you can't really. There's nine episodes in this series, and they're all about an hour each, give or take. So you kind of you have no choice but to eliminate a lot of them in first. And that's the other thing I like about it is that the first game was just okay, whoever gets to the crossing line in time wins. So it's not a
Mm-hmm.
really a game that you put a lot of thought into it. You don't put a lot of planning or strategy, or okay, I have to betray somebody potentially to win or whatever. It's just, do you understand the game and are you able to play it properly? And that's about it. And so of course when the first couple people died, of course people didn't weren't taking this seriously, so they were like, oh, joking around. And then of course panic blew, and a lot of people just were eliminated, as they call it. I'll go with that name because obviously the others, Google doesn't like the K and D word too much, so I'll go with eliminated. um,
Okay. Yeah.
but yeah, yeah, Google. Sometimes, hey, as much as you want to have an open discussion, they don't really like certain words. um, but yeah, so I mean, it was a difficult, to see how as the games progressed, they were getting more and more difficult to do, and you needed to be thinking more and more of how to win, and win without necessarily caring about other people. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. That was the genius of the game, was that not genius is not the right word, but um just the moral dilemma of, you know do I eliminate my, all these counterparts in order to get to the prize, the cash prize, and how people went about, um, you know that this moral dilemma, you know
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
mhm,
No, and it's what's crazy is that in the very first episode, and it was the banker guy that said, "Hey, look, we can all vote to go home," and they did. You know, and
mhm,
it's like, but they all went back to it because I think it was the banker that said, "Hey, look, or was it the banker or somebody else? Now I can't remember. But anyways, one of the characters had said, "Look, your life, as bad as it is here and now, it's worse out there than it is here."
mhm.
It might actually be better, just to kind of show that their morality is so lacking that the real world is just so tough for them that even when they're facing being eliminated, they'd rather do that than live their life. And
Yeah,
that's a really bad position to be in, where you know being eliminated is better than living your life.
yeah, that's true. That's true. And when you did go out and you saw some of the stories, then you would have to agree. I mean, I don't know what the job situation is out there for them, but another YouTuber was talking about how uh, when they had protests against this car company or something,
Hmm.
if you protested, you were blackballed from working any for any other Korean company. And I was like, okay, wow,
Wow, I didn't know
so
that.
yeah, so it's like, and that's why I see why people, risk life and limb to try to come here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult situation, and we tend to forget that here in Canada and the U.S., where
Mhm.
here, if you want to protest, you protest. Where I am, it's practically a national pastime to protest. Pretty much, we'll protest if there's not enough maple syrup on the table. Pretty much, you know. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Like you said, that like how some people live their lives, and they have no choice but to live that way. Because what else will they do? But except basically being eliminated, unfortunately. So
The main character was a loser, but
yeah.
I look at his back against the wall, losing his kid
Mm,
to go to another country, and his mother he had no idea she was so sick, and
yeah.
but he, the first episode when he was sitting down there, I felt he was a little ungrateful, asking, "This is this all the money you have?" I'm like, "Well, what did you do? Get out and hustle for?" This woman is old;
Exactly.
she need to be sitting down somewhere, you
Yeah,
know.
exactly. No, and that's it's I guess I don't know how much sympathy I can really feel for him, because as much as yes, his back was against the wall, and yes, it was partially because he protested, and now is in the situation that's shitty. But you also see that his gambling addiction also contributed to it as well, and that he
Mhm.
refused to address it, refused to get any kind of help for it.
Mhm.
And I guess maybe in his mind, gambling was the only way out of his life, because, well, if I can't work legitimately, how else am I going to make money? You know,
Yeah, it's
and
like the
it,
next big score. The
yeah,
gambling addiction is one of the worst because you can lose everything. And it's, I
yeah,
mean, as an addict, you lose things gradually. But I've seen when I used to go to Vegas because I lived in California, it's just right next door.
hmm,
You would see people gamble away the house, the children's education in one game. So it's like
exactly.
it's very high stakes.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm answering a question for a blind guy, his wife, their lives. There's just one season of this show, and that will be a question I'll have a little bit later. I know you know the questions. Now, if anybody wants to come up to the panel, I'll share the link in the chat as well. Let me just put that here. So that way, if anybody wants to join, feel free to come up, and we'll take this opportunity to move on to the next question. So, what was your favorite and or least favorite scene in the show?
Um, my favorite scene. This show was just so shocking
Mm.
and so let me see. My least favorite was I should know this. I had these questions ahead of time. But
I could answer it first if you need
yeah,
some
go
time.
ahead. Go ahead and I'll think
Uh,
about it.
yeah, no worries. My favorite scene was, um, it was the opening scene with the green light, red light game. Just because, like, that was, I was not expecting it, but
Mhm.
it just shows again that confusion, that, like, what's happening, the chaos of players literally being eliminated in front of you. And but it was just so designed so well. It had this very open space atmosphere to it. It had this giant plastic toy doll, and everything seemed so sweet and innocent, and just to see the contrast of players being eliminated. I'm like, oh dear God, they're not playing around with this show at all.
Mm,
They're not holding back any punches.
mm-hmm.
You see people being eliminated, and when I say eliminated, guys, I think you know what I'm talking about. Um, there are guns involved in this, so it's not a show for children. That's for sure. Okay, so people, if you have kids, do not do not watch this show in front of your children, please. Um, my least favorite is the marbles game, because you can see, not least favorite, not in the sense of the scene itself, because all the episodes I felt overall were being done very well. It was my least favorite because you could see, especially for the quote unquote good team, that you see the regret in their choices that they've made, not only in the moment but in their life in general.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, if they had, the gambler, the main character wasn't, a gambler, if the banker hadn't bet everything in whatever, market decision that he made, you can see that in there. So it kind of, especially with the two girls, you can see that neither of them were necessarily, well, one of them, I think, eliminated her parents, and the other was fleeing from North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
They were, even though one of them made some pretty bad decisions, neither of them were out there trying to hurt people, trying to, yeah, I'm out here to make millions and millions of dollars just for the sake of it. One of them, the one that fled North Korea, she just wanted to make money so that she could get her family out of North Korea. The other girl was just like, hey, I just got out of prison because of what I did to my parents. I really just had nowhere else to go. Where would I, what would I do? I can't go to my family, I can't go to my friends, so
Mm-hmm.
what other choice? So it's like they did it more out of like, okay, that's the only choice that I have to do, so
Mm-hmm. I just thought about my two favorite
yeah,
scenes.
go
One
for
of
it.
I got two favorite scenes. One of them was the where the snake face and the lady that he got intimate with in the bathroom. She took him off the board. And then the other one is when the front man, the cop discovered the front man was his brother.
Yeah.
And but I'm wondering if, because when I looked at it, he grabbed his shoulder. I said, I wonder if he lived. Did he just shoot him in the shoulder? Because um, that could be an opening for another season. Because then he
Yeah.
can swim back. Or I don't know what island or how far the island was for him to swim to the main island or to get somewhere where he can get some help. But I think he did send the pictures to the that he was taken to. Did he send the pictures?
I'm not 100% sure now that you asked it. It's because it with the whole show. I just watched it in one big moment, so it's like it's all a semi of a blur, some of it. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at blind guy said he had to ban his kids. Yes, please don't,
yeah,
because
exactly.
it's a little disturbing. It was a little disturbing for me,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it
No.
was very poignant, and it made me think about society as a whole, because this thing represents the screenwriter, or the guy who created this show said it represents capitalism, and I can
Mm.
see it.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
can see
It's
it. Yeah.
yeah, because most of the characters, the main ones or the principal ones, you could see how greed affected their lives, and
Hmm.
in one way or the other. The snake face guy, it was, him betraying the gang leader. Was the gang ever mentioned as to what gang he was in, or was just like random gang number one kind of thing? I don't think it was ever
Um,
mentioned.
Yeah, I don't recall. I'd have to
Yeah.
watch it again. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like you could see that he got into it himself because he betrayed, and it was like that. He was so into getting money through any means possible. It's like, if I have to betray, and I know in some of these Asian gangs, you don't mess with the boss no matter what. Like,
Mm-mm.
there's just some things, like, you will destroy yourself if you'd even think about it. So, and even one of the guys that was in the car when this was he was revealing that he had betrayed the boss, he
Mhm.
ended up betraying him. So it's like,
Yeah.
that's a level of, like, you don't mess with certain people.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's crazy. But you're right. It's you see the honest portrayals of society and how
Mm-hmm.
if you don't act carefully, if you don't think in advance, if you're not like even if you're not the nicest person in the world, at the very least you have to have a certain amount of decorum, a certain amount of okay, I need to know I have to mind my P's and Q's in order to make sure that even if I'm not the nicest person, I still can go relatively far in life and that I'm not, stepping on people's toes on the way there too,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
we'll go on to the next question. So, what character do you think died too soon?
Well, the first guy in the red light, green light game with the blonde hair, he looked like he would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah,
Remember,
that's
he
true.
he took that crazy picture in the little booth.
Yeah, and even try to do it a second time too. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, no, yeah, that was definitely one of them that like I could have seen. I don't see him last in the whole season because after a while I would have gotten annoyed by him. But
Hmm.
yeah, he did die pretty quickly. Um, for me, it was I'm still debating between Ali and the girl that sorry, excuse me, eliminated because they both died at about the same time.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen both of them. So the girl that eliminated her parents, I would have liked to see both or at least one of them last longer. That's why
Hmm.
I was kind of hoping that the suggestion that number 218, that the banker of hey, what if we do this, what if they do that, because he was the one that also came up with the solution. Hey, if we all vote to just leave, they have no choice but to let us leave. So I thought, okay, maybe there's a way for them to get out of this and survive at least one more game, even though I knew, okay, they're all, or at least most of them, were going to be eliminated sooner or later. So those are the
Hmm.
two I'm kind of debating with whether they really lasted longer. um for me, I knew that the old man, he lasted quite longer than I was expecting him to, because at several moments, like, okay, they're gonna find him basically eliminated from natural causes in the
Hmm.
morning. Like he died unfortunately from natural causes during his sleep or something. Like he looked like he was in that kind of state, unfortunately. So
Hmm. Peter Investor has a good question.
yeah, I'll put it up on screen now. Does Squid Game does it game more about survival, betrayal, greed, or character? So, oh, is it more about survival, betrayal, greed, or the characters? What do you think?
I think all of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly elements of all four.
Hmm.
Um, for me, the main theme of the show seems to be a lot more about greed more than anything else.
Hmm.
But there's, especially as you get later on into like the episode 7, 8, and 9, that's when a lot of the betrayal starts to really show and be very evident. The first
Yeah.
few episodes, there's always a little hint of betrayal, but not a whole lot. Survival, it's, I guess that too is underpinned in every single episode because that's the whole point of the show, surviving, right?
Hmm.
um, and character, off and on. Some of the characters sometimes were a little bit off the mark. Like I was saying, like the yellow-headed guy, he was good enough for a couple funny scenes. But if I had that kind of character throughout the entire season, I would have been mad. It would have annoyed me. It's like the show doesn't it doesn't need comic relief, and he was that comic relief character.
Hmm.
For the first episode, that would have been fine to have a comic relief character. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
beyond that,
Because I guess
it
the seriousness of the show wouldn't have he wouldn't have had a place in there.
exactly, and it's like because at first you could see how people would take it as, oh, we're playing kids game to win money. Okay, it seems really jokey, and okay, that's when it's nice to have the comic relief. But once people start getting eliminated, yeah, that's not it's not time to make jokes, or at least not that kind of jokes that he would have made. So
Hmm.
yeah. And blind guy, his wife, their lives, that sounds like it's everything from what you all have described. Yeah, it's nothing what we were saying is not quite inaccurate with the show. So even if we're not always naming the names properly or what have you, the show is pretty much what we say it is. It's not one of those that's discover what we mean by this. It's yeah, it's definitely very out there as far as a show. Yeah. So I will repost the link, guys, in case there's anybody who wants to join the panel. You guys are more than welcome to come on up at any moment, guys. Okay, so I'll put it there again, just in case somebody wants to come in. So we'll go to our next question. Do you think there are going to be a second season?
Um, well, there is. I see possibilities with that. Like I said, they could bring that cop back.
Mm,
Just say the brother shot him in the shoulder and he was able somehow to swim to shore and get those pictures over, and then they just you spend that season trying to locate this group that's gathering people and killing folks. I
mm.
see a lot of possibility, but I think the creator said that he doesn't want to participate in a second season. Somebody else would have to take it over.
Yeah,
But it,
exactly.
yeah, but there's a lot of, especially also with the main character,
Mm.
and the ending. There's an opening for a second season, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Because you see, like you said, you hit the nail on right on the head, where you see that it's a whole organization, and I think even the cop, as he at one point was in the offices of the front man, he was going through these binders where you could see it had years from like several previous years, so
Hmm.
you could see that this had been going on for quite some time, like in the Hunger Games as well, because that's the other connection I was making with the Hunger Games, is that this is not just something that had started 2 months ago. You
Right.
know,
Hmm.
this is something that's been going on from what I could see at least 5 to 10 years, possibly a lot longer than that. I think it's probably even closer to 20 years if I could see. So imagine for 20
Hmm.
years these kinds of games happening.
Yeah.
So it's not even though they would have maybe wanted to involve the police or politicians, maybe in that second season I would have seen
Hmm.
them, you know, s-
Hmm.
exploring that element as well. How that the upper echelon already knew about this. In fact,
Yeah.
the police were involved. I don't know if Korea has an equivalent to the FBI or not, but I imagine they do. That, yeah, maybe they had a couple of their FBI agents in their pocket, and they were somehow keeping this hush hush as well,
Hmm.
because it's
Hmm.
like it takes a certain amount for this to happen, even if it's on an island. it,
Yeah.
it takes a certain amount of funding because they seem to be using fairly modern equipment.
Yeah.
um
Very technologically advanced. There were those elite guys with the mask. They were from
yeah,
different countries.
exactly.
So they were like, when you have the kind of money to do this type of thing to amuse yourself, your money is long, real long.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, you can get
Yeah.
away with a lot of things when you have a
Mhm.
certain kind of money. And it kind of, I don't know if you've seen that movie Hostel.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, it reminded me of Hostel too, because in that movie as well, this one I won't spoil though. In that movie too, you had that sense of foreigners coming to this country
Mhm.
to do to participate in illicit activities or things that in Canada or the US, if somebody proposed to you and me to do this kind of thing, we would never even consider it.
Right.
It's not something that would be, but yet, okay, if you're in, quote unquote, a foreign tourist that's just here for a couple weeks, and like you said, we have big money and all of that, okay, we
Mhm.
don't mind maybe participating in this kind of things because, okay, it's going to be hush hush anyways. It's going to happen on this little island far out where nobody sees it and only
Mhm.
so many people know about it, right? And I
Yeah.
think even sorry, excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. When the cop got onto the island, he had to eliminate somebody, and the body ended up floating back to the island. So it kind of shows that that island is sort of self-contained as well.
Right.
But even in one of the scenes, like you like you said, like it was so technologically advanced, even because you think that island gets seen by above, so wouldn't it plain see all these people and dead bodies and all this stuff? But you can see that it in one of the playing fields, as the doors above were closing, that it was naturally blended, like it had the forest of the island. So it was so self-contained that no matter what, anybody coming to it would have just thought this, oh, this is just a random island. There's no real, nothing's happening here, so it's like, how do you expose that world,
Yeah, no. And there are so many islands. There are so
Mm.
many islands. Matter of fact, there are islands that are not all that expensive, like 150 grand, 200 grand.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and they just outfitted it with that, like you saw those double doors close.
Yeah.
They just outfitted it, like rigged it for specifically for these games. And like I say, they probably just people from around, elite people from around the world, just come in, participate just to amuse themselves, because um, there's a certain level of wealth that you, once you attain it, there's no happiness because you've got everything you want.
Exactly.
It's like that Twilight. I don't know if you like the Twilight Zone, but there was a Twilight Zone episode where this gangster, he'd go around robbing, and one day he died, but he didn't know he died because he was getting everything he wanted. He lived in an elite palace. He had beautiful women. He had money. He'd win every game he tried to play, and finally he got tired of playing, and he was like, "I want to lose something. I want to lose something." So
Mm.
then the guy who he thought was an angel, he said, "Well, who told you you were in heaven?"
Oh dear,
I don't remember the name of that episode, but yeah, I think people have to have something to strive for. And so these
exactly.
people are just they amuse themselves by hurting other
Unfortunately.
so-called underling people who are in bad situations, who are desperate.
Exactly. And it kind of speaks to how people of power use people who don't, like how the 1% can potentially use the 99% to their advantage, to their entertainment, rather than, okay, you might not ever get $1 million, but I don't want to see you to the point where you're so desperate that this is the kind of thing you'd consider.
Mhm.
So Peter Investor M asks another great question. What will be the best incentives for a person to survive? One, avoid losing their life. Two, the prospect of a positive outcome to reach in the future. What do you think?
Best incentives for a person to survive. Um, Avoid losing your life, because
Yeah,
you can't have a positive outcome if you're dead.
pretty much, yeah. Especially in this show, it's quite literal when we say they eliminate the contestants. They really do. So your
Hmm.
immediate, yes, although the ultimate prize is the money, and I forgot it's like a few million in their currency. So I honestly know how much that would convert to either Canadian or American dollars. But I imagine that it's probably still going to be somewhere in the millions either way. But like you said, if you're not alive, then what will that money do, and I think at one point they had indicated that if everybody agrees to leave, the money goes to the families of those who were eliminated. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. One is really the only option that you have here is really just to avoid losing your life, and you kind of, like I said earlier, you have no choice sometimes to do some things that normally you might not even consider. You might have to betray a friend, you might have to eliminate a wife, or betray somebody that you thought you could trust or something. I think even one of the girls in the show had said it, like, I don't trust anybody because at any point any of you can turn your backs on me and do things to hurt me and eliminate me
Hmm.
from these games. So, and that's pretty much what happened to a lot of the characters. They ended up being betrayed, or being the one to betray somebody else, unfortunately. So
Hmm.
All right, we'll pass on to the next question. It is the before last question. So, guys, if there's anybody in the chat that wants to come on up or that has another question or simply wants to talk about something else afterwards, I'm all ears. I don't know about you, Community Solutions, but I welcome anybody and everybody to join or to ask other questions.
Sure, it's more the more the merrier. Good
Exactly.
perspectives.
Exactly. So the next question: do you think there will be a spin-off of what or of whom?
Um, they could do it a few ways. They could give, like I said, the main character continuation of him. They can do a bio of the old man and just make him younger and show his how he got all his wealth and his life.
Mm.
They can do a series of stories of each of the people. Remember how in the beginning they gave a little biography on the screen of why those people were there and how much debt they were in?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can do one with that. They can do yeah, any series, or they can do follow the police angle where the police are trying to solve what's going on with this thing, you know.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Mine was I did
Oh, there go
mention it.
trash can waves.
Yeah, there he is. Come on, Trash. You know what you need to be doing. Get up here right now, or else. I'll put the link back down, guys. So if Trash wants to come up, or Peter Investor M, if you want to come up, I don't know if Blind Guy, their his wife, their life, or Mrs. B Finesse, if you guys are still around and or able to come on up. I think those two, one of them said that they were still driving or something. So I'll put the link back in there. So if you guys want to join up, please feel free. Whether it's to talk about this subject or something else, I'm up for it. So yeah, so for me, like I said, to have
Oh, he's
Trash Cat.
driving.
Yeah, Trash Cat. You knew what was going on tonight, Trash. Come on now. Anyways, no, it's okay, Trash. Don't worry, I understand. But yeah, no, to have the origin stories of the elites that and how it came to be that they had these games because somebody had to be the first to decide, hey, let's do this. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, and I'm glad that you brought up the older gentleman because for me, at first I thought as the first few episodes I thought okay they're going to reveal that maybe he's not as crippled or diseased as they make him out to be. At first I thought maybe it'll turn out that he's one of them, you know, the main bad guy in the show or something, you know, like he's one of the elites or something, or that maybe he's been in the games before because when the cop had, like I said, had gone into the office and saw that this has been going on for several years, maybe he would have revealed that, oh, this is the 10th time that he's done this and survived, and it keeps going back for more money, more money, more money. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I thought of that. Maybe that could have been a spin-off, but of course he ended up being eliminated. Um, but yeah, the cops, I don't know if that would have been a good angle to go because, I mean, like I said before, for something like this to happen, the cops have to be in their pocket. You know what I mean? Because by now, if has been gone on for so long, at some point, somebody would have made the connection that hey, every I don't know if this is cyclical that every year at the same time people go missing. You know what I mean? Or if they just one time it's in August, next time it's in June, the other time it's in December, whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't see that going on. But also to explain a little bit more of those that world building of how this works as well would have been, and you know, seeing maybe some of the, you know, like I said, since there's over 400 characters in this first season that were technically present in the first episode, maybe this gives some more, like you said, that backstory of some of the other characters, maybe, and really develop, you know, maybe show where the banker where he went wrong in his life and how he went from this praise, like, you know, godly son that's so wonderful, and you know, everybody talks about him so with, you know, such high praise, this golden child, and then you find out that basically, yeah, he's not exactly the nicest, most wonderful person in the world, you know. So But hey, it
Yeah,
happens.
he the thing about it though is the cop. I'm gonna tell you the cop angle because I watched the this documentary. No, I watched the movie The Serpent about
Okay.
Charles Sabraj over in Asia,
Hmm.
and I saw that the Tibetan police, all of these police, once they found out that he was killing people, you would think that these police in these poor countries would be able to be bought, but not so much. Now, when he got put in jail, he was able to pay the guards off, but not the police because he was just like, he was like rampant out there. If you ever get to see that movie, The Serpent.
I'll have to check it out for sure. That sounds
Yeah,
interesting.
it's before both your time and mine. I think he's in his 80s now.
Well, you're
But
only 17, so it's normal that it's,
yeah, that's
before your
true.
time, So,
Yeah,
yeah. uh,
but
but yeah, no, no, it definitely sounds but the thing is for me, it's the reason why I say the elite would have the back pocket is typically the elites are tend to be have that generational wealth that's going for them. So think the Rothschilds, you know what I
mhm,
mean? They've been wealthy for so long that their wealth comes, even before the US even was a country, you know what I mean? Like the family's been that rich, so they know who to talk to, that, like they know who's really in power. They know that, yes, even if you have that one cop that generally wants to find out what's going on,
mhm,
that the family knows who to talk to that's really in power and can put a hold onto that investigation. Or oops, we accidentally lost the evidence somewhere somehow, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, it happens. It happens, and shoot, not even just foreign country over here.
Yeah, of course,
You know,
plenty of people here are willing to do a
I'm
lot of
telling you,
things
there's
for.
some folks you could slide them a couple of dollars, and they'll be. Oh, I don't see. I don't know where it went,
you
but
know
it's like that's why if you get a chance, watch that movie, The Serpent,
yeah.
because in that movie there were some poor countries where the police were there were some that wanted to get them, and there were some that just kind of pushed it under the rug, like oh tourists were dying. This was in the 70s. Tourists were
Mm.
dying, so uh we'll
Oops.
look for the yeah,
Yeah,
oops.
oops, it does
Yeah,
happen. Oh,
yeah.
what can you
But
do?
then this guy, I think he was from Sweden.
Mm.
There were some citizens from his Sweden or Germany, I can't recall. But these are real life characters.
Mm.
He held the evidence for years, I think maybe for 20 years, because he wanted to get him. He knew it was him and he wanted to get him. And sure enough, his day came and they got
There,
him.
there you go.
So, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, no, sometimes, yeah, you do have to wait. Sometimes you do have to involve other people as well. I'll just take a moment to say hi to Jedi Mike 7. Thank you for being here tonight. We are actually talking about the show Squid Game. So if you have seen the show, welcome. If you haven't seen the show, there will be spoiler alerts. Spoiler alerts galore for this show. So and it is a gory kind of show as well. So if you're not into that kind of thing, or you haven't seen and don't want the show to be spoiled, you can definitely have me on the background. Oop, I actually see him on wanted to join the panel, so I'll just give him a moment. Community
oh
solutions
great,
to get
great.
onto it. Yeah, more the
Okay,
merrier.
I'll mute my mic.
No worries.
Oh, hi, Jedi Mike. Where I know you from? I think I'm subscribed to you. What
Oh,
is your
thank you.
channel about?
So I do a bunch of things. It's about reviews, news, and truth. I do movie reviews. I cover a bunch of topics. I talk about one thing I kind of target is more of helping younger Black men. And for me, I love film and I love cinema and literature. So what I try to convey it to a more younger audience. So I use like films and comic book characters, whatever, and say, hey, life lessons learned from the Falcon and Winter Soldier series, or what can men learn, about that, or what can men learn from how Black men need to be educators. I took the film Lean on Me. I did a review about that. So that's what I do, most on
Okay.
that, because that's where my priorities are, where I want to focus that. But I do a ton of movie reviews on shows and everything like that. But yeah, which I did one on Squid Games. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. I no, I think I know you from another panel. You be on The Honest Truth, I think.
yes,
And I
yes.
think that's why, but I didn't know you had a channel. I have to go subscribe.
It's been a minute since I've been back on because I just the semester just started. I'm in my final year in college. I'm majoring in IT and graphic design. Um, so yeah, I'm getting ready to graduate. So sometimes like my schedule should be off in terms of uploading and also being on a show and everything. But yeah, and also been on
But that's
Lauren.
okay. I'll just go through your old videos to give you some watch hours and stuff and likes
Oh,
and
thank
stuff.
you. You don't have to do that. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
I
I'm gonna
appreciate
mute
that.
and you can you can chop it up with her.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. God bless you.
Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad, and I think you're new to my channel as well, because I don't think I've ever seen you before. But I'm glad that you're here, and I'm
Yeah.
glad that you're also somebody that also reviews movies. I'm new to the whole movie review game, so maybe you have a few things you can teach me about it. But I'm
Yeah.
glad you're here, and I'm glad you were. I was going to ask you to introduce your channel, but I'm glad you did that a little bit with Community Solutions. If you want, I can even promote your channel in the stream if you want to. If not, it's up to you. But
I
welcome.
appreciate that. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Um, so yeah, we're talking about Squid Games, as you know. So I usually do have a few questions. Right now, it's the question is, do you think there should be a spin-off to the show? And if so, of what or whom? I don't know if you want to address that question
Hmm.
or if there was something else that you wanted to bring out up about the show.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, on the show, like one thing, it came out completely left field, and I commend the Netflix. Have you seen obviously the creator of the show, how he'd been denied over 10 times in multiple different studios, and then
Mm,
eventually Netflix was the one that greenlight the series. But as I'm looking into the series and like what the overall messages of it, talking about society, about poverty, greed, and different social and economic classes, and and how money basically change kind of reflects humanity, like in terms of how far will we go for that. But I I had a conversation with my friends. Like someone was saying, dude, they should make like a version of this in Nigeria or Ghana or wherever. I'm like, I don't think that would be a good idea.
mm.
Because like so obviously everyone say don't make this Americanized version of it, but because there is like a character in there that is English, but uh, that was the was it the dude's brother of the cop, right? That
Yeah,
shot him in the
exactly.
shoulder, and he
Yeah.
ain't dead, by the way.
Oh, using yeah, because that's what we were both wondering, like what was going on. Because I don't remember exactly what was happening, but
No,
yeah,
he
go
ain't
ahead.
dead. No, especially
No,
when you get shot in the shoulder, and you fall off the cliff in the water. No, he survived. Um, but I think in terms of what they could do
mm-hmm.
is show a prequel series of how number one, how he maybe got to creating the first games and having the first ever Squid Game. This is like I forgot how many years they've been doing this, um, but it's been a while. But
Yeah,
they also can go to a different perspective of the employees, even though we know the cop was impersonating them. But like how like why the employees have such loyalty, hiding their faces, and if they don't, they show it and they die, or what's their motivation for it. Um,
exactly.
that's what I think is more spending on the lore of it, because we already get terms of the people what's their name, the guys at the end, the Americans that showed up, which I was waiting for some like American to show up and say, oh yeah, they they're like the investors or the high people like watching the games, watching folks die. But yeah, I think kind of get into a different perspective of it. But I don't know how long you guys been streaming. Oh yeah, now I can see about an hour and 30.
Yeah,
But like you guys didn't get into terms of uh maybe potentially in terms of what you might expect for the second season in terms of might be the flaws of the show, which I think there are some um, that kind of hinder it from being a spinoff because there's still some unanswered questions that I feel that some people probably won't be invested other than the brand of Squid Games now because it's oversaturated at this point. But I think that what they can probably do is like maybe not to maybe a second or third season, then potentially do a spinoff. But as of right now, I think there's still much they laid a foundation that they can go anywhere they want. But I don't want them to do an Americanized version of this at all, or like use a different race of people and
to
put
do
them
it.
in the
Yeah,
Squid Games because that would just convolute everything. But um, But yeah, that's my perspective.
No, ironically, you say that, and I absolutely do agree. I don't just want an American version of this show, but ultimately, I think that's what's going to happen. Unfortunately, because any foreign show that's really making it big and getting a lot of audience, and thankfully with Netflix, it allows a lot of international shows or movies to spin and to gain a lot of popularity and gain a lot of money. I have a funny feeling that they probably will make an American version of it. Um, but yeah, we had addressed basically, will there be a second season of it? I had indicated that, look, chances are there would be a second season of the show that may possibly be, and I think it's Community Solutions that had mentioned that, okay, maybe in the second season they're going to have where the cops are maybe going to investigate what happened, what's going on. There's more and more of these people saying that, hey, we were kidnapped, and this happened and that happened, and they have no choice but to start asking questions. While as I was in the position that most likely they were going to sort of explain more of the world that the games are occurring, because like you said, it's like
Exactly.
it needs the elite, it needs you have all these other things. And I had guesstimated that the world has been going on for the past 20 years or so, give or take, minimum 5, probably closer to 20. That world doesn't come about like just anything. So in the second season, it would be a follow-up, but one where they would explore some of the origins. And one of the questions that I had asked was, who was one of your characters that you thought died too soon or whatever. I'd mentioned indirectly the older gentleman that had died in the marbles games. I had mentioned that, well, wouldn't it have been great that it would have been revealed that he had been in the games several times before, or that possibly that he was one of the elite or older people that somehow was involved in some of the top decisions somehow. you know that could be another way of handling the second season, is that you see that maybe one of the characters that was involved in the show was actually one of the bad guys, or maybe the daughter of an elite or something, or son of an elite or whatever. That's another
Mhm.
way of going about with a follow-up season as well. So
Yeah. Also, this is just a side note. I would love to have you on my channel. And if you want to, any type of movies that probably be coming out, probably contact you. You probably want to come on because I bring people on review, and I've been like watching some of your other videos before. So I was just like, yeah, I really like your perspective. This is just a side note.
thank
um,
you, thank you. No, I definitely love to come on your show, and I know I have to put my email onto my about page, so I definitely will do that. But one way or the other, I definitely will contact you, because yeah, no, I love talking about movies. So for me, anytime I can talk about them, I'm all there for that.
And it's
So
also like
yeah.
not only a point for me, like just for me, movies, I feel like there's a lot of education that comes with them. Like one of
Mm,
my favorite channels on YouTube is called Cinema Therapy, where they have an actual a licensed therapist, and they also have a professional filmmaker, and they watch films and they go not only critique it, but they also talk about like what are some mental health issues or the things that are displayed in the film. Like for example, they went into uh, uh, one they went over like the Twilight series and how
mm,
this expressed a dysfunctional relationship. They went into a little bit of WandaVision, talking about depression or like experiencing like different levels of grief.
mm.
But kind of seeing that perspective of a licensed therapist and a filmmaker, to me, like that's I just feel like just as a different medium, just as literature. That's just some way that a lot of people can learn from just about life in general. Um, but yeah, that's why I just like really like love talking about. It. I can't talk um, stop talking about. It. 'Cause I saw Dune last night, which I'm gonna do a video about that later tonight.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll have to avoid watching that because I do want to see the movie Dude, so I'm not gonna watch that. I don't want to spoil myself with, although I
don't
did.
watch it on HBO Max. I mean, at least for your first viewing. Like, don't like I. It's almost like when I went to the theater last night. It's almost like COVID went out the window. Like it was elbow to elbow in that theater. It was
Yeah, I can
packed.
imagine.
You
I can
know,
imagine. Yeah.
Um, so I was like really happy just as a film fan to see that again because like I thought that was long gone, or at least it'll be a while since we get like an Avengers level, like people's packed in the theater and stuff. I love audience reactions and everything, but
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, I don't know if you have that in your town, but where I am, they do have a quote unquote the VIP experience where it's like they bring you your food, you can have alcohol and all of that.
Oh yeah, there's a
Um,
cafe. Yeah.
Okay, cool, cool. Cause yeah, cause I for me like Dune is one of those like okay, it's expensive where I am to do that, but I'm like okay, it's worth doing it for Dune. So yeah, that's definitely one of my next once I have that little extra
Mhm.
money to spoil myself with, I'll definitely go see Dune. Peter Investor M has a great question and community solutions. If you want to join in the conversation, please come back in. So his question is the movie or series of uh, I guess he could be asking about this show or anything else. Is a movie or series or foreshadowing of what is to come in society at large. So I
I
mean,
think
we
it's
can,
already going on.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Because
quite
I like
possibly.
you missed it, Jedi, but I just paralleled it by how it well actually the creator said that it's a story about capitalism, and you can see it, how
Mm-hmm.
people step
Absolutely.
on each
Absolutely.
other, how the poor are downtrodden or there's no way out for them, how it's survival of the fittest, dog eat dog, and then the elites just stand up and stand over and look at everybody just eliminate each other. So
Hmm. Yeah, because I think look at the few years ago. I don't know where you guys live in the area, but I'm in the DMV area, right? And um, I saw when we got those stimulus checks, right? You do not know how many people I saw at the mall, uh, went up and going into Foot Locker, going into a bunch of these places like give me these shoes and like Rampage, and I'm like, and just look at me like if something like look how simple thing like when Instagram or Facebook was shut down and folks flipping out,
yeah.
something as that. I'm just like I'm wondering, and I don't know you guys are in religious because my parents are pastors and stuff, and I just kind of see things just like in terms of what these materialistic things, how much they can have control of the human mind, which I think you saw that's definitely in the show how it changes. Like what's his number? I think his number was 47. I think he was
Hmm.
yeah the childhood friend of the dude 4
Yeah.
5 6, and you can just saw him as a like he was started as a good person, whatever, right? But then he turned on Abdul, justice for him, you
Hmm.
know. Um,
And cut the throat of the girl.
of the girl, right? And then he just
Hmm.
talking about, and then not only that, like when he pushed the dude, that you can tell that he's gonna jump on the right glass, and and then and then they all will survive. But because he was taking so long, he just pushed him. And then the 4 5 6 was like, "Why'd you push him? You're gonna, do that." He's like, "Man, come on, man. This is a game. This is a game." Or blah blah. Like no,
Hmm.
and he just kind of see that character shift. But yeah, what he did with 67, you never forgive him for that. But over time you saw that change in his character. I think he was kind of the more reflective person in society more than anyone else because just like you don't know who you are when you push to the limit or when you get crossed that line when it comes with money, greed, or no capitalism, but like materialistic things. You don't know, you know.
Yeah, before you came on, we were paralleling him with the guy with the snake tattoo.
Yeah.
The guy with
Oh
the
yeah.
snake tattoo is street, but he's vicious with a suit on.
Which
His
is what
viciousness is a different kind of viciousness, like a Bernie Madoff who you taking people's embezzling people's life savings and stuff. So
exactly.
he's on a level he's more dangerous because he can
Mhm.
hurt more people at one time.
Yeah, because like it was down, it's showing different sides of like never judge a book by its cover, and also
Hmm.
just like no one who's bad is never truly bad, and then someone's good and never truly good. It's like that type of mindset there. But um, is like uh, I saw like a meme of somebody when they said to do with the face tattoo. He's like, "This is the show villain," and then they show 47. So this is the real villain. And it kind of just showing this fact of like. Cause look at that dude
Hmm.
too. Like he, the dude with the face tattoo, he got himself in almost every situation, but he revealed himself as a coward, right?
Hmm.
And I just think of what this show, like, what they can do, because like
Hmm.
everyone's saying probably not do a season two, which is absolutely not going to happen. It will. But
Yeah.
I'm wondering in terms of different characters they're gonna do, and that's gonna be a reflection of humanity. That's where I'm more invested in terms of not really who they cast, because I'm expecting everyone from Hollywood to be calling up saying, "Hey, I want to be in the show,"
Hmm.
But
Well, I'm kind of like you on that, where I think that the fact that it's Korean is what intrigues because it's not a culture that people are very familiar with. So the Squid Game, squid is something that I think there's in
The
their
childhood
cuisine and
game
stuff
in
like that,
Korea and South
right?
Korea.
So I think that it would change the dynamic if they were. I think they need to flush out the stories of the people more before they start taking it international. But
Yeah, especially if you, they even show what the character Abdul, because he was the only person who was like not
an
Korean,
immigrant, yeah,
right? But on that note, they showed an aspect of Korea and these third world other countries. What a lot of folks don't reflect is like when these workers they go up and they can get underpaid and everything. But what do they do? The reason why he couldn't leave with his family, you know why?
why?
Because he took his boss took his passport. Right?
Mm,
These companies in the third like in these countries, what they do to get these workers to basically have collateral is that they take
hmm.
their passports and knowing that they can't leave, but they give insinuating that they're working to pay off their debt or whatever, hoping to get their passport back, but really just holding them so they won't flee the country. You
Hmm.
know,
And then making
uh,
them work for free because
exactly.
he didn't he wasn't paid for 6 months. That's awful. And he had
Exactly.
a
But
wife
he
and
has
a
passport,
child. Hmm.
right? But even though logically that wouldn't make sense because you know, with his family, he went back. He left. He entered Korea, so the embassy would have record that he entered Korea. So he could just go to the embassy, say, "I lost my passport, get it back." But the
Unless he was
people,
there illegally, you think?
right? Exactly. That's the
Hmm.
thing. It's like that's the only logic. I'm like, wait, he could just go get another one, but he's saying he didn't have any money. Well, he had the money he gave to his wife and child. They just even though
Yeah,
they wasn't probably a lot, but something, and they can just dip with the rest of his
yeah.
family. But you're right. It's probably offspring probably was illegally, but
But like I was telling, she stole my thunder before you got on. These countries, I was looking at the economics of these countries and how tight it is, and I can see why people strive to come here because there was a protest at a Korean automaker, and the way it
mhm.
works is if you protest, not only do you get arrested or hurt or beat or whatever, you're blackballed from working for any other Korean company.
Yep,
So for us, if I go protest forward, that's okay. I can go over here and work at Chrysler. I can work at Toyota. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
with them, it's no, it's not like that. Especially like um, in some Asian countries, it's very, very, you got to keep your mouth shut and keep your head down and work.
Well, yeah, because
Suck
then
it
you go
up.
to whether it's like it's a communist society, whatever. When folks
Hmm.
will kind of get into that aspect, which I'm not going to, but it's like yeah, it's very just kind of eye opening and almost like a breath of fresh air. Just like even just as a film fan, this year we've gotten so much like, especially with the mess that a lot of the Asian community experienced last year in 2020. Um, Obviously, we're dealing with the whole thing with the pandemic, kind of being the poster child, like, oh yeah, this is your fault and all that stuff. Any Asian at all, not like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, whatever. But just in this past year, like you've been seeing so much representation, like in Shang-Chi, the Marvel movie. You've been seeing obviously there was a show and even the film that's coming out in 2 weeks, Internals, next Marvel movie is coming out. They have the lead actor is Asian, and directed by Asian Chloe Zhao, who's an Academy Award-winning director. So I just think this is kind of eye-opening just to see because I remember a year or two ago, this first time ever like a foreign film won Best Picture. It's called Parasite. Very
Hmm.
good film. You go check that out. But it's just kind of just seeing just as an audience that we be more broad into a different culture of filmmaking and not knowing. Cause I saw this film with subtitles. I didn't dub it. I don't know if you guys did that, but I just think that opening a new form of film media and actually not saying that be a barrier for audiences and breaking that, I just think that was just very remarkable to see this past year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's, I was saying it briefly where that's what's great about Netflix is that with Netflix, you can go on to and watch other shows without necessarily, being part of that culture. And I'm about to bring up another person that I never expected to see here. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my
Oh
gosh,
my goodness.
I
It
am
is.
wow.
You know,
Hey.
first it's blind guy, their wife, his wife, no, LaQuita, no, of course,
Wow.
LaQuita herself. How are you
Hey,
doing? Thank you for being here.
yeah, look,
Welcome, welcome.
I'm a
Hello,
fan of you,
everyone.
ma'am. I'm a fan. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you whose fault it is that I'm here. I was supposed to just be listening in, and
Mm-hmm.
then I got a notification that Big Guy Journey went live. So I was like, oh, let me go say hello. He said he was going live tonight.
Yeah.
Then he was having technical difficulties because he hadn't used StreamYard before. So I said, oh, I'll come up and help you. And I was like, well, if I'm up here and I was supposed to be going to
Oh,
bed, but there's another live stream
come
happening.
on. Yeah, no, you excuses, excuses. You wanted to be here all this time. It's okay. We won't tell anybody. It's our secret. Just like a certain other guest that was on our show yesterday, we won't tell anybody that she was on the other live streams. You know,
Mum's the
shh.
word.
Mom's the word. Yeah. What happens in the live stream stays in the live stream. Las Vegas rules, everybody. No, but thank you for being here. I know, and I did see you chatting away in the chat room. I'm glad that you did take this opportunity to take even just 2 minutes to be here on the panel. Welcome, welcome. Just in case there's that one person on YouTube that doesn't know who you are, please introduce yourself.
Oh, sure. Okay. I didn't want to interrupt mid sentence or anything, though. Um, should we wait a minute? Like, I don't want to, you tell me what the flow was so that way I can always introduce myself, after you guys were done with the segment, or what you tell me what you want.
No, no, no. Go ahead. We'll come back to what we were talking. Is that okay with everybody?
Perfectly
Sounds good
fine
to
with
me.
me. Perfectly fine with
Yeah,
me.
you see, the queen has the floor.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, I'm Laquita Marie of the YouTube channel Blind Guy His Life, Blind Guy His Wife. We usually cut it there. Blind Guy His Wife, Their Life is the full channel name, but Blind Guy His Wife is fine. I'm the wife. My husband Corey is the blind guy. He's not here tonight, but on our channel, we live stream every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for a 1 hour episode talking to different guests. We always have a guest on our show as our main segment. So learning things about health, business, wealth, and from there, we also have our opening segment, our main guest, and then our plant-based treat because food is my thing. I love to eat, and we just stopped eating meat, eggs, and dairy foods like cheese, butter, yogurt, and stuff last year in May. So we just eat plant-based versions, non-dairy, cheese, butter, yogurt. So we show how to make those treats. Lasagna, spaghetti, bread, all that good stuff. So on our channel, we just have fun. It's really lighthearted. It's informational. It's fun. And we have giveaways. Our guests always have a giveaway. So, it's a give and take where we're always learning from our audience. They're learning from us. We're all giving and taking.
Yeah, for sure. And I have to admit, you always make me hungry when I watch your show, especially like 11:15 is that time where I did probably eat something, but my body's like, I want more, and it's like I see at the end of it, like, where's this food? Where's my plate? And you say no to me every single time. What is this? You know?
I
Oh,
love to share, but I figure by the time I get this over to her, it
come
won't be
on.
as fresh. So I feel it's better to say no rather than give you a bad
Okay.
experience. Yeah.
Okay. I just said I had assumed that Amazon 1 day shipping applied to the border too. But hey,
Ah,
what do I know? What do I know?
you got me right there. I know, right?
You know. So, anyways, was there any particular thing that you wanted to talk about, or a question that you wanted to address, or hey, just be here?
You know what? One thing that was I'm just intrigued by this whole thing because
Hmm.
um the kids know about it. And I'm like, well, how the heck do you know about this? Like, I stopped my kids from watching Netflix because, right? I was like, we
Mm.
have this over here. We have enough other stuff. Watch Amazon or watch some of the
Disney
other
Plus.
channels. Like, say that again.
Disney Plus.
You know what? We have Disney Plus, which includes Marvel, and it includes
Star
something
Wars.
else. Say that again.
Star Wars. They include Discovery. They have a bunch of, and also if you get the bundle, they have Hulu and also ESPN Plus for like $14.99 a month. Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So there's so much, and I'm like, you don't need Netflix and Amazon Prime and who net what was the other one? Hulu
Apple TV.
and Cox Cable, Apple TV, right? So I was like, But meanwhile, they know about it. So I was like really intrigued with this episode tonight. She stole my thunder. Thank you for this, because you guys giving the insight is catching me up, so that way I can pretend like I know, you know.
But you know everything already, but yeah, it's, and I was suggesting, because in my last live stream, beer, a movie, and three talking heads, community solution and trash can had mentioned the show, and I'm like, I never heard of this. I thought I was the cool kid too, the Laquita. I thought I knew was up to date and hip to all this lingo. But hey, I'm old, unlike Community Solutions, who's still 17. So I had to be like
Yeah,
educated
right.
on this. But you don't try to pretend like you're over 17. Come on now,
I mean, I'm old. I'm 23. Just turned 23
23 is old.
last
Oh my god. Oh,
last week.
Oh well, happy birthday to
Happy
you.
belated
Oh,
birthday.
thank you, man. Thank you.
You're
You
just a
know.
whippersnapper.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm being humble. I don't know anything. I'll be real.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Even at my age, I feel like I don't know nothing. Like the number of struggle streaming I was doing today earlier. Oh my goodness, the spelling errors between Laquita's bad reading and my bad spelling. Oh my goodness, I don't know what
Right?
would happen to the two of us, but hey,
if
it's okay.
if we get together.
Jeez. Oh my goodness, my goodness. But hey, while you're here, we're gonna address the quote unquote last question. But hey, and, it doesn't have to end here. The quote unquote last question will be: if you were part of the Squid Games, what would be your strategy? What would you do? Da, 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 da. We will start with Jedi Mike 7. What would your strategy be if you were part of the Squid Games?
So my strategy is that knowing, I say, keep your friends close, enemies closer. Is that I
Mm.
basically played a slightly like the narrative of what the most annoying character that show. What's her name? You know what she is.
Yeah, the
The
one
fake
that,
girl,
yeah,
the girl that was like messing around with the face tattoo dude. But the thing
yeah,
is, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't be a horrible person. The problem is that okay, I knew that you'd be on my side, knowing that any type of like self sabotage, basically, like they're gonna try to attack people at night. I'll have the initiative, and then I'll rally with some group of friends, knowing that hey, this is the team that we're setting, but knowing that I'll basically trick them, thinking I'm on your side, but I'm not, because I'm not the enemy. I'm not gonna basically be a horrible person and to try to get you killed or anything. But I'm also gonna play to help people and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'll basically be a little bit of that, and also 4, 5, 6. It's like that's kind of personality, so I don't say he won, but he won by with a rally of people. So yeah, that's what I would do. Try to team up and basically play with strategy. Have my eyes open. Yeah.
excellent. I'll go to Community Solutions because I don't know, Liquida, if you've got enough of a summary of the show to really answer the questions. So feel free if you want to pass the question. That's absolutely fine. So Community Solutions, go ahead.
Um, I I don't think I probably, be honest with you, I don't think I would have made it past the red light green light game,
Oh
because I
no.
just would have been so stunned.
Mm,
I wouldn't have, because I just can't fathom that kind of brutality, you know. So to be honest with you, I don't think I would have passed that game.
yeah,
Now,
no,
if
it's
I
yeah.
was if by chance I would have passed that game,
Mm,
um, I don't even know, because I just, my mind can't, I can't wrap my mind around the game itself. That's
yeah,
why I
no.
was just so intrigued after the first episode, and I was like, "Oh Lord," she got me sitting here watching this movie. I'm thinking it's gonna be subtitles. Then red light, green light.
Wow,
I was
yeah.
like, "Huh?"
What's going on here?
I
My
put
goodness.
my iPad down. I was like, "Wait a minute now."
This is not the
So
red light, green light game I was playing as a kid.
I
Sorry,
mean,
go ahead,
really.
Liquida. Yeah, it's
I was just gonna ask really quick. Can you give me a quick synopsis of red light, green light? I don't know if I want to know, but
it's essentially a game where when there's you have the main person in this version there, the players at the tree. Whenever she says green light, you go ahead. Basically, your objective is to cross a line. Okay, so when she says green light, you start running to get past that line. When she says red light, you have to stop and you have to stay still. Now, in their version, I'm going to say eliminated, and eliminated is code word for something else. Okay, if you move, you get eliminated, and they don't use a simple just go over here and
No, you're deleted.
yeah, my
Right.
vivid yeah, my vivid life would be involved in this kind of thing. Let's just put it that way. If
Right.
you
Right.
know. So it's
So,
to that level. Yeah, go ahead.
and you're saying when you say if you move, you mean like if you flinch or if you just, you know how we would kind of jump the gun when we were playing the game.
Yeah,
So
don't. There's no jumping the gun. There's no
Yeah,
jumping the gun in this. Like any type of movement at all. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, you're basically toast.
so
yeah,
okay, so you got to be like frozen, like
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
yeah, yeah. It's
Mm-hmm.
like
Because people
anything
were
that
making
yeah,
slight moves and getting shot, just
yeah.
even slight moves.
So
and
basic, yeah. Sorry,
they
go
don't
ahead,
even
Lupita.
know the rules when they're playing. They don't know until they see, oh, that's what'll happen, or this is what'll happen. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Right, that's basically what happened. That was a shock value episode one because nobody didn't know, and like one person got deleted, right? And then but he was the first one, and then there was one person right behind him, and they still kept going. But when he got next to his body, they saw, oh yeah, it's like he's done. And then all of a sudden, that's when the shock value where he ran away and he got shot, and then basically blood was like in front of a woman's face, and they were like, oh, and then she started screaming, and that's when everyone started getting capped off and everything. And then finally the operator repeat the rules of the game, like, let me repeat the rules again. If you move, you will be eliminated. And then that's that was the shock value of episode one. Yeah.
mm,
yeah.
got it?
Yeah, it was definitely any kind of move basically beyond breathing or natural body movements. Yeah, that would not. You're not going to be in a fun position after that. So, but yeah, do you want to answer the question or do you want to pass it on? Just because you don't really know a whole lot about the show.
I'm just laughing at my Peter M talking about like Simon Says, don't move. So
Yeah.
I will say I think I would be more um my strategy in real life is watch what everybody else is doing first, right?
Mhm.
Um, because I'm the slow person in the bunch. That's like, wait, what did they say? Because I was talking or I was distracted. So I'm gonna kind of hang back anyways. That's my first strategy. Then of course, yeah, man, I'm following the rules as Simon Says for me. But I know it wasn't that simple. But that's my limited knowledge answer, and there really isn't a good one based on what I'm hearing about the episodes and whatnot. So I'll
And by
pass.
the way, there was a timer, so you couldn't like be really slow. You had I think was it 2 minutes or 3 minutes to get to past the line. Otherwise, you get shot anyway.
Mm. Well, I
Yes.
am a fast runner, so I'll say that. So
Exactly.
by the time I caught up like mentally, like, oh, this is what happens. Oh, I would have been Flojo out there, plain and simple.
So slow reader, fast thinker. That's always a good strategy to have. But
Yes.
yeah, no, it's yeah, and I mean I'm kind of in between all of you here because like community solution for me it's like the shock of it, like, oh wait, what's going on? What do I have to do? This is not the Simon Says game that I grew up with here back in the 1800s when I was a kid here. Like I need a moment to catch up to this, but kind of like you guys, you kind of have to get a little bit Machiavelli and start to, oh wait, what do let's see what they're doing. Let me join this group because of this. Let me join that group because of that. But we obviously have hindsight to we know afterwards what the games are, you know what I mean? So it's like in the moment, would I be able to make these kinds of decision of knowing when to hang back, when to do that? There's one particular lady that we alluded to where she seems like the kind of person that everybody wants to avoid, but in one of the games, it actually benefits her. Really, because she didn't even have to play the game, so she
Yeah,
kind of,
that was okay. That was the loophole I did not get.
no,
That
me too.
she was so basically what happened was they didn't have no each player obviously they can't expect who's gonna be deleted in the game, um with the in that scene basically what they were getting partners for the I think the most emotional game out of all of them in my opinion. but
Yeah.
uh, but they pair them up. And they said, okay, they didn't have enough pairs for this one lady, or for the most annoying character of the show. So they took her away, and they thought, oh, they're gonna kill her. No, she just sat for the throughout the game, and got to the end. I'm just like, what?
I
Yeah.
know it. That was just and there's always going to be that one moment where you expect one thing, and I think in the last live stream that I had, we were talking about those, like, every scary movie you're gonna have a jump scare, and you're gonna have all these things that happen that, like, come on, not this
Oh,
again.
did you
And
see
this feels
Halloween Kills?
no, I haven't.
Yeah, it's I'll just say basically not Jason. Michael Myers was watching John Wick. That in this film.
Okay.
Basically like that, not to give anything away. That's just basically what no, this film is. It's stupid, but like Mal Kills has happened, like yeah, he watched John Wick.
That's how it happened. I know, and it just felt like it was one of those that you're like, come on, this really? That's how she got it. Oh, come on. And I knew the second, because with everybody else's, when they were eliminated, you saw it happen. Like, you at least had hints of it. With her, none of the hint was there. None of the blood or guns or whatever. None of it. So it's like, I'm like, oh wait, they're up to something with this girl, and what? And I'm like, oh, is she going to be revealed as one of the top honchos in the show? But it's like, no, she just got it. She got to sit out of the game. So I'm like, come on. But then again, I have to admit, if I was part of the games, I'm like, please let me have this win. Please let me not participate in the game. Please, let this be my way out of the game, please, because I know for a lot of the games, I'm like, yeah, no, I would not have survived. It was up to me. I don't know. But anyways, what could I do? What could I do? That's how it is. So that's pretty much the questions that we had. But blind guy, his wife, their lives. Thank you for being here. But since after all of these, like, since we are assuming that we were part of these games, obviously we're going to be needing a lot of energy after this. So we will need a good hearty meal. What would you suggest that we would eat after a hard day of playing these games? Oh, I don't think we hear you. I think you might.
Yeah,
Yeah, there we go.
thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, what about now?
yeah. Now we hear you. We
Yes,
we
ma'am.
Okay,
definitely.
so
Your beauty isn't enough. We need to hear you as well.
I know, right? Like that ain't gonna cut it. You know what? Look, my go-to is potatoes. So I definitely say you got to fuel up, right? You got to fuel up. So potatoes are hearty, potatoes are healthy, and then of course you got to mix them with a few other things. So if you want to do like a twice baked potato where you stuff it and you top it with cheese, of course I have plant-based cheese. I stuff it with, broccoli, rutabaga, onions, parsnips, garlic, Brussels sprouts or okra, not all of those things, any combination, carrots, plant-based sausage,
Of
uh,
course.
plant-based, what else? Beyond Burger, Beyond Meats, they have a good flavor. Supposedly there are a lot of oils in them. So hey, if you're eating meat, put your meat in there. If you're eating plant-based meats, put those in there. Scallop potatoes, mashed potatoes, French fries, mixed a mixture of roasted sweet potatoes and white potatoes, and any combination. But casseroles are good too. So I just love potatoes. Especially if you're playing like these types of games where you just made it, your life is just been saved. Like, ooh, I made it another
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want something that like satisfies and sticks to me, not just like pizza or
Yeah.
or whatever, and a soup or a stew is cool, but it feels like you would want that when you're like at the end of the day and you're feeling good already. Like, oh, I'm accomplished, I worked hard, work was good or whatever. But nah, if you just made it out with your life, you need something that's
Yeah.
gonna be good to you and uplift you. But hey, that's just me. Oh, Peter Investor M said high carbs or protein. Okay, see?
Yeah. Yeah. That could be another way. My
What
follow-up question to you: are you looking to adopt a 43-year-old Canadian by any chance? You know.
Let me see. Was that in the plans? Has that
Yeah,
been?
maybe. Come on,
I gotta check my life plan. And
Okay.
I don't have the book next to me right this second. So
All right, all right. I'll let you consult the oracles about that.
I want to hear what everybody else says because I see Peter Investor M is also saying quinoa, and I love quinoa. That's another great addition too. I'll eat it sometimes for breakfast or any meal really, but yeah, sometimes I like that at breakfast. But
Yeah,
any
no.
favorite foods? If y'all just finished making it out and you're seeing other people around you like get taken out, I don't
Oh,
know, any other input.
yeah,
I
no. For
think
me,
I'd be depressed like the main
He
character.
was
I think
done.
that. Hmm?
yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're not thinking about food, but for me, my
Yeah.
first instinct is like Laquita, like where is the
Mm.
potatoes? I need my potatoes. French
Yeah.
fries, baked potatoes with lots of butter, lots of cheese. I'm not quite into the whole plant-based life quite yet. It's not there, but I will add in honor of Laquita a few, some broccoli maybe, but give me some cheese on that, and it's like I need sausages and all that, but yeah, because you've been through a lot mentally and physically. So yeah, that give me that baked potatoes, give me the sausages. Oh, what else would I have? Maybe a steak if possible, I guess. And Wally says my deadly little sin myself, the French fries with 10 tons of mayo and 10 tons of salt on it. So yeah, no, yes, I'm one of those that puts mayo. Why ketchup? People go for the taste, add mayo.
No, you know what? Always like it's funny because uh, I was a kid. My dad, both my parents are in their 60s. My dad was born in '59, right? And one day he showed me one movie as I was younger called Undercover Brother. And there was one scene when Eddie Griffin, when he had try to first thing to be like in the system, he had to be like somewhat of a white person, whatever. But he Smart Brother gave him a sandwich, and he took a bite out of it. He's like, "And what is this?" He's like, "Dude, if you want to learn to live in white America, then you're gonna have to learn how to eat mayonnaise." He's like, "No," and he used a watch. He's like, "Hey, listen, just use one squirt of this, from this watch. One squirt of hot sauce will do the trick." And I was like, "Yeah, nah, that kind of ruined it for me when I was a kid with mayonnaise."
Yes, it's definitely a white American food, but hey, honestly, on French fries, it is the best thing ever. Okay, we kind of knock it, but it has its place.
Mhm.
Wait, I got a
Jedi
Um,
Mike, I
question
was
about
looking.
this.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead, Community Solutions.
No, I was just asking Jedi Mike. I was looking for your channel. I don't see it.
Oh,
uh,
she put a link in this. Oh, so okay. So when you go in the search engine, it said so it's Jedi Mike 7, but the 7 is together. There's no space between it.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I'm
yeah,
yeah,
sorry,
that's where you
Laquita.
find me there.
yeah, and I did put it in the chat as well.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Laquita.
I was gonna ask something about now that she said that though, I can't find your channel either, Community Solutions Pro. But I was gonna ask something about the mayonnaise. Like I like mayo and mustard. Do you just have plain old mayonnaise, or have you tried mayo and mustard?
For me, it's just plain old mayo, and I'll have to see because especially if you're talking about, is it? I assume is it on the French fries that you're talking about, or just like on anything?
Anything really, like a sandwich is great like that, but even with that's how I usually have it. Like if I'm making a wrap or if I'm making a sandwich, if I'm making any sort of dip, say like if I have something to dip in, I'm trying to think, then I kind of add a few other things. But I'm just thinking, have you tried mayo and mustard, or do you just do plain mayo, or do you do mayo and ketchup, or do you just do plain mayo?
The only time I would think I would combine the two together is on a hamburger. So I have mayo, ketchup, and mustard. That's the only time I can think. Now I see somebody in the backspace that I'm going to bring up, but I also want to give them a special little intro. So I'm going to bring them up now.
Is that trash
Hello,
can?
trash can waves. Hello, hello, our guest that we've been waiting for. And before you start talking trash, I'm going to give you a special little intro. Give me a second. Let's give the whole thing.
take your lazy ass to work. Picture my baby V. It was good back then, it's good now.
And there you have it, our
Oh my
little
goodness, that was so
intro.
cute.
There you go. Welcome,
Wow.
welcome, Trash Can. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
See,
no.
we're here with the beautiful Laquita,
Yes,
Community
Hey.
yes,
Solutions, the marvelous Community Solutions, and of course the wonderful. She stole my thunder. I don't know
yes.
Jedi yet, but I'm sure he's awesome.
But nice to meet you, man. Yeah, I'm not familiar with you, but nice to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you too, sir.
So there we have it. The gang is here, folks. So I don't know, Trash Can, if you want to join in the conversation we were having about mayo and the
I heard
love
that.
you have of mayo, I'm sure, right? 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 No,
Uh,
maybe? Not really?
I like the kid that the Miracle Whip, fat kid that loves Miracle Whip. That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
funny.
Yeah, some of the commercials can be pretty cute these
Oh,
days.
that wasn't the commercial. That was
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, some of it can be fun. But I have you had a chance to listen to some of the conversation? Is there something that you need to talk about or that you want to address?
I think I left off on favorite characters.
Mm-hmm.
I think. And as far as favorite characters go, I don't know if it's cheating if I say I like the squares personally.
Yeah, yeah. No, I did pick what's his name? The front man, the guy that sort of organized it, and it was discovered that he was the brother of one of the characters, the cop, I believe.
Okay, so not too bad
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
then. Yeah, but I like the squares and the whole concept that when they revealed who the square was, it was just a kid, and of course, kids have no like empathy, so they're perfect for to be the leaders and ringleaders of the gang. And the triangles were, of course, like military, and the circles was just like your everyday worker, just trying to get off on some people. They don't care what they do; they just want to make some money,
Mm.
like that. I like the whole hierarchy that they had.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, what you guys were? I was very confused with the Doctor storyline. Were you? Was
A little
um
bit.
like I didn't know where that was going with the other ones. Like, because I'm like, what? Like, I obviously they proved they show what because I do like that hierarchy what they were doing, especially the art director of the show did a very good job in terms of stylizing, uh, designing the workers and especially the hierarchy of the square, triangle, circle. But my thing was just like that storyline with the doctor is like what was that going and what were they trying to do? Because I was just like they're going through autopsies of bodies and stuff. I'm just
Oh,
like
they wasn't doing autopsy; they was harvesting organs. That's what they do
right,
over in the Asian. So as far as I can see, it was a square that was leading that whole thing, and they have all these files on different people. So of course they know that one of the contestants that was coming in had experience as a doctor and what he did as a doctor. So they were using him in order to harvest organs of players who lost.
Mm.
And in return, they gave him information about the games, which was useless when you look back on the show, because all the games were on the wall. They were painted on the wall that they were
exactly.
in the whole time. So
Exactly. But wasn't there also, and that's why I found that whole storyline strange, weren't they talking about zombies too at like some of the patients were like moving around like they were zombies. I'm like, wait a minute, is this going to be a zombie movie too? Like is it a Hunger Games zombie movie that
well,
they're
they
trying
were
to, I was so confused with this plot line. It was just so weird.
it wasn't
And
an actual zombie.
yeah, but that they were talking about it as if they were like an actual zombie. I want brains. I'm like, okay, I've never seen a movie try to combine Hunger Games and zombies, but
Well, I think
I
it was at that
guess.
point where you still like we're still like in especially beginning of the show like you're still uh confused. Hey, Uncle Stu, what's going on, man? But yeah, I think that at that point we were still kind of confused on what the actual story of the show was. So it was like anything was possible, until we kind of got to like second to third act of the overall series. But that was it just kind of showed that there are different layers to mention in terms of on both sides of the spectrum, which I like. They showed obviously not only the contestants but also the workers themselves. They're not all they're monolithic. They don't all think the same. So it's kind of like showing that even in the system itself, there's still some type of corruption and foul play.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
And who knows with Koreans? They could do anything, and they might introduce a zombie in there. I don't want to.
The second season somewhere. Yeah, this was an actual zombie movie.
That's the
Okay.
Train to Busan how it all started.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was an origin story to the trade of Subban? That's too bad. That's a hockey player. Sorry. But yeah, it would have been like a great way to like link the two movies together. And hey, maybe that would be a follow up question to the panels, including you, Liquid. I know you didn't watch the show or anything. Is there two movies that you would love to see combined that on the surface seem to be like have nothing to do with each other? Or like it could be like two movies, two shows, or a show and a movie, something like two things that you guys think that like have nothing to do with each other, but you know what, you would love to see it to get together. Trash Can, you go ahead.
I just want to say for the record, I think Laquita would be perfect in the Squid Games. And as far as shows, random shows, anime did combine. I know it didn't go good over in the Asian community, but it was good over here. They combined zombies and anime in high school, which is High School of the Dead or something like that. High School Rise of the Dead. It's on Netflix, but it's a good series. I liked that combination.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was really good.
Yeah, I love that show. Only one season though, which that kind of stuff.
Unfortunately. What about you, Liquida? Is there two movies or shows or something that you would like to see possibly merge together somewhere or somehow?
I'm a bad person to ask because I like slapstick. And so, like, the sillier the better. So I can't really think of, like, not only that, but the slapstick movies are all very similar. Like when you think of Airplane and Naked Gun, or I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Well, I guess they were similar but different. I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. What is it? The spoof one. I'm Gonna Get You Sucker while drinking my juice in the hood. I think that is that what it was? Trash Can Ways.
Don't be a menace to society while drinking juice in the hood.
Right. Don't be a menace to society while drinking juice in the hood. Right. Like, super stupid stuff like that. So because I like slapstick, I'm not really into, I'm too restless to sit for most movies for 2 hours. So I haven't seen a lot of movies in full, honestly. But slapstick, I could just watch all day long. So I'm a bad person to ask.
No worries.
That's my answer. I don't have one.
It's okay. But
change mine now.
You said what?
I said I kind of want to change mine now. That was
change it.
Yeah, go for it.
Flavor of Love and Zombie Outbreak on the show for Flavor Flav.
There you
That'd
go.
Be awesome.
What about you, either Community Solutions or Jedi Mike 7?
You want to go or? Okay, I can go. Okay. Always, there's been an old school mod, and they're owned by the same company, the Hasbro. They need plan on making a GI Joe and Transformers combination with them. At least that's my dad. That was all childhood memory for him, for me and him, where he showed me the old GI Joe shit, it's like series and everything like that, and Transformers the original. So I think that would kind of be cool if they did like a movie combining them together. Because but I think another one is be weird. In terms of properties are complete on like the craziness, like they have under completely irrelevant from each other, is actually Buzz Lightyear, not the toy, the actual character, with aliens.
Oh, that would definitely. Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
Remember, if you're old enough, they had an old animated series with Buzz Lightyear, years ago. It wasn't the toy; it was actually the actual.
I remember that.
Yeah. when Disney Channel was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Laquita and I, and of course, community service, we're much, 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 much too young to know of any of this. So, yeah, we're all
Girl,
16,
stop.
17.
I was around with horse and buggy.
I don't,
Now I had to step off to put my patient down. But what was
no
the
worries.
question you recall? I heard you calling my name, saying asking something. But what
Yeah,
was it?
sorry, I had forgotten. I thought, yeah, I had assumed that you were back. But the question was what two shows or movies or movie and show that you would like to see combined together that would not necessarily be something that you would naturally see together. Like Mr. Awesome who suggests High School of the Dead and fan service to being together. Well, that's something, something like that. I was thinking something like Jim Carrey's The Mask and Naked Gun, maybe. That kind of craziness going on there.
Mm. Love and basketball and zombies.
Oh boy.
We love zombies.
Yeah,
you
or
know.
love and basketball and vampires. Either one.
Oh my God, Mr. Awesome.
Oh, I got best one. How about Love and Basketball and Vampires in Brooklyn?
Oh no.
Oh, I watched that.
With Eddie
Oh my
Murphy
God.
and Angela Bassett. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
It's funny y'all should mention like combining different stories because it's funny how we don't realize a lot of movies are already connected. Like the Alien and the Predator,
Yeah.
that was supposed to also be connected to the
Hmm.
Terminator. It was also supposed to be
Yeah.
connected to the Matrix.
Really?
And Blade Runner introduced a connection between
Huh.
uh
So
Blade
wait.
Runner and the Alien by the
So,
same companies, the drinking companies they have, or the
Uh,
same cigarettes in the
kind of
same
thing.
shows
Yeah.
popping up. Yeah.
Go ahead,
mm,
Liquida. You had a question?
I was gonna ask the same question as you at Terminator and the Matrix.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize, but go ahead. She stole my thunder.
Yeah, me too. I was like, I knew about Alien and Predator being connected, but I never thought that they would have connected to the others too. But no, it's crazy. And
Like
Mm.
Miss, yeah, Mr. Austin is suggesting The Walking Dead and Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh,
The
that one.
world's favorite Uncle Stu
wow.
is
Oh,
the big boss of the internet streams here. He suggests Star Wars and Star Trek. That I can see happening as a
you can't
connection.
connect those two.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Those
You're just
separate.
listen. When you have imagination, it could work. But I get it. At your age, you might things might not be working properly. It's okay. We forgive you.
Hey,
That's
Now
not.
E.T. and Star
Captain
Wars
Kirk.
was connected.
Captain Kirk went to space, didn't he? He gonna throw a blood clot. He's 90 years old. He need to stop.
Jedi's.
Yeah, because it was weird. There was like there's actually a comic of actually Star Trek mixing with the Power Rangers. Like
Oh
there's
yeah,
actual yeah a comic with them of them teaming up with each other, or Star Trek meeting the Justice League. Yeah, that's actually a comic out there. So I'm just like yeah, so you can put them with anyone at this point. But
that's
yeah.
true. That's true. If you have enough, yeah, if you really want to, anything can be connected. Wally is suggesting Dragon Ball Super and One Punch Man.
No.
Uh,
No,
No,
we're not gonna have that
nope,
argument.
nope.
We're
yeah,
not gonna have that argument
I,
in here.
I think Liquida Community Solutions and me are like,
I
yeah,
rebuke.
we are okay.
I rebuke.
No. Peter Investor is suggesting District 9 and Alien. Yeah, that could happen, I guess. Wally's, of course, going with the general DC and Marvel together. But yeah, I think that's been done several
They could
times
do
too.
that. They did it in the video games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh, and
Fun
Uncle Stu, if you're old, we're all old here. It's
Mhm.
fun
Uncle
fact.
Stu. You know?
Fun fact is Freddy Krueger, Jason, and Ash from Evil Dead all
Mm.
connected.
They were
When you
gonna make
mention
a movie
comic
of
books,
that. They were
they did
actually
the
gonna.
comic book.
Yeah, they did a comic. They were gonna make a
Ah.
movie after Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah,
Um, but no, that just never went through.
he's too old now.
Unfortunately.
Bruce Campbell.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't ever know characters, so don't mind me.
Well, the
Okay.
Book of the Dead from the Evil Dead is what raised Jason in the first place.
There you go.
and it popped up in
Mhm.
Elm Street also.
And Jason went to hell too, didn't he? Somebody went to
Yeah,
hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, Liquida, we're gonna have a movie night where you're gonna cook me a good piece of like a nice, nice full meal, and I
I'll
get
do
to sit down
pizza.
and, yeah, come on, I'll come on over. I'll go through the border and we'll watch a movie together, and we'll
Mhm.
catch up with all the lore and all the connections that we apparently missed here. My
I
goodness, you
know.
know.
I
Trash
don't
Can
know.
and Jen are just like leaving us in the dark here, not telling us any of this stuff. Like, like we're secondhand Laquita and community. Come on, like,
Yeah.
With
what
all
are
that
you gonna do?
mayo talk, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no,
Hey.
My stomach bubbly. Like, ooh,
Well,
this is
why?
good, but my stomach is messed up right
You
Man,
can,
that mayo.
you
So
know, you
look,
can. Yeah, go ahead,
Trash
Laquita.
Can. I was gonna ask Trash Can Waves because he didn't add anything to the mayo. Well, I know you said Miracle Whip, and I know people in the comments were like, "Nah, just ketchup and mayo, or ketchup and mustard, or just give me ketchup." Did you say like because I eat Miracle Whip. I think I stopped eating Miracle Whip when we went plant based. So I just now it's like okay, we just have all the you
now. I'm a
know.
mayo connoisseur. I like mayo.
Oh,
They
okay.
have
I know
they
So,
have
black
the
people aren't
plant-based
supposed to like.
mayonnaise.
so
Yeah, they do.
They
you
have
said
plant-based
what? Can you use?
mayonnaise.
I'm sorry.
The they have plant-based mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, that's what I use.
Mhm.
That's what I use. So
Mhm.
yes, Hellman's I think makes one or something.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
Hellman's, and then there's another brand, but they both just taste like mayo. But
Mhm.
I didn't know if Trash Can Waves was like, oh yeah, give it to me with the French fries plain, because I was like, it just sounds like too much to eat it plain. I've had it and it's kind of boring, and I'm greedy, but I want a lot of flavor, and so to me the flavor was like not like ketchup and French fries because ketchup has more flavor, or hot sauce or
You know,
mayo and mustard.
they put mayo on French fries in France. Like they
Mm.
like
And Belgium
smother it.
too.
Yeah.
And the Canadians and Americans that are smart about things do mayo as well. But hey, that's just me.
Mhm.
No, that's a little bit of shade. No, of course not.
Nice.
But yeah. So I mean, Trash, was there any other questions or something else that you wanted to, mention or talk about the show or
About Squid Games?
yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. I just like the whole concept of how it was like realistic to what's going on today.
Mm.
Even towards the end, when they explained that if you remove your mask, then you're going to get killed. But when the elites came and he was in such a powerful role that it kind of turned him on to have this guy. He told him to take his mask off or whatnot, and he's going to get killed, and he's saying that, but he doesn't care because he is such a hierarchy role that it makes me feel even more powerful to know that you're going to have to risk your life for whatever I'm going to do with you or whatnot. And then when I look at what all the pandemic stuff going on and everything, to where they say, wear your mask, don't go outside, stay away from people, no indoor events. But at the same time, Obama's throwing parties with all these different people, and Bill Gates has had his daughter get married, invited all these different people to this indoor party. No mask, but it's
Listen,
different for the elites
I told
because
you that
they're
Mhm.
being in the movie theater, nobody didn't have their mask on. Nobody. It
right.
was packed in there.
Yeah, it's like it's a power role. I could tell you not to do something, but for me, I'm in a higher position, so it really gets me off to see you have to follow rules and I don't. Type thing.
Mhm.
So Jedi Mike, you said you were at the movies. It was packed and nobody had a
Yes,
mask.
ma'am. We listen. Like I tell you not, like literally, COVID was thrown out the window when you saw it was elbow to elbow in that theater, and it was like for me as a film fan, it was nice to see because I'm like I love movie theaters and seeing like hopefully having that experience again with people. But it just also like conversation what you're saying like what at what cost to a point when you really throw out this mandate out the window and people just don't care don't take it seriously whatever. It's just like I I'm seeing here, and everyone was like, no, obviously no, because it's like this movie, everybody been so anticipating for it and stuff, but it was packed in there, you know. That was like a Avengers level type of audience.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So for me, I was at the skating rink tonight. Like that's where I just came from. I was there last weekend because for different birthday parties for my kids. Last weekend there were like like the staff, everybody, they were just chilling. But here where I am in Virginia, it's always it's always been kind of like this. Like there's
I'm in
been a
Virginia
30
too.
per say that again.
I'm in Virginia too.
Oh, so
Uh-oh.
see, so that's
Yes,
why.
ma'am.
Because it's like, how it's been for us, it's like 30% participation in the mask. And then at one point, maybe for one straight month, everybody did wear one. It might have been 6 weeks, but then it was like, okay, it started to fall off again or whatever. So either way, the point I'm making is that skating rink, tonight, the staff didn't have on a mask. Some people had one on just because I guess they felt like they wanted to have one on, but there was no enforcement. There was no mention of it. It was just like, and at the skating rink, it's so loud.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
it's like you got to holler everything. So, and I'm the person that helps everybody skate. Like I'll just start helping strangers. So I'm all in the strangers' faces tonight. One girl was like, "Oh, I'm so tipsy," because she was trying to get comfortable to skate, and I'm like, that was the wrong thing to do. But she's laughing and I'm laughing, you know what I mean? And I'm right up there holding on to her so she doesn't fall. And there was like nothing. And I will say it wasn't like the Squid Game in there because the power was not there, but it was, I guess, and it wasn't because you did have those people that were masked up looking like kind of giving a few of us the side eye, but we're looking at them like you're here too.
Well, I
Go
work at a
across the line.
university. Like I'm at George Mason, and I can tell you this: I work at a recreation facility. I'm a manager there, and we have in every building we have a mask policy, right? Because it's college, a campus, right? Everyone has to
Right.
be vaccinated, but also along with that, we have to fill out a COVID health check screening, which means it's a quick survey you have to do on your phone, and basically saying how you've been in contact with COVID in the last 14 days, any symptoms, stuff like that in 24 hours or anything, have you flee the country or anything like that. We do that every single day. Every single day is annoying. But at the gym, listen, folks, when going to the gym, like to play basketball, and I understand when you're playing basketball, the mask falls down, and also you can't barely breathe. And then folks, tell them enforce the mask policy, and then we have to tell them one more time, then we have to throw, basically say he can't, you have to leave. And to me, I know as a manager, I know it's frustrating, so I kind of give a little bit of leeway. But it's just like at what point, when we draw the line of this, because just like certain events, because we don't have intramural sports basketball anymore because the mask policy, you can't enforce it. You can't enforce it like that and keep going OCD on everybody, and it just to me, it's like manually impossible.
And
I, I,
then
I don't know. I think it's gonna be like we're gonna start getting eliminated. But go ahead, y'all.
I think they lost the mask effect when the situation was at its highest, and then they told everybody to stay in your house, don't go outdoors. They shut down businesses. Businesses, people just started up, and they just trying to get out there, and they're just doing their thing, and then the government say you can't make money right now, and they shut you down. But then you have images of the governor of California going out to restaurants and eating was this his exclusive friends, and that's it. And then you got Nancy Pelosi, she going out to get her hair done in a salon, and she's no mask or anything. So it was like rules for me, but not for thee type of deal. And then
Mhm.
at that point, it's just lost the whole mask. People's like they got tired of it. You
Yeah,
do it,
of
I'm going
course.
to do it.
Well, no, and
Yep.
it's kind of also indicative of the movie, Squid Game as well, where you have a certain set of rules that apply to some people but don't apply to everybody else, right? And like you said, once we see that the elite are not living by those rules, we're like, well, then why should I live by those rules? And it's always frustrating for everybody, like to not have that, right?
And to add on to that, she stole my thunder.
Mm-hmm.
At the point where they had the egg scene in Squid Games, and the guy ended up accidentally killing somebody.
Ah,
And when
yeah,
he saw that they didn't do anything about it, then okay, this is a norm. This is acceptable now. It's okay for us to kill each other in this room now. And
yeah,
then that started
exactly.
the whole. That's how it's just like the real world. It's like that.
Exactly. Once you see it, you're right. Once you see it in the real world, once you see it once, it's like forever for everybody.
You got
Yeah.
Yeah,
away with it. I'm gonna do it too.
exactly.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, c'est la vie, chérie. C'est la vie. So, do you guys want to learn French, maybe?
Yeah. What did you just say? I think I know. C'est la vie. Cherie is let's
That
do it. I'm
I,
making something up.
That's a
semi,
nice.
but no, you're close. Let's just put it that you're very close, very close. No, c'est la vie, chérie. Is that's life, darling. It's
That's
Mm.
it,
life.
that's life. Sometimes c'est la vie,
My
chérie.
Sharia more, so that Cherie means that makes sense. That song by Stevie Wonder, my Sharia more.
Yeah, my
Mhm.
darling
Mhm.
love, basically. Because
Mhm.
Mm.
especially Chérie, the way it's written, could either be my love, as in a guy saying that to a woman, or a woman saying that to a guy. So Chérie, when you see that, it's usually has to do with love songs and a man professing his love to a woman and all. Isn't
Mm.
it wonderful? Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you
Is
know.
there any love songs in German? Because that sounds like such an angry language. Anytime you put
Yes,
anything in German, automatically sounds angry.
my German father would be smacking you in the face right now if you said that to him. Yes, there are a lot of German. Don't ask me what those love songs are, because he tried to teach me German and it's in one ear, out
It's
the other.
hard.
And
It
yeah,
seems like
no,
a hard language. French
it
seems
is.
hard because my patient is Canadian, and I'm like, I could learn French because there's quite a few countries I can go to outside of
Mm,
Europe to communicate. I took Spanish because
yeah.
I was in between Louisiana and California, and it just made more sense to learn Spanish. But I'm
Well,
not
if you
fluent like the lead attorney though.
No, but if you're learning Spanish, you could learn French as well, uh, because basically they're both working under that same. You have genders for things, so a
Hmm.
computer is female, table is female, that kind of stuff. Just like it is in Spanish, like objects have gender. So and I did try to learn Spanish, and it's like my brain just could not. I tell people, I look. I know five languages. Okay, I know English, I know French, I know bad English, I know worse French, and I know Franglais. That's about it. But it is Spanish, German, Arabic. Those are languages that it does take a lot. You do need to
Hmm.
be. Basically, you have to be in a position where you're surrounding yourself with people that
Right.
know the language, and that you're
Hmm.
constantly, like, you give
And
yourself.
Chinese,
Yeah, Chinese
Asian
too.
languages. Mm.
What's
Yeah,
the
because,
second most spoken language in the world?
well, I think technically Spanish is the most spoken, and then it's
Right.
English.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
English is number
I
one.
think
Really?
so. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I think it's
Hmm.
technically, as far as spoke. Because look at all the Latin American countries. You have what, all of South America,
Yeah.
all of
Hmm.
Central America. You have Mexico. So it's like most of the Americas speak Spanish, right?
True.
Hmm.
And then I think there's a couple of African countries as well that
Angola, I know for
yeah,
sure. Speak
exactly.
Spanish. Hmm.
So it's definitely
Hmm.
very popular. And obviously, English is not just because of the number of countries, but it's also the quote unquote, language of business too, right? So you kind of
Hmm.
Well,
have no choice.
True.
there's
Yeah,
different levels to English though, because
Hmm.
of
in
course.
Britain they speak English, and that sounds a hell of a lot different than regular
Yeah.
That's true.
Anything is not the same.
No,
Hmm.
no.
English. No.
Well, that is the meme, right? That some people say, like, I speak three languages. I speak British, American, and Canadian. That's one of it.
So, what could you teach us that we would like? I know I understand that you need to get like the sound. So,
Hmm.
what could you teach us so that we can at least speak it without the American dialect in there? Because like when I think of French, I was just talking like this, like like zhuzhing everything up, right? So, and I know that's not the sound, but like the same thing with Chinese. You think of like more of a nasal tone, or like Twi, you think of a nasal tone for the Ghanaian languages. So, what is the sound?
Well, no, you're right. It is much more of it's a mix between the nasal and the back throat, which is why some people, it can sound very German sometimes, because some of
Mm.
it you have to speak from the back of your throat rather than the front. While as English tends to be more front of the mouth, between the lips. Um, let's see, what could I teach you guys that would be very, very well? Of course, we're going to start with the very basic. Bonjour, je m'appelle. And then you would say your name. That would be saying, hello, my name is. So, bonjour, je m'appelle. Go ahead, Liquida.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Yeah, there you go. Good stuff, Community Solutions. What about you, Liquita? Try it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
I'm pronouncing the sounds right because je m'appelle. It sounds like you were like carrying out the L's, but there was a certain sound when you were saying the last part. Can you say it again? Bonjour, like
Yeah.
the O. It just sound like what?
Do your
Bonjour.
mouth like you're having a stroke.
You said
My goodness. So it's bonjour, je m'appelle. Now, obviously, I'm overly pronouncing it so that you can understand and clearly hear what I'm saying. But if I just came up to you and I would be like, just introduce them, bonjour, je m'appelle.
mm,
Yeah, that
mm.
would probably be a little too fast. But yeah, bonjour, je m'appelle.
Okay, so I'll try it. Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Good try, good try, but don't worry too much about pronunciation though, because yes, it is important, but anybody who's been in France will look at me and be like, I did not understand a single word girl said, please just speak in English to me. So there is a debate because obviously, I'm not going to give a full history lessons, but the reason why Quebec, where I'm from, speaks French is because it was colonized by France.
Yep.
And, when the King of France decided, okay, we can no longer afford to be in the Americas, they sold it off to Britain. And a lot of the theory is the Quebec accent is what the early colonizers would have actually sounded like. So I'm going to go with that as my excuse as to why the French can't understand. It's because we speak with a genuine accent. We sound like real French people. So ha ha. But I'll put the question to you guys here. If you could magically learn any language, what would it be?
Wait. The guys didn't say it yet.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Go ahead.
Well,
Trash
je
can.
m'appelle.
Je m'appelle. Yeah, good.
Yeah,
What about you, Jedi Mike? Go for it.
Whoop diddy scoop. Um,
That wasn't quite it.
no. Yeah. No, my tongue is not. I don't see for that. Is you do it again?
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
That's a good try. Good try. And I did try to give you guys one that was a lot simpler and tends to be much more front of the mouth, which is where most English occurs anyways when you're talking, which is why you practice it a few times. I don't know, Jedi Mike, if you have a girlfriend or not. And maybe, you might have, if you don't have a girlfriend, that might be an opening line to a young lady,
Well, actually, no. Listen, I'm telling you, my girlfriend, she actually got me into Mandarin, so I'm learning
there
that
you
because
go.
she's like really into Asian culture and stuff like that. I'm trying to get into that, but no, she teach me in Mandarin. So,
Okay, good.
That's
Okay.
hard enough.
yep,
When I
yes, ma'am.
when I say it, I try to embrace the image of T.I.'s wife when I say it with her facial expressions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hope she pronunciated one.
What about you, Community Solutions or Blind Guy, his wife? What language would you learn if you could just instantly learn any language?
You want to go, Laquita?
I think.
Oh, I'm muted. I was muted.
Yeah, I was about to
Okay.
say.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can go. Well, I know that one language I've been working on is Chui. It's a Ghanaian language. I know quite a few people that speak that language. So Chui is definitely a language I'd love to instantly be able to speak.
Excellent. What about you,
Well,
community?
I think if I learned French, I could move around on different countries in Africa. It would be. I mean, I got English, which is the most spoken. I don't. I don't know that I could hold the characters and the accent of the Asian language. I don't know. The Asian language just seems so hard to me.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
the pronunciation and the um. But yeah, I think if I there's quite a few countries that speak French. Uh, so that would kind of cover, like I could travel around and still kind of, you know what I mean, communicate at least a little bit, in my little broken
Exactly.
accent.
Don't worry, you can always brush it off as you're from Montreal. We'll claim you as one of ours. Don't worry about
Okay. Well, we
it.
got the Cajuns in Louisiana, and the Cajuns come from Nova Scotia. So
Exactly,
if
the
that ain't broken
Acadien.
French, I don't know what is.
Well, yeah, technically Creole and Patois are all technically broken
Hmm.
French, German, English, all that mixed together in Spanish. And hey, look, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to
Hey,
communicate, right?
they like it. I love it.
There you go. So,
I
I
want to
don't know.
have a grand opening on my channel. I think I'm gonna wait till I get back home, but
Yeah,
everybody is invited. What I want to the topic is gonna be grand opening. I want to know what people think could be an improvement to their community.
Okay.
yeah, that
What would
sounds like a
improve
great
their
idea.
community? Yeah,
Like when would this grand opening be? Community
that's the
solution, like
thing. I'm afraid to do it away from my home office where it's nice and quiet, and if it gets to be a long broadcast, it's not a big deal.
yeah.
So I'm gonna have to start putting videos up. That's why you can't find me, Laquita, because I'm under the radar because I'm having the videos up. I'm always visiting other people and nobody comes to visit me. So I need to
Well,
have.
well,
Now
you're
that I
You
gonna.
found
made me
you,
feel
We
terrible. I'm
found
sorry.
you though, so you're gonna have to.
Right.
Exactly. We're gonna honestly, community solutions are gonna have to one day just say, you know what, on this day, on I don't know, I could gladly come to your channel. You could say, look, November 1st or whatever day, 9 a.m. She stole my thunder. You're gonna come on my channel and you're gonna teach me 10 sentences of French, and that's gonna be your live stream for that day. And then
Okay.
maybe the next day you're gonna invite Laquita. She's gonna give you some, okay, this is gonna be how to cook this particular meal. I think the more you just say, you know what, I'm going to do this, the more you set something in your mind, the
Mhm.
more you're just going to be like, because I find for me, that's what got me out of the rut of, oh, what am I going to do? What could I possibly talk about? Once I decided, you know what, I'm going to be hosting this live event with somebody. They've taken their time out of their day to come and see me on this live channel. So I have to do this. I gave myself no choice. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? To do this. So
Yeah.
it sounds like that's what you might need to be doing. But I do see somebody in the chat that hopefully, maybe if we ask very, very nicely, she might come up and give you some words of encouragement to community solution. We have, of course, our world famous Gail
Oh,
Lockett.
Miss
Shout
Gail.
out
Hey,
to
Miss
this
Gail.
woman right here. Shout
You
out to
know,
her.
She only comes up for the lead attorney. I'm not
yeah,
special enough.
And she
you
has a
know,
No,
dud
no,
name.
no, 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 no. I mean, listen. We have to understand this as a community. Like I say, one struggle streamer to all. That's I guess that's the term that's being thrown out. Like, yeah, struggle streamers. But like, listen, I was like, we're all in this together, building the community together and stuff like that. But also, you gotta start before before you're ready. That's just how it is. The
yeah,
knowing to
Hmm.
just getting your flow in terms of what you want to do in terms of content, and that's it. Especially just in terms of having that fear. Not being afraid. I'm afraid doing stuff on my channel too. Like you can watch one of my first videos. Like I was always OCD about how I spoke because I didn't like talking. People, but everyone says I'm a good speaker. I just like I never really believe it until eventually when I start doing more of it, then start feeling more comfortable with it. And that's the same thing with you, ma'am. And especially in this conversation, I don't see. I have no doubt in my mind in terms of you, but having no starting your own channel that you're just gonna be just fine. And it's almost just taking that leap of faith, ma'am. But that's just one thing I just want to say to you.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
enjoy hearing community solutions on every panel.
Yeah, I
I
know.
know
I'm
you
I'm
visit
I'm
panels a lot.
I need to get my life together on my panel though. Everybody's like, "Well, where's your channel?" And then I think it's like five little funky little videos. They amateur. I ain't got the good graphics like She Stole My Thunder with all of the bells and whistles. I feel like I need
Yeah.
to take some classes or something. But the lead told me to get on his Patreon. But
Yeah,
I think what I'm gonna do first is a grand opening, and but I'm gonna start if I gotta start with a 15-minute video. But I don't do well by myself. I'm better on panels,
yeah.
because
But
I
look,
it's a discourse and we can just go back and forth and bounce ideas around. It's more interesting.
yeah, of course. But that's why I was suggesting that maybe you just do a live panel with somebody. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
my bells and whistles, you can't spend the money on the lead attorney, and I'm sure he'll give you a lot of good advice. But all of my bells and whistles are found for free on the internet. I
Okay.
literally have not spent a penny to edit any or make any of my new, with one exception, which is my intro and outro. That's the only time that I spent money. But now that I've gotten accustomed to editing my own, the intro that I did for you, for Trash, and for Before the Billions, I did that on my own for free.
Same.
Yeah,
And
ma'am. I'm
you know,
also a graphic designer too, and like that's on my channel. You can see I have some stuff to do there. I know that I have Adobe and also have Canva as well. Canva is a very good outlet for you to use just from starting out. But also even with StreamYard, eventually be able to afford the more premium version. You can personalize it. Uh, Same thing to this like channel as well. Like it just takes time, but like you need to find an outlet, but don't like really most of the stuff here just like take some time really to feel in terms of I don't say perfecting your craft because some people don't need all the fancy fancy graphics and all that stuff. Like you look at a certain content creator, they just take a image of some stock images and just post it and they have the thumbnail title, no hashtag, no nothing, whatever. But it just
Yeah.
what's where you feel in terms of what you want for your channel, man. But like and also I'll be supporting you in the best way I can, and then I have my email as well. You want to contact me as well or my social media, please. I mean, I'm more happy to help you.
Okay, Mr. Jedi Mike. Thank you so much, sir.
Mhm.
I want to add something
What?
as well. Oh, go ahead, Trash Can. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say to Community Solutions Pro is that your channel, I have looked for it. I have put in your title name and channel behind it. So luckily, She Stole My Thunder sent it in the private chat, but it
I
never would
dropped
come up. I don't know if I had to scroll way down, but I'd be scrolling and scrolling. So just saying that you're doing the right thing where you start by networking first. And can you guys hear me okay?
it.
Yeah.
yeah, we hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, my network tonight, it just keeps kicking me out or something. But anyways, so basically that you're doing the right thing so that once you start your channel as far as adding more things to it, um, constantly visiting other people's places and asking if they can drop the link to your channel, people will subscribe, people will watch, and just by hearing you on other people's channel, you'll grow. Even if you don't live stream, you'll still grow. If you do live stream, great. But either way, you're doing the right thing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly.
And don't
And
worry
I
about
mean,
like being
I
professional.
was
Everybody's first video is bad. First few videos, and I still use my cell phone. I still use that. But go ahead, Trash Can Wave. Sorry.
I was about to agree to what you just was saying just then. I was about to say experiment, get some apps, download different apps, video apps, and just piece together, see what works for you and whatnot. I That's how I do. I don't pay for anything. I just download different apps and play around, and then somewhere a video comes out of it.
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
Especially, I refer you back to like one of the lead attorney. He did a video about it was like YouTube Elementary. One of the things that he did in that video was he talked about one person's one YouTuber. Basically, has 1 million subscribers, and he basically folks say don't waste your time getting broke off of making your channel. But if you intend on making it being like a business, invest into it. But the thing about it is, you'd be surprised that some people have 1 million subscribers, basically have $100 GoPro camera on top of a Starbucks cup, and have a
Yeah,
million
that's true.
subscribers.
That's
So it's
how it
like,
works. But for me right now, it's more so fun than anything. I would like it to morph into a business. Of course, I'd love to get $20,000 a month, but you know, I'm not banking on that. It's like it's more fun than anything, like a hobby almost.
And that's the key right there. If it's fun for you and you're getting entertainment out of watching it, then somebody else gonna find entertainment out of watching it.
Exactly.
Hmm.
So I mean, that's the thing is maybe find something like for me. A lot of people, I know when I did the little intros for you, the billionaire, and trash can. For me, that was fun, and I saw that other people were enjoying it too. So it's like just go out there, and I know you talked about, oh, I want to try this, I want to try that. What should I, should I niche? Try at this point, just make the videos. The
Yep.
editing, just put it out there, just make a couple, because at this point, you don't have 5 million audience members looking at your content and judging you, and oh my god, what horrible stuff. So you can go out there, experiment. Most of my videos, especially when you're looking at, can't even remember when I started my channel. It must be at least a good 5-6 years that I started. None of them are edited, none of them are like, it's on my DSLR, it's on from my cell phone. Like they said, it's just videos of, oh, this is an interesting art exhibit that I saw, hey, let me take a few videos of it and I put it up there. I
Hmm.
didn't care. Now that, oh yes, okay, I'm taking, even though I'm not out here, I'm not, ooh, what was I'm not making $20,000 either. I'm grateful for my 230 subscribers, but I'm not out here making millions. I'm not out here doing it as a business. But hey, you know what? Even in my enjoyment, because I see that it can be fun, it makes me want to do more. It makes me, oh, let me edit, let me cut, let me do this, let me do that, let me, participate in 10-hour live
Yep.
streams with them before the billions and do this live stream. It's like now been like 3 hours that I've been here talking to you guys and enjoying every single second. I'm not getting paid for this. You guys aren't getting paid for this, but we're all having a good time. You don't have to make money in order to take something relatively serious, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Laquita and Corey put in quite a bit of effort and it shows. They're not making tons and tons of money, but it's still their passion for it. It still shows in what they're doing. It still
Mhm.
shows that they're taking it seriously, even if it's like, look, we just want to give a couple, some advice to people, help them out. Make poor, she's still my thunder, hungry through the videos and not offer her any food whatsoever. I'm so bad
I,
about it.
I
I
don't know about
know,
that. She
right?
stole my thunder. Laquita seems like she's making a lot of money. She's changing that hair up every video, it seems like.
Yeah.
Different styles, different outfits,
No, no,
still in the game.
that's just a woman thing. I'm sure she has like the
Working
same
out.
10 outfits, but knows how to present it differently. She's just a smart woman.
The IRS is in the chat.
Ooh,
Your husband is funny. You need to take him on tour.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Corey's
but man,
hilarious.
let me
man, but
tell
listen,
you.
I just, oh, go ahead.
No,
No, I was just saying
yeah, I
your
was just gonna
husband
say
is
it'd be
funny. You
great.
need to
Yeah.
take him on tour.
Yeah,
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 he
exactly.
needs to be on stage.
Hmm.
Everybody loves Corey. You know what? So I wanted to add something to what you were just saying too. She stole my thunder about like it's not always about money. So one thing that I've learned is that it's often a trade-off. Like you get so many more things without money. So say for example, there was a show we were doing and we needed programs printed. You know, printing is very expensive for color bulletins or anything, right? And
Mhm.
so when you have, and this was like the show playbill, that sort of bulletin. So it would have been about $3,000 for it, but because we had a connection, we got it for free. So we didn't need $3,000. So there's a lot of
Mhm.
different trade-offs. So just like she stole my thunder, she can edit, you know, so she might be able to trade that off to someone else so that they can do something for her, you know. So a lot
Hmm.
of times it's a trade-off that you
Market.
can get. So that's the nice part. Just like, you know, Jedi Mike is like, oh, I can help you with this or that. People pay for courses, people pay for apps, people pay for training, people pay in their time watching these videos to figure something out. And when you have somebody that'll just sit down with you for at no cost, you did not have to pay $500 plus go through the courses. You know, that's the way I look at it a lot of times. It's like the trade off is there. And of course, the money will come. They say whatever you do, whatever your passion is, the money will come. And that's what we've always done. And it works. Like when you were like, let me go put my patient to bed. Yep, that's what I would be doing. Like, oh, you know what? Let me go put my patient to bed and then I can finish doing what I want to do. That's the trade off. Not everybody can do that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
hey, I've been in that situation where it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the barter system. Like, and then that's another thing. You can't be afraid to like steal ideas from each other while we're on, because some people
Exactly.
have an idea we ain't even think of. Like, I'm about to steal. She stole my Thunder's idea, and she don't even know it yet. But,
What are
uh,
you gonna steal? I
but I,
caught you. I caught you. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
And look,
Do I have to
but
remove you from the chat?
I done learned a lot from watching like Blind Guy, his wife, their life. I learned a lot from watching them. I learned about my audio. As you can see, I got my audio together a little better now,
There you
sounding than
go.
I was on other panels.
yes,
So
sir.
we're all
Absolutely.
learning from each other and growing.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well, listen, I
Exactly.
just found out I have Miss Blind Guy and his wife and Uncle Stu. They're in Virginia. I'm like, I did not know. I'm like, look how close these people are. And I just met
Mm-hmm.
Trash Cannon today and stuff like that. And listen, you gotta be blessed. Like I'm blessed for I have like 170 subscribers with that. And but with that, you have to enjoy the process. Enjoy the process. That's what I enjoy. Talk about movies, but also I enjoy conversation, which is I can tell with you, ma'am, you love conversations. That's what I like and love about this community that we help each other. There ain't no ego here. Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Small channel.
And
You
Trash,
Oh,
what's
know,
your
Oh,
go
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 ahead.
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 No, sorry,
Yes,
Jedi
Trash.
sir.
Go ahead.
Jedi
Sorry.
Mike was saying something. Yeah, Jedi Mike, you were finishing up something.
No, I was saying, Trash Can. What was your channel? I gotta write
Trash
this
can
down. Yeah,
waves.
Trash Can
All
Wave.
one word.
Cool,
Trash can and waves.
cool. Gotcha,
Well,
man.
trash can waves. Yeah.
And I was going to say something about being in Virginia, Jedi Mike, because what's funny is that me and Uncle Stu are on the east coast of Virginia, like close in the Virginia Beach, Tidewater, Hampton Roads, whatever.
Yeah, I'm Newport News, man.
So, right. And see, when you said you were on campus out I was thinking you were in Central Virginia. What university did you say?
So I'm in Fairfax right now. I'm in George Mason, but my hometown
George
is Newport
Mason.
News. My
Right.
hometown is Newport News, Virginia. And he said he was in the Hampton area. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to go to Hampton University, so that was just too close. So I'm going to go to George Mason. I have more scholarship money there. But yeah,
Right. So either way, it's like when you said George Mason, I was thinking that like, okay, I know where George Mason is in relation to where we are, and I'm just thinking about the mask thing. Like, okay, it's interesting, and then you're closer to the capital, whereas like the nation's
hmm
capital. Whereas I would think, okay, the closer you get to the capital, the more they're going to just be strict or just try to, make it seem like they're doing all the mandate things. And of course, like we already talked about, they were in the media holding the parties, right? But
mm,
but
hmm
I know that when I went to Tennessee last year, this was December, and by then masks were like fully enforced. But people there that were behind the counter, going into the different places, they were just chilling. So that's the reason why I just look at all of this stuff like, man, like when Trash Can Waves was like, yeah, this Squid Game is pretty much an imitation of life. It's wild. It's a wild thing, because we're living it and we're seeing it.
hmm yeah. And like even look at it just like in the show, like they had a contract. Like you have to understand, they had a contract. What they were doing, because legally they said, well, we legally have the right to do this because you signed this. Look at anything you do when everyone skip the terms and conditions on some stuff. Go on you Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, all the stuff. When you sign the terms and conditions, you sign your right off for them. They can research you in just like in two
Mhm.
seconds. So it's based on reflection on life and society.
Do any of
Mm-hmm.
us actually know what we're signing when we're just accepting all the? Who reads that
No.
anyway?
Think about
yeah,
it.
a lot of
Snapchat
times
has
don't.
facial recognition. What do you think they're using that for? All those
That's
filters? Come
crazy.
on.
Right.
We
Yeah,
agree to everything that's going on. Every time you talk about something, and then all of a sudden you get an ad that pops up about it. You agreed to
Mm-hmm.
that already. You don't even know it.
exactly. Yeah.
You
No,
know, One of the tech guys was just saying tonight that somebody else is selling. Oh, the cable companies. They were like, this was Professor Black Ops. He had a video out last week about the YouTube was getting hacked. Like people were just hijacking a YouTube account. And so then tonight he had a short video, like 5 minutes, saying, "Oh, cable companies are now selling." And I'm like, okay, we're not safe anywhere. Like y'all are saying, we agreed to all of this. We had contracts with them that we're out here playing red light, green light.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like,
Yeah, pretty much. I think the only time
mm,
that I've signed or read a contract or the terms of services that you see on the websites is when I joined Flickr. That's because it's like, whoa, whoa, wait! I want to make sure that I keep my my copyright to ownership to my photos here, because it's like if they can put in a little line where now those photos belong to them, yeah,
yeah.
no, I want to make sure that, like, look, I'm not the brightest ball. I'm not Einstein, but I'm not Forrest Gump either, you know? So it's like I need to make sure a certain amount of things happen here. But other than that, like, yeah, who reads the contracts? Who reads the fine print? I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen the movie Willy Wonka, where the contract starts off really big, and then at the bottom it's like, what exactly? I mean, where
We'll
it is
sign
like,
it.
exactly. You'll sign it anyways, because but yeah, and it's just crazy when you read, and it's of course all in lawyerese, where you're like,
Hmm.
what does this mean exactly? And it's like all very general, very vague, very like, do I need a dictionary here beside me to understand like half of this stuff? Like, it's
But
just nonsense
Heck,
sometimes.
look at the terms of contracts, like with the New Edition story. When they didn't know that that New Edition, they didn't sign themselves to MCA Records. They thought their sound the group was actually signing them. No, they were signed to Gary Evans, right? And in the owner of MCA Records, he's like, dude, you didn't read your contract. That's
Yeah,
plain and simple.
yeah,
Hmm.
and that's
exactly.
the thing right there. You attract a lot more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. Like
Yeah,
there was
Hmm.
a point where the government was going to say we need to put out a bill to get everybody's information, but they ended up dropping that once Facebook came out and all these different social medias came out, and they ended up partnering with Facebook and all those different sites. So it's like, okay, I'm still getting the information I want, but I'm putting in a way that you want to participate into it.
exactly.
Nobody's just going to sign up
Right.
and say, I'm going to put my fingerprint in the system, but we'll put our fingerprints in these phones and open our
Right.
smartphones up, and it's like,
Hmm.
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
nobody reads paperwork. It was just this incident that occurred like a week ago where a man's wife walked into the hospital for a flu shot, and she walked out with the c word shot, and he ended up getting in a fight with the doctors over it. But we don't really read the paperwork that's going on. You could have signed up for that, or
Exactly. You
Hmm.
never know. You never know. Yeah, I know the Laquita said she might need to be going at any moment. So thank you for being here. But if you need to step out now, or if you want to still say something, any last words or anything, or
tell Corey to come up here. No.
you know,
You know what? I'll see. I think he's putting the kids to bed because he just got home about 10
okay,
minutes ago. And so yeah, I'll see if he wants to come up. I'll hang out for a minute, and that way if
no
he wants
worries.
to come in, he can join us. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the same for everybody. If you need to step away, feel free. I'm glad that all of you are here and participated and support me in whatever way you can. I'm very glad for that. Oh, I don't know if Trash had to leave or it was just connection issues, but either way, I'm glad that he was here and that everybody else is here as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am. I have to go because I have another show I have to start doing with a friend of mine. We're going to be reviewing Dune, um, and the second, but I have to start editing some videos and stuff. But yeah, it
no
was a
worries.
pleasure. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I will be tuning into your live streams, guys. And I just love kind of just being a part of the community and stuff like this, especially just as Black people. And I just like to learn a lot of wisdom from you guys and continue to learn wisdom from you. And even though I'm probably the youngest one here, I'm 23 years old, and as I'm trying to be a content creator myself, targeting helping younger Black males with my content, it's just like much as well, having to find create a space people can just come and have fun and laugh. I really look up to you guys, and I just mean that from the bottom of my heart. But yeah,
She
Okay.
stole my thunder as the youngest one, and also
No,
Community Solutions.
no, yeah, no.
I'm
Community,
No,
The
I
youngest
think I'm the
additional
oldest
feature.
on the panel.
no,
But
no, no,
but
no.
Jedi
Community
Mike,
is
I want to.
17.
Yeah, I
Community
want
is
to invite
17.
you
No,
to
no.
my grand opening where I'm going to have everybody talk about what they think they can improve in their community or what needs to be improved in their community.
yes, ma'am. You have my social media, my emails also in my in my about page and stuff. But yeah, please, ma'am, I'm more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry she stole my thunder. I just didn't want to lose him
No
before
worries.
he left.
Thank you for
I
being here,
also,
Jedi Mike.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I do
Yeah,
have
go
a
ahead.
question real quick, Jedi Mike, about your
Yes, ma'am.
channel. How long have you, I know you said I'm young, I'm starting YouTube and everything. I see your channel, you're doing great. I did subscribe, but I wanted to know how long have you been going at it so far and what are your goals?
So I started in July. July is when I started most of it. I took a small break, like almost like a 2 or 3, like 2.5 week break between August, going around August because it was move-in day, college and stuff, and it was the first couple weeks and stuff. So I had to priorities I had to get in line. But I'm trying to create more consistent schedule. So my goal is that much as I said talk is about reviews, news, and truth. Um, I talk about movies and stuff. My main thing I want to do is create educational content. As you can see, I make videos from and I want and I in my introduction video of my scenes. I want to target the younger black males, and I want to use it. Give them create almost educational videos, but using it in like more of popular like movies and incorporating it in an educational way, if that makes sense. Of like, hey, this is some lessons you can learn from this character, or this flaws about this character, or how you can emulate so you can try to become the best version of yourself. Or hey, see this
Mm,
situation, this movie, or for example, probably mentioned before and earlier before you came on, but one video I have was talking about uh, black males need to be teachers. I used a film from Morgan Freeman, Lean on Me, on that, how black males need to be educators and the importance of that. The other one is I use the one of the Marvel shows, Falcon Winter Soldier, and there's a scene between the characters talking about uh, doing the work and actually bettering yourself,
mhm.
and forgiving your past and stuff. Which I feel like a lot of men, we should not be shortcutting on the process to be men. So I use that to say do the work, and I say this is what men can learn from that. So that's my goal. I'm trying to do a better job of it, and I'm just trying to have a consistent schedule of trying to making more content like weekly, so way that it can just be consistent. But I'm looking forward to like receiving any type of constructive criticism. Ask anyone in the comment section, please let me know on that. But yeah, I never stop learning on that.
Well, I like your approach to getting people to learn without actually knowing they're learning anything, and they're just having fun watching the material, but they're taking in information, actually learning from it at the same time.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, like because like I said, I kind of got in a way where um like my insecurity kind of went away because a lot of people say I was very good at communicating and talking, and to me, I just never liked the sound of my voice. But when I was watching the videos, as I'm posting them, and this is what I want to say to you, ma'am, when you start your channel that listens, like you're gonna be surprised on when you start doing content how comfortable and confident you are in terms of, and not only that, the feedback that other people see what you don't see, and I have to realize by myself as I'm growing, and my thing is just as a content creator, just any people's advice to having the network, and having a more positive network, which I see here, is that we have each other's back and we give constructive criticism, and also we're honest with each other. I think honest feedback is the best thing to have in terms of knowing that your strengths and weaknesses, whether or not talking about of a technical aspect, but also just as a content creation itself. Just it's a way that you feel that your flow might work for one person, may not work for another person. So, yeah, man, I just feel like that's what I try to work on. Yeah.
What's up, Corey, big dog? I'm sorry to
Yes. Hey,
keep
what's
you from
going
your
on?
sleep.
What's up, Trash Can? How you doing?
Doing good, man. I know you tired, man.
Nah, I'm good, man. I just was hanging out with a friend and having a good time, so I'm just getting back. But Jedi Mike, I love that name, man. That name is Killer.
Oh, thank you.
And I was
Appreciate
hearing
it.
what you were saying too.
I was
Yeah.
asking him what his channel was about, where he wanted to take it, and so that's what he was talking about because they were talking about the Squid Game. That was what the whole they were like
Mhm.
breaking it down, what everything is all about in that show. She Stole My Thunder was asking questions about it, the episodes.
Hey, she stole my thunder. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Corey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Bonjour, mon ami.
Bonjour, mon ami, tout va
We
bien?
needed you earlier.
Uh, no parlez-vous français very well.
So you know what? To encourage community
But
solution, because that's what she was talking about, that she might have a little bit difficulties of getting her channel started. I'm going to propose to her
Right.
that every Sunday morning I go on her channel and teach French. And I'm gladly inviting you to it as well. So sort of put that a little pressure on her as well at the same time to everybody start the content and also learn French at the same time.
there you go. Kill feed two
Okay.
birds in one seed. Feed two birds in one seed. But yeah,
Exactly. So I'll just interrupt for a second. I know Jedi Mike, you said you needed to go, so we won't keep you any much longer. But I was happy to have you on the channel. Happy to hear your feedback, and you're as everybody else here. You're always welcome to join up on the panel at any time. And definitely, if you want to do anything with me, just hit me up. I'm not a very difficult person to find on YouTube.
No problem. Thank you guys. It was a pleasure meeting you guys, but I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a
Jedi
great
Mike.
Take
day.
care.
all right.
Take care.
Bye bye.
So Corey, how you doing tonight? What brings you to the Montreal part of the USA?
Go
Just
ahead,
can you repeat
Corey.
that last part again?
Yeah, I think I cut off a little bit there. What brings you to the Montreal part of USA?
Montreal. No, I just came in just to say a quick good night. I heard when I came in the door. I guess I was out with a friend. And I came inside. She was talking. And I found out she was on a live, and I found out whose live it was. So I said, "Let me come in and say hello." She was like, "Nah, we're about to wrap it up." So I said, "Okay, well, I'll come in and say goodbye." so yeah, I just wanted to say good night to everybody, and then like I said, especially when I heard Trash Can Waves is up here, I said, "Well, we got celebrity in the house."
What was you sipping on tonight, Corey?
Man, I don't know what I was thinking, but I tried some North Carolina moonshine.
Why did you bring me any?
Nah, it wasn't. I don't think it was a container that was made to hold that for a long time. So he didn't have a lot of it.
We call that rock gut.
That was
You know-
fuel,
Yeah,
huh?
that's exactly what it was. Right. I mean, I got it to my nose, and I was like, "Whoo!" And so I had
Yeah.
quarter. I had a quarter of a shot, and I was like, "I'm done."
Wow.
Yeah, it was
How did he drive you home?
He didn't have any. He said, he said, "You can have this by yourself." He
Oh,
said,
okay.
"This is what I do when it's time for me to go lay down somewhere." And I tried it, and then I said, "I ain't trying it no more."
He tested it out on you before he see if he want to take some.
Right.
See how you handle this.
Trying out the recipe, see how strong it is, and if it needs more or less of something, huh?
Yeah, but before I drank that, I didn't have no facial hair, but after I drank that, it was like, poof, I had a fro on my face.
Man.
Hey.
Community Solutions Pros there too.
Hey, Community Solutions Pro, how you doing?
I'm great. I told your wife I'm ready for you to go on tour with your comedy.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just talking about a friend I was with. His name is Lance. He's a comedian, and we went to go see the comedian that was on our show, Blind Fury. And I said, I gotta give him a call back because I know he said next time he has a show, he wants me to come and do something on stage. And I said, what am I gonna do? He said, just do what you do, talk and tell the stories, so people see how crazy you are.
Yep. But make sure you
But
try
yeah.
your routine out on us so you don't have stage fright. Because even the best of them have stage fright.
Corey
That
don't,
you put on
Corey don't
everybody.
get stage right.
I don't get stage fright, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think Community Solution only said that to get the free a free show out of the whole thing.
Right.
I
You
got
know
you,
what? You're
Community
right. You
Solutions.
need to practice.
I got y'all for the free show. Tune in every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 11:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Blind Guys Watch Their Life.
He's a natural.
You know, the
Food.
YouTube stars right there. Always no shameless promotions right there,
Yeah,
man. Yeah,
that's
you want my
something.
food? Okay, come on, come on,
Right.
Uncle. That's
Yeah,
what I'm learning too, you know?
but yeah,
Yeah,
I
get
just,
it in.
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, yeah, get it in. Like this sticker that I have on my shirt, one of the performers gave it to me. He had all these stickers and he said, "Do you like turkeys?" And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, it's a sticker." So it's one of those things like wherever you are, do what you do. And of course,
Oh,
I still have it on.
okay. All right. See, now I see how it go, y'all. I'm about to bust her completely out. She got that from Nathan's Deli for ordering a turkey sub when I wasn't around. That's
Oh.
That
The
is not what happened.
vigilantes aren't as vegetarian as we thought. Oh, oh,
Oh
I am,
my!
I
It
am
was a vegan
clipping this.
turkey.
You
nah.
see, community solutions. This is how you do it. I have this clip now that I could make out of this and blow it up on YouTube and make this vigilante, vegetarian laddie. Oh, look. We're exposing
Right.
the truth. We're exposing the truth here. They
Bust
lied.
it. Bust
You
it.
know, I
And then
Nah.
you
caught
gotta
them in
show,
the
and
act.
then you gotta show,
Let's
right.
You
Then
know,
I'll be here like, all of a sudden I'm covering it, and
you
all of a
know.
sudden. So that's what I wanted to ask you about too. I know we're supposed to be saying goodbye, but
Mhm.
what do you use? Which editor do you use?
Oh my God, it's a whole and that's why I was telling them to community solutions where I use whatever is free. So sometimes I have to do a whole Frankenstein of software where I'll get a couple little elements from Canva, a couple little elements from YouTube Studios, a couple elements from I'll use OBS as basically let's say this I wanted to
Oh,
clip down this live stream and use that little clip, I would go start off with OBS, find the clip, cut it out of it, use that and get that basic. Then, if I wanted to add some music to it, either before or after, I would go to the YouTube Studio because I know YouTube Studios, the music is free copyright. You know what I mean? So I don't have to worry about, oh, well, can I use the music? It'll go on any platform without any kind of resistance to it. And
mm,
then I'll use, and this is why I know for a fact that I'm the oldest out of the group and none of you have anything to do with my age. I then go into PowerPoint and then that allows me
Wow.
to really add everything together smoothly. So it's a hodgepodge, a Frankenstein of but I do want to get better at using OBS because I know a lot of what I'm doing now. I could easily do it with OBS if I knew the software better. And that's just again to reiterate to
mm,
community solutions. You don't have to be good. You don't have to have everything. You don't have to know everything in
yeah,
order for it to be done. I'm not a professional. It's look, anybody who's a true editor, truly good at this stuff, could tell that okay, yeah, she's doing this on her own. But look, for what I'm doing, for the fact that hey, I'm just here trying to show a couple clips, make a little couple inside jokes with some of the videos I have. It's good enough. You know what I mean? It doesn't
Mhm.
have to be all
hmm,
bangles and glitter and all that. It's like, hey, look, I'm just doing a couple quick jokes and I'm good with that. So takes a bit of time and
right.
effort,
I
yeah,
think
but
because you.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think because you know how to use so many different things, like you're saying, what this one can do, what that one can do. I just use, that's one reason why I don't edit so that I don't have to download anything. I just use
Mhm.
KineMaster. So I use the mobile version. They do have a desktop version, but I typically use the mobile version.
Mhm.
And I wanted to ask you the same thing, Trash
That's what I
Can
was gonna
Waves.
ask. Yeah,
Yeah.
like what are you using? Because you do some killer editing with those clips and those
Exactly.
stories. No, what are you
I use
using?
I use quite a few apps, but the main apps I'm using right now is Vixar and Record It. And for example, I would take the segment of this show where Laquita was talking about mayo, and I would clip that along with her eating a turkey sandwich, and I would combine those together and make a funny video.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah, I'm
exactly
Oh
mainly
it.
my
using
God, that was
Vixar
so
and
good.
Record.
So is that the
Good
idea that
stuff.
you're stealing from me, clipping all these things together and
Oh no, I liked your introduction of people. See, I was thinking about doing something like that where you just do like a little trailer of people's videos and stuff right before
Ah,
they come on,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
so
Mm.
you just brought my
No,
imagination to reality. That's all.
that's good. No, hey, look, it's if you like the idea, I'm glad that I germinated a great idea in you, and I look if there's not the one good idea that comes out of my existence, and go for it, you know.
Almost
But
like we're creating life together, you know.
yeah, hey, don't start, calmate, senor. Hey, I don't want the rumors starting here, huh? You know, you're in enough trouble with are you Snuggles or not here, huh?
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
But I won't keep blind guy his wife their life too long on here. I know you guys. It's in my part of Canada, USA. It's 11:30, and I know it's kind of probably latish for you guys.
Same
But yeah, if
time.
you.
We're in the same time zone as
Oh yeah, okay,
you.
perfect.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, good, good. So
What
it's
about
it's a
you,
set.
community?
Right now I'm in Massachusetts, so I'm on Eastern, but I will be my regular will be Central, so I'll be an hour behind you guys in a couple of weeks.
There you go. So
Mm.
most of us is sexy time now. So
Right. That's what I was
Hmm.
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna go just because we have another long day. Not everything that we did today we have to do tomorrow, but we do have the show again. And then I didn't get all of my coursework done because I was like, oh, let me jump into here, let me jump into there. And then I
Yeah,
was like, oh, I'll just do it for 30 minutes. And it's been like an hour and a half, I think. I don't know. So yeah,
I know.
I guess I
Hold
gotta
up,
get something else done.
Laquita, you're in school? I
No,
didn't know that.
no. No,
Oh,
no, not school courses that I'm in, just for work, just getting
oh,
stuff done
okay.
for work. So yeah, in order to learn the next system, I'm like, oh, okay, let me go through these tutorials, let me do this and that. So yeah, and then of course Corey and I have to write a course. That's the
Mm.
other goal for us. So there's always either let me take a course, let me write a course, or there's always coursework.
I can imagine. I can imagine. But thank you very much for being here and taking time out of your very busy day to just be here and talk. And again, any support that you can show, I'm utterly grateful when a superstar giant couple, a power couple of YouTube is I feel so blessed. First, I got to speak with Gail Lockett yesterday. Now it's you two. Oh my God,
Hmm.
I'm honored.
Mm,
I'm humbled by your presence, Monsieur la
no.
reine et le roi de YouTube, the king and queen
We-
of YouTube. La
I was gonna say,
reine.
what she call us?
What's she saying?
She said,
It's so sexy, ain't
Oh,
it?
Yeah,
she
what?
was saying, "King, queen, YouTube."
No, no, no. I wasn't calling you guys any bad words. What did she say to us? No, no. La reine
I think
is
she
the
was.
queen.
Hakuna
Say it
what?
again.
Well, what that? What
Right,
that?
right.
No, no, no.
So
La
no, that's
reine is
good.
yeah.
Go ahead,
La
say it
reine.
for me again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Of course, of course. La reine, the queen. Le roi, the king.
Mm.
So la reine et le
La
roi
reine,
de la reine
la,
et le roi de YouTube.
la reine,
La
Can you
reine et le
spell?
roi.
Can you
Yeah,
spell
la
La
reine.
Reine?
La reine is LA, that's
not
one
la
word.
reine, like
La reine. Yeah. La reine, so it's LA, first word. Second word is REINE. So la reine. Et
La
le,
Reine.
but it's like at the
la
back of your
reine.
throat.
Yeah, La Reine.
Yeah.
La
La
reine,
Reine.
la,
And exactly. Et le
Mhm.
roi, so et le, so ETLEROI. So la reine et le roi, the king and the
el
queen.
roi,
Mm.
el roi,
Yeah, yeah. Et le roi,
el,
It sounds
el
better.
roi.
so again,
It sounds
I
so sexy, don't it?
Oh yeah.
I
and
know.
that's what kept you guys on for so long. I know my French sexy accent. It's that black French, magic. It's something special. I know it's okay. No,
Yeah, that's
no,
exquisite.
no, no. I won't keep you
Yeah.
guys any
Like I
longer.
said, as much
Yeah,
as you.
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Corey.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No beauty
Oh no,
before
I was just saying,
age.
as much as you. In that case, you should go first.
No, no, I'm always
So
laughing.
I'll
I
go
think
ahead, Corey. You can finish it up.
Oh, I was just gonna say, as much as you guys happy to be here, we always, we thank you guys for being
Mm.
part of our home team and coming on and showing your support and being part of the home team fam. So it's great to get to talk to you outside the comments and to just to chit chat it up. And so yeah, we'll be always jumping in and out of these streams in these YouTube streets.
I know, because I mean, we're learning too. We're always learning, and that's the fun part. So yeah, we are in deep gratitude to you as well. She stole my thunder, and I know Gail Lock is talking about y'all done woke Corey up from his beating nap.
It didn't work.
Well, so,
exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
yeah, Wally said Corey came back from his cigars.
Yeah, I didn't because my friend
Oh, you didn't smoke a cigar.
no, because the
That's how
baby
you end up with the moonshine.
yeah, the baby woke up and we don't want to smoke around the children and the baby.
Oh,
Of
And so
course.
he said, well, you can go ahead. I said, nah. So I'm here to be, we were chilling together. So, I took the baby, he poured the moonshine. I gave him the baby back. The moonshine put me down. I was like a baby for a minute and now I'm home.
got it. You made it home.
Exactly.
Hey,
Yeah.
Corey, you come
Thank
up
you
here,
for
we're
this.
gonna take care of you. We're gonna
All
take care of
right.
you up here in Michigan. We sip codeine
Yeah.
though up here. We're gonna push you onto some new stuff.
All right,
I'll be up there.
Louisiana.
Some new stuff.
I'm gonna be up there in Detroit. I'm gonna lose myself in the music the moment you come.
Oh
All
my
right.
goodness.
This is great. Thank you for having us
Yeah,
because
thank you.
oh my goodness. So yes, likewise, we are honored as well. I mean, we've never been on the panel with Trash Can Wave, so this is great.
Never, yeah.
We've never been on it. Community Solutions Pro is
No,
everywhere.
Community Adult Pro, remember?
I know, right? Let me tell you, I was over there, Corey, at Omega Courtney.
That was when we first when Community Solutions came to our chat for the first time.
I was misreading.
She said Community Adult Pro.
Oh, no.
Like that sounded like a
I was like, that does not sound nice.
right.
I was just thinking. They
I
think
had
I'm
her in the
regulated or
street.
something.
Maybe
like-
you should change her
Yeah.
name to that because that will bring people to the channel.
That's
Yeah.
That's
Hello.
it. Exactly. Yeah. But
People don't
yeah,
care about solutions.
Yeah, so a community solution. Apparently, Corey is putting you in the streets like he did to me too. I still remember that, Laquita. I still remember. I forgive
Talked
you,
about that
but
percentage on that She for the Street show.
Right.
Yes. Well, she was like, I ain't like Kathy.
no, I know it's all in good fun. It's all
Oh,
in good
yeah.
fun. I know, of course. We have to tease each other. That's how it happens. That's how you get really
Mhm.
what you know you're part of the Black community is when they start roasting you on public and they're shameless about it. But
Yeah.
you're there and you're like, yeah, you know what? This is fun. Go for it more. Come on.
Oh, yeah. When they boycott
Get
you
it
off of
in.
Netflix, you're really in the Black community.
There you go.
Mhm.
That's true. That's true.
Ah.
I know.
Thank you guys very much.
But
I
Community
know
Solutions
my
Pro was going to.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, community. I don't know if you had said
No,
that.
I thought she
no.
was. I thought
No,
Community was
no.
saying
Good night, you
something.
guys. I'm gonna have you guys on. I'm gonna get my life together. I'll try to do a little something tomorrow with nobody on there, just an introduction, and then I'll try to make a plan to at least do, if I can, at least 15, nothing less than 15 minutes a day, until I can work my way up to an hour. But I do better when I have people to talk to. I don't do good monologues. I need,
Mhm.
to bounce off somebody. So.
Well, I'll offer it again. If you want to do a French lesson panel, I'm offering you my services, and we'll have La Corey come in as our gracious students, and
Okay.
they'll be practicing their French with us.
Okay, good. We could do French. That'll
There
be
you
nice.
go. There you go.
Mhm.
So have a great night, Laquita and Corey. Thank you again
All
for
right,
being
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, we'll see y'all
Great to
tomorrow.
see you
I
guys.
know
Go
we
ahead,
follow
sleep
each
it
other
off.
from panel to panel.
exactly.
Take care.
Okay, bye. Let me just tell Gail thank you because she's been big up in my channel, my poor little
Yep.
channel, struggling channel.
I know Gail is everywhere. She's a Wonder Woman. I honestly, yesterday she did go on to Mrs. B Finesse and explained it a little bit how she does it, but still, even after hearing how she does it, I'm still like, no, you have to. There has to be something else going on. Like we were all theorizing that maybe she has little clones, or maybe she has several like mini
Man.
me's going on or something, because like even if like after everything she said, well, I do this because of that, it's like no, 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 no. You have to be like, you know how back in the day they used to put like cocaine in your Coca-Cola. It's like there's something, there has to be some secret sauce that we don't know about, that she knows she has to guard it and not tell us, or else it's gonna,
Mm.
like, it's gonna crumble our whole image of her. But no, she is absolutely absolutely amazing, and a great moderator. And that's kind of why I don't want her to be a moderator on my channel, because it's like I know how hard she works, and I don't want to put that kind of pressure on her. And I really want her to be able to just come here and just talk and be herself, and not have to worry about, oh, I have to add this, I have to do that, no, 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 so it's like,
Well, I
give.
think
Yeah, go ahead, Trust.
I think Gail Lockett really likes what she do. She's like the number one supporter of all upcoming YouTube creators, and
Oh, for sure.
uh,
Well, yeah, she has to love this, because I
yeah,
know, like, how many people are out there paying her for this. You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying too, to community solutions. At some point, Gail isn't making millions of dollars doing this. Yet look at how much time and effort she's putting into doing it. You know what
oh
I
yeah,
mean? And
she
Yeah.
helped
it's
Lee's
and
attorney out a lot.
exactly, and it's and you kind of have to look at your YouTube channel like that to some degree as well. It's that you do it because you love the joy and of doing your YouTube, of promoting it. You see something, it's really, you see something in yourself that you can offer the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hmm.
And sort of what I told to before the billions. Look, I'm not the world's greatest editor. I'm not the world's greatest this, the world's greatest that. But hey, if all I can do for you is be on your panel and talk, 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 then okay, I'm gonna go on your panel and talk, talk, talk. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like at one point, it was like me and Gail were like fighting for number one commentator on his channel. But hey, look, and I wasn't, I'm not getting paid for it. Gail isn't getting paid for it. And yes, before the billions will be, shouting out and say, hey, thank you. But you know what I mean? You're doing it because that's what we want to do, and we enjoy doing it. Oh, we
Well, I'm
have another,
sorry.
yeah, we have another guest that just popped up here. It's
Uh-oh.
it's it's my competition, my voice competition that just popped up here, and will allow I'll give, I wasn't able to prepare a wonderful little mini intro as I was for her, for you guys. So I'll give it to her now, because I know she's listening. So she is the one and only bombed babe that counts. She is the greatest London export in the world. Please welcome the world's sexiest accent in the universe, our one and only Melissa Jane. Yeah,
Oh,
Hey, lady.
and the crowd
yay!
goes
Wonderful.
Lily,
Wow,
yeah,
bro.
that's the other thing I have to work on, is getting the sound effects for, and have the applause and everything. How are you, Melissa Jane?
wow.
Thank you for being here.
What a fantastic introduction. Thank you so much. She stole my thunder. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. I wish you could have been here. I could replay it, but I don't want to abuse the patience of my audience. But I created these two or three little short video intros for my guest panels. And
Woo!
yeah, ooh, and if I had known you would have come up, I would have been like, hey, let me make one for you, and it would have been much more eloquent. But hey, you are the bond babe that counts. You are the best British export, and of course, you do have the sexiest accent in the world. It
Next
is
to
true.
you.
No, 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 no. The number one. You blow me out of the water with your accent. You know it. Come on, don't be humble.
Give us some English.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's
Well, who's on the panel? Who's here? Nice to be beside you. But who's here?
we have the one and only Care Bear trash can waves. And of course, we have Miss America herself, Community Solutions.
Oh, awesome! I love that picture, Community Solutions. I don't think I've
Oh,
seen that
thank
one
you.
before.
Oh, okay, yes. This one's a little old. I need to update, but the newest ones I've been using, so I'm not catfishing. Yeah.
And then
It's
trash
just that
can
this is
waves.
what's in my laptop.
Okay. And trash can waves. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful, madam.
Wow,
How
nice
about
to.
yourself?
I'm doing good. Nice to be beside you both. I just got back from a concert with Melissa Morgan
Mm.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Marvin Dixon, comedian. So it was a night out. It was good, good date night.
Good old
Mhm.
time.
Sounds like
Yeah,
a good time.
yeah, it was good. It was good, especially
And
especially since the tickets were free.
free is a good price.
free,
I can,
free is
I can,
good.
Mhm.
I can pay that price many times over. I have no problem with that price. And before we continue, if either one of these two, Melissa, tries to convince you that they're over 25, call them out on their lie, okay? They've been trying to lie about their age the entire night. You now know they're neither one of them is over 25, okay? So,
Yeah, neither am I.
of course. I know I'm the oldest one at 27, so it's okay.
I'm 18.
Big shout out to Before the Billions and Gail Luckett and
Yeah.
Wally and whoever else is in the chats. It's just nice to be here. What are you guys talking about? I think I saw big blind guy, his wife a little bit earlier. Is that right?
Yes,
Mhm.
that's correct. That's correct. Well, the officially the YouTube video is about the Netflix series Squid Game. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it?
I've heard of it. I haven't
Hmm.
had time to look at it, to be honest with you. But
Hmm.
I guess if you want to give us a quick 90-second summary of what it is.
I will do my best, but there's a lot. But a very quick and dirty recap of the show is essentially uh, these 456 individuals. I guess you could say get tricked into playing these kids' games with a twist. The twist is that when you lose the game, you don't just go in the corner, don't get your candy. I'll use the euphemism of you get eliminated. And it's not a pretty elimination.
You
Oh,
get
Yes.
flatlined.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
exactly. And the goal and the reward is that the sole survivor ends up winning several millions of dollars, basically. And there's a whole backstory to it as well, and subplots and subplots and all that. But
Give her the three
yeah.
rules.
We have to let her. We have to give her just enough trash so that she actually wants to go watch the show. Come on, trash! You gotta be smart about it. You
You gotta
know.
bait her in. You gotta really bait her in with it.
Well,
No,
I'll
of
tell you.
course, of
I'll
course.
tell you though. I'll tell you this though. With all the different YouTubers that I want to support, and with the other things that I have going on, I don't think I have a lot of time to watch TV.
Excuse me.
9 episodes.
Have you not learned the trick of you put everything on tabs and mute and what is this, Melissa Jane? What kind of woman doesn't multitask? What is this? Oh, no, no,
You
I
know
kid,
what?
I kid.
I know, but there's so much really great content I really want to consume. People like, of course, Before the Billions and Anton. Anton is giving some really good information. I'm even considering joining his Patreon. Well, do you guys listen to Anton Daniels?
I
Not
personally
really.
don't.
Yeah, I do. I like him.
It's good, right? It's good information. So
Some information is pretty good, yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's to me anytime it's lifestyle, tips and suggestions, and so I always take it with a grain of salt. There's going to be some of it, yeah, that is good, and that you're going to
Hmm.
lose, and then some of it that at the very least you're going to ponder and think about it, and others, that yeah, this is either it's not going to work for me at all, or it's just something that okay, you know what, I completely disagree with, and it's just not something I listen to. But for me, oftentimes when it comes to YouTube, ironically, as much as I take it seriously, when I watch other people's content, for me, it's more often. I try to watch things that are more lighthearted and much more
Oh,
fun and much more
Hmm.
like that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'll watch a few, like the Anton Daniels kind of content, but I find that I think there was another YouTuber that was talking about it that he said that once he's listening to certain kinds of content while because he was a marketer and he was actually like drawing stuff. Like once he's listening to certain kinds of content, he would pick darker colors that it would literally affect how he was like drawing things. You know what I mean?
I
And
saw
like
that. I heard
yeah,
that.
I forgot who had said it, but for me, I find that it was affecting me in that same kind of way that I was like internalizing that kind of energy. I'm like, oh wait,
Okay.
this is not good for me. So that's why as much as I'm glad that he helps you and that you're enjoying it, I'm like, yeah, for me, I find it's too aggressive. Maybe I'm too Canadian.
Uh,
I don't know.
you,
Maybe.
you know what? I think it's different folks for different folk, different
Yeah,
strokes for different folks. So that's
exactly.
something that I might connect with, you might not connect with. So for me, I like to hear his and then it all depends on what particular show you're referring to, because I know that he does. He's on the Lapeef show. He does his after hours show. He does his morning. So what I'm particularly specifically talking about is his morning shows, briefings, as you will, business, where he's talking about different types of business and information, motivation. That's the kind of stuff that I like. I don't particularly like, and it makes me feel a little bit nervous, not nervous, but a little bit on edge when I'm hearing them. Usually at nighttime, probably on the Live Peep show, when they're all arguing, supposed to be discussing, arguing. Sounds
Mm,
like arguing to me. I'm not really too much into that. I'd rather the more mellow conversations like you guys have with you and the before the billions and so forth. I like that kind of laid back, just chilling out, talking. But for
yeah,
business and stuff like that, I do like Anton Daniels for
there you
that.
go. And
Yeah,
and
I like them for that too.
that's
Right.
Um,
it.
but I
Ex-
do I don't like excess. Like I don't
Mm-hmm.
like I've
Mm,
always had an aversion to like very flashy lifestyles.
mm-hmm.
But
mm,
overall I do like him. I'd have to say 80% of his content I like.
Mm-hmm.
But you just want to be careful with that, especially when you're trying to influence younger people.
Mm.
You want to just, uh,
like-
be
yeah,
careful.
exactly. And speaking of before the billions, we do have him in the backstage. I'll bring him forward,
Break
and
'em up.
I will permit myself to show this because Melissa Jane did not have the opportunity to see this. So I will show one of the clips, one of the little intros that I did. So I'll permit myself that 20-30 seconds. So I'll bring up Mr. The Billions and I will show the little intro that I did.
Let me switch this up. Took there too long, so come back home. Nah, I don't like this.
Gangster.
There you go. You see, so and I
I'm
was like,
jealous now. I'm jealous.
you did, but you see, if you had told me, I could have made something for. But you know what? Since okay, you know what? I will do something for you another time, and the next time I do a live, you're gonna come on and you're gonna have your own intro and everything. Thank
Well
you for,
done.
yeah,
Well done.
thank you for being back here before the billions. How are you?
Doing well. How are
Salute
you
to the
guys
before
doing?
the billion.
Yeah,
I'm
the
good.
bougie. The bougie billionaire is his new title. We're going with that now. I don't care what your poll says, billionaire. You're the bougie billionaire.
Bougie Billionaire was in the lead for a little while, and
Yeah.
then now it's kind of losing its rank.
Yeah. Like I said, the poll can, the poll can say whatever. You're the bougie billionaire. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Right.
So I know you had to just step out of the chat for a bit, but we were talking about anything and everything. I don't know if you had a chance to see some of the conversation, if there was something that you wanted to talk about, or maybe ask Melissa while she's here, and you wanted to maybe hear it in her sexy accent.
Right. So you were saying you were talking about yesterday's live stream with Mrs. B Finesse actually, and
Mhm.
you were talking about XDMC. When he was saying that he can't be around too much controversy and stuff like that because it affects his coloring.
Mm.
So and actually I just spoke to XDMC earlier today. It's his daughter's birthday.
Mm.
Shout out to
Happy
XDMC and
birthday.
his daughter. And he was out there with homecoming for his daughters and stuff. So I wanted to give him a shout out. He also was working on my new intro that I'm gonna be putting up.
Oh, excellent. Good stuff.
Yeah, XDMC. Also, my guy, his wife, the life. Thank you so much for joining on. And I wanted to come on a little earlier, but I was driving at the moment, so I couldn't join on until just this second.
Of course, of course. No worries. Like I said to everybody, as long as you're participating in whatever way you can to support either me or other people, for me, I'm happy. Even if I know you're just have it on a tab on mute, I'm good. I'm happy with that. And people are saying, "How long is this chat for?" God willing, 12 hours. Okay, no.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look.
Right. And then Mrs. B Finesse actually broke the record.
We'll give it to her just because it's technically 2 6-hour streams, but we'll let her have it. We'll let her have it.
Yeah, I said, and then I had to add on the extra 10 minutes that I was in the back talking with her, thinking that we were on live.
There you go.
And also, before the billions, can I ask you who's leading in your chat right now? As
Right.
far as with Gail Lockett and She Stole My Thunder and somebody else, I don't know.
Right. So the order as it goes is going to be Gail Lockett. Then it's going to be Trash Can Waves.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Yeah.
Trash Can Waves, and then it's She Stole My Thunder.
Well, yeah, I also trash. Don't be too. I haven't gone on his chat and talked in a while.
Excuses.
That's it.
Yeah, I haven't really had a live stream in like 3 days though, because
On top of that, yeah.
I've been on other people's live streams, supporting, and then I've had a lot of people emailing me, talking about doing collaborations. So yeah, I'm gonna be busy with that. I'm thinking about just putting a calendar up on my website.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
So I got something coming up with Uncle Stu.
Ooh.
And Real Talk with Melissa Varian, and I have one with Destination Dad as well. So I have one. This is one collaboration, right?
Yeah.
And I have those other ones, and then I actually have another one tomorrow with another guy. I believe his name is Moses, and I got to figure out what the topic is going to be about. But he reached out to me on Instagram, do be a part of his podcast.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Melissa Jane? Do you have any upcoming projects that you want to share with us, or you just bring in your Bond babeness to the world wherever you can offer it?
So at the moment, I'm busy. I'm busy going to be editing clips out of the streams that I've done. So, some of the shows that I've done talks about some tech tips, and so I'm just clipping them out so that they're a standalone video, so that you can just go specifically to whatever you need instead of having to try to scroll through a long stream. So that's what I'm working on right now. But
Excellent.
yeah, it's a matter of time before I start to really get into the collabs, the intentional collabs. But there's a lot of good stuff going on, and I like to watch. I'm still in that phase where I'm kind of observing and really kind of trying to narrow down what my shows are going to be about. I'm still quite I'm not sure, because I definitely want to keep the conversations going, like the conversation that we had when Before the Billions was on,
Mhm.
and the intentional was it the intentional millionaire, and somebody on this panel as well. Was it community solutions? Yeah. So we're gonna do a little bit more of that.
That's
But
good. Good.
definitely need to have topics going. I need to follow the Before the Billions and have topics.
I just throw stuff up there. I got another one coming on because they dared me to sing again, and
Ah.
so they dared me to sing "End of the Road" by
Voice to
Boys to
Men.
Men. And I actually heard it earlier today. I was like, what a coincidence that they would play this
Yeah.
knowing I have to sing it, unfortunately, right? But yeah, you guys saw my singing earlier in that intro.
Yes.
And yeah, so I have to sing that on my next live stream because First Gen Corporate won the run the giveaway. And I cannot sing it. I tried to practice a little bit, but it sounds horrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but the next live stream is gonna be about it's gonna be related. It's gonna be like, what do you do at the end of the road or as you approach the end of the road? So yeah, but it's gonna be related to the tech industry. I'm gonna try and tie it in, but also make it relatable. Like, what do you do when you reach the end of the road of your contract? Um,
Ah.
so I'm gonna be trying to bring that in, and I'm thinking about making a playlist of like R&B influenced tech industry, yeah, something like that. Like try and make it like that because I did two live streams related to R&B music, but we'll see. It might be something somebody might be interested in.
Computer love.
Computer love, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I got to
But
sing that
That's
one
a good
too, but
one.
that
That's
one
a
got
good
the
but
one.
voice, the
you
voice
know.
changer. I got a
Okay.
voice
But
changer on this, but it sounds weird.
Use
go
Uh,
ahead
it.
with the
but
go ahead with the voice changer. We want to hear it.
oh
Yes.
no, it sounds terrible. I mean, I play it.
Try a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Oh wow! Whole screen. Use it for whole screen.
But you know that's the kind of thing. Well, we'll address the question that Mr. Awesome has, but
Let's hear
to,
more. Let's hear more.
yeah,
Yes.
What does this one sound like?
Oh wow!
Love it.
I need it.
I
Well,
know.
I got one that I can.
Oh,
Sound like you're on the ventilator.
Listen, Before the Billions. Before the Billions. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that.
yeah,
Honestly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I will
I got
be
I got
using
a
that
whole.
all the time.
I got the Kevin Samuels, the slapping sounds. It's not the same, but it's similar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got
exactly.
it. I'm about to put up. I'm about to make the what you call it, the Professor Black Ops facts sound effect. I'm
Oh,
about to
thanks.
put that on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so
No, that's the thing there for me. And, we were talking about that earlier with community solutions. There's lots of little things that, like, she would want to do to improve on her channel. And for me, that kind of thing that you're doing with the sound effects, the nice microphone, the polls, the contests, that's like, I'm like, I want to add those things. So it's like, as much as, community solutions look at me like, hey, you have things that I want, I'm looking at you like there's things that I want that I'm seeing that, oh my God, I can improve and I could do better with. And like, okay, but where do I go? What do I do? Na, 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 na. And, it's like this whole things of like, how do you get all, because you see these other YouTubers that seem to have everything going for them. But we had mentioned that, look, all these YouTubers started. When you look back at their first video, they had none of that stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like they didn't have the special effects. They didn't have it. It's like you just sometimes you just have to start, you know.
Yeah, take it a
Right.
step at a time. You don't have to do it all
Exactly,
at once.
exactly,
Right.
exactly.
And then I see Mr. Awesome asking what's the drama.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I don't
Come
know if
on.
you want that on your channel though.
Come on,
You
spill
want
the
to tell
tea.
you.
Spill me. You have a British woman here, and Canada was a British colony. Spill the tea.
Oh
Spill
yeah,
the
I
tea.
forget.
Spilling the tea. Okay. Um,
What do you mean by what's the drama? Is
So
he asking what's the topic?
no, there was some drama earlier today.
Oh,
It's been going on for a while, and it kind of just bubbled up today. Um, so I'll give a disclaimer that not only is this not financial advice, this is not legal advice, right? This is just, and this is also not me, talking bad about anybody. This is just, me giving the details as to what happened. So, Kareen saw everything, right? So, but pretty much, there has been some controversy between Anton Daniels and this other YouTuber. His name is Daryl Long. They've been going back and forth for a while. Daryl Long actually really enjoyed the Peep Network back in the day, but then I guess he Anton made a statement about doing something right about kicking a certain group of people in their chest, and like I didn't actually see that, but he keeps referencing it and saying that that's what he did. He said pretty much Anton was saying kicking black women in their chest or something like that. There's no context, right? But that's pretty much what Daryl keeps bringing up, and he doesn't really rock with him after that. But then eBlack TV, he's also in this controversy as well. So it's two different controversies coming up today. But Daryl Long also has issues with eBlack TV because he was talking bad about him in his email and in his Instagram, sending him messages saying how calling him a simp and stuff like that. And then when eBlack confronted him about it 2 months later, then he's like, okay, well, why did you say this about me in my email, in my Instagram? He's like, oh, I was just being petty. I thought it was just jokes. But that was a bad first impression, and then E-Black didn't like him ever since then. But E-Black and E-Black, Daryl Long, King, um, controversies with King, conversations with King. Uh, if you guys don't know who King was the one who used to be on the Peep Network, but he was kicked off for talking about Anton's wife. And then Daryl Long and King and E Black were all on the show together. And now they are all kind of infighting at the moment because Daryl Long and E Black aren't getting along with each other. And then E Black made a statement that it was a sexual statement about Asian women, and the joke landed flat, and then they asked E Black to apologize for it. E Black put up an apology video of Daryl Long saying that he doesn't like Black Lives Matter anymore. He talking about his child. It's a bad video, right? He took it down since then, but um, the video of Daryl Long was not favorable. It's a terrible video of him, um, and there's no context either as to what he was saying. So they had a live stream. Anton Daniels finally tried to squash his beef with Daryl Long, and now they're good. Brother Clarence was on that live stream together with them, and he was moderating. So Brother Clarence knows what's going on too. Shout out to Brother Clarence. And now they're pretty much trying to squash the beef between them. So that's pretty much it. But it just seems like they just really don't like each other at the end of the day. So yeah, that's pretty much the cliff notes of it. It's a lot more, obviously because there's more people involved, such as like B9, um, and a whole bunch of other people. But yeah, that's pretty much what's going on between the Peef Network, Anton Daniels, Daryl Long, and E Black TV.
Before the billions, could you elaborate on the Asian joke? I want to know how offended I should be.
Actually, before you do that, I'm gonna take my leave.
All right.
I'm sorry about that.
Have a good night, everyone, and I'll
Thank you,
see you
Melissa,
again
for being
very
here.
soon. All
Okay,
right?
Miss Melissa, you have an open invitation to Community Solutions. I'll let you know when I'll be doing my grand opening where I bring everybody on with the question of what they think they can do to improve the community or what solutions need to be looked at for their community.
Beautiful. Okay.
Okay.
Good
Thank
night.
you,
Thank you so
Melissa,
much,
for
Melissa Jane.
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm sorry. I feel like I scared her off after that.
Oh my
She's a
god.
fan.
I know.
I like
Don't
now. I feel
worry.
like no, maybe I shouldn't have gone into this
No, no,
into
don't
it.
worry. She is technically 6 hours ahead, so it is technically 6 a.m. in. No, she's not. She's not in London.
She lives in Florida.
Florida. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what am I talking about here? Um, you know,
You didn't scare her off. She
She's
had
still,
date night earlier with her husband. Because
Oh,
she and I collaborated, and she was telling me that she was like,
nah,
I'm surprised
make
she
her
came up.
feel bad.
No,
Make her
no,
come
no,
feel
on,
no.
bad.
She was
Cash.
tired. I'm surprised she came up because they went out.
Yeah.
So, mhm.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is. So if she's in Florida, it's a little bit after midnight, and if she has had a long day, I don't blame her. It's okay.
Just
But
to
yeah,
feel before the billions in. She just gave a whole spiel of how she really liked that time before you came on.
well, you
And
know
exactly.
she's a
what?
supporter of the show.
I still support Anton. You know what I mean? But like it like we live stream all the time, right?
Hmm.
And obviously, there's going to be some things that you're going to say that are not going to be favorable, not going to be PC. And
Hmm.
that's actually that was one of my fears going into YouTube because I'm like, oh, please don't let me say anything that people don't agree with, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or something, something off, or like I tell a joke and then the joke lands flat, but then it's offensive to somebody, and then now they want to sue. So that was actually one of my biggest reasons not to start YouTube when I was first trying to start the podcast. But then I realized, like, hey, you know what? Let me just try it. And I already have the public speaking skills, so why not? Went
Exactly.
ahead and did it, and then I love it. So, but yeah,
Yeah, you do
yeah,
have to be real careful what you say nowadays.
yeah, you
You
do,
know,
yeah,
yeah, because it's hard for me. I'm of the Dave Chappelle generation, and we just that's what made comedy funny was making fun of everybody. You can't do that now. Mm-mm.
yeah.
I
That's
think
why I
it's
try to stick to the educational content. I'm like, you can't
Yeah.
get me on there because I'm just teaching you stuff, right?
Hmm.
I don't like
what
arguments and nothing like that because I don't want nobody coming up with me.
what's our
Exactly.
opinion on that? Because I think comedy, when it comes to comedy, it should be free to say whatever you want to say. It's up to the audience whether
Within,
they wish to receive it or not.
yeah, within reason, right? I say like comedy. Yeah, you can say a good majority of things. You can say offensive stuff, and I'm cool with that. But as long as you're not doing some GC type of thing, getting up on stage or you doing the what's the guy who was from oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of it. It was a white comedian, and he just got up on stage and he was just saying the N word over and over and over
Oh,
again.
I know who you're talking about.
I can't think of his name at the moment, but he's
Is
from
it
that
the
show, Seinfeld. He's from Seinfeld.
Oh yeah,
Kramer.
yeah, yeah.
did he
Kramer.
do the
Yeah.
Yeah, Kramer. Yeah, he went
okay?
crazy on stage, just saying the N word over and over again. I was just like, okay, they ain't even a joke.
Well,
It's
that's the
just you
point. It,
saying it.
But the
it
audience
wasn't
can
a joke though. That's the point. He got mad and went off on somebody. But
Yeah,
it's I'm more with trash can where yeah, you should be able to joke about anything and everything, but like you said, you need to make sure and make it clear that it is a joke, and that you're not joking about a particular person either. Like, what's that comedian there, the one that was in Bill and Ted? He did do a couple jokes of um, bad adult activity, let's put it that way,
Mhm.
but everybody in the audience laughed. When I first heard that he did this kind of joke, I'm like, whoa, how can people be laughing about this? I watched the video and I laughed because he made it about cartoon characters. So once it's not about actual individuals, and once you understood what those jokes were actually about, you could sit back and laugh, even though it was about a very a difficult topic that you could easily offend somebody because of how he presented it, because it wasn't about a particular person, and he wasn't making it the victim's fault or making it about how can I hurt these people more, and rather was going after the perpetrators. People were willing to laugh about it. So but that's not a talent that a lot of people have. you know
Mm-hmm.
People will say, yeah, you can laugh about it, but won't know how to say the joke in such a way that it won't be offensive, even if it's about a taboo topic. People want to say, yeah, you can laugh, but without, no, you need to, there's a certain talent to
Mm-hmm.
laughing about taboo topics that it's a rare gift that you have to really take time to develop, and it's very rare to find comedians. That's why, ironically, to some degree, you're right. Before the billions, most people really shouldn't be talking about the certain topics. Most people just stick to laughing about a show that you saw on TV or something, and that's fine. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Piggyback
Right.
off of what she stole my thunder is saying.
Hmm.
At the point when you're so worried about making accepted material when it's regarding comedy, you're no longer really funny at that point when you're really
Mm-hmm.
concerned about people's feelings like that, and
Yeah.
not just give me your pure comedy how it's supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Mhm. And then
Because
the thing is
yeah,
that
go ahead.
a lot of people steal a lot of jokes.
Mm.
It's like how we saw with when Lead Attorney was thinking that Mike Epps was talking about that's 5 to 10, and everybody
Hell
knew
yeah.
that was Dave Chappelle. But then Lead Attorney was like, wait a second, no, I seen him tell that joke, and like, no, they just steal. Even maybe
He a
Dave Chappelle
thief.
saw that joke too, but still,
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? You never know who makes these jokes. Sometimes people have writers.
Yeah, ghostwriters. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
people have writers for these jokes. Like Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart really, to me, he was hilarious when I was in middle school and high school. Really high school, I'm sorry. He was hilarious back then, but now, his comedy is just kind of like, I can't really laugh at it. Like it's been a while since I've been able to laugh at a comedian's jokes.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they have to be so careful now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like when I used to watch like Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor or somebody,
Mm-hmm.
Red Fox. I used to watch of course Dave Chappelle, Cat Williams. Cat Williams used to have me crying laughing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Cat's funny.
Man.
Man. And but it, he done got beat up by them kids, and ever since then he hadn't made anything funny. You know.
No, he's been having issues that we don't see in regards to, like, he pissed the wrong people off and they made
Exactly.
life hard for him, like the Squid Game.
Oh yeah. Like the
Exactly.
Squid Game, right? They were
Yeah.
like,
That's
you can take all this money, but you're gonna get eliminated anyway.
exactly. We're
Hmm.
gonna have to make that the hashtag. Hashtag Squid Game life. My goodness.
Look how I come back around though.
You
Hmm.
know.
Mhm. Yeah, but then he was also talking about he had been arrested so many times, but he had never been convicted of anything.
Hmm.
Talking about Cat Williams, and it was just I'm like, yeah, that's a hard life
Yeah.
for when you finally get on, you finally get famous, you finally get the pimping, and then Now they done took him out the game.
Hmm.
Hmm. Now, he's not an actual pimp or anything. He just plays one on the Boondocks, and
Yeah, he's extremely intelligent. Cat Williams is very intelligent.
he is very much so. And then Wally says, "Has anyone even listened to a funny comedy movie?" Uh, yeah, there's some comedy movies that are genuinely hilarious.
Dark humor.
Like when I first watched on Friday, I was like dying laughing, but now I don't necessarily laugh at it. It's just more so like I've seen it so many times, I just enjoy the movie. But Trash Can Waves, what's your favorite comedy movie?
My favorite comedy movie. That's a hard one. I like Dave Chappelle when he's in. He does little clips in movie like he was in Blue Street at one time,
Mhm.
and that whole little thing where him and Martin Lawrence was talking about martial arts and how he would kill a person and he just put his hand up there and come back. That
I
had
love
me
Blue
dying.
Street. Blue Street is a good movie.
That had me dying.
And
But
then
then,
you good.
but then it gets kind of repetitive. Like Martin Lawrence used to be funny, but you only can play a woman so many times before it's played out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's my personal pet peeve in a lot of black comedies is the guys like Eddie Murphy does that a lot or did that a lot where he plays a woman. Tyler Perry does that a lot, right? Like it seems to be the common joke for a lot of black comedians to just come up in movies and play a woman. Like I don't know. I never understood that. Like where's that like need to like be a woman and make that like that's the joke, like I don't know.
They
It's
put
crazy.
they put a wig on fucking Bing Rames in
Oh
a movie
yeah.
that
Uh,
was
uh,
the most ugliest woman ever.
oh my gosh. What was the name of the movie again? Oh my gosh. It
Holiday
had the
Heart.
Holiday Heart, yeah.
Okay,
And
yeah,
his name
yeah.
was Holiday.
Oh
Oh my
my
gosh.
Hey,
And
goodness.
that bike probably
very good
flew
movie.
over.
Hmm.
That bike at the end. But that was a sad movie though when you really think about it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It's a sad movie, but it was just like they played it well. And then what's crazy is that Holiday Heart, I think wasn't that around the same time he played Baby Boy when he was playing the Baby Boy as the
uh,
stepdad? Well, not
I think it
stepdad,
I'm
was
but
not
pretty
the
sure.
uncle.
close.
Huh?
I want to say it was pretty close.
Yeah, and I'm like, how you gonna go from playing Holiday to playing Ving Rhames and Baby Boy, and
Man,
because you can see it's a complete opposite of
Hmm.
each other. Those two characters.
Exactly.
and then at a certain point, you kind of get typecast too. Once you do a role like that, they want you to study play. Like Bing Rames, we all know him. He's the fresh out of prison guy, or he plays and he's been in prison or something about prison. But we don't really recognize the movies that he did, like Rosewood. That was an incredible movie, and that had
Hmm.
me hyped with the whole gun scene and him pulling himself off the rope and everything. That really had me hyped. But he didn't really get another chance to do movies like that after he started with Baby Boy and Holiday Heart type deal.
Yeah,
He kind of got stuck
but
in
he
his
did
role.
Kojak or some. What did he do? Some TV shows though? Bing Rames.
I don't know.
Oh, Vin Diesel also got typecast. He even said that that's what happened to him was that he got typecast and like he was too muscular, so he couldn't
Yeah.
play a lot of roles because of that. So that's why you see so many Fast and Furious movies
Hmm.
and
Pretty
Bloodshot,
much, yeah.
like stuff like that. But he
But I
couldn't. Good.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was like he couldn't really play any. Like imagine watching a serious Vin Diesel movie. How you gonna be sitting here like, man, isn't that where his family at?
Yeah,
That's where he gets
exactly.
all his powers, his superpowers are from his family.
I
Right.
think there's Reddit posts about that, where it's just a series of memes about him and his family, my family, my family. It's absolutely no, but it's the same thing with Sylvester Stallone as well, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't think there's some people, once you're a relatively tall, muscular man in Hollywood, the only roles you'll ever really get are going to be in action movies or superhero movies. You're really not going to get a whole lot. You might get lucky enough to get some comedy where, like, I don't know if you guys saw Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like he's still playing this big tough
Tough
guy,
man.
but it's like you know, oh, we'll put him as taking care of these 5-year-olds, where it's like, okay, he has to come out of that typical role, but it's played more against type, but more out of comedy, you know what I mean? But most of the time I could not see, Arnold Schwarzenegger playing like in a rom-com movie or a straight comedy. I just can't see him. He's like, he has to be the guy chasing after the aliens and saving the world kind of person, you know?
Right.
Well,
I'm
you
Well,
know,
trying.
he had a movie where he played where his daughter was turning into a zombie. That was
Oh
kind of a
yeah.
serious role.
oh
It
yeah, I
was,
like that one.
yeah.
Yeah,
What was it? I think it was called Maggie or
I believe
Margie.
so. Maggie or
Yeah.
something like that.
But
Hmm.
that's the thing, is that it's one of those rare movies though too. You know what I mean? It's not sort of like with Jim Carrey too, where he ended up being typecast as the funny guy in the movies, right? But a
Hmm.
lot of his early roles were serious movies. But when he tries to do something out of character, like the movie 23 or the Cable
Yeah.
Guy, he gets it gets completely destroyed, even though he was really good in those movies. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it's just people, when they see certain actors, have a certain expectation. I'm guilty of that with what's his name, the actor that plays Agent Smith in the Matrix. Every time I see him in a movie, even though I know he's a good actor,
That's
he
Agent
does
Smith.
he's Agent Smith. I can't. Yeah, like, run, get out of there. Like, oh wait, that's wrong. Like, I have to. But and it's, again, it's, I know it's not his fault. I know when he did Lord of the Rings, he was really good in that movie. Excuse me, in that movie, but I just could not detach him from the Matrix.
Well,
To me, he was Agent Smith, no matter what. You know.
well,
Yeah, go
two
ahead.
well, some of the most versatile actors that can't get typecast, that bounce back and forth from serious roles to action to romance, are to me Leonardo DiCaprio and Will Smith.
Oh,
Hmm.
Those
Michael,
two people can bounce back from whatever.
but Michael B. Jordan and
Them
Jamie
two.
Foxx
Yeah,
can do that. And also, you even have Denzel Washington does that.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Denzel. He's the goat.
Hmm.
Exactly, right? So,
Mhm.
a lot of these people can kind of go because say Jamie Foxx and Michael B. Jordan too, is because they both played in Just Mercy, where that was an extremely serious movie. It was a very good movie too. But they also play in Marvel movies too. So the action and you have like the action, you have the serious roles, you have the comedy, right? Because Jamie Foxx is a comedian. He plays like the singer in a lot of things too. So they're kind of versatile, and then they have stuff outside of just acting. At least Jamie Foxx does too. He has like
Exactly.
singing. He had to come up with an album forever, but uh, he came up with "Blame It on Alcohol," and I was like, okay, cool. you know, right? And then like you can play like even like his older music, like my mom always has this joke like DJ don't play it. DJ gonna play it's a love song, and I'm gonna make it do what it do. Right? He got a
Oh
lot of he
yeah.
got a lot of hits. Outside of
Now
just
with
acting.
Jamie,
Mhm.
no, I'm about to say with Jamie Foxx, when he do comedy, it's great. But when he steps outside of that comedy spectrum and he plays like Miami Vice or he plays the shoot 'em up movie in Netflix. He's really, really good at it. He's really talented. He's like it's like an unknown type of real good talent that he could do anything.
You know what movie I love Jamie Foxx in is Collateral with Tom Cruise.
Facts.
I
Oh
thought that
yeah.
movie was the bomb. When that body came flying out of that window.
Oh man,
I didn't watch that movie yet.
It's a good one.
check
Yeah, I
that
Oh
think
one out.
man,
it's
it's good.
yeah, it's on Netflix. If I remember correctly.
I gotta watch it.
Yeah, but
And I see.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I see Kareen asking, "Do you guys watch Insecure?" But you can go ahead. She's done with
I
that.
love Insecure.
Yeah, yeah, I haven't seen Insecure, but yeah, I was gonna
Haven't
say
seen
that.
it.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of the guys that you guys mentioned that are versatile are also the kind of guy they're not they have a certain physical build as well. They don't I don't know their height and weight, but they don't feel like a kind of person like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like if I met Arnold Schwarzenegger, I would be physically intimidated by them, while as the others, like you can tell that they have a muscular build to them. They're not skinny, but they don't feel intimidated. But they have that kind of physical structure where if you wanted them to do an action movie, you would believe that they're in an action movie, in an action star. But if you had them in a rom com or a suspense movie, they're slim enough where, okay, they just don't work out for 6 months or whatever. They lose some of that muscle mass. They would be believable in those kinds of movies. You know what I mean?
I gotta
So
push
part of
back on that.
okay, go for it, trash.
I got to because
Come
it's
on.
these actors that can bounce back from different roles. Like Christian Bale, he's Batman, muscular build and everything, but then he can play a role where he lose a ton of weight and he's skin and bones. And
They're
he
like 50
plays
Cent.
in the 50 Cent, and they do these things to their bodies, and they even that girl in Monster, that was the ugliest woman I ever seen in my life. But in reality, she's a really cute woman when she's all together. But
Yeah,
she
yeah, yeah.
really went to that role and really made herself
Yo,
look like that.
it's just
Yeah.
like Halle Berry in some movie. Like if Halle Berry ain't trying to fight for her child in the movie, then the movie trash. Right? Because that's always like her thing, right? Is that
Facts.
like she always try to fight for her child or for somebody's child or something like that. When she did like the 911 operator
Yeah,
movie,
yeah.
Man.
and
Oh,
I just
Where's community solutions?
yeah. I don't know. Maybe sometimes I know
okay.
sometimes her internet gets a little bit wonky on her, so I'll
Do it
give her
before the
30.
billions again.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but what did you say this time? The controversy. The controversy.
Right, I was sitting here like, oh my god, because you can tell Mr. J's face was like, as soon as I started talking about some drama.
Yeah, no, that's it. I'm gonna make a clip with the news of you. Oh my God,
He's
before
back.
the billions. Yeah. That's why I thought she's just an internet connection. I'm gonna clip that and make it a whole controversy. Oh my God, but on my stream before the billions scared away two of my guests. Oh my gosh. No, look, you're not that there's a certain amount of marks that every quote unquote good YouTuber goes through. Have you had a struggle stream like everything seems to go wrong? So that you seem to have gone through. Okay, no problems. You bounce back from that. The other is the controversy. Even some of the biggest streamers that I love and adore and find absolutely hilarious, they have gone through that as well, where they said something or did something, and it's, oh my God, I can't believe this person said this and that. Sort of like what we said earlier, where if you say hi in the wrong way, somebody will get mad at you and want to sue you. And oh my God, we're taking the before the millions to court because he didn't say hi to me or whatever the case might be. But hey, look, if you're not going through that before the billions, I don't know what's going to go happening with your career here. You might need to go through that now. That way, you can move on to other things.
What the
Yeah,
hell is wrong with Mr. Awesome?
what
He's
happened?
talking about Jamie Foxx deserves more clout over Will Smith. What is his problem? Will
Mr.
Smith is way better than Jamie Foxx.
Wait a
Mr.
Jamie
second
Foxx
now.
good. Come on now.
Mr. Awesome, you're gonna have to come on to the panel and have this discussion because you're not hiding in the chat with this. Come on now, get on. Yeah,
I
you know
go
what?
movie for movie with you.
You know
Now,
I'm gonna.
now, I
Yeah.
will say though is that Will Smith is talented because he can rap and he can act. He can act better than well. I don't know, right? Because well, I think Will Smith has more as far as quantity, serious roles where he's actually sitting there acting like Pursuit of Happiness. He played Ali.
Seven
You know,
pounds.
a whole bunch of different a whole bunch of different roles that he's played. Jamie Foxx also played a lot of serious roles as well. Like he played the one where he was a pianist. And then there was another one he played Ray. And he actually Jamie Foxx was like, okay, I'm gonna actually pretend like not just pretend that I'm blind, but actually live my life like I'm blind so I can understand the role. I can actually get into it. But yeah, both of them are good. You know, Jamie Foxx, I would say that Jamie Foxx can sing better than Will Smith can rap. You know, I
I,
can say that.
Jamie Foxx got a while to go now. I mean, I give it to him. He did the thing. We played the homeless guy playing wherever that thing is, the
The
baritone or
piano.
whatever. No, not the blind guy, the homeless guy, where he
The
was
homeless
With
playing
guy
the
was good.
schizophrenia, that was a he
yeah.
was a classical pianist, but he had schizophrenia. I know which one you're
No,
talking
he
about.
had the doggone not the violin, but the tall one.
The bass.
Yeah, well the one you play with the
Cello.
string.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
He was playing that. With Robert De Niro. I
Yeah.
mean not Robert De Niro, Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
He was
that's based on a true story. Now you
Yeah.
know, Will Smith have the catalog or the range. Like you can go from movie to movie. It's a different movie. He's not typecast. Like he got drama like Pursuit of Happiness. Uh he got Hancock. He
yeah.
got I Am Legend. You know what I'm saying? He got the range in different areas. Jamie Foxx do too a little bit, but he had did comedy for so long within Living Color and the Jamie Foxx show. He had to just kind of be intentional and break out of that.
I had to say Jamie Foxx has never made me cry. Will Smith, time and time again, that
Well,
made me cry in movies.
Mr.
The
Mr.
reason
Awesome is going to respond to this, right, Mr. Awesome?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing
Hey,
well. Doing well.
All right. First of all, you being emotional has nothing to do with Jamie Foxx or Will Smith.
No, don't even go.
Oh,
Don't do me like that.
Let's not go there. All right. Now,
oh,
Jamie Foxx is a writer. He writes better than Will Smith raps. That's for sure. He can sing his hat off. It is ridiculous how many songs he's written and has composed and sing. He's a comedian. He's funnier than Will Smith. I'm pretty sure he dances better. I'm not even gonna go there because I haven't seen either of them dance. And he has better range in movies than Will Smith. He has the comedic part, but he can also get serious. What
Like what?
solidified that what solidified that for me was watching Django Unchained for the
Oh
first
yeah,
time. And
I love that
I
movie.
couldn't believe that this was Jamie Foxx. Like it blew me away. Right? I'm not saying Will Smith isn't good. Will Smith is deserves what he his accolades because he is that great. But Jamie Foxx is just as, if not better, and has more talent than him from what I've listed before. That's all I'm saying. Come on now.
He
You
gotta
don't sleep
pay
with him.
respect to his elders. Will Smith been doing this shit since the beginning. You say he's not a great singer. Will Smith came out the gate with songs getting jiggy with it. The whole soundtrack to Wild Wild West. Come on now. He's just stopped doing that because he moved on to something greater and he got other roles and stuff. But if he continued down that line, he still would have been better than Jamie Foxx in
I
those
mean,
Will,
he still be rapping though. Will Smith
yeah,
still rap.
okay, okay, okay. That's not okay. If we want to go down musician, Jamie Foxx takes it all the way. Like
Yeah.
it don't even compare to Will Smith because Will Smith can't sing like Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx did the hook for Gold Digger, and then you see him on the Tonight Show with a piano singing. His man, the vocalist in terms of vocalist, Jamie Foxx takes it, and in writing, right? Will Smith does his his backpack raps, the hip to the happy hop, it's cool,
Yeah.
the old man in the block, hitting the rhymes here and there. He got his son with the Icon and the Icon remix. He did that, it's cool.
Jamie Foxx actively pursued that though. Will Smith just did it and he stepped out. And then he birthed kids as this came in the game. And
Yeah,
his kids is talented. What
and I'm
Jamie Foxx
saying
done brought like that?
I'm saying Will Smith was never as talented as Jamie Foxx from when he first came out to now. He has not written anything that's on the level of Jamie Foxx's. So I'm saying Jamie Foxx is a better musician at period, right? And yeah, he's old. Will Smith is older, but let's not act like the student doesn't surpass the master.
No.
Will Smith needs to move aside. 'Cause
You said Django, you said Ray Charles, but what else? What else do you compare? I could go Pursuit of Happiness. I could go 7 Pounds. I could go
super
I Am
happy.
Legend. I could
I am
go
Legend.
there.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx could have done all of those. I'm not even surprised. And I haven't watched a lot of like movies. I've seen some of those movies you named for Will Smith, like I Am Legend and 7 Pounds Pursuit for Happiness and Concussion. But I would easily see Jamie Foxx in all of those roles. They're pretty interchangeable, but Will Smith is kind of like you guys were talking about typecast for those types of serious roles, and sometimes the one of the more lighthearted movies I've seen Will Smith in was in Hank. Was it Hank or
My hit.
what was it?
Hancock.
Hitch.
Hitch. I was about to
Yeah,
say that one too.
yeah.
Yeah, Hitch was a
So,
good movie.
but Jamie is like seriously funny. I mean, he's a comedian. Like he did stand up for real, for real.
Yeah,
He's out here in
his
these
brother was
streets.
hilarious.
So he holds exactly he holds his weight. Like it's funny because like whatever roles he's done, whether it's like a comedic movie or a serious movie, or even if he's singing, each of those individual fields he has like a separate life in those at a high level. Like if he sings, he put out high level songs. He's in the comedy movie. He's a great comedian, and so on and so forth. Will Smith is more of an actor. You can say Will Smith is an actor and maybe an artist because of his early hip hop songs. But Jamie Foxx is an actor, a comedian, a musician, a composer, a writer. All of these things aren't standalone. So like if both of them were to quit acting today, right? Or if we were to just both take away all their movie roles and their acting
I
and
miss
measure
Will
up
Smith
to,
more.
to who they are, Will Smith would be who? Who would Will Smith be? Right? He'd be I can't think of anything, maybe like an old school wave that came out during the 80s and 90s
Oh, hold up. Let's get deep
or
on this.
whatever year he was there.
Let's compare the talk show. Let's compare
Hold,
the TV shows. All
hold
right.
on a second. Hold on a second, Trash. I'll give you your moment. I just want to make sure that we all know that the number one Kareen is here. Kareen.
Hey guys, y'all are funny.
Hey, Kareem.
Hey,
Thank you for
what's
the
up?
applause machine.
Who had the
Um,
applause? Before the billions?
yeah, he gave the applause to Kareen.
All
Well
right,
deserved.
that's what's up.
What's
Exactly.
up,
So
Kareem? Kareem?
I'll
Hey
let
there, trash.
Trash Can finish his idea, and then the floor will be Kareen's.
I was just about to say, as far as shows go, we have The Fresh Prince of Bel Air, which was a classic, still doing reruns today. You up in the hospital, you watch The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Whatever the Jamie Foxx show, I don't even remember what the name of it was. That don't even compare to the levels we went through with Fresh Prince and Uncle Phil.
Oh my gosh, but hold on, trash can ways because I want to do this. Which intro theme song do you like more between Fresh Prince of Bel Air versus the Jamie Foxx show? Now, Jamie Foxx show he has a like the one of the best like jingles or the themes or whatever, because he can
That's
sing.
that's because
But
he's talented. It's called talent. He's
like
multifaceted.
I gotta admit though, because like culturally. Will Smith and Will Smith rapping his intro for Fresh Prince of Bel Air. That's like culturally like okay, you can play that at the party, and then people will know the song until it gets to the actual part that they don't know that's not on the intro. Like they actually play the real song. People don't even know the words.
See, that's the thing right there.
Right.
We can go line from line with the Fresh Prince of Bel Air theme song. Now, give me some bars from Jamie Foxx because I would have to think really hard.
Here I come, here I come, here I go.
There's nothing. There's
Yeah,
nothing
man,
there.
I love it. I love that intro.
That's because it's simple. It's
It
a simple
is
record.
though, but
Yeah, he's a simple actor, so
oh, do
No, no,
y'all
no, no,
remember
no.
y'all remember that car commercial with Braxton from the Jamie Foxx show?
Mm.
You remember that? No.
No.
I gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
I probably can't play it on here.
Yeah, exactly. Kareen, I know you probably came up to have something to say, so please take the moment to.
Well, just nothing much, but I'm not big into. I'm not as into all the movies as you guys are, but yeah, I disagree with Mr. Awesome on the Jamie Foxx
Thank
and
you.
Will Smith thing. It's like it's no comparison. Like Will Smith made an impact. Jamie Foxx did not. You know what I mean? Like
Will Smith came
everyone
out first.
knows the Fresh Prince. Like if you're home on a rainy day and you're chilling in both shows, you have the option to watch either. I'm gonna pick the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. There is no way I'm gonna pick the Jamie Foxx show over the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Like there's just no way.
Big facts. Jamie Foxx ain't been around long enough. He's gonna get there eventually, but he hasn't been around there long enough to really get that game in like that.
Now you said Will Smith made you cry a few times. Now when did you cry? Like, because I cried a few times too. So I'm trying to see if we cried
Now,
around the
I
same
am
time.
Legend when the dog had to die.
Right
That
there.
brought some shit out of you right there. 7 pounds when he fell in love with the chick and it ended up, but he was planning on sacrificing his life and giving all these body parts away, and for her to live, even though they fell in love with each other, he had to die in order to give her his heart. That was
Damn,
some
I
deep
didn't see
shit.
that one.
Seven
Okay.
Seven
pounds.
Pounds was a good movie. It was sad. Very sad.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just before you do ask your question, I just want to say thank you to Community Solutions Pro for being here tonight and for collabing on the panel. She did have to go. So thank you very much, Community, for being here. If ever you want to collab again, either on your channel or my channel, please let me know. Thank you again for being here tonight. Go ahead, Mr. Austin, with your question.
All right, let's start with this one for all, right? So out of all the movies we've seen, right, I always think that the marker of a great actor is making the viewers forget who they are, right? So name one Will Smith movie where you're watching and you forget that that's Will Smith. Because every
Super
movie I've
actor.
seen, I look at him, I'm like, oh, it's Will Smith, right? And then the movie goes on, I'm like, dang, Will Smith is a great actor. But I say Will Smith, right? The most recent Jamie Foxx movie I've seen was Django. And in that movie, I was constantly thinking like, yo, this is Jamie Foxx?
Django was damn good.
Yeah, Django was
that
good.
Jamie
That's a
Foxx?
one-hit wonder. Everybody get one.
It's
not
like
a
that
one-hit
chick
wonder.
that won the what's her name again? Sharita, the runner. Like she won one big race.
Oh,
Right? It's like
Right.
with Jamie Foxx too. It's like, okay, he did a couple of great shows, but when you look at the entire body of everything, it's not comparable. He did,
Fact.
a couple of good shows, but looking at the entire body of shows that Will Smith did, it's still not comparable.
I
No,
disagree. I think it's
when
it's it's
when you
just that
think
he
about
stepped
it,
on.
Mr. Awesome, because you haven't seen Baby Driver or
Baby
like
Driver.
yeah, Baby Driver was a newer movie because
Yeah,
he
I've
said
seen the
he only
trailer
seen Django. Django was
with the
so
white
long
kid,
ago.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's the one. That's the most recent one I've seen. Yeah,
okay, you saw Baby Driver.
I saw the. I think I saw the second one.
because he got a few more movies. He got, I think the most recent one is Project Power.
Yeah, I saw that
That's
one.
on Netflix. And then and also he had the new show, uh, my Stop Embarrassing Me, Dad Stop Embarrassing Me. I don't know if you heard of that one, but it's
No,
actually the new
no.
show he has out.
Yeah,
There's
I know
very
what the
few.
problem is. The problem is you guys grew up with Will Smith. That's all it is. Because
Bro,
he
what,
came out
Jamie Foxx
first.
too?
You're used to because you said I'm sorry. I, the young woman who we were just talking earlier. She said if she was to pick between Fresh Prince and the Jamie Foxx show, she'd pick the Fresh Prince because that's what she's seen before. So you've seen the show before. You've seen it first, and you just it's just like grandfathered into your memory.
Okay,
It's
No,
like
listen
I
here,
music.
grew up with
youngin,
it.
youngin. Listen here. With
It's the
age
same with
comes
music.
wisdom. Okay,
It's the
yes.
same with
Facts.
So
music.
I'm speaking from a point of wisdom here. Okay.
No, no,
Will Smith doesn't have much wisdom.
listen, listen,
No, I
listen.
do. That's what I'm saying. Because you
I mean,
just
his wife is out here saying she never been in love before. Like,
Now
come
we
on
ain't
now.
oh,
going there. We
okay.
ain't going there with it. We're
That
Jamie
was
not
the
Foxx ain't
going
got
point
no
where
there.
I
problems.
cried for him too, boy. That was
Jamie
like
Foxx ain't got
That's
no problems,
that's the
bro.
role I really cried.
she said, listen, I never felt so good until I got with that young thing. That's pretty much what she
Oh
was saying.
hell no.
And Will
Jamie
Man,
Foxx
Smith
ain't
was
got no
just sitting
problems.
there like,
because
whoa.
she saw the pictures of August I seen it, and she's like, "Oh, I never felt such love before." I'm like, "What is
Yeah.
that
Jesus.
healing?"
We was
How a
talking about the body of
man.
work though. That we was talking
And
about
then listen, hold up, nah, because we gotta
Oh
take it
my
every. And then she got
no,
here
no,
writing love
I won't
letters.
go there.
Imagine your wife writing a love letter to her dead ex
right.
and put on the
Well,
Your
internet,
current
man.
wife.
yeah, see,
You're
it's two different things now. Yeah,
it's
Will
crazy,
Smith is a little soft when it comes to, the love thing.
but
Okay,
he's
we
a
give
good
him
actor,
that.
you know.
But
He's a
That
good actor.
he's that soft because of how good of an actor he is and how deep
Oh,
he
so
has to
he's
go in
been
his
acting
role.
his whole life
That's
out.
why that happened to him. That's why.
they did they did some great acting on that Red Table Talk though.
Yeah, that was a
Hell
bunch
yeah.
of BS. But I saw right through it because, like, common sense is going to tell you. Like, a man sitting there and this woman is talking like that, there is no way he was cool with that. That was just
Exactly.
pretending. I mean, she was like destroying him. That's embarrassing. Like, I've seen it where women come out with their husband, and, it's usually the woman comes out with the cheating husband and she stands by his side and they do the press conference. But I've never seen a man comes out with the woman and stands by her side and she's talking about, getting her back blown out by some young boy. Like, that was just
That's
crazy.
crazy.
By the son's friend. That's
Right?
that's like, yeah, you got to put it on. Not even just a young guy, just the son's friend who's on drugs and everything else.
Yeah, because
Very
she
Now, if
lucky.
I'm
said,
gonna be honest, I don't even believe that the whole affair and stuff really occurred. I
oh,
don't
come
even
on.
believe it occurred. I think this a whole ritual humiliation where they paid off a popular black couple to humiliate themselves for the public eye and basically make man look weak and push this whole thing.
But
Wait, so
he had
you
to see them
think
pictures.
you
Yeah,
think
that'll be
someone
money.
someone paid them? They have more money than they need, and nobody could pay them for that type of humiliation.
Nah, we ain't talking about money. When the elites get involved with,
Oh,
they
you're
tell
talking
you you
that
need to
other stuff.
dance.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
nothing about that
you
kind of
got to
stuff.
dance for them. You got to dance.
Now you're
Peter
in
asked
some
a good question too.
Yeah, now you're in some deep Squid Games kind of level of stuff here going on,
Yeah.
Trash.
Hey, I'm
Hey,
going back to it.
yeah, no, it happens. It happens in life.
Right.
No,
Peter's
but back
asking
to the
a
movie.
cool question. He's like, is Will Smith misunderstood for saying staying by Jada, or is he simps? Is he simping as
Many
many
says.
said he is?
He's what
Uh,
media wants us to be as a man. That's what it is.
You think?
Oh
they
yeah,
made Will
definitely,
Smith,
definitely.
yeah, they made Will Smith out to be like the most perfect person in the media, along with the most perfect relationship and wife.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, where people were making songs like "I Want That Jada and That Will,"
Right?
that's what J. Cole was
Exactly.
saying. And then now you like, no, I don't want no Jada and no Will and no Tupac,
That's just
Yeah,
no
nastiness
August
going on over
facts.
Alsina.
there.
They got a whole square, a whole rectangle and they got a love rectangle. So many people involved in that relationship.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Look at the kids though. You can tell.
Yeah, that's
Like
the
the
part. That's
kids
when
are
we
kind
knew that
of
it was
weird.
like a lot of weirdness going on. Once the kids started growing up, that's when we was like, oh damn.
Yeah.
I've been trying to tell y'all, kids are currency at that level. Man, so for all this kid, I don't want to get too deep into it, but kids are currency.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx is about to do a Mike Tyson, play a Mike Tyson role.
Oh
He's a
yeah,
That
I saw
good age
that.
transformation
for
about to be
that.
crazy. Yeah,
I love Mike Tyson.
Jamie
they
Foxx
need,
looked horrible in Ali.
they need Jamie Foxx, Mike Tyson versus Will Smith's who was he, Ali,
Yeah,
in the battle.
But
I
you
give
know
my
what?
money to
Jamie Foxx
Jamie.
could pull off being Mike Tyson. He could pull that
Yeah,
off because he is a good actor though. Even though we
yeah.
ain't comparing the two.
nobody said he wasn't. Now I said Jamie Foxx still needs time to grow before he feel in Will Smith's shoes.
I think
One day he'll get there, but it's just not yet. I'm giving
he's
him
not very
room to
long
grow
though,
now.
because Jamie Foxx about like 50 years old now. I'm like, how much longer do you need? Another 10 more years, and he gonna be 60.
Where he get into
Nah,
that
he's doing good.
Denzel type energy.
I'm
He
like,
just
'cause
needs more
they
exposure.
kind of came out around the same time. It wasn't like they came out around the 90s.
Jamie Foxx
Exactly.
just did the Django thing. Now he just
It
got
was
into
like 10
that
years ago,
type of
11 years ago.
man. It don't feel like it was that long ago. What was his next body of work? What was his next Django that came out after that? Who hit them back to back like that? Let's play it like that. Who put them out back to back?
Now, ain't nothing could compare to Django, but that was a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So Quentin Tarantino, like
makes you great.
that's like a top tier act. I mean, top tier director.
Quentin
Quentin
Tarantino was the
Tarantino,
top tier director
He is a top
Kill
tier
Bill,
Yeah,
director.
Pulp
but you
Fiction.
know what's crazy is that
before the billions.
but Quentin Tarantino will literally pay people millions of dollars so that way he can call them the N word to their face.
Facts.
Um,
I can't even disagree with you on that.
Well,
He come out with a lot
yeah,
of claims.
that's a good thing though. Wouldn't you take $1 million to be called the N
we
word?
had that whole
Yeah, yeah.
discussion, Mr. Austin and Steal
Yeah,
My Thunder.
You can call
exactly.
me
You
Yeah.
whatever
remember
you
that?
He's
want.
really great at what he do, so he can get accepted with saying the N word a bunch of times in this movie. Pulp
Exactly.
Fiction, he lit it up in Pulp
He
Fiction.
don't just call nobody the N word. He call them stupid, all kinds of stuff. In addition to
Listen,
that, he adds on more.
everybody
He has
has
to
their
hold it in reality when he goes out in his everyday life. But he's like, I just can't wait to put out a movie where I can't call myself.
He's gonna put on some feet because he got a foot fetish. And
Oh,
Oh,
man.
every movie he got some feet.
Hey, I like feet though. I like when he put the feet in the movie. But Kill Bill, her
oh,
feet
the
was fucked
reveal.
up in Kill Bill.
Oh, Kill
Nah, cause
Bill was good.
she couldn't move.
She looked like a man's foot.
He called her his foot. Yeah, Uma Thurman. Yeah, that's her name. Mr. Awesome. She's talking about that. You remember we had that whole conversation?
Oh yeah. What would we be willing to do to get money or be told, and things that we would
No,
accept to be paid. Yeah, sorry, go
it
ahead.
was the same situation.
Yeah.
It was so we were talking about the Tesla scandal with the black man that was got sued and won about it was like over like $40 million
Yeah.
in punitive damages for racial mistreatment at Tesla. And so I was asking them, would you let like all you had to do was let a white country boy call you the N word with a hard R, and you would get 40
That
and you'll
hard
get over
R be
40
hitting
million.
hard. Listen,
You'll get
For
over
how
40
much?
million dollars.
40
Over
million?
$40 million.
Oh, I'm gonna be the motherfucking American History X biting the curve.
man, look, you can change my name to that if you want to.
Huh?
You can change my name to that if you want to for $40 million. Like
And
everybody gets
talk
to
to
call me that now forever.
Oh
talk
my
to she stole
god.
my thunder, man. Talk to she stole my thunder, man. She
What?
didn't do it. Her pride,
No, no,
something like
no.
that.
Listen,
Man,
everybody
she
got a
say that.
price. There's certain things like you can't do. You can't do the what you call it, the R. Kelly thing to me. with
Nah.
for any amount of money. But yeah, you can call me the for that. I take $1 million and
the
you can call me that.
and that's
Just
the
1
Squid
million?
Game right
Oh
here.
yeah. I mean, they'll do.
That's-
They will call you that for free. You don't have to give them
That's true.
permission.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Exactly.
They call you that. They call you that for free in your face,
Right?
regardless. At least let me get some kind of punishment.
What?
Let me give you some kind of punishment. You get eliminated like the Squid Game.
if I could be honest though, Quentin Tarantino do excellent movies, but earlier on in life, that ear word shit was getting to me because it's like every movie, it
Yeah.
don't have anything to do with anything,
Yeah, I
but
had
he'll
an
figure
issue
out the
with
way to
it
work it
too.
in.
I
Right?
sure
He
did.
hired on a black actor specifically for that reason, and it'd be the main actor.
Yeah.
He said it so many times. Because remember he was playing in Django. He was playing the Australian guy.
Yeah.
He just had to say it, and Pulp Fiction, just like how Peter was saying, he said it. The
Wait, which
the
Australian guy?
which one?
Which Australian guy in Django did Quentin play?
He was
Because I don't know what he looks like.
He's the one who got blown up by the dynamite.
the bomb. What
He
was it like?
played
The
it from Dusk Till
bondsman.
Dawn. From Dusk Till Dawn, if you watch that, he was the
Yeah,
one next to George Clooney, his brother.
I only
yeah.
seen Django because I remember Django better, but I don't know what Quentin looks like. So he's the Australian dude.
Well, he's not. I don't think he's actually Australian, but he was in the movie. Yes, where Django he was sold to the um from I think Calvin Candy. He
The bounty
huh?
hunter.
Yeah.
He
So
played a German guy because remember Django's wife, uh,
that,
her
okay.
owners or whatever, quote unquote, initially were German, and so he was speaking to her in German.
Now you talking about Calvin Candy was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh
Yeah,
no, not
Candyland.
Leo DiCaprio. Talking about the bondsman.
The bomb.
Nah, he wasn't the lead role. Now, Quentin Tarantino was in the lead role playing
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, the white dude that freed
Man.
him and took him with him.
No, that's not
No,
him.
no,
Oh,
it was. You remember that scene where they were riding in the carriage, and well, they were in the back in the cave, and
yeah.
then that was right after the whole shootout and everything. Um, that was after the whole shootout with Calvin Candy. He ended up killing Calvin Candy, or Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh,
And I got to
I
say
know
something
what you're
about that
talking
too,
about. Yeah, I know the
but like
scene.
when he was riding, he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna make a deal with y'all." As he told him, I'm gonna make a deal with y'all, and if you give me some of that dynamite or something like that, or give me that gun, I'll give you I'll tell you guys where to find these
Okay.
the spinning McCall game,
Okay. Yeah.
the bounties.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's what he told him, and then he ended up blowing him up with the gun. Um, well, not blowing up with the gun, blowing up with shooting the dynamite and blowing him up. And but the point with the Leonardo DiCaprio that I wanted to bring up was he actually had this one scene where it was real, where he wasn't acting. He quite literally was when he finds out that Django was really trying to get Broomhilda,
Oh yeah,
and
that
then
scene was awesome.
he actually he was like, how much would you give me? You know you're not here for the bull, or whatever it is, the black guy. You're not here for the black guy. You're here for
The
her.
lady, yeah,
So then what he does is he slams his hand
and
full
cuss it.
force. Cussing full force, and he slams it right on a glass, on a wine glass, and he smashes it, and his hands are bleeding.
Bleeding.
And then what he does is he smears it on Kerry Washington's face, Broomhilda, and that's his actual blood on her
Oh,
face. And she's
Yeah,
like,
he really cut himself.
yeah,
That
he really
motherfucker
did.
crazy.
ooh.
But that was like that real acting.
Improv.
That right there. And you know what? There's the whole improv thing that's going on. I like to watch these videos where they talk about like things that are left in movies, like just improv, like where if you guys have seen X-Men First Class with Professor Xavier and Magneto when they walk into the bar and they see Wolverine.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then they're like, okay, we want to tell you about the X-Men. And he's like, go F yourself. And then they just walk off and leave. That was actually just improv. It wasn't supposed to be like that. They just didn't know what to do, so they just left.
It was good.
That was good. That was actually, a good scene.
And to add on to that, and since we talking about Quentin Tarantino, he also did a movie called Hateful Eight. And
Yes.
in that movie, Kurt Russell was like this jailer or whatever, and he had this woman that he was supposed to bring to hang, and she was playing this fucking guitar, and this guitar was actually a guitar they got from a museum. It's worth like $60,000. They had a scene where Kurt Russell was supposed to get pissed off at her and take the guitar and slam it against the wall, but they forgot to switch out the guitar. They used the actual guitar, that $60,000 historical guitar from years ago. In the scene, they forgot to switch it out, and Kurt Russell actually took the guitar, the old guitar, and he smashed the hell out the old guitar. And you could hear her reaction because she's like, "No, wait, wait!" They left that in there because she was about to say, "Wait, that's the actual old guitar or whatnot." And they
That's a
still left that in the
$60,000 scene.
That was sweet as hell.
Have you guys seen that? It's actually a meme. It's like they spend so much money on the Matrix movie, and they had Neo, and they had the scene where he has his guns up and he's getting shot at, but he's like behind a pillar. So they actually set up explosives in the pillar. So that way they like, okay, this thing took millions of dollars to set up. Not millions, like hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up. And we can only do it once. So what happens is he's like waiting for them to finish shooting or for them to run out of bullets. They like blowing up this pillar. And then when they finish, Neo, he turns the corner and then he falls down flat on his face. And they paid all that money for him to turn around and then shoot up the bad guys, but then he falls down. So
they should have played it off like that was supposed to happen.
No, because he's supposed to be so smooth. He's supposed to be the one. He ain't supposed to be falling.
Well, they left the scenes in there with the Star Wars when the fucking troopers will bump their head on the door when they walk it in through any door. And the first time they did it, it was an accident. And they actually like made it a thing that the troopers did, and they kept it into the movie. So even though they messed up the whole scene, they actually kept that in as a trait with the troopers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
Peter,
I was actually earlier I was at a painting sip, and the girl next to me, she messed up her painting, but instead she just like started like putting paint in certain areas, trying to make it look like it was intentional. So I was like, oh, that's what you call like a happy mistake, because you can just continue on with it, and then it makes it look like, oh, you actually meant to do that. If you just like continue on with whatever the mistake is.
I learned that in art class in like fourth grade. She was telling us about when you're drawing, you're coloring, and you made a mistake, then you got to get creative and find a way to integrate it into your artwork. Sometimes you can just transform the whole thing to something else. It ends up being great.
Oh, and then Peter asking, did anyone in the panel watch martial arts movies? Oh my gosh, yes. I love martial arts movies.
Corinne Green, did you ever watch any martial arts movies?
Not really. Listen, I watch girly stuff. So
I am with you, Peter. Crouching Tiger, Sleeping Lion. No, Crouching Tiger,
Crap.
Sleeping Dragon.
Yes.
I've seen all of those. Ip Man, Ip Man 2, all the Ip Man series.
Oh my gosh. And then they had Mike Tyson in there too.
And one of
And
them, yeah.
yes. And I was like, why is but you know what? Like boxing, they actually had they had the movie I think it's like Enter the Dragon or something like that. It's a newer
Yeah.
movie with talking about Bruce Lee. It's like a autobiography, not autobiography, but it's based off of Bruce Lee's life. And they have
Yeah.
it where in that movie, like they have the masters of kung fu come to America, and then they're trying to fight against like boxers, and the boxers win every time. Like the
Oh, yeah,
boxers
I've seen
just knocked him out. Cause that's like honestly, they even like I watched this interview on Vlad TV with Michael Jai White. You know who Michael Jai White is. You know Black Dynamite, and he was also Marcus in Why Did I Get
Yeah,
Married? But
I've seen that
yeah,
interview.
he's like an actual kung fu like person. He knows like mixed martial arts, and he was saying that all kung fu is all cap, pretty much. It's like gym, like a whole bunch of like the masters that you see, like a Jet Li or like a Jackie Chan, and you know people like that. They actually went to like camps and stuff to where they can be taught how to act like they knew martial arts. But there's no actual ninjas. There's no actual like kung fu or anything like that
Yo.
because they actually had a it was a in the dynasty in China. The ruler he outlawed kung fu. So none of the masters actually could teach it, and that's actually what happened in Ip Man, where Ip Man was he was captured by the regime, and then they actually killed a lot of those people who were practicing kung fu because it was a direct conflict to his rule. You can't be the master or something, and then you have like an actual king of the kingdom. I thought that was just something interesting.
Yeah.
Ip
So
Man. Oh,
Kung Fu isn't cap. It's just it's and like along with ninjas,
Mhm.
it's just the westernized. Like so, have you guys seen that video? I think it was an Olympic game with these two women. One had a spear and the other one was dodging it. And it was like really fast movements, like close, almost getting stabbed. And she was like dodging all the spears and flipping around and stuff, like the
I saw
Shaolin
that.
Yeah, I
masters.
Yeah.
saw it too. Yeah.
So yeah, so that's basically the point of kung fu. It wasn't really meant as a martial arts for actual combat, but more of a meditational and like a showmanship style of of fighting. So it was more closer to the actual art than it was to actual combat. And ninjas, they were ninjas called shinobi.
Mhm.
Um, they're not like what we see today, like Naruto and like the smokes and the kunais and stuff like that. That isn't what a shinobi was. They were more spies than anything else, and
right.
their job was to espionage and retrieve information. And they rarely ever fought. Ninjas did not fight. They they had to specialize in not being detected and running away. So they used like they really used weapons and stuff. And a lot of times their tools were just like rocks, for distractions and stuff. So um, there's a there's a YouTube video um, that interviewed an actual shinobi from a long line of
Oh yeah, I
shinobis, and
saw that.
he
I
went
saw
into
that.
details about that. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's really just like westernized and refurbished for different things. So it's not it's not what it is, what we see in America, and so that's really the deal with that.
Now, Mr.
Right.
Awesome, would you say the Last Samurai was pretty accurate in that aspect then, with how they showed the ninjas trying to assassinate the leader of the temple or
The
The
whatnot,
last
Kung Fusion?
samurai. I haven't.
with
I don't
Tom
remember.
Cruise was.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
yeah,
Is that the one where he chopped off his head at the end and it slipped off?
yeah.
Okay. Um, I watched that a long time ago, bro. I'm young. I was like, but I will tell you that probably not because ninjas were not used for combat for any type of attack. They were
Where
literally spies.
they weren't
So
like fighting actively. They were like sneaking and trying to like sneak kill the guy,
yeah, yeah,
not
no,
like actually fighting them face to face and shit. They were just trying to
yeah, yeah.
sneak
I got
kill
you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I understood. But they're not used. They weren't used for assassination. So like even in the war the Art of War by Sung Shu, he mentioned shinobi, and so okay, the Western version of a shinobi would be like an undercover informant working for the FBI, right? You do not engage. You're only there to gather intel. You're only for data gathering. So if you see the criminal, you won't chase him. You won't try to lock him up or arrest him. You will just report back to the agency, and they'll have people sent out there for that. So that was the role of shinobi traditionally in the native sense.
That's pretty
Yeah.
So
cool,
no, it
actually.
wasn't that accurate. They weren't
But
used
I
to kill.
do, but I do love, the ninja movies. Like, oh my gosh, what was the name of that movie? It's like Ninja something.
Ninja Assassin.
Ninja Assassin, man, that went in. That one right there was like awesome. Probably the best ninja movie I've seen.
What tribe are you from? That was legit. When he
Man,
called her out in that laundry mat, like, what tribe you from? I
yes,
already know
exactly.
what's
I
up.
remember that. Oh my gosh, that was awesome, man. He's like they like just folding up sheets and stuff, and then she's like, "What do you mean? Yeah, what tribe are you from?
Yeah, he was
Let's
ready
quit
to go
playing. Let's,
into
let's let's jump to the point." And then she's like,
it.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
reason why the boxers won all the matches in that versus the Wing Chun or the
"Yeah,
martial masters. It's because boxing. Well, one is because the kung fu wasn't really meant for actual combat. That type of kung fu, anyways. But boxing is one of the most practical martial arts.
nah,
It takes it. I said the most practical. It's because it's relatively easy to learn and it's pretty fundamental. You know, it's basic swings, your fists, not any kicking, and focus on your footwork. But when mastered, we've seen what it can do. You know, the type of the like George Floyd Mayweather. You know, he's a high level boxer because not because of his attacks, but because of his ability to not get hit. That's the whole point of boxing: to hit without getting hit. And
Facts.
it's been a handful of time in his whole 50 match career that he's actually been hit and even rocked, if you could even call it that. And that's
look. Mayweather, after his first 25 fights, all his fights have been fixed this whole time, all right?
You
nah, bro.
think?
He's not no brilliant like boxer, undefeated. He's been handpicked. Yeah, all his fights has been handpicked
Well,
ever
that's
since to
true,
keep
but
him
that
on winning.
it doesn't. I don't think it takes away from. I mean, did you see the fight with him and Oh my God, what's the guy named Pacquiao?
Yeah,
Oh
Pacquiao.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Pacquiao's supposed to be a great fighter too.
Nah, Kareem. They
Pacquiao is
went
a
up
great
to that
fighter.
hotel room and they made an agreement that Mayweather
Mm.
was going to win that fight. They made that everybody got rich off of that fight now.
I
And
refuse
they
to
went up to
believe
that
it.
hotel room and they agreed. Him and Mayweather, Pacquiao and Mayweather met up in that hotel room and agreed who was gonna win
Pac-
that fight.
yeah, Pacquiao doesn't come off as that type of dude. He's pretty prideful, he thinks
That's
full of
what
him.
that's
He's
what I'm
even
saying, and
yeah,
I'm
so he
into
wouldn't.
boxing. Like I've been watching boxing since I was like 3, 4 with my dad. Like I saw Marvin Hagler and guys from the '70s fight, and no, I don't believe Pacquiao was that type of dude.
Then why didn't they fight the first time? Pacquiao was ready then. And I think he would have won the first time when the fight got mentioned before Mayweather backed out of it because of some drug tests or whatnot. So
Yeah,
I
it's a possibility that he would have won.
I think once Pacquiao got his mind right, that's the only time Mayweather agreed to fight Pacquiao. Because Mayweather knew Pacquiao will whoop that ass. I'm just gonna say it. Pacquiao will whoop that ass. All right.
Uh, oh doubt about
Peter,
that.
I like Peter's comment. Peter, we need to get Peter on the panel one of these days.
Yeah,
It's a
we
treasure
do.
trove. I just know
Peter
it.
be
If we
asking
can
good
get
questions.
Gail, we need to get Peter.
Look, I've been trying. I've been trying to get Peter on. I've been trying to get Wally on. I would love to have Gail on, but Gail has only graced Mrs. B Finesse, so I don't know if I'm ever gonna have such an honor. But hey, look, Peter, Wally, come on, get onto the panel. Come on, guys. Wally said earlier, you guys are talking, y'all still here. I'm like, yeah, we're waiting until you get on the panel. We're gonna keep talking until you're here, buddy. I don't mind. 12 hours if that's what it takes. Wally, come on, get on here.
Just for a hot second.
I had Gail pop on one time, and then she popped right on off.
Now, are y'all saying Gail Lockett went on an
She
actual
checked the
panel like
links.
video?
Yep.
Yes,
No, she
yeah,
checked the
last
links. I
night.
think that's what it was.
Oh wow.
No, yeah, she was actually on and talking and everything. I even have a video on my YouTube to prove it.
Can we okay, we can't see it right now.
No, I don't know. I don't even know if she's still on with us. I can double check just to be sure. But no, it's like, look, no, I don't think she's not here with us, unfortunately. So that's part of the issue. But hey, look, like I said, if she ever would love to grace my channel, I would love it. But hey, I doubt that she would do it. But hey,
You know
I-
TLA gonna be jealous. Like
Oh,
she's
yeah,
gonna
for
Oh,
say
she
sure.
talked
something.
to him about it. He definitely talked to her about it if she did that.
Oh yeah, they actually. You know what's funny is that when I did that 10-hour live stream with the Tire 10, well, with you guys,
pretty much.
TLA inboxed me on Instagram. He DM'd me, and he DM'd me a conversation he was having with Gail, talking about me. And he was like, Gail was like, "Oh yeah, I'm tired after being on the live stream with Before the Billions and crew." And then he beat your record. It is sir, he over here for some reason he types a lot of ha's. He's like ha ha ha. He had like 14 ha's in a string of text. And then he was like, "Yeah, I gotta get him with the 12-hour live stream next time." And then he sent that to me. That's the only thing he did. He just sent me the screenshot. Didn't say nothing else. Like he was challenging me.
I know
yeah.
it's become a thing now because like once you did well, he mentioned the 9 hours that he did as a semi joke, semi challenge to you. You then did the 10 hours. Mrs. B was like, "Hey, yeah, look, I did 12 hours or 10 hours or however you want to calculate it." Now
10
here
hours
I
and
am.
45 minutes.
Huh? Sorry.
10 hours and 45 minutes.
45 minutes. So look, let's see. 10 hours from now would be 6 o'clock. So hey, we still got a good 5 hours to go, 5 hours and a half.
I can hear Kareem laughing now.
She's like, no.
Nah.
Exactly. It's like
I
you
know.
got an next 5 hours to go.
You just gonna leave it on.
Yeah, oh yeah, I can leave it on now, but
No.
She's talking about thunder. Doesn't show her face, so you don't know if she's asleep or not.
Right,
Nah, she's
right.
autoplay.
Now,
No.
you got to be honest with us. She's still with thunder. Have you ever fallen asleep while we've been live streaming?
No, that I've never done.
Okay.
I've done it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember.
Mr. Awesome. That's it. I'm booting you off. No,
He
I
rested
know.
his eyes.
I really
No, no.
tried, man.
Real gangsters don't sleep. We just blink.
Right? For a long time.
How long has just like that? But where's that from? I forgot where that was from, man.
Yeah, because that was funny because it was on our live stream. It was the one I did the 9 hours or 8 hours and 56 minutes with you
You should
guys.
have went to the 9.
Huh?
You should have went 9. At 8 hours and 56 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what JT Coin Ring said. And then I was like, nah, I ain't just gonna sit up here and just wait a whole another few minutes. So,
You like a
so
racer
like
that gets all the way to the
You
finish
should have
line. It's
started.
like, you know what? I'm done.
You should have started
I
singing or
did-
something.
Yeah,
for
next
4 minutes.
time.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
why
I
not?
probably could have. Or I could have just played some music in the background, just having it on.
And yeah,
Yeah.
you just dance or something, yeah.
And
Dance your
She
way
Stole My
out.
Thunder. I don't know if
Yeah,
you remember the last time I was on the stream with you
yeah.
when we ended. Ooh, bless you. It was because I was falling asleep, and you remember you asking
Yeah.
me a question,
And
and
like,
you're
wait,
like, "Hey,
what?
hey, are you there?" And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
What's the question again?
That's it. That's it, Mr. Awesome. I'm no longer having you on the panel, Mr. Awesome.
no, it was late,
That
man.
No,
I was tired. I'm sorry.
that question
no.
always hits different whenever you actually fall asleep. Are you there?
Hmm.
You be like, whoa, what?
So,
You be
so
like
you
10
got
minutes later.
you guys actually watched It Man? Because I thought I was the only one that really liked It
I've seen
Oh
all the
yeah,
movies, bro,
I
it man.
started.
Man, the
I
It Man.
started it.
This is
back to
Bruce
back.
Lee. Man, that was. I was on it before. I watched it illegally online before he even got to Netflix.
Me
When he was
too.
fighting the 12 black belts. Oh shit!
That was crazy, and he was injured too, wasn't he? I think he had
Hell
gotten hit.
yeah!
Man,
It man took out a lot of folks, But then that's what I like about it. Donnie Yen did a great job playing it,
Facts.
Wasn't the Hitman based on an actual martial artist?
Yeah, Bruce
man.
Lee
Yes,
Bruce
teacher.
Lee? Okay, there you go. That's what I was
his
thinking.
actual name is would be like Yip Man.
Yep,
Yep.
man.
Okay, yeah, got you.
Nah, he had me crying when right before his wife was about to pass away. The next movie when his wife he took her dancing, and she was like, "I like the dancing and all, but I like to watch you fight." And she took him to
wow,
fight that dude with the two blades. That was out cold when the kids was watching. Oh man, that was out
that was
cold.
sad.
Mm.
Yeah, remember
Did
when
you try that movie? Oh, sorry.
yeah, sorry, when Bruce Lee made an appearance in one of the Ip Man movies as one of his apprentices, because he did learn from Bruce Lee did learn from him.
Yeah,
He was one of his masters, and Bruce Lee was kind of arrogant and like a little prick, you know. I'm like, damn, Bruce,
yeah.
Yeah,
this
he
is you
actually
when you
was
were
like
young.
But that's how masters are, though. Those are great when you great at what you do. That's how you get arrogant.
No, Bruce Lee was the one. He was the student. He came in as one of his students.
But he
You
started
don't
becoming
remember?
a master himself. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was trying to tell Ip Man when he bought his plane ticket. And he was trying to let him know what's up and whatnot. Yeah. And then what about Bruce Lee's though? Because I think Bruce Lee was killed because, like you said, they outlawed doing that real martial arts on movies and showing their secrets. And then not only that, his son played him in one movie about the Bruce Lee story. And then in Crow, his son got killed mysteriously. So that
Well,
was crazy.
I don't think it was necessarily mysterious. I think it's that the gun that they used had a real bullet in it or something, or shrapnel or something like that. And
Mysterious.
well, I mean, you know,
Yeah, even Blanks
Just
was
like what
killed,
happened recently.
and that's actually what just
Yeah.
happened earlier today
Yeah.
with I think it was Alec Baldwin. He actually killed
Yeah,
Hmm.
Alec
somebody.
Baldwin.
It's awful.
Wasn't it yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
yesterday.
yeah, yesterday now because it's 1 in the morning.
yeah,
But
exactly.
Happened in Mexico.
Oh, it was in
yeah,
Mexico?
Yeah.
and
Yeah, that was
imagine
Um,
like what
awful.
happens now. Like, what do you do? Does he go to jail?
No,
He's a
he
no,
can't go
so
to
murderer.
jail.
He's
she asked
still a
what happened in
murderer.
Mexico. What
He
happened was
can't go to jail because he's Alec Baldwin.
Well,
No,
nah, it was
because it
for
wasn't like it was an accident. You know what I
yeah, it
mean?
wasn't a
exactly.
murder.
Like now, if an investigation happens and they find like someone on the set knew that there was a real gun, a real bullet in there, then maybe that person, because they said like prior to that happening, some of the workers had walked off the set for they were complaining about being mistreated.
Exactly. So they in order, I mean, obviously this is not legal advice or anything, but
Yes.
they actually have to prove that like there was negligence and that it was intentional or deliberate or something like that
Yeah.
in order for somebody somewhere to go to jail, whether it's Alec Baldwin himself or like Karine said, somebody, the prop master or somebody that was handling the gun or whatever. But even then it's like, would it really be Alec Baldwin? Because you would have to prove that Alec knew that
Yeah.
the gun had it and he intended to actually use it to do this to this person, right? If he had no knowledge whatsoever, no way of like intending it, like I guess like you could, and it also depends on the Mexican laws, right? Because I don't know if they have the equivalent, because there is technically manslaughter, right? Where you do accidentally eliminate somebody, but you're not doing it intentionally. But I don't know if Mexico would have that kind of a law where, like let's say you get in a DUI that, you unfortunately somebody passes away, you could be brought to, charges for it. But, again, you have to be able to prove that, hey, look, something somewhere happened that was in your control to some degree, and that, oops, oh no, my goodness, somebody somewhere got,
Yeah.
eliminated, unfortunately. So, and you'd have to be able to tie it to Alec Baldwin himself. At best, at this point, maybe the prop master could be accused of negligence or something, maybe, but Alec himself, and even if it was Alec, yeah, you know what? He has enough money, he has enough fame. I don't know if he's actually ever going to spend enough, like jail time, for this, if ever it does go to court for against him
The
personally.
most that probably could legally happen is like a civil suit, then where you
Yeah,
just have to prove 50%, so
that's
they
not
Yeah,
can prove
bad.
some sort of negligence, and then the family collects some money. But
something
it's
exactly.
awful. I wonder if Alec would just hang up the hat with acting, because like me, my mental state would be so screwed up. I don't think I could ever, like, I would be done.
Yeah,
I'm a little
exactly.
biased when it comes to Alec Baldwin because I don't like him. So yeah, he
Why?
can hang it up because he
Why?
gets into a lot of political discussions he
Okay.
shouldn't be involved in, and it's just, I don't
That's
want
not
to
a
say it's
fan
funny
favorite.
it happened, but yeah,
Actually,
Yeah.
that
guys,
is cool.
I don't know if you saw his B Finesse's episode yesterday or 2 days ago now, but it was lead attorney jumped on there, and we were talking about what, like, being a lawyer, like why is it so hard for you to stop being a lawyer? Um, because he makes, like, it actually, I'm thinking about making a video about that. Making too much money, is it
Mm-hmm.
actually to your detriment? Um,
Yeah.
because he was just he made too much money as a lawyer, and then all of a sudden you have like a $250,000 house or $1 million house and a whole bunch of kids that have college tuition that had to pay for and stuff like that. You have a lot of bills that you have to keep paying for. That's
Yeah.
keeping you in being a lawyer. Maybe it's the same way for being an actor. I know that, like, Robert De Niro has this issue where he can't stop acting because he got divorced.
Mhm.
I know he's like in his, I think he's in his 70s, I think Robert De Niro's in, and he just has to continue acting and acting a lot.
But to me,
Like,
that's a lot of BS, because I mean, I know like what they say your worth is not necessarily liquid cash, but like they say he's worth $500 million. Like, dude, downsize, downsize, like get
They
rid of that
can.
big house and get a little two-bedroom spot. Like, I mean, you know
But
what I'm saying?
Kareem, they'll say he poor. Then they'll say he poor if you
Bump
look
that.
bad.
Like, I guess me, for me, I'm a simple girl. Like, I would just get a little two-bedroom and just be done with it. Like, why keep working?
Once you
I guess
start
because
an
I'm
image,
lazy. I don't want to, like, I wouldn't want to be 70 and keep working. I would downsize.
mhm.
once you start an image, you got to keep up the image. That's why I respect J. Cole because he comes out there on stage with shorts and no designer watches on. He don't carry on that image, so you would
Right.
never be like, "Oh, he's going broke now because he's giving up all this different
Yeah.
stuff." He never was with it in the first place.
Mm.
Yeah.
Colbin
Yeah.
talking his crap though. recently.
He's what?
He been talking that talk recently
About
Yeah,
what?
about um just like the regular rapper stuff, like the money and all that stuff,
Uh,
and the cars and the chain, not the chains, but the watches. But
man.
it's it's not a bad thing. I love it because it's about time. Because this whole time he been humble, he ain't trying to do nothing, and everyone's been sleeping on him, even though he like the top three rapper. But still, it's good to hear. It's like when that quiet kid in the back of the class finally stands up for himself. It's like, yeah, bro, talk that talk, bro. Finally, love to see
But
it.
that's
Love
why
to
we
see it.
like them, though. That's why we all
Exactly.
like them.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, it's like you got to pick who you want to appeal to. Do you want to appeal to the people that like the flashy stuff? You want to appeal to the people that just like normal.
Exactly.
I like normal.
But
I'm
yeah,
just gonna say it to piss Mr. Awesome off. J. Cole a better actor than
Well, he actually is. He's a better actor than Jamie Foxx.
Oh man.
boy.
Hey, that's okay, cause that mean he's a way better actor than Will Smith. So
Oh,
Oh,
zing,
Right.
zinger.
my
Hey, I really
goodness.
need to go ahead and get that Professor Blackhawk's facts.
Yeah,
I just got
exactly.
disappointed.
I know.
a
My
lot of these
goodness.
artists are good actors though. Like Kendrick was in the episode of when he was a crackhead. What
Oh, and
series?
Power. I love that.
Power. Yeah.
Power. He played
Oh
that
yeah.
so damn good.
Really good.
Listen now, okay. Good, we talk about the good, but who's the worst like singer or musician that you've seen
Mariah
try the
Carey.
acting thing?
Oh.
Mariah Carey.
Sheesh,
I said that quickly.
Mariah
I was like,
Carey.
This is Mariah Carey, yeah.
Mariah Carey is a bad singer.
No, no,
Did
no.
you hear her
The
sing
actor.
on the Christmas time when she tries to sing?
Nah, she dominates Christmas, bro.
Hell
is she a
no.
singer?
That's her whole
Man, I'm
vibe
gonna
right
pull
there.
up that video when she was
No, I'm not.
fucking
You're
that
talking
song
about
up.
the most like the older
Yeah, all I
Mariah,
want for
but
Christmas
she's
is
Yeah.
you.
still
I'm talking about that one song. That's all I'm talking about. That one song every Christmas without fail dominates.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
she got our lips hanging on point now.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's all she do now. People were so
That's
mad about that.
okay.
She just don't even care no more. She was
That's
yeah.
okay.
Listen to my record of me singing.
And I'll just stats here, you know. Yeah.
Listen,
Oh
when
my
you've
goodness.
already made it, like it's okay. You can do
Yeah.
that. But I think Beyonce is a horrible actress. Like
Yeah, she out there too, right?
Jesus
Man.
Yeah.
Christ.
I haven't seen her in a movie.
Oh, she
She
did
played,
one with Idris.
yeah.
And then
It's
remember she did the first one was Carmen. Y'all remember that one?
No, I never saw that
Oh, that
one.
was awful.
when a
Oh.
dude was cheating on her, her husband was cheating on her or something with a white woman.
No, Carmen was like maybe 20 years ago. It was awful.
Now
Oh,
Idris didn't cheat.
What about Rihanna?
He was drugged.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
obsessed. Yeah, yeah. I saw that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, she's
What about
awful.
what about Rihanna in Battleship? That's the one
I
nobody's
like
seen.
Rihanna.
Is she a good
I,
actor? I don't
He's
know if
like,
she,
I like
I
her.
think
She
she
can't do
can
no
be.
wrong.
If she
so,
can.
so that's a no.
I don't think she's a good actor.
I knew it. It's like I'm biased.
Come on, give
Whatever.
her a chance now. She's getting around
Look,
there.
You give her a chance. She just needs some
Join
more time to
yeah, she
catch
gonna
up
get
to
better.
Will Smith.
Yeah, the best rapper or musician that I've seen that's the best actor, it has to be Jordan Lucas because he actually writes out the treatment for his stories and like makes mini movies for a lot of his music videos.
I never
And
seen him act in anything.
I'm gonna check
have you
him
heard
out.
of Royce Capaccioni? I mean, not Royce. Ross Capaccioni. Um, it's a story about this kid growing up in school and he got involved in gang banging and the gang member pretended to be his friend, and to get initiated, he had to kill an innocent person. So we became friends with him. Went to meet his mom, talked to his mom and everything, and they
I
were
saw
cool.
that one.
Yeah, and then he got his uncle's car, and so he had a vehicle now. And then they drove off to this secluded area, and he ended up getting shot in the chest with a shotgun twice, and left for dead. And he actually managed to survive. And
What that a true story? Because they made
yeah,
it look like it was.
that is a very true story. Yes, and Jonah did the he did a song about that, and where he acted out both sides of the story from both perspectives,
Yeah.
and it was a masterpiece. That's and have you probably seen I'm Not Racist though, because that made the
Yeah.
news.
Okay, I know
That's,
who you're
yeah,
talking about now.
that's Joyner.
Yeah.
He's the one who
Yeah,
wrote that. Yeah.
I saw
that was
both
a
of
little
those.
acted out. I mean,
Yeah.
you had other actors acting too, but
Yeah, that wasn't he wasn't in the video. But he had a run where he was doing these music treatments where he's speaking from different perspectives, and they're really great. You know, like I'm Not Racist was one of them. Um, and Royce Capaccioni, Keep It 100 was one of them. In Keep It 100, the perspective was from from $100 bill moving through the streets. So it went from being robbed at a bank to being given to a stripper to then being gambled away in the dice game, and then it all came back around full circle. It's great writing, like great storytelling. That's the
yeah.
best
And
thing
then
that he does.
Joyner had a song recently with Will Smith.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that came out right before the Jada and August thing. I'm feeling like Will. I'm feeling
Yeah.
myself. But yeah.
You gotta
It
let
was
that go.
yeah, that was bad timing, bro.
And then Will Smith jumped on the remix.
Yeah, that was bad timing, man. I'm like, dang, you feeling like Will? What you trying to say about your girl, man?
Oh
What
man.
you trying to say about your
But
girl,
Karen
man?
Silver probably doesn't think that he's a good actor.
Oh yeah, that whole Karen Civil thing, man. That was some BS. I don't know if you guys know about it, but
Yeah.
I heard a little something, something.
Lead
yeah,
Attorney did a video on it.
he did. And the woman who came on, who was it? The top pharmacist or so? Was it her
Your
that
favorite
came
Yeah.
on
Mm-hmm.
to defend Karen, talking about, oh well, maybe he's not that great of an artist. I was ablaze in those comments, bro. I'm like, what are you talking? You
And
obviously,
I was on there when she said that, but
man, you
Nah,
were,
she's
yeah,
a good woman. She's a good creator now, and
she is.
yeah.
she
No,
just
yeah.
She
pushes the
knows how to
thought.
poke and
Yeah,
then the
she
laugh. You know
poking you.
that laugh. I think that's what pissed a lot of the guys
Yeah.
off. She's like,
She's not
Had to put
serious
my
about it, but
I was getting my thumbs are twirling. You obviously have never heard of Jordan Lucas in your entire life.
so
oh
she got
man,
the reaction she wanted out of you.
she just does it to get a
Exactly.
rise out of you,
Yep.
just to get it going.
No, but what Karen did was wrong, and wrong is wrong, regardless of the legalities. And like people were trying to make out Jordan to be like, oh, he's deadbeat. Oh, why would you spend your last money knowing you have a child on the way? Well, the point of it was it's an investment, and that was his budgeting money that he spent. Not, I'm sure he had like personal cash for his family, but career-wise, he probably have a career account, and that money was from one of his investors who already put in like over five over the 500s of thousands of dollars into him. So it's good that he actually made it known he owns multi-million companies like Tully, and yeah, he's doing his thing, man. He's up there. So
I
good
just
on
don't
him.
understand though, like why he didn't have this thing drawn up by his attorney as well or reviewed. It's like you're gonna put that kind of money up. You should at least pay a couple of dollars to at least make sure your interest is protected, you know?
Yeah, you're right. And the where he messed up was that he took, so he has his rapper friends, different people in the industry, like I believe
Yeah,
like Nipsey and stuff. They worked with Karen, and so they gave him the good word that
yeah,
she was that person. So he had that validation and that say so from these prominent people that she's helped. So he was thinking, then, oh well, that's a sure deal, you know, it's almost
yeah,
guaranteed because they say she's cool, and he talked to his friends and stuff, and the connections he had, and they all like said that she was solid. So that's really what he based most of it off of, which was understandable as an artist, because his networking. But at the same time, you're right. He should have had like a lawyer write it up
Yeah,
professionally.
exactly.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, Karen's what she said she was gonna do was very misleading because it wasn't made clear that the services she offers were not a guaranteed thing. Like the leader was explaining that what
mm,
she actually does is just utilize her network and call up whatever stations or whoever person
Yeah,
that
it
she
was
needs to
vague, and he didn't
vague, but yeah.
understand it.
So he wasn't paying. He thought he was paying her for the products that was listed, but what he was actually paying her for was for the attempt to do those things, not the actual outcome.
So
So
whose
Yeah,
fault is that?
he should have paid for a lead attorney. That's what he should have paid.
Mhm.
Exactly. And it,
Right.
yeah, and to answer your question, Karen Green, it's both a little bit of both of their fault. Mostly hers for misleading him so, so far down the line, but also a little bit of him for not going to get a lawyer, for not understanding what he was getting himself into and not asking those questions. And unfortunately, sometimes you do take people at their word, and you kind of have to sometimes not take people at their word, even if you trust them, even if it's a friend. Sometimes it's like, look, even if a friend recommends me to go to you for a product or a service, I also need to do my due diligence and make sure, are you truly the right person? I'm going to call your references. I'm going to look at the Yelp reviews. I'm going to all that stuff to make sure, because my friend might like you might be generally a good person, and that's all great, and that's certainly a good jumping off point, but I have to double check to make sure that you really are a good fit for me, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's
Like a
so
Ponzi scheme.
And
exactly,
who
so
who has not been ripped off in the music business?
that's it, unfortunately. And people hated Prince for that for so many years, right? And part of why I remember growing up with him and see that, oh, he changed his name to that weird symbol, right? And like, oh, that's stupid,
Hmm.
everybody dragged the guy in the mud for that. But when you look back at it and when it was explained, he's like, no, when he left Warner Brothers, he lost all the music that he created, and he was one of the few artists that created 100% of the music that he performed, right? Or at the very least the majority of it. But when he left with none of it. So whatever profit he was making, 90% of it was going to Warner Brothers, you know what I mean? And he wanted to be able to leave that contract and know that he had, I forgot what the technical term with it, but he had the originals where it's my music. I'm getting 100% of the royalties, or at the very
his
least, the
masters.
majority of it. Yeah, there you go. The
Right.
masters. Yeah, exactly. Because it's his music, and he gets to decide what happens to it. But a lot of these artists, when they sign contracts, the masters stay with the record company. So when they leave, their music is not their music anymore. It's the
Yeah.
record companies, and the record company can decide, well, we're going to use your music as a soundtrack to whatever movie, whether the movie's good or not, whether the movie has something to do with your music or not. It doesn't matter, So it's like a lot of people, like we said, are very naive. They don't do their due diligence. They don't double check. They don't ask questions. Some of them don't even care. It's like, as long as I get my
Right.
million
They're
dollar house.
desperate.
Exactly. Like, hey, for a lot of people, we laugh a lot about, but for a lot of people, rapping, basketball, a lot of these things are way out of a shitty lifestyle, unfortunately. You know what I mean? And they didn't grow up in the best place where
NWA.
exactly. It's like, do they know how to read properly? Do they understand what the contract, even if they try to read it, do they understand? Do they know what those words mean? In fact, the community solutions and I talked about it, like, you see some of those contracts, sometimes it's written with legalese. Do I even like, I have a college and university degree. Sometimes I'm looking at it like, what the bleepers are they trying to tell me? So can you imagine growing up in a community where you were not necessarily getting the best education, you didn't finish high school, you know what I mean? Like, you're not, how are you going to understand all of this? So of course, a lot of it's like, hey, look, as long as I got my money, I don't care what you want me to sign. I'm going to sign anything as long as you give me what I want, unfortunately, So I don't
And
blame
when
them. Yeah, go ahead, Trash.
I was like, and when you say that, it's crazy how people don't recognize the greatness of people who like Prince and for doing that or Ice Cube for doing what he did with NWA at the time when it's going on, everybody goes against them and they hate them for it. But then it takes like years later for people to realize what was really going on behind the scenes to why they was making the decisions they was making.
Exactly. And that's it. And it's intentional too, because I don't know if you guys remember hearing that story of the girl that sued McDonald's for millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Now,
That's
when I say
insane.
like, yeah, when like a lot of people hear about the story, it sounds so much like a frivolous, like lawsuit, because like, shouldn't you know that the coffee is hot? Why would you be suing McDonald's? But she literally had like third-degree burns from
Don't get
the
me
coffee.
started.
That's it. Yeah, I'll briefly say, but yeah, she had, and all she was originally asking for was the basic medical bills, and that's it. She wasn't asking for millions, but they spun it in such a way that it made it look like she's this crazy woman that sued McDonald's for millions and millions just to make a profit, and it's like it wasn't that story. So again, it's like a lot of these companies will spin the story in such a way that it makes it look like something that it's really not.
It's Squid Games. The elite, when the media gets involved, they will paint you out to look like a fool.
Yeah,
Now, it's a
exactly.
certain I word medication I can't say on YouTube,
Yeah,
but Joe
exactly.
Rogan was taking heat for taking this
Oh
medication,
man.
and they was saying he
Exactly.
was taking horse medication and
Yeah,
all this. But then he broke them down, and he had CNN come on his show, and they had to go back on it. Like that's not what they were saying. And then
yeah,
Was it
Don Lemon came out with a thing. Well, we never actually said you were taking horse drugs. We said it was used. It could be used with horses. No, y'all was saying like he was taking like horse paste. He was just stuffing
exactly.
horse paste in. Are you making him sound like an idiot?
Yeah.
my
I
God?
just I'm just gonna interrupt you guys for a second. I know that before the billion said that he has to step away. So have a good night, before the billions. Thank you for being here
Night,
and for
guys.
Good night,
thank
sir.
you for participating in the panel. Have a great night.
His
Um,
girlfriend came home on him. She said, "Hey, I need some quality time."
yeah, no,
Bon Nuit. I think that's how you
bon,
pronounce it, right?
bonne nuit. Yeah, exactly.
Bon Nuit. Okay.
Bonne nuit. Thank you, before the billions again. Have a great
Yeah,
night.
good night.
Yeah, give your
Good
girlfriend
night,
an
guys.
extra big hug and kiss from everybody on the panel.
All right,
Don't
you
do
guys.
that now.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Right.
Good night. Yeah, I was there for the whole thing, man. I listened to Joe Rogan every day at work because while I'm working, and it was ridiculous. Like just like you said, man, it was intentional. They laughed at him and that and everything, and they even altered the video that he put up on his
Yeah.
Instagram. They changed the filter to make him look more yellowish and more sickly than he actually was. So it's pretty malicious. So he had uh Gupta from he was the medical expert on CNN on his show. They did a show together where he kind of confronted him, and he tried to.
Back his way out of it.
Exactly.
You still there, Mr. Awesome?
I hope he didn't fall asleep on us again.
He got
Hello,
epilepsy if he did. Okay.
hello.
Yeah, well, I hear you now.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, my bad. I don't know where I cut off at, but
Yeah, you was talking about the dude came on Joe Rogan's show.
yeah, he tried to downplay he, but Joe was on his neck, and he went back to CNN where it was just a bunch of nonsense, man. Because the drug that he took, ivermectin, is actually won a Nobel Peace Prize. It was used for a parasitic, an anti-parasitic,
And it's
and
FDA
won a Nobel
approved.
Peace Prize. Yeah, and it's on the CDC's website as one of the essential drugs. But yet they continue to push the narrative of horse medication and everything, and they even put out some misinformation about reports that one of the some hospital somewhere was filled up with people overdosed.
Overdose. I just hate the media so much. That's the one we need to defund. Let's defund the damn media.
I
But
agree.
yeah, but is the media being funded? I know here in Canada there is a particular public station that does get funded from the government, but that is that something that happens like
I, I'll, I'll,
generally?
Yes.
I'll say
Yes.
this: why are we getting all these fucking commercials of Pfizer sponsoring CNN, sponsoring games, and sponsoring all that? They're a
And
drug company. So if you sponsoring all these people that's talking about you, then why would they ever say anything negative against you?
Hmm.
of course,
Yeah.
and that's what boggles my mind is because I think there's the U.S. I think you guys are one of the only two or three countries that allow these. Here in Canada, no medical company is allowed to advertise medication or sponsor
Mm.
flat out. There isn't even a law where alcohol companies and tobacco companies aren't allowed to have publicity as well. So it boggles my mind that you guys as American citizens allow these things to happen because at the end of the day, um, you guys are in control of the laws that are there. Why aren't you guys demanding that these,
Well,
you know, I,
That's a good
but that,
question.
but that's the thing, Trash. I mean, we all complain about, oh, the media, this, the politicians, that, and na. But let's say even 20% of the American population went out there and said, you know what, we demand. Now, I admit that I don't know what it actually would take for an American law to be changed. Uh, but why isn't anybody saying, look, we
well,
don't want this to be advertised on TV. We want this to be because think about it. Like I said, there's only two or three countries where this is allowed.
I'll say this: there's downfalls, and there's way more pros to our freedom of speech, freedom of the press, uh, the 2A, and all those. They had their downfalls. This
Hmm.
is a part of the downfall here.
Hmm.
Now, what I see going on in Canada, it's like I don't know how y'all allow that type of stuff where the police can come in and arrest a preacher for saying he's going to open his congregation and he's going to let people come in and whatnot. And he's talks against. They arrested them for talking against something, and
Uh,
that's not freedom to me. That I couldn't live like that.
Well, I'm not too sure which story you're talking about, so I really don't know what to reply to that. But I know here in Canada, yes, there are a certain amount of laws that, for example, if you were to come to Canada and start saying, "Hey, the N word this, the N word not," and I'm gonna do this to you, I'm gonna eliminate you, and all that, that would be hate speech, and you would get arrested for it. You know. Um, I get your point that yeah, for a lot of people that isn't freedom, but at some point, like how much does decorum count? You know what I mean? Like, do I really want to be walking around in the middle of the street where anybody can just say that to me? You know what I mean? Like, I
Was
I'm not a
visual.
hundred. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying that this is the right thing to do, but it's like I want to be able to just walk in a country like that. I don't want to have that somebody can just feel like they can just go around and say that kind of thing, you
Was
You
it
know.
see,
Benjamin Franklin that said, "If you willing to give up part of your freedom for more safety, then you get neither."
mm.
Something like that. If you
Well,
giving up one for the other, then you gonna end up with neither.
it comes down to, I think, money and politics. Like, even with the tobacco companies, right? You're not allowed to smoke, like, at your job in the US, obviously. You can't, like, smoke in your office, right?
Mm,
One of my accounts way back in the days was a tobacco company. So the first time I went there, they, make cigarettes. And, like, people wasn't just in the office smoking. So I go in the conference room, and the guy there too, he was smoking. And my VP was with me, and he was like, "Oh, y'all can smoke here?" And he's like, "Yeah." So my VP pulled out his cigarette. He started smoking too. And the rule is, like, for the tobacco companies, you can smoke in their building. Like, the employees, you can smoke. Like, even one of the, like, some companies will give you, like, company T-shirts and stuff. At that company, they give their employees cigarettes.
And I agree with it. Then. I agree with that.
What, smoking in the office?
Yeah, being able to people
Mm,
do way worse stuff than smoke. They eat
no,
fast
because
food and clog their arteries and everything
I
else,
tell you
and they have
what,
a
that
McDonald's in the hospital. So what's up?
But
well, that same company now, their staff has is reduced by like 60%. And what's happened was a lot of employees ended up at some point quitting or getting sick because, like, even if you're not a
exactly,
smoker, you're inhaling that secondhand smoke. So a lot
exactly.
of their employees ended up getting sick or they just quit for safety reasons because, you know, and then the insurance increases as well.
Because that's
But
So,
it's a lot of stuff that the FDA allows in our food that they knowingly know it
of
causes
course.
cancer. So it's like the same thing, but they're saying what's right and what's wrong, and when it's all wrong. Then in that case,
Well, yeah, no, the difference is though, okay. Now, with smoking, we know that if I smoke, it affects everybody else around me. But if I eat McDonald's, it affects me first and foremost. It doesn't
right.
necessarily.
That's
It
a
doesn't
choice.
necess Exactly. It doesn't necessarily. Now, do I think that it's okay for McDonald's to be putting in certain chemicals or foods or things in their, in their hamburgers that make it addictive? No, of course not. It still doesn't lessen their culpability, but it's a decision that impacts me first and foremost. Now, if I pass away because, oh, I got fat and clogged my arteries, yeah, and if I have kids, yeah, now my kids now don't have a mother, so there could be, but it's very limited. But like Corinne said, when you're in a closed office where oftentimes you're not going to have good ventilations, you're not going to have open windows, you're not going to have all of that. Your smoking can affect 100 people, whether they smoked or not. Are you going around asking those 100 people, is it okay for me to smoke? No, of course not.
but
You
you
know,
stole my thunder. Your eating habits, it does affect everybody else,
it
because now we're trying to push this free healthcare shit, and when you have to go to the hospital and get your free healthcare for your diabetes and your obesity, your 600 pound life and whatnot, then the taxpayers gotta push that bill when you're not paying for it yourself.
well, that's
So
the
it is
thing.
affecting everybody.
Trash can, even under your system, the obesity is still affecting everybody, because when these people can't afford, guess who's paying for that? The taxes. It's still coming out of your, whether it's social or capitalist.
Yeah,
When
because there's
somebody can't,
Medicaid. So, yeah,
exactly,
whether the
one way or the other,
government, yeah.
the government, it's still, but that's why, either way, if you're going to talk about, okay, it affects everybody, then yeah, you know what, let's make sure that people are eating properly. Let's go after McDonald's to make
Why
sure that
not?
they're, exactly, because it is affecting everybody else. And that's kind of my point. Like, if it affects just you, I don't care if you want to smoke, drink, eat McDonald's. If it literally affects just you, go for it. If you want to say the N word with the hard R, to Mr. Awesome, and you're willing to give him $40 million for it, go ahead, be my guest. You know what I mean?
And
If
and
that,
then
like, if that's what you want to do, go for it. I don't, but the second that your decision starts affecting me, of course I'm going to start having an impact on it. Of course I'm going to start saying, hey, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here?
But
You
then
know
when
what
we
I
don't
mean?
want to date people that's obese, they say you hate fat people, you
Oh
hate
yeah, that.
obese people. So they push that in the media. So they're pushing on you that you gotta accept this type of lifestyle. It's not an option for you. You got to accept
And when that kind of thing happens, yes, you have the right to complain about it and say, hey, well, wait a minute. Because for
Listen,
me, for me, BS is BS regardless of who's saying it and why. Okay. Now, there's a difference between you personally being offended that, oh, somebody doesn't like me because of a personal decision, and your personal decision actually affecting me. There's a difference between the two,
I went on
you
a
know?
flight with a colleague,
Mm-hmm.
right? This woman, I can't gauge weight once it goes over like 300 pounds. So I'm sure she was huge. And she, like, her spilled all the way over into my seat. Like I
Mm,
was like being crushed. And
yeah.
I was like disgusted and angry. Like, yeah, she was infringing on my life with being just huge. So like even when they come over with the food and stuff, like, yeah, I was pissed. Like I'm disgusted by her still. They come over with the food and you got to put your tray down and stuff like that. She was so big her tray couldn't go down. So she puts my tray down and puts her shit on it. Okay?
Oh
Like
hell no!
Wow. Oh
like
my
she
God.
took over half my
You should
damn
have got into
seat
her
and
ass.
then took my damn tray. Okay?
I would have started eating her
Ooh.
food if she had done that to me, man. It's like, you're
I
using
was just
mine.
so disgusted. I was
Wait,
disgusted.
you were on a plane or something? Where were
Yeah,
you?
I was on the plane with
Oh my.
her.
Oh,
Oh my God, I
That's
tried to
bad
avoid
etiquette.
her.
speaking of plane, you guys heard that story about the that social media plus size model that got kicked off of an airline because of what she was wearing?
She was
They're
cute.
saying it wasn't appropriate, but
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
She was cute to me. I don't know.
But
I
the
I
thing
didn't
is,
hear that story. What happened exactly? Like,
so she was I forgot what airline was it? Was it
I
um
think it was Spirit.
it might be Spirit, yeah. They
The
have a
seats is
dress
super
code.
small on Spirit.
Spirit said it would be on some bullshit.
Yo, they ghetto and like, yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah, but they had a dress code of conduct
Really? So there
and
was
she
a
didn't
dress
follow it.
code. Okay.
And they notified her that I think she was in a tank top at first, but they notified her that her dress, how she was dressing, was against the code, and asked her to change it because they didn't. She wasn't supposed to be showing her stomach, and she changed, and they they ended up kicking her out. And she's saying that she changed her shirt and she was wearing
That's
an
some
actual
bullshit.
shirt and everything. But the thing is, her stomach was still rolling out of
But the
the,
thing is,
the shirt.
though, it's the visual, right? I think it's
Yeah.
because she's a
Yes,
big girl. Because if
it
she was a
is.
slim girl and was showing like a nice, cute little
Yeah.
stomach or whatever, it wouldn't have been
Yeah.
an issue. It's because she's big.
See, that's
And
the
exactly.
you're right.
gray. That's the gray line
Trash,
for me. You don't know.
trash can. You're right, bro. Spirit is ghetto because as an apology, they sent her apology, and then not even offered her a free flight, but 50% off her next flight.
Like,
I
oh,
was
so
like,
I'm supposed
bro,
to fly with y'all again?
Wow.
Nah, bro.
It's practically free at that point.
I
Yeah.
know because
Spirit.
I hate Spirit. Oh,
yeah.
it just makes sense. Just pay more money and be done with it. It's
Yeah.
not worth it.
Exactly.
First class type.
But their terms and condition was kind of fixed so that they were off the hook because the wording were saying that, well, like when it came to the actual types of clothes you can wear, it gave like a short punitive list, but at the end it says, like a police officer, it says based on the person's judgment, basically. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah,
great. Yeah, because I was gonna say,
yeah,
well, what if she was to be able to find, someone else who didn't have that issue? But if it's based on judgment, then that's what it's based on.
Exactly.
What's getting me is that they told her to do a wardrobe change, and then she
mm,
came out and her belly was still hanging out. They said, "Nope, that won't do."
Nope.
Like,
So
you
That's
know what,
fucked
sis?
up.
We can't help you. We can't
I'm
help you. This
sorry.
is just too much.
we tried to
Oh
have your
man,
back, but no, sorry, still
Like,
no.
take this blanket and just wrap yourself in
gonna
it.
have to tuck that gut. I'm gonna have to do it.
And sometimes I feel so bad for these individuals because like I saw how skinny I was at one point, and I've gained quite a lot of weight. But to say that I've been 300 pounds or more, like trash can weighs, I said earlier, my 6 pound, 600 pound life. I just wonder what has to happen in your life for you
You
to
have to
go
give up on it.
from the exactly like something has to happen to you. Like I get for some people, it's you were in a car accident and now
Right.
you're physically not able to do some of the things. Okay, that's the exception, and okay, that's the kind of thing. But for a lot of them, they just went from being, let's say, 90 pounds, 100 pounds, 120, whatever, to now being 600. What
Yeah.
happened in their lives so that okay, yeah, I'm 600 pounds and I'm okay with it. And
I
you
On
think
I'm
top of
too
that,
is depression. I think the bigger they get, you get more depressed and you just
Mm.
start eating more and more and more.
Yeah,
But
that's
on top of that, then they be married a lot of the time. So when their
Mm.
husbands decide to leave them,
Mm.
or they decide to leave their husbands because of this, they look at them like they're wrong. Nah,
that's
you
true.
And
got to get old one day, and I got to deal with you. No, I don't want to deal with that in my life.
Yeah, and on top of that, the newer ones, the whole body positivity movement with the plus size models. A lot of them are encouraged and actually paid to be plus sized and overweight.
Mm.
And for those you mentioned, you can understand if they get in like an accident, they're in a wheelchair or something, but that's really not that big of a factor, since it's the diet is what determines your, mostly for the most part,
Right, if
your
you're gonna
body
Well,
get to
fat.
600 pounds, yeah, like being
well,
in a
yeah,
wheelchair,
Yeah,
yeah, you might end up with a stomach because you can't work out, flabby
yeah,
arms,
'cause there's a
but you're
lot
not
of
gonna end up being 600 pounds.
yeah. That's
yeah,
all I
there's a
said.
lot of people
Semi,
in wheelchairs that
of
you know
course,
Definitely.
yeah.
don't get overweight. But yeah,
And on top,
it's a whole trend, and it's gotten to the point where even if people try to lose weight, they're attacked. Like look at what happened
yeah,
to Lizzo when she tried to work out, and to Adele, and like
Mm.
they praise you 1 minute when you're with them, you're healthy and all that body positivity, but the moment you pick up some dumbbells and go on a diet, they
you
drag
sold
you.
out.
No, because
Yeah,
what happens is, because I think even with Monique, right? Initially, what happens is like when these women are huge, they say, "Oh, I love being big. I love being a big girl. I'm
Mm.
hot. I'm sexy." And then they see you trying to lose weight. Then people, they're gonna be like, "Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I
they look
thought
at you
you."
like, yeah,
Yeah, you fake, you lying, you know what I mean? You gotta ignore it, but people are gonna call you out and say, "Well, you didn't like being fat. Like, why you trying
exactly.
to, you know?"
You're a
Well,
hypocrite, essentially.
we're being pushed to be this way and to stay locked up in our houses. This whole 2020, was this the beginning of that? They're coming out with different things to keep you in your house. Like they'll deliver groceries to your house.
Oh,
They'll deliver
listen,
food to your house. Then you
listen.
can
I'm
work
stuck
out
on that
and
Instacart thing, man. Like now,
oh yeah, then you can order a car from your house. What the fuck?
but oh no, that's Carolina. But yeah, the Instacart where they deliver your groceries. I don't want to
Yeah.
walk in the aisles anymore. The only time I go to the grocery store is
No.
it's like when I do go to the butcher because I like to get my meat from like the halal and they cut it up. But everything else, I order my groceries. Let them bring it to me.
But now you're not going out and being. What's the point of leaving the house then? If you can watch
Exactly.
movies on your TV and everything, what's the point?
That's a good
Yeah,
question. Good question. What is the point? I know I'm with Kareed on this. I have me in the house all day. I know I'm out here on the panel talking, but I'm one of the most antisocial people on the
yeah.
planet. I want to be just give me my computer, let me talk to people on the screen. I'm good. I don't want to deal with people. So if I can order my food online, if I can do my grocery online, my shopping online, I am good.
I'm like that
But
too.
that's
Like I'll
not
talk your
good.
head off, but I don't like crowds. I do not
Yeah.
like crowds, so I'm good with that.
It's
I don't want
messed
to go
up.
back to the office.
It's messed up how we're talking on here
Yeah.
and how people talk. If they meet in person, they wouldn't be able to carry on a conversation like this.
No.
Like we've been going for 6 hours,
Yeah,
but
no,
in
it's
person, it's like dead air.
See, in person,
exactly.
I'll talk your head off too, but I just don't like. Yeah, I'm a talker, but I don't like being around a lot of people.
No,
And I
it's
pick and choose who I talk to. Some people I don't say nothing to.
oh boy. Yeah,
What's your
no.
favorite cut of meat?
Huh?
Your
What's your
favorite
favorite
cut
cut
of
of meat from the butcher?
My favorite meat from the butcher, like
Cut.
um goat is very good from the butcher.
You Jamaican?
Um huh?
You Jamaican?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
100%, baby. But yeah,
meat.
goat, everything I get it like goat from the butcher. I get my chicken there too. It's like the halal, they're supposed to be clean and
Mm,
everything, and you get your chicken cut the way you want it.
Mm.
mm.
I get my oxtails from there too because I like
Ooh,
my oxtails to be cut
that's the
small.
trigger word right there. You got a husband?
Listen,
You
listen,
take
Hey,
it.
with
listen. You too
love,
young. You too
love,
young.
and love.
He said,
You say
I
oxtails.
still feed you though. Don't worry.
Yeah, oxtails. I'm sorry. I know.
She still ain't up on the mountain oyster
Oh God! And I go to the fish market, get my fresh fish. Like those things I get, but I order everything else, man. Mm.
Mm,
But
mm,
they say
mm.
all meat is halal now. That's the thing.
What is halal? What does that mean for
It's
meat?
well halal. It's like the place I go. It's like some Muslim brothers that own it, and
Hmm.
supposedly they kill the way they kill the animals. It's like in a quote unquote humane way, and you
Hmm.
know, it's just
And they
cleaner to
bless the
me,
meat.
And
huh?
they bless it.
They supposed to bless the meat or something too.
Yeah, it's
Yes, they
yeah,
do.
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah,
Because I
it's
was
Yeah.
trying to think of.
basically yeah, it's cut according to the Muslim traditions essentially. So they're cutting
Oh, okay.
the animal at the throat essentially, if I remember correctly, and they
Uh-huh.
let the blood drain out, and like the trash can said, they then bless it and so forth. Because it goes back to Abrahamic traditions where
Mhm.
they sacrifice Isaac, but instead of sacrifice Isaac, they sacrifice a goat instead. So I think that's
Mm.
how the traditions start for both Judaism and Islam, if I remember correctly. But
Oh,
if there's Jewish or Muslim brothers, please correct me if I'm wrong. So
And
yeah, I
them
saw a video.
Arabs,
Okay. Yeah, I
Hmm.
them
saw a
Arabs, they
video.
be hooking up some Mediterranean food now.
Oh yes,
mm.
yes.
Man, that bread out the oven, you stuff
Oh,
it with some
Oh
nice and
yeah.
warm,
salad,
Mhm.
Jesus,
garlic
right?
butter.
Definitely, man.
Oh shit.
God, y'all
I
are
go
making me
Definitely, man.
hungry.
listen. I go crazy. I love every culture food except Chinese food. Like so, yeah,
I fuck
You
with
don't
that.
like
Mediterranean,
Chinese food?
Indian,
Oh,
the naan bread.
Oh
yes.
God, yes.
Mm.
God, where's a 24-hour shop I can order from? Jesus, you
Man.
guys are making me hungry.
See, that's why you need to move to New York. You can get anything. I can get anything right now.
You know,
Anything.
I think this
Anytime they
that's it.
Just be careful in the streets at 3 a.m. at subways. You might get noosed up
oh
and
yeah.
caught on.
Oh,
Uh,
jeez,
Might be
Hey, I
something.
man.
think take his ass to jail already.
Yo,
Damn
I
it.
was so embarrassed for him. Like you couldn't have like been more creative with it, man. Like
That
Man,
Jesus.
as
wasn't
soon as I
anything.
heard the story, I knew his ass was
It
lying.
was like, and then the two Nigerians, and it was just like
mm,
it
Man,
was too,
it
and
was
then the
worse and worse.
MAGA, like this is MAGA country. Like, okay, come
I
on.
fought.
New York and of all
I fought.
places.
I'm the gay Tupac.
Listen, did you see the when Dave Chappelle was talking about it and he called him
Juicy
Juicy Smash?
Smoothie.
Man, that's why he getting canceled now. They ain't like that shit.
I
exactly.
love some Dave Chappelle. He said Juicy Smoothie. Yeah, it took a minute
Juicy
for me to
smoothie.
connect the two. He said you're not.
Oh man,
Oh my goodness.
that was a crazy ass story. And then they let him walk like that, like the officers, the chief of the police in there. He was a black guy. He wanted to prosecute his ass, but the mayor and the governor
That lady.
they let him skate on it for a while.
Mm-mm-mm. Isn't he like still going through the legal stuff though?
It just came back up again. Like
Jesus,
I thought,
they ain't gonna let up on him.
yeah,
No.
it's because black people didn't
Yeah, we couldn't
just let
ride
it
with
go.
him for that.
We
Like
couldn't
you could.
ride. Just like R. Kelly, they let that shit slide for a little bit, but
Yeah,
nah, they ain't really messing with you now.
R. Kelly on suicide watch now too.
Oh wow. Well,
Hmm.
I'm not surprised that he's not a guy that was ever gonna do well in jail. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it's like it's the final nail in the coffin came, so it's like why even bother fighting anymore? It's like, well, I had a
Yep.
little bit of hope, and then
Yeah.
Like, but that's going on. That's same stuff he doing is going on with other people in that
Unfortunately.
same level. They just ain't got caught yet, or they ain't mess up. They needed a sacrificial lamb.
yeah, it
They
takes a
chose R.
while.
Kelly.
It takes
Yeah.
a while. You know, you got to be really messy.
Yeah,
Exactly. But you also have to
I'd
be
be.
very public too. You know, like if it was just me messing around doing that kind of stuff, nobody would have cared. You know what I mean? But the second a celebrity does something a little bit, messed up a little bit, yeah, they're going to be on you. You know what I mean? It's any excuse because even you're going to have that one person that's like, look, if I catch R. Kelly doing this kind of thing, I can extort money out of him. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know that somebody's going to be on him one way or the other, you
But
know?
the thing too is this, like he literally got away with it years ago.
Mm,
So it's like this is why it's like, come on, you got away with it and you
yeah,
continue this behavior. So it's like
exactly.
now you have to be stopped.
That's just emboldened though.
Yeah,
You got away
exactly.
with it one time. Oh, I'm good to go. I got
Right.
the
I can do
pass.
it a second time, a
Yeah,
third
you
time.
you you
Exactly.
gotta be. It's like with OJ.
Mm,
OJ did not. It's
Man,
like, dude, you was about to be in prison for life, and
yeah.
you got away with it, and you still came out acting stupid. It's like, okay,
Raised
Cyber,
Johnny
yeah, boy.
Cocker from the
Talking
dead.
about talking. I
right?
didn't, but if I did, this is how I
Yeah,
That
feel.
was fucked
no.
up.
oh,
Bruh. I'm
Hey,
like,
I have a
bruh.
prediction.
yeah.
I have a prediction. Bill Gates the next to go.
Bill
Really?
Gates.
So what you think?
Bill Gates
Like
is next.
in
It's too
terms of
much.
legal or civil? I mean, criminal or
Uh,
civil?
both. They keep
Hmm.
coming out with different connections with him with this guy Epstein and showing
Mm.
pictures of them together and his wife just divorced him and whatnot. That's just to protect his money.
See,
But
yeah, the wife
yeah,
there was a reason for the wife to walk. Because to
yeah,
me it's not like, oh, he's cheating. Nah, chick was putting up with a lot. She
Mm,
probably was had her little thing on the side and they were cool. So it's something else to it why she
there's gonna
walked.
be kids involved. I'm telling
Oh
mm.
Jesus.
you.
Even then, like Kareen said, look, she would have put up with a lot of it. Would people really hate him if he was having an affair and had
Mm-mm.
kids outside the marriage and all that? Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? He had affairs with several his housewife,
Well,
the nanny or whatever. She wasn't exactly a
he
10
stole
and
my
all that.
thunder.
Yeah, I
We're
heard
not
about that.
talking about just any old affair. We talking about him sleeping with kids.
Oh, okay. If you're
That's
talking
gonna
about,
come out.
oh,
Criminal.
okay,
That's
all right.
why
Yeah,
she would have been
criminal.
like, "That's cool if you just cheating on me.
Mm,
That's
not
acceptable."
necessarily, because the other possibility, because Epstein was like a financial
Yeah,
manager for billionaires, right? Wasn't he?
yeah.
That
Hmm.
was his whole business. So it makes some type of sense that Bill Gates would be, kind of involved and aligned with him because he was probably one of his clients at one point. So that
Oprah
would give
was
sense.
involved with the guy.
But yeah,
Everybody.
it does not look good. Terrible
Well, I
optics.
mean, let me put it to you this way. Michael Jackson was accused of a lot of inappropriate behavior with children, and a
That's
lot of celebrities did movies with him, did videos with him. Are all of them automatically guilty of, doing bad things with children? Eddie Murphy did a video with him. Does that
Michael
mean any?
Jackson was a pure heart. All right, Michael
Well,
Jackson
I
was a
mean,
pure heart. That was
That's
okay.
what
totally
they all
different.
do.
Hey.
Now videos of Michael Jackson in a
Now he's
bedroom with
controlling.
children doing
Oh
inappropriate
God.
things will never surface. Oh,
But
this on the other hand,
he was still accused of it. You know what I mean? It's you and I can believe whatever we want about him as a person, but he was still accused of it. My
it's
question is
one
still,
thing to be.
you, you know,
Oh,
but a
yeah,
lot of a lot of innocent people are in jail, and a lot of guilty people are out walking the street. The
Hmm.
verdict at the end of the day doesn't necessarily mean that
Right.
it's truthful, right? So
man,
look, don't get me wrong. Michael Jackson, as far as an artist is concerned, I give him his due respect. He's a great artist. It was an accusation that was never founded guilty and all that. So okay, I can't say all the most I can say right now is alleged accusations and that's it. That's all. The
there
thing
were
is,
accusations, not
exactly, allegedly this happened. He was accused of. The thing is, now that Eddie Murphy is associated with somebody who's been accused of doing inappropriate things with children, does that mean he could be alleged to do things inappropriate with? You know
Eddie
what I
Murphy
mean?
was sleeping with transsexuals. We still cool with him. I still watch his stuff.
So I mean, does that mean, well, look, you have two people, that one person that's confirmed of doing something inappropriate, one person that's accused of it? Is there a pattern here now?
Well, it
You know what
depends.
I mean?
You know the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together," right?
Exactly.
So
I mean,
you just gotta, you like you give them that look, and it may not be true or not, but you question it depending on the closeness of the relationship.
that's it. And I
But
mean,
Michael was not. To me, there was no concrete
Nah,
evidence to prove
of
anything.
of
So
course,
it's
yeah.
like,
none.
No, and I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with both of you on that. There's nothing there, because if they did have something concrete, no, like, doubts about it, he would have been in jail for sure.
No, that's not
You
true.
know?
She stole my thunder. That's not true at all. Cause
Oh yeah.
it's a certain something we're not talking about that's really big, and he's a son of somebody who's leading the world right now, and he has all kinds of videos of him coming out doing inappropriate things, but the media decides not to talk about it and put it in the news or anything like that. So
I mean, look, I mean, that's the thing, is that part of who gets talked about in the media, there's a whole facet of variables that determine that. There's not necessarily, one thing that determines, yes,
the
how much.
media decides who goes to prison. That's who decides that.
and the
I
thing is too, timing is also the factor because, just because someone is walking free today who is guilty doesn't mean 10 years from now their whole life won't get turned upside down for the past. You
But why
know,
should we
exactly.
have to wait that long though?
No, of
we
course,
If
I
wrong
mean,
shouldn't,
is
but
wrong.
yeah.
true, true. I mean, but you've seen, like, I've seen where, like, like people from Nazi Germany, they're like 102 years old and now they're being sentenced to life in prison for crimes back then. And it's like, why
That's a
did you
bullet.
wait?
That's an insult. That's an insult to injury.
It's like, why did y'all wait so
you
long?
know,
That's an insult to injuries.
you might as
Every
well,
all
yeah,
the victims
exactly.
are dead at this point.
Yeah, it's like, why even bother?
You know,
Man,
it's like they're
just for the
still.
show of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they're still investigating, what's it called, Jack the Ripper. Like, it's been what, 200 years, and they're still looking at who did it. What's the point? Like, okay, some people do it for curiosity, but I mean, everybody involved is long gone. Their children are long gone. Their grandchildren are long gone.
Zodiac
It's
killer.
the waste of
You know,
resources.
yeah, exactly. So, sometimes you wonder why are you investing your time and energy in X when it could be going to live cases? So many children are missing here and now that you could be spending that time and
What do
energy trying
y'all
to
think
address.
about the one in Florida? Where now they found the guy's body,
I'm
where
not too
he
With
sure.
killed
the
his
threesome
girlfriend.
couple? Oh, okay.
Y'all didn't
So,
hear about that one?
sorry,
You
which
ain't
case?
talking about the
Oh,
threesome
laundry.
couple, is you?
No.
You talking
Okay.
about laundry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a headline. I didn't get to read into it yet, but
Yeah, neither
that's
have I. I haven't really heard that much about that particular case, Kareen.
Go into detail, Green. Green.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like this young girl, she's from Long Island, New York, and 22 years old, moved to Florida with her boyfriend and to live with his family. And they go on some extended camping trip, and they were vlogging all over, YouTube and stuff like that. And then he comes back home without her, and her family was not able to get in touch with her. And eventually, like, over almost 3 weeks later, the family decides to report her missing because they haven't heard
Oh,
from
I know
her.
what you. I know the
Oh yes,
case.
Yeah.
that case. Wasn't she
Yeah,
a
the one they
YouTuber?
break. Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
is that the one where they're standing outside the parents' house? Tell us where he's at. Tell us where he's at.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Well,
I know
now
what
they
you're talking
found his body.
yeah.
about. Oh
What?
shit!
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so he
When
left
did
his.
this happen?
They found his body maybe 4 days ago or so, and it was just confirmed, I think, Friday, that it's actually him. So pretty much found bones. So he was out there for a while and died. So now, of course, the conspiracy theory is, okay, did his family know where he was going and whatever, because his father is the, like, everyone was looking for him, nobody could find him, but the father ended up finding the backpack and they found where he was. So clearly the family knew where he was going. And
Mm.
so now they can't, the autopsy is inconclusive, so they don't know how he died. So I'm thinking, I don't know if he killed himself or he just died from starvation, being out there in the elements or whatever. Or the family say, okay, go hide out in the woods, and then we're gonna try to, work on this getaway for you or whatever.
I'm torn
Mm.
on that
The
because
the
if your
family,
kid comes
right?
to you, yeah, if your kid comes to you and he asking for help, it's hard to refuse that help.
Mm-hmm.
On
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that'd be hard. I mean, what's right to do is to say, hey, you need to turn yourself in. But is
Mm-hmm.
that
Exactly.
really
But
what we'll do though?
not
No,
me. I'm
not a lot of
sorry, not
parents. Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not me at all, at all. And then the family, I mean, I think the thing was too, because the family, is not like they could have went back out there to like get him or help him, because like the media and everybody was outside their house 24/7. So there was nothing they could do to like go back out and save him. And if he was planning on killing himself, I don't think he would have just went out there. Just do it in your bed and go, you know what I mean? Just take a pill.
Mm.
Like, how did he kill himself? Like, they didn't find a gun there. He can't shoot himself or choke himself. How did he die? So I'm thinking it
poison
was
steak,
probably,
whatever.
But it
yeah.
could it potentially be revenge though? That maybe somebody thought that he killed the girl and now they're going after him,
Well,
and
I
then
think everyone knew he killed the girl, but I don't think anyone would have found him out there, know it was him, and killed him,
mm.
because he would
You
have
know
had
they're
to be
gonna do
like
a
a close
movie.
family, huh?
They're gonna do a movie of it.
Yeah,
Whatever
exactly.
Yeah.
comes out of it.
And then the family, some charges should be pressed against the family, because like your kid comes home and you didn't report that the girl was missing all this time. You never said nothing. You
Mm.
knew he was with her, so the family knew what happened.
Now to push back on that, Kareem, they got this thing. I don't know if it's for kids, but for spouses, you can't testify against the spouses. It's the same for your kid. You're that close to
Mm-mm.
them. You can't
I don't think
reasonably.
so.
Mm-mm.
It should
Mm-mm.
be because that's a hard
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, exactly. Especially depend on the age of the kid. If it's like, your kid is 22, I mean, they're an adult and they can speak for themselves. But if the kid is 2 years old, how much can you really trust their testimony? And that, are they saying this because mommy and daddy told them to say this, or because they decided to say it? You know what I mean? So that's more my concern with kids testifying against their parents is, okay, how much can you really, or vice versa, right? How much can you really, rely on the testimony that they're going to be open and honest and,
Well,
very
that's
clear.
not always
Well,
the
the
Yeah,
case.
thing too is you can
always, but yeah,
invoke your Fifth Amendment to say nothing, right? So you
yeah,
can say nothing, but if you say something and you lie,
yeah,
that's a
then,
crime,
mhm.
right? I believe the family was lying because they were saying they didn't know where he was. They knew there was a warrant out for his arrest, and they kept saying they didn't know where he was, and miraculously the father was the one that found where the backpack. They
Yeah,
knew all along, you
exactly.
know.
It would have
You
been
can't
hell of a
plead the fifth on
coincidence.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah. They will make your life hell and make you summon you to court and make you have to
Oh
testify.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. They gonna
That's
make
a
you
hard
tell.
one for me.
Yeah, that's a hard one, but I'm as a parent. I mean, to say the truth, I would testify against my husband before I testify against my
Hell yeah.
child. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen,
Mm.
like
But
I'm
like,
like, babe, you just gonna have to handle that. Like, you just gonna have to do this time if you have to.
with that Ronnie O'Neal situation when he killed his daughter, his handicapped daughter, and killed his wife, and then attempted to kill his son. His son survived and ended up getting adopted by the cop that was on the scene. Got adopted by him, and he went and testified against his dad, while his dad defended himself in court.
Mm.
Now I
wow.
can respect his testimony on that one because he had to watch you kill his mother and
Yeah.
kill his
Oh, that's
sister
yeah.
and
That's
everything.
oof.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a whole different thing right there. Yeah. Oh God, people sick, man. Sometimes you're with people and you don't even know.
Your whole neighbor could have three women in his basement for the
Oh
past
yeah, yeah.
13 years.
I remember
You
that
won't know
case,
about it.
man.
Yeah.
Wow, that is messed up. Like you said, you really don't know who you're dealing with. You could be married. Imagine this is your husband or your wife, and they have three people in their basement. Or
Hmm.
Man.
like you really sometimes, like, when you hear some of these people on YouTube, oh, you have to vet your husband, you have to vet your wife, you have to do this. I'm like, sometimes you're like, really? And then I hear stories like this, I'm like, yeah, please start doing this more often. It's like we need to, like, pay. I don't care how much money you need to pay, but you need to get a PI, you need to ask a
But the
thousand
thing is
people.
this:
Hmm.
these people, typically the people that do like heinous crimes, usually don't even have a criminal record. Usually, the
Right.
people that do heinous crimes, it's like their first ones, in my opinion, or they've never been caught.
Well, they never been caught. They just good
Right.
at it.
So it's like, what? How much vetting can you do?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is that there is a certain amount, like, there's what's it called, the triad of criminality, I think, or something, like, where there's like bedwetting, there's like attacks on animals. You know what I mean? There are, like, yeah, there, as far as the criminal record is concerned, I think it's a hit or miss. Sometimes, yes, there's going to be at least some kind of criminal record. Oftentimes, a juvenile record. Sometimes there's, like you said, there's going to be nothing.
Those records
You know?
sealed.
Hmm.
Your
Yeah.
juvenile record sealed.
Hey,
So
they're only sealed if you don't have the right kind of money. Let's be honest. Like, if you slip, again, we've talked about it before. If you slip the right amount of money to the right person, they can
Yeah, you can.
accidentally,
Yeah.
the laptop could accidentally be opened and left. You know what I mean? If you really want to know, you're gonna find out. But and they're not always sealed, in a lot of cases. But anyways, I digress. But no, there are patterns there that you can look out for. But yes, you do have to be looking out for them. They're not always going to be the signs that you're going to be, clear cut red flags. But if you see that, hey, there's a pattern of, hey, this guy is, has a history of animal abuse, be concerned, be very concerned.
now, now
You
you're approaching that as if the spouse is always the victim. When
Usually, let's be honest.
sometimes, like sometimes in some incidents, these women, even after they found out the man did a heinous crime, like this guy Chris, killed his kids and he ended up killed his wife, put him in the oil drums and whatnot, and he ended up going to prison. He got a whole fan club of women that would support him
Oh
and
yeah,
things like that. Even after that,
It's like
yeah,
you're lining up to be next.
I know,
yeah,
I know.
Sick.
Yeah, yeah.
but
That
they're
is not
attracted to that.
attractive to me at all.
I know, you wonder about some of these girls, and is it absentee fathers? Is it mental illness? Is it a combination? What's going on between their two heads here that thinks that it's okay to be doing this? Like Kareen. I cannot imagine myself being in any kind of relationship with this kind of a man. Like the
I'm a
second,
scaredy cat.
Happens all the time.
I
yeah,
have a lot of
unfortunately.
mouths.
Mhm.
I might say the wrong thing, and you might
Come
decide to
on,
just put
Kareem,
me in a
Kareem.
freaking oil drum.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't,
Like,
I
Come
don't need
on
that.
now,
I don't
Kareem,
need that
Kareem.
kind.
Kareem, you done dated a thug or two before in the past,
oh, I
a
have.
gang banger, killed
Oh,
four, five
Kareem,
people,
Kareem.
you know. Yeah.
I have, and thank God I survived. So
Oh
I ain't
man.
like OJ and the people that's gonna keep repeating the same stuff. I'm like, thank you, Jesus. I don't know how I survived this. So I'm gonna walk the straight and narrow.
Yeah. Well, at least you learned
Oh.
your lesson. But some of these girls, you look at them like, I don't think they're ever going to learn their lesson on it, unfortunately. And I mean, that was the whole subject of, Mrs. B's Finesse's, you know, panel a couple days ago, where she was talking about this young girl that, she was 18 and married a 55-year-old. And you're like, she has four kids. And you're like, wait a minute. She's 18 and already has four kids.
Well, no, three
Meaning,
of them are stepchildren, and
Sep-
one she birthed.
okay, but still, at 18, you have one kid that you had naturally, right?
Hmm.
That means you had this kid most likely, if my math isn't wrong, had this kid most likely at 17, right? So you're not exactly an adult at that age. You're not a kid, but I mean, you're having, adult relations potentially with somebody that's what, a good 40 years older than you, give or take.
That's it.
At some point, you can see, that there's a lack of, you know good decision making that's done on her part, in part because of consequences of the kind of childhood she had,
Mhm.
the kind of parenting she had, but also maybe lack of education and other things that could be happening. And I don't see how this girl is going to break out of that cycle of bad decisions. You know what I mean? You see so many girls and boys too, that they're heading towards, bad decision after bad decision, and they're not really going to get themselves out of it, unfortunately. you
We're
know
The
gonna
thing
we're gonna
is,
end up encouraging that though, because we're gonna give her a reality TV show, and we're gonna follow her
yeah,
life and all her bad decisions she made.
yeah, they're headed
yeah,
for that. But to me, at 18, there's still hope. There is
yeah,
still hope. Um, if someone makes these type of bad decisions when they're 30 something, it's like, all right, it's a lost cause because you should know better.
but yeah,
But someone 18, it's like she clearly doesn't know better. And so I'm thinking there is a possibility. But what
yeah,
did you guys think? I don't know if y'all was on that stream when the fella from Ghana was talking about the culture in Africa, and that they do it when they're young. The women get married off, and sometimes they get married off at like 9 and 10 or whatever.
Yep,
But the
yeah,
man doesn't sleep with the girl until she's of age, and I'm like, Jesus
of
Christ.
age is 14 or something like that.
exactly. Which is not a whole lot. 5 years difference. I don't know in 5 years how much you're going to mature at that point, but
Yeah, and it's
no,
like, so this poor child is just sitting there waiting to end up still. It's
Yeah,
like, I
sorry.
don't know.
yeah, no, it's. I mean, and I get. I think it was OG Patrice had made the point where, okay, this is a culture that's preparing the girls for marriage, rather than here in Canada, and US, where it's like you're not getting married usually until you're, early 20s, mid 20s, somewhere around there. So if you're 15, 16, and you're talking about being married or having kids and having adult relations, it's not really the same culture. But like you said, Kareen, even at 9 years old, think to get married. I don't know what.
And to me, it's
I,
not being prepared. It's not preparing for marriage. It's
yeah,
preparing for servitude and being taken advantage of. Because
What?
did that child even make that decision? To me,
yeah,
so it's like, let's not pretty it up and make it sound like, oh, this is amazing. We're preparing the
I,
woman for marriage. It's
I'm
yeah,
kind
foolish.
of torn on that because I'm for arranged marriages. Yeah, so the way we do it in America, as far as I see the Arab community, Muslim community, how they do it, they can get arranged a marriage of let's say a 3 year old with another 3 year old. They're not necessarily just gonna get married at 18. They might get married when they're 30, or they might get married at whatever time the family agreed upon. They have to come together and say whether or not, and when the kids are of age, whether they accept that arrangement or not. So I do agree with planning ahead with arranged marriages, but not sending your kid off with no grown man. No.
Yeah, see, I'm not against arranged marriage, but my view of arranged marriage would be more so like, you say, okay, you know, um, I think this person would be a good match for my daughter, and not when your daughter is a young kid either. Like when your daughter is an adult, 18, 19, 20, or whatever, and this person is also within the same age range, and then they meet and make that decision.
yeah. They
Where I have an
plan it.
issue where the parents or the family meet, discuss everything, and then the decision is made. To me, it's like, okay, you match make and let them decide if they want to continue, you
But
know.
they get that choice even if they're arranged to be married at
Right. Yeah.
a
If
young
it's if
age.
it's a choice, yeah, I'm cool with that. Shoot,
And then
somebody
you
used
just,
to arrange something for me with a billionaire or something.
yeah, because then the family has to hold up to their agreement because they looking at that family like that's a good family. You have to maintain that all the way up
Right,
to that point.
right, right,
It ain't
right.
just gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna happen no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. That part, yeah. I can, that I can agree with to a certain degree. But
Exactly.
the young kid stuff, I'm like,
Yeah, the way they do it now, they having a problem with these Afghan refugees when they bringing them over here. But some of them are married to 5-year-olds and whatnot.
Jesus
They're trying to
Christ.
keep them away from the kids, and I know where you in this country, you can't be with your wife or whatnot.
Mm, mm.
And sometimes you wonder to what end though, because that was part of the conversation with Mrs. B finesse. It's like, why would this 18-year-old want to be with this 55-year-old? You can semi understand why the 55-year-old would want to be, with an 18-year-old. A lot of older guys. Hey, yeah, I got the young girl around my arm. Yeah, isn't it wonderful? I got my trophy wife. But like, you kind of feel bad for these kids that are like, there's such a huge age difference. Like, why would this 5-year-old or 10-year-old or 12-year-old want to be with this older gentleman?
They
And
don't
yet,
want to be.
yeah, exactly. And it's like,
They don't even know what's up.
Well, if I
that's
put
it.
myself in the 18-year-old's position, that sounds like a good deal to me. 55, you're getting ready to die anyway, and then I'm gonna inherit everything you got, and I can still continue on with my life for the rest of it.
But
That
think
sounds
about
like a
it.
good
No,
deal.
no, no, no. Trash can. Let's do the math now. Say he's 55. What if this
Say,
person lives to be 85 years old? So,
let's do the math on that. So
so
she'll be
you're gonna
58.
you're gonna have to rock out till you 48.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? While with like wrinkled vagina.
Kareem, she gonna be able to cheat on him and everything. He ain't gonna expect her to
Oh, that's
be
true.
able to.
That's
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's what's gonna happen.
he gonna be feeble at a certain point. He might get dementia, whatever. You
That's
never
and
know.
but see that's where the problem is gonna come in because a dude like that, he's not gonna go for the cheating. You think he's just gonna accept being like cheated on?
Yeah, I don't know. As long as she
And
giving him what he wants and everything,
Ugh.
he might deal with it.
but that's the thing. That's a lot of what ifs. You know what I mean? What if he gets dementia? What if he's not paying attention? Like, sure, it could happen. But you're banking on a lot of things. Like, at 48 years old, let's say he does pass away from natural causes. Now you're 48 years old. You have 40 years to live. You're at 48 years old. What woman wants now to be in the dating game, looking for a boyfriend, looking for another husband? Like, I'm not far from that age. I don't want to start being dating. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something I would look. I've never been married.
Yeah, like
You
why
know
would
what I
you
mean?
But
even want to make that choice?
but
Like,
what she missing out? Y'all assuming that she wants to be with another man after that.
what woman
Y'all
does?
assuming.
What woman doesn't? Most women,
So
and like most guys, want to live a life with somebody else. Most.
And to me, that's the age you're gonna want to be with somebody. Like
Exactly.
when you're 18, 20, 21, like life is good. Like, but when you're up in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, that's when you really yearn for that companionship.
well, she had the 55-year-old. At that point, she might have some kids, 4, 5 kids of her own. She might not have loved them in the beginning, but she might have learned how to love them or grew
Yeah,
to
but that
somewhat love them.
a child's love is different from the love of
Mm,
a man in
man,
your
exactly.
companionship.
And then once he gone, she could just live her own life, do whatever she want to do, live like a man if she wants to, go do what she wants. She
Yeah,
don't have to be with anybody else.
no, most likely at 48, she wants to be with another person. And at 48, let's assume she spent most of her life as a housewife. Okay? Because most likely in this kind of situation, that's what's happened. She spent most of her time. What job is going to hire a 48-year-old who's never been on the job market? This girl also, I don't think, graduated high school, so she has no diploma. What is she going to do with her life?
if she has my mind, she already had a $5 million policy on his life insurance
If
whenever he passed away.
Trash
I,
So
man
he
is like,
fit.
you
listen,
know,
like, damn,
I'm
when is he
about to
gonna
go in the
die?
midst of all
Like,
this.
okay, you got diabetes. Okay, what
let's
did the
get the
doctor say?
you know.
Okay, no chitlins. Okay, I'm gonna cook
Oh,
you
I'd be cooking for him if I was her, I'd be cooking for him like a motherfucker. You get hard log, ribs, whatever, all the fatty food.
Screw what the
I'm gonna
doctor
need that
has
heart
to
attack.
say.
I'm
Oh my
trying not
god.
to let him get to that 85 like Kareem
I
talking
hear
about.
that.
We
I hear
might
that.
make it
He's
to
like,
60.
listen.
Oh my goodness.
He's like, listen, I got a
Okay.
5-year plan,
You
okay?
know, I
In
would.
Oh,
5 years, I'm gonna be 23 and I can still, I hear you.
Hey, I have.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna have to rethink our marriage, you trash cat. I don't know if I.
I'm just had to put myself in her shoes. She
You
stole
know,
my thunder. I ain't saying
look.
this
That's funny.
My goodness. Okay, I'm definitely clipping this one. You know, my goodness.
Oh
Oh
man.
no, I mean,
And
but
then
look.
there's that other woman who's married to that popular YouTuber who does all these food reviews, and he's like a real huge guy. He chugs. I think his name is Chugs or something. He chugs different a boot full
Oh,
of pop, and he really overweight, but
oh
he
yeah.
got a fine girlfriend.
Hey, look. Look. I have to admit, some women just in it for the money.
She
I
know
mean,
he gonna die. She know it.
look.
Okay, she is.
He doesn't seem like a horrible person. I mean, he does seem like he has a great personality, great character, and I
Come
mean,
on,
look,
now.
that's look. I'm trying to see the best
I've
out
been
of
doing
things
it
here.
all wrong. I've been doing it all wrong.
You know, like,
Oh man, you hit the lottery one time. Then you go out there, you find whoever you want to find.
hey,
If you want to find somebody,
sometimes you have to make a decision too in your life. Like, I know I'm not the smartest, not the prettiest, not the tallest.
exactly.
You know, I have to, make a decision sometimes that, look, I'm going to have to make the best out of the situation that I'm in. And if, hey, a multi-million dollar guy wants to marry me and he's not the best looking guy, but hey, he's got a
Doing the
million dollars.
best I can with what I got.
You know, hey, look,
Well, see, yeah, if he's really nice, like there's still like there's certain things like I can't, if he's really nice, yeah. So he might not be the best to look at, but if he's nice, yeah, I can go for that.
you
And I
know,
would be a faithful wife, but I wouldn't be with somebody that's just an asshole just for the money. I can't.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
different.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he does seem to, like, okay, the only thing that he's lacking is the looks. Like, but that looks, you can always get surgery.
But
You can
how
always,
ugly is he?
he's a 5 at
Chug
best. A 5 at
he
best.
overweight,
That's it.
overweight.
But is
But
it
that's
like 600 pound life overweight, or is it like just
Damn near.
yeah, close to it.
oh
You
But
gonna
that's
have
the
to wheel
thing.
him around.
But that's the thing, though, trash. With the money he's making, at one point, if he really wanted to, he could get the gastric bypass surgery and lose a lot of that weight. You know what I mean?
I think it's too late. I think it's
Maybe. Yeah, you're
too
right. I
far
mean, look,
gone.
I'm just making suppositions here. Who knows? But
But
yeah,
then
I mean,
some people when they lose weight, then they start acting brand new.
oh
So
yeah.
he go lose the weight, and then he's like, "Now I want a divorce." And it's like, wait a minute, where you going?
You
If
know?
she the type of woman I think she is, she ain't gonna let him lose that weight. She gonna be like, hell no, I
Exactly.
like you the way you is.
You sexy as it is.
You sexy as hell. Here, go take some more food.
Talk about body.
Exactly. Like, nah, where you going?
Talk about body positivity. You sexy as it is. You ain't going
Yeah.
Okay,
nowhere.
right. You gotta love yourself. This is the way God made you.
You know?
Okay.
And
You
at
gotta
that
love
point, you can't get it up or nothing, so she don't have to
yourself.
worry about having sex with him like
Right.
Oh
that.
yeah, oh
See, that
yeah.
would have been my concern. Oh my God, I would have been so scared. Like, damn, it's
Korean.
Tuesday and I gotta sleep with him again. Oh,
Oh
Jesus.
my goodness. Oh,
He ain't like me. Even if I'm that overweight, you gonna touch it or something. You gonna have to do something around here.
oh
Well,
my
listen,
This
goodness.
ain't no free
I'll
ride.
touch it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll touch it. Like, listen, I'll touch it. Now I won't grab it. I'll just touch it.
Oh man, hey, that's the best as he can get at that point. 'Cause,
You know.
yeah, he looks pretty bad.
I gotta look him up.
Yeah, Chugs. So let's check out Chugs. I think he'd come up if you type that
Unreal.
Yeah, I'm just gonna,
So,
Mr.
like,
Sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt for you a second. Mr. Awesome, you still with us?
I think he's sleeping.
that mug
Probably.
sleeping.
I'll just
He's
put
sleeping
him in
with
the
his
back.
eyes open.
I'll put him in the background in that case,
These young
because
people.
you know, ah, you know.
Would you be like a second wife? She stole my thunder, like being in one of those multiple marriages
I
thing.
I don't even want to be in a first marriage. Don't even get me.
Really?
No, I don't want to get married. Don't want kids. I'm good being single. That's what I said before. For me, I don't mind being alone by myself in my apartment. I'm good. Have my food delivered. Have my have. Okay, I'm good here by myself. You know what I mean? It's like I have enough problems and issues of my own. You know what I mean? Like I don't need company in my misery. It's okay. I'm good. You know. But yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand how women can do the multi two
Yeah.
three. I don't get it. But I was raised obviously in Canada, so for me that's not part of my cultural
Culture.
reference. Exactly. So if I was maybe raised in that kind of world, maybe I would have been more accepting and more willing of it. But yeah, no, I guess I'm too greedy to share a
Yeah,
husband.
I'm
Like,
jealous.
he's
They got
my husband.
they got this the man that's married to all these different young women. One's a Muslim and stuff. I think they're on YouTube,
Oh
and
wow.
they
Yeah, I'm
seem
not
happy. They're all
friendly.
friends with each other.
Yeah, I can't be friendly with women like that. Like, no, we're not sharing at all.
Yeah, I don't. There's lots of even just sharing my food. I'm not willing to do that. Let alone my husband or whatever. Like you better be blood related to me to be taken off my plate of food. Let alone like if we're gonna have a relationship with a husband. Like if my husband, decided, like, let's say I got, I don't know, terminal cancer, and he said, "Look, I want to get married. I see that you're going to pass away." I would approve of that. That I would
That's
be good
cold
with.
blooded.
Yeah, no,
That's
but I
cold
mean,
blooded.
I
look,
see that you're about to die.
That's cold
It's
blooded.
like,
hey,
damn,
look,
Ninja, you
I,
couldn't wait.
look.
Like,
Why wait? Why wait?
Oh my god.
there is
Why?
this, I can't even remember this black woman. She's a celebrity, very
Mm-hmm.
wealthy, and she has had dementia,
Hmm.
live in New York, and her husband moved a girlfriend in to live with them.
Oh wow.
But it was just like the family was like kind of okay with it because it was like she was so far gone and it was like he was lonely. So he was
Yeah.
taking care. So it's like instead of like putting her in a home, he still had her there, took care of her, but he brought another woman in the house.
Yeah, that I'm on the fence with because he was still taking care of her, so it's not like he just flat
Yeah.
out abandoned her. But to bring the girlfriend into the house, come on, that's a little bit of low class here, you
To
know?
I
me,
got a
I mean the
question.
girlfriend though, like I wouldn't move in. Like I'm not blaming him. Like
No,
the girlfriend should be the one that's like, listen, we can
you know,
still maybe do this, but I'm not coming there to live.
yeah, no, I would, yeah, I definitely, if I was the girlfriend, I would not be comfortable at all living in the home of,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not,
Well, I have a question for you, lady.
yeah, go ahead.
That I'm curious about. Let's say you're married to a man. It's your love of your life, right? Everything's going great. Y'all have an active sex life. Y'all together. You end up becoming terminally ill, and you end up going into a coma. Now, what if that man you love them now, and y'all have been together? It's like now, if he didn't want to step outside of his marriage and go with somebody else, could he be allowed to keep sleeping with his wife, even though she's in a coma?
What?
Yeah, no.
Sleep with the woman
She's
that's in a coma?
incapacitated. They had an active sex life. They continued on until right
No.
up to that point. She said it's all good. And I don't care what happened. We always gonna be able to sleep with each other. So then it's not. If you
Mm,
say no, then it's not wrong for the guy to say, "All right, when my wife fall ill, we can't be together because we can't have that connection anymore. And he could go get somebody else dead at that
I
I,
mean,
I, I don't know. Sorry to interrupt, Kareem. I personally, if I was no longer in a position to provide my husband with adult activities, I would rather him cheat on me than do what you're saying he should be doing. I'd rather him do that. Because if any woman here knows how a woman's vagina works, if I'm not mentally participating in
yeah.
that activity, it will leave physical damage to me. And I'm sorry, it's my body is something like, look, I don't mind being overweight, but if you're starting to mess around with stuff like that, no, no, no. There's a limit,
point.
you
So at
know?
no
So
point you could tell him that give consent forever
no,
if
like I
he's
said,
not
yeah,
acting.
yeah, no. If I'm not, because like I said, a woman like you mentally have to be participating for your body to be working that way. You know what I mean? Just like you as a man, that the your PP isn't going to work if you're mentally not into it. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
they
it's
got
like,
some pumps and stuff for that.
oh yeah, of course, but that you know what I mean. But it's I like I said, I'd rather him have an affair, rather him go find another woman, do what you got to do. I'd rather agree to that than him doing whatever he wants. While plus, it's
Okay.
like some of these guys too. Okay, it's not just he's going to continue doing what we normally would do during if I was physically capable, but some of these guys might start to okay, well she can't say no to me tiring her up. She can't say no to me doing this and doing that. Some of these guys will get extra on it. I'm sorry, no, thank
Oh
you.
wow.
Some of them might
Okay,
get
you
extra.
say
You know
no.
what I mean? So yeah, for me, it's a hard no. I don't. Go ahead,
Okay,
Kareem.
so
I
It's a
don't look.
hard no for me too. Like, and I
Yeah.
wouldn't even consider it cheating at this point. Like, just do you. But my thing, trash can, is what if you can't get yours up? You're not even in a coma, but you can't get it up. Can she go out and have extracurricular activities and still be married to you? Because you can't
that
service
would
her
never
anymore.
happen. That
Huh?
would never happen. I mean,
Oh,
there's pills, there's pumps, there's
you
all
never
these
know.
advancements.
You never know. Okay, you talk about the
There's
terminal illness. What you if you're completely paralyzed from the waist down?
there's this thing called a C word sleeve that you slip around there and it keeps it in the upright position.
It seems like
I'm
you
just
done
saying, I'm giving
research
the
this stuff,
option.
like just in case
He's prepared with
this
a
ever
backup
happens to
plan.
me.
So to continue on with it though, you say it's
Look at him
okay for
change
him
the
to
Listen,
cheat.
subject.
he's like,
you
listen.
say it's okay for him to cheat. He goes out there, he cheats. But a couple years later, you wake up from the coma. You accept that he cheated. Y'all can still continue to go together in a relationship and
Absolutely,
Yeah.
be together.
If
absolutely.
if that was the agreement beforehand, yes, for sure. Now, if he did it without telling me, that's a different story. But if
We
we
wouldn't
agreed,
even have to make an agreement with that. To
oh
me,
yeah,
it is understood. If I'm in
okay,
a damn coma, man, it's not like I'm in a coma and like next week you go out there and do it. If I've been in a coma for a year, yes, you absolutely can go out there and do it. I mean,
So
just
that's the
don't
time
forget
limit.
about me. Still come and
at least
visit me
shout
and
out
hold
my
my
name.
hand, and pray for me and all of that.
You
But
Oh,
know,
he's
no,
doing all that. He's doing all that. He's in love.
yes, absolutely.
at least shout out my name while you're out there with this girl.
Shout out to Saya in the chat. I see her
Yeah,
in there.
yeah, Simsia. Yeah, he's a great guy. Great guy. I don't know, Simsia. If you really want to, you can always join the panel. I will. I don't know if you want to join the panel. We're kind of having a weird conversation right now.
No, this is normal stuff for me. This is
Of
not
course,
weird.
but
You knew what you were getting into when you invited me up here.
that's true. That's true.
Listen, this is normal. I can talk about this more than I can talk about movies, okay?
Of
This is
course.
one
And
of my
look,
favorite topics.
I am not against any of these conversations at all. I'd even talk religion and politics if you guys wanted to. So hey, I'm all for it.
How y'all feel about that movie that came out? I think it was based on a true story where these parents had a kid and the kid ended up getting sick and then he needed a bone marrow transplant. So then the family had another kid to be able to give him because they weren't a match for him to have.
Hmm.
But if they had another biological kid, that would be a match. Use
I
them for
didn't
spare
see the
parts.
movie,
Like,
but it's like a true story, right? Because I think I've
yeah,
heard something like that.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that story. That to me, that's just like I get the parents' sense of desperation and getting bone marrow. You're counting on the generosity of total strangers, where because I've had my bone marrow taken out. It wasn't painful for me, but I know apparently that it's very painful procedure to other people. So it's one of those things that like you're really dependent on other people saying, you know what, I will do this for you, you know what I mean? And especially when I don't know this kid, so why would I go through a difficult procedure just to help out your kid that I don't know? But on the other hand, like this other kid now is just like, okay, you didn't have me for me, you just had me for my older sibling. Like, what was the point of me being around, you know?
right.
So your brother could live.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're 2 years old and you're going through a bone marrow, I don't know if you've ever had have you had
Mm-mm,
that
It's
procedure?
painful. I know
Yeah,
that.
mm-mm.
yeah, it's not a fun experience at all to go through. And let's say that I don't know how old the kid was actually, but let's say he was under 15 years old. You're not going to understand that you're there helping your sibling. You just understand that you went through a very difficult procedure and that the whole reason why you're alive is for your brother,
So you're
you
saying
know?
that the kid should have a choice on whether he's willing to go through it or not when he's
Or she's saying
what,
just
let's say 13.
don't have the kid.
Well, that's it. I'm not. Like I said, I'm on the fence about it. So it's like I can understand why the parents would do it. If I had a kid, I would want to do everything needed. And if that meant having a second kid, I would at least consider it. But I mean, if I'm putting myself in the kid's shoes here too, because I've been through that procedure. At let's say 5 years old, would I want to go through that procedure? Maybe I would. And hey, great if they created a kid that just happens to, but again, what 5 year old wants to go through this kind of procedure? You know what
So
I
you're
mean?
saying they should have the choice. They shouldn't be able to say.
At
They
least
should be able to
consider.
say no. Because I
Yeah.
thought the parents at that age, when you under a certain age, then you don't have a right to say what medical procedures you're gonna go through.
Yeah, I
What do
think
you?
yeah, I don't know what it is though. Like I think under 18 here in Canada, if I remember correctly, and again, this is not medical advice, it's not legal advice. Um, but I think under 18, it's the parents that get to decide, which to me, to a certain degree, makes it worse. You
Yeah,
know, because you're creating this child for the sole purpose of saving your older brother, and this kid now legally does not have any kind of decision in the matter. I would feel shitty, like think of the kind of relationship you're going to have with your parents afterwards. Like, are you, like, how should I say this? Like, I don't know if I could trust my parents after that. Like, when they tell me I love you, do you really mean it? Or are you just saying that to make me feel better? Or, like,
especially if the
yeah, but
kid passes away.
on top of that, yeah. It's like you put me on this planet already without my agreement. And look, what kid is born with their consent? It's not like I agreed to this. Like you know. But then on top of that, you force me to do something that I may want to do, I may not. Who knows? For somebody like you said that ended up passing away anyways. So I went through all of that for what? Now
Yeah,
you're
consolation prize.
and will the parents love you after that? If
Of
the
course, the
kid
parents would love them. Like,
would
why
you
wouldn't
would
they?
but you had this kid, like this, the parents had this kid not for that kid, they had him for the brother.
But
And they
sometimes people have kids because they were drunk and they had sex. It doesn't mean they didn't love the kid when the
mm,
kid came. It's still your kid.
okay,
A
yeah.
lot of pregnancies are unplanned. Some are planned. You know what I mean? Like, I think they would still love I mean, to me, listen. I wouldn't even think twice
Mm.
If it meant saving the other kid, I would have another one.
But
Well,
Kareem, when that kid passed away, the parents to set up his whole room as a shrine, a constant memory to him.
Which one
They,
passed? Which one would pass
the
away?
older, the one who was sick,
Okay, because what
and
happened? Like the
that's
bone
the
marrow
one.
didn't wasn't a match or something.
It didn't go through. Something else happened. Kid passed, ended up
yeah,
dying.
yeah.
Hmm.
This
Anyway,
is
now you're
yeah.
stuck
This
with this
yeah.
other kid.
You're not stuck with the other kid. It's still your child. Because think about it, because like say for example, the kid they didn't have the other kid and the kid passed away. And now they decide they want to have another child because they lost their other child. So now it's like, do we say, oh, the other kid is like, oh, the only reason why you had me is because my brother died, and now you had me because you want another kid because the brother died? Like,
But that's the point. It's like, wouldn't it create resentment because it's like the two other kids are only here for
Right.
like because of this first kid, like I don't know, like I can only, I'm not a parent myself. I can only take the perspective of the child in this relationship, right?
Yeah.
I would have a certain amount of resentment for my parents. Like, I'm only here for a kid that ended up dying anyways, and I'm hypothetically thinking as a parent, wouldn't I have a certain amount of resentment to the kid that I created in order to save a child that still ended up dying anyways, regardless of all the effort that we put into it?
Because at a
That's
certain, oh,
yeah. Sorry, yeah. That's just the mentality I have to a certain degree. Go ahead, trash can.
because at a certain point, you did not love that kid that you brought into this world for spare
what?
parts.
How? At
If
what
it
point
came
did
to the
you
point,
love?
if it came to the point where I don't even want to know this kid, I know this kid already, but my kid might need a heart, or my kid might need something else. But I want to do anything to have this kid and keep this kid here with me. At a certain point, you should say, "Hey, this one, I'm just gonna look at. You got to be robotic about it. I'm just looking at this kid as spare parts or
Nah.
whatever."
When that's your child, that is your child, no matter what. To me, anyways, that's your kid. That's how I
Mm,
look at it. Like that's still that's still my kid. Like to
Mhm.
me, it's still a blessing. Whether it's here, the initial reasoning behind it was for whatever. It's still mine. I would still love them. It
yeah.
wouldn't be a spare part.
I guess it's just the ethical part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Ethically, some may look at it as wrong, but it's, to me, I wouldn't care about, ethics as far as others' opinions. I
Yeah.
would, for me, ethically, I would do it.
Yeah.
I would. It's just like what you were saying. Like if your kid kills somebody, and it's like ethically the right thing to do is to call the cops. But it's like, damn, it's my kid.
Yeah. Do
But
I
could
really?
you love that kid the same as your other kid if
Heck,
the one you did it for passed
to,
away?
to
Could
me, I
you
would.
then? It's rough.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it kind of for me, it's. I guess if it's a question of like, okay, we need to find quote unquote spare parts. I'd rather put a lot more time and money into cloning, even if it's just at the, okay, let's clone a liver, let's clone I'd rather put my money into that than, oh, let's have a baby. Especially like, okay, if the kid needs the liver now, but your pregnancy takes 9 months, right? And it's not even guaranteed that the kid that comes out is going to be happy and healthy. What if
They'd be
that
like,
kid,
induce me at 7 months.
like,
You know,
what, like how, like, well, how far do you have to take it? You know what I mean?
well, you know they made a movie of that. It's called The Island,
Yeah, I
where
was
they
gonna
were
mention it
cloning.
earlier. Yeah,
Yeah, that was unethical to have to. They have a mind of their own, and you're gonna have
yeah,
to end up killing them at the end of
yeah,
it. This is all you here
exactly.
for.
Yeah, that was it. Did you see that movie, Korean? Korean?
Nah.
No, yeah, it's a
Oh man, you
crazy.
gotta watch that one.
Yeah, come on, man. That's it. I heard Netflix, but I keep trying to find that feature. Apparently, Netflix has the party feature now as well. I know the that Amazon you can have a party
Like a
where you
watch party.
watch party. Yeah, sorry, I was looking for the word. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Um, Yeah, exactly. Like I would love to organize a watch party where we go through all some of the movies or shows that we're like, yeah, I haven't seen this movie. Let's go watch it together. So,
And we
but
don't even need to do it that way. We could just watch it while we're on here talking like we are right now. Watch it.
that's true. That's true.
Y'all never watch the series Insecure?
No, I haven't.
No, I heard about it though.
Is it what? It's too girly for you, trash cans? I love that show.
Yeah, that just killed me when I see the thumbnail. And I'm like,
Oh,
no,
who you
it's
kidding,
gonna be
trash?
boring.
Look,
It's
trash. You
it's not boring. It's like real life stuff, man.
exactly. Look, Kareed. He tries to come up here and pretend like he's a big tough guy, but
Yeah, and he
he's a
cried
softie.
like he named like 12 movies that he cried
I
at.
ain't named 12.
Exactly. Come on, you
And like
trash.
he wasn't finished, he just
Mhm.
got cut off, but he wasn't
Exactly. He
finished.
he would have named another 12 more if we let him. It's okay, trash. We know you. It's okay. You know.
Good movies bring the emotions out of brother. That's all I'm
Well,
gonna say.
sure, sure.
Any brother.
It's okay. We know you're a big softie. It's
Did
okay.
y'all watch Gone Girl?
Yes, I
Yeah, I
did.
saw
Yeah.
that. That
I
was
thought that
crazy.
one was good. I thought to me it was just funny as hell. The whole thing was just funny.
I
Yeah.
knew she was a liar from the get go.
Oh yeah, of course. It was obvious.
I love at the end when he was like, "You bitch."
They stuck with each other though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
she got him good.
Yeah.
Well,
She got him
you
good.
could tell that he was. I don't know if BDSM was permitted in their relationship. I would have seen both of them getting into that kind of
Oh
thing because
yeah, yeah.
like because he seemed like he liked being whooped by her. Because even his sister was like, "Why are you with this girl? Like after everything she put you through, you're still gonna stay together with this girl?" You could
Well,
tell he.
at that
Yeah.
point though, it was like he had no choice.
Did he
He was
really
backed
not?
into a corner.
Yeah, it was a difficult position, but I mean, he could have had a way out. And it's
No,
like
because then
you,
he didn't she say she was pregnant at the end?
yeah, but you did have, but look, what guy has not left a pregnant woman? You know what I mean? And at the end, there was that one caught that at first was, against the husband, but then after all the evidence came out, was like, oh, wait, there's something else going on here. He could have gone out of it with a certain amount of, yeah, he might have had to pay up a lot of money towards her, but he could have
There's
gotten out
always
of
the
it,
stairway approach.
Yeah,
which
there's
would,
always a way out, but I think at this point, it's like he's like, this chick is like crazy as hell. I'm just stuck. Like if he leaves, what else is she gonna do?
yeah, for sure,
Just
it's
trip
definitely
down the stairs.
yeah, it definitely
And
would have been a difficult thing for him. It would not have been easy, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
I'll give you that.
it's not like, oh yeah, what guy never left a pregnant woman? Like we talking about a crazy chick.
Yeah,
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 she
exactly.
crazy as hell. And he wanted a kid though.
Oh
He
god.
did
I
want a
loved
kid.
when that couple robbed her at the motel too. They
Oh
took her
yeah.
money.
Hell yeah.
Because she thought she was so slick in the whole thing too, and so I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, come on, she deserved that one at
yeah,
least,
she did.
So at least that come up and got to her. But no, but what was that? That her ex boyfriend that was
Oh
still
God.
so madly in love with her, and she ended up
He
killing
was
him. And
weird.
Ugh,
oh my god, that
was
was
sick.
yeah.
That was sick.
Did
Ugh.
that
And
count as assault or what was that? I don't know.
That's did she killed him?
Yeah,
yeah,
she killed him, but he when he was sleeping with her and whatnot, was that like a plan to get out, or that's kind
no,
of
She made it look like he like violated her.
yeah. I think
yeah,
I think essentially she tried to make it out, if I remember correctly, that he kidnapped her or
kidnapped
something.
him.
You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And that so
Self
basically,
defense.
exactly, so that she was basically framing him in case her plan with her husband didn't work out the way. You know what I mean? Or was that the plan? But yeah, I know she's setting up. That's for sure. Oh, she set him up so that she could get her husband out of the not be the suspect and not be blamed for it, because she was planning on returning to the husband, right? So she needed her way out to be able to get back to her husband. So set this guy up who is still madly in love with her, So it's just weird.
But didn't the husband deserve a little bit of the drama though? Because he was cheating.
Yeah, of
No,
course. Well,
absolutely not.
yeah, look
It's
at
like,
Trash defended the guy.
listen, like y'all dudes watching, pay attention. Like if you go out there, cheat at your own risk.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody deserves what he went through.
Oh, come on,
No.
a little bit of payback, a little bit. Come on,
Yeah,
Trash. Not too
Oh
much. Yeah,
man,
she did go over the line. Yeah,
yeah, but
but
he learned his lesson. I
you
bet you
know,
he won't cheat again.
at least not with a crazy woman. That's for sure.
Mm-mm.
No, but yeah, that was
Tyler
definitely.
Perry. Tyler
Oh,
Perry came out with some good ones,
The
I don't
what
know.
was that, acrimony? Did you watch that
Yeah,
one
yeah,
with
yeah,
Taraji?
yeah,
That
yeah. With the she helped the guy out or whatnot to become famous, and
yes. Oh my
yeah, that was
God.
cold blooded.
Which part was cold blooded?
When she ended up losing, fighting with him and lose what she wanted the most, which was to have kids, and she got injured
Yes.
to the point where she couldn't have kids. I was kind of with her at that point. I'm like, man, you really fucked her over now. Come on.
Yeah, yeah. It's like that's what made her snap. It's like, listen, I wasted my time with this piece of crap. But to me, though, I mean, I can't even say I can't. I blame her for snapping. But when you see the ending result, is like you end up being dead, and they still, So she should have just took the money. But it's like this dude just kept taking money from her, just
Kept doing
taking till she had nothing,
Mm,
That's how
nothing.
relationships are. A lot of times.
unfortunately, yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, but yeah, I would have
You,
just took the money.
when you're not evenly yoked with somebody and you just pouring all of yourself into somebody else for them to be successful, that's how
Mm.
that ends up pretty
Yeah,
much.
that's when that resentment is gonna come into play, and you want to kill them.
And he's not gonna want to be with you because he always gonna remember you as him being too weak to provide for himself,
Yeah,
and he had to rely on you. And he wanted to push himself past that and get with somebody else
yeah, and then
to
the
where he could
insults,
raise up.
because like, remember when he even like showed up to her job to give her the check? You see how she talked to him, like he was trash.
Yeah,
It's like, how you gonna be with somebody after that?
Exactly.
I
had
mean,
no.
I'm
She
sure
can't
he already
respect a
felt,
man like
huh?
that. She couldn't respect a man like that. She had to provide.
Yeah.
No, none of you women could do that for a man
Yeah, after
and
a
still
Hey,
while I
hold y'all
wouldn't.
respect for
No, after a while I
him.
wouldn't. I couldn't. It's like, you're pathetic. You are pathetic, because it's like, yeah, you're smart, you're working on all these things, but damn, dude, just get a job too.
And that's why I don't even mind how he was when I'm on my come up and I finally got to where I was. I proved your ass wrong because you didn't believe me.
But listen,
It is what it is now.
he took, but trash can. I mean, her mother died. She got the
Yeah.
house. I mean, he took everything. It was just like, come on.
That
Like,
movie had you emotional a mess at the end because they kept swinging you back and forth. You ain't know whose side to be on.
yeah, 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 yeah. Because initially I was on her side, but then towards the end, I'm like, just take the money, girl. Just forget about them.
exactly.
At that point, she was just far gone because she was over him, right? Remember, she was over him. But once he got that money and saw
She's
that
like,
this
oh
other woman
hell
was
no.
living that life,
She
that's
gonna
when
remember everything she gave up for you.
yeah, that's when she lost it. I mean, he was living in a shelter, like he went through it.
Now, if he was a bum, she would have never paid no second thoughts
She
to.
would have been
Listen,
like,
I've wasted a
listen,
part of my
she was
life.
moving on. I mean, she saw him working in that restaurant, washing dishes. She's like, look at this nigga. Ugh.
But isn't it true though? It's different when a woman can leave a guy and she'll feel more complete about the relationship or whatnot. But when a guy cuts it off with a woman, she feels some type of way about that. She needs
Of course.
closure, and
Yes.
and she goes years with resenting that guy because of that.
I don't know. Well, I don't know about the resentment, but you're gonna feel some type of way, like you wanted to be the one to pull the plug, or you're gonna be emotionally, your ego is bruised a little bit. I can see that.
Simsia has a question about the movie. Wasn't that movie about believing in your partner's vision?
That was about stupidity.
He wasn't a
To believe
partner.
with somebody.
He was not a
No,
partner.
at a certain point, you got to watch out for yourself.
Oh my god.
Yo, he was not a partner. Hey, what? Your partner's vision. That sounds like something that dude. What was his name again in that movie? Oh my
I
god.
forgot his name.
Yeah, he was not a partner. At some point, it's not a partner, man. You just taking and taking.
Hey, love is blind. You would do some
Jesus.
foolish things, be foolish in love. That's not good.
Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah, his name was Robert.
Okay.
Robert. Yeah. Mm-mm.
And Wally has a question. Y'all are some real troopers. What y'all secret soda? Coffee, carbonated water? Shaking my head. What's in the coffee, guys, here that's keeping us up until this time in the morning?
Man,
Good conversation.
Exactly.
Wally, I'd have had to pee for the last 2 hours and I ain't got up yet.
Get a
Oh,
cup.
you
Or
know?
bottle. I don't know what menus. Get a bottle.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
Ah. Mm-mm.
There's definitely been some interesting stuff coming out.
I know you. Who are you lying? You like being between two beautiful women. That's the only reason why
Yeah,
you're
he
here.
Oh,
is in
yeah.
between. Look at
You
Sandwich,
do?
him.
You do? I
Oreo
think.
time.
Oh yeah, you love it, huh?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. What other Tyler Perry movie was like really good? Like
Like
I think his movies are better than his like TV series. He always messes up his TV series.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like his movies better when he's not in them and he's directing.
yeah, that's
I
true. You know what was good? I
Yeah,
like Good Deeds.
good deeds. I've heard. I think I saw that one. Remind me about it.
That was the one where the girl, she was a single mom, and he was like the CEO of a company, and she was working there for him, and she was like the janitor, and then they fell in love, and they got together, and all of that.
Okay, because when you were saying that, I was thinking of Diary of a Mad Black Woman, but
No, 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 no. It
good
wasn't.
deeds.
Yeah, it wasn't the crazy where it's like the man is horrible type of
Okay,
stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was a nice little movie. Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Now that was something else, though.
yeah, that was a trip right there.
I'd be damned if you gonna drag me out the house like that and have me begging and crying and but
People focus on that, but they don't focus on the damn mom or their sick ass setting up her kids so she could be successful. Even used her daughter to sleep with her husband at the time and have this pedo thing going on so she could keep her husband happy and with her. And she ended up getting her other younger daughter to marry this man that's abusive. And or am I missing them up? Because sometimes I mix
you're
the stories
mixing
up.
them up. Diary
I'm
of a
trying.
Mad Black Woman.
Did she
Unless
have
it
a sister?
no, I think you're thinking about maybe one of his plays. Because I think Diary of the Mad Black Woman was the one where the husband ended up in that accident. And he
Paralyzed.
was
Okay.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
paralyzed.
Then it was a Diary of a Mad Black Woman too, or something. It was
I
something because
think
it was another
there's
story like
two that one was the play you're talking about, I
that.
think.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the play. So he had the play and then he did the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so two separate.
Yeah, that might have been like a was it family reunion when she was trying to leave her husband? I know she was getting her butt beat by her husband and she
Yeah,
decided to
I
run away.
vaguely remember that
And then her
one.
sister, yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely
She went to
remember.
her sister's house. That's what it was, I think. Her sister was staying with Medea and she ended up staying with her too.
I was so over like before when Medea came out, I was like my daughter had put me on to the Medea stuff and I'm like, ha, it's funny. But then after a while it was like it's just too much.
Mm. Yes.
I like Medea better in the plays though, because as a kid, my parents took me to the plays all the time, and
Yeah.
it was funny at that point. But then, it got not funny.
Yeah, it was like you're overdoing it now, Tyler.
Yeah.
It was just too much.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was saying earlier that I feel like it's become a trope that in a lot of the black comedy movies that here's another guy dressing up as a woman and doing
Yeah.
exaggerated
Yeah.
black female characters. It's like Eddie Murphy did that in several movies. Who is that? There's a couple, quite a few black, and I feel just like,
Martin did that too though,
yeah,
but I liked that
Yeah.
movie though. That
But
movie.
y'all like Tu
Big Mama.
Wong Fu and back though.
sorry,
Who?
Y'all like that movie?
Which
Tu
which
one?
Wong Fu and back.
I don't know
Y'all
that
never
one.
watched Tu Wong Fu and back with Wesley Snipes dressed up
oh,
as a
Tu Wong
woman,
Fu,
Oh,
Kurt Russell dressed up as a woman, and then that
wasn't
Mexican guy,
it
John
wasn't Kurt
Luciano.
Russell? It was the guy from Dirty Dancing. Because
No,
yeah, it was the guy from Dirty. I have the DVD. Okay, don't tell
I
me no.
swear that was Kurt Russell in
No,
the
listen, do not.
had me help me out.
No, 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 no. It was the guy from Dirty Dancing. I forgot his name, but it was him. And the full name of the movie is Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything. And it
Yeah,
was Leguizamo that was in it with Wesley Snipes and guy
Kurt
from
Russell.
Dirty. No, it was not. Listen,
Let me look it up.
If you say Kurt Russell one more time,
She told you she got the damn DVD.
you
Listen to
know,
her.
I'm like, let me see. Can I find this? You know what? I'll just go on IMDb and because I know it was not Kurt Russell. I know for sure. Listen, you got me angry at 3:20 in the morning. My goodness, trash. What am I gonna do with you? Alrighty, so to Wong Fu. Let's look this up and end this debate right here, right now.
Pastor Swayze. I meant to say
There,
Pastor Swayze
there
is what I
you
was
go.
trying to say.
See what's his name? Say it one more time. What's his
Pastor
name? Yeah,
Swayze.
yeah, I know that. You better not
But
get
he
it
looks
wrong.
kind of like Kurt Russell.
What are you talking about? Looks like him. Boy, if I had a Bible to beat you with, I would. Okay, Kurt. They looks like Kurt Russell. What you talking about, boy? What
Oh
am I gonna
man, you
do with
bet
you?
Baywatch.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Y'all ever seen Disappearing Acts with Wesley Snipes? It's a girly
What was
movie.
that one about?
Okay, it has some Nia Lathan in it, and he was like what would you call it now? He wasn't like a licensed contractor at the time, and so he would do like odd jobs and stuff. And they fell in love. They had a kid, and he wasn't like pulling his weight. And she was a musician. She broke up with him, and then he went got his GED and became a contractor, and they got back together.
Hmm.
Girly movie, but it was
Oh.
pretty good.
It's hard for me to remember too many
It was way
Wesley
back in the
Snipes. I think
day,
of okay. It was around Jungle Fever and White Man Can't Jump type of era or
probably.
movie. Uh,
Yeah, probably back then. That was when Wesley was very young.
she stole my thunder. Stop hating in the chat, all right?
Listen, I gotta put you in your proper place, okay? You know,
Wow.
whatever. Patrick Swayze, Kurt Russell look the same. What is? Swear
They
to
kind
God,
of
man.
resemble
No,
each
they
other a
do
little
not.
He's doing just like how what was that reporter that confused Samuel Jackson with?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, listen,
My
Oh
goodness.
man.
he
Not
went
every.
in.
You know. just because two white guys. Jesus, Murphy Brown. It's
Oh,
three
you,
twenty-five
you
in the
called the
morning.
white guys. I didn't even know they was white. They could be anything.
What are you talking about?
Hmm.
Get over here so I can beat you with the Bible, man. Don't do it.
Oh man,
Oh my goodness, what am I gonna do with you?
has Kurt Russell ever played a woman there? Because I was pretty sure he played a woman before.
I doubt
Now I'm
it.
not sure. That's probably why he's not doing nothing now.
A lot of these actors aren't doing anything now from the 1980s and 90s.
Well, Wesley
True.
Snipes still hanging in there.
Yeah, a couple movies here and there. That's why I was really disappointed when they talked about doing the Blade remake that he's not involved in it at all. It's like you cannot do a Blade movie without
Why did
Wesley
they?
Snipes.
Why didn't they put him in it? Is it like
They
politically
trying to
motivated?
they trying to make it Marvel bringing into the Marvel universe. So
Oh, okay.
they're just uh
Revamping it,
redoing the
basically.
cap. Yeah,
Yeah, unfortunately, because to me, it's like Wesley Snipes is Blade. Blade is Wesley Snipes. Like keep forgetting his name. He's a great actor, but to me, he just does not have that intimidating build that Blade
no.
needs to have in
But
order
you
to
don't know what
us.
he's gonna.
Yeah,
Might
sorry,
he might later in the future.
maybe, but there's some guys that are skinny muscles. Like they still have some meat to them, and you still get in some kind of like, okay, I'm intimidating. He's just skinny. Like no matter how hard he tries to get muscles, I don't see him as a muscly type person. And not only do you need to be a muscly type person to play Blade, but you need to be physically imposing on top of that. He does not seem to have that kind of build. Now, I don't know if that's actually, maybe just that's how he just comes off on TV, maybe. Maybe when I see him in person, or maybe how he's going to play around other actors, it might come off differently. But he's just not, he's too skinny
So you
to.
just wanna I gotta go over this guy when it
Hey, no,
comes
no, no,
out.
no, no. For me, it's like, look, hey, I have my fantasy guys that I can, that's the kind of thing. But for me, Blade, you have to be scared of this guy.
Yeah.
He's the freaking daywalker. You're supposed to be scared of this guy. The actor that like I said, I can't remember his name. He doesn't scare me. I wouldn't. You tell me he's a vampire that walks in their day. I'm like, okay, whatever, and shrug and move on. He doesn't.
Well, you
He's
say that but I think you just so used to seeing Wesley Snipes play the role that you like nobody else can play that role. Just like I am with Christian Bale and Batman. Nobody else can play that. But
no,
then you
but he.
have somebody like Michael B. Jordan comes along and they thinking that Apollo, the new Rocky type was gonna be trash because you can't replace Rocky. And he did really great at it. So you might be surprised.
Maybe you're right. I could be wrong on this, but I have a funny feeling that I'm going to be right. I have a funny feeling. But look, when the movie comes out with this guy and I'm wrong, I'll buy you dinner. How about that?
I'll take you up on that.
There you go. Okay, but he better be damn good as Blade. That's all I'm saying. But look, from what
And
I
if
see
he
so
is,
far,
I'll buy you dinner.
there you go. Thank you. But yeah, but that's all I'm saying. Like so far, I'm not convinced. But hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be buying you dinner. Who knows?
Or I could be buying you
So
dinner.
who's
Hey,
your
We'll
eye
find out.
candy?
oh,
Who?
you trash,
No,
obviously.
she talking to you. She stole my thunder.
That's
You
what.
talking about all these muscular black dudes.
Hey, listen.
Let's see who's the real eye candy around here.
Are you trying to get me in trouble with trash can waves there, Kareem Kareem?
Who's the
I'm
backup
kind of
eye
getting
candy?
offended.
Every girl needs a backup, okay?
Oh, okay,
It's
yeah.
like a
Trash,
hall pass, you know.
trash can. Is that okay with you that I get a
Just go
hall
ahead
pass?
and continue breaking my heart.
The way you act and talk sometimes, I don't think you have a heart. Sometimes, like.
It's a
Probably.
mush.
Yeah, I know. He's a big baby. He tries to be tough and like acts like he's part of the like manosphere. I don't need no woman. Oh, y'all are evil. Sure, trash. Okay.
What?
Yes,
Trash
yes.
can?
Do you never
Yeah.
hear me say that? That's not
Oh yes, all the
no
I
time.
look. I'm in the TLA chat room on a regular. I see what you say. Okay,
I'm
try not to pretend.
constantly going against different things, man.
Yeah, exactly. Look at him
Ain't no
backpedaling.
side.
Look at him backpedaling, trying to clean up. Oh, you know, I see you. I see you.
You see me on JPA too. I
Yeah,
go.
I see you on a lot of things. Yeah, but you try to act like it's okay. Don't worry. We still like you anyways. We put up with you.
Come
I
on. So
got your
who's
attention.
your eye candy? Because I
Hey,
need to
hey, I
know
was trying
yours. And then
to.
trash cans, I need to know yours too.
Oh yeah, I know it's
Mm.
not gonna be seen as I know trash can is not gonna name me. Let's see, who is my eye candy? I
Yeah, know that.
changes. I know I'm not your eye candy. Who you trying to lie to? You know, I ain't stupid. Okay, I'm not Einstein, but I'm not Forrest Gump. I told you that before. Okay. Let's see. Well, of course, there's the typical, Idris Alba. He's always a good looking guy. I certainly wouldn't mind. Um, at one point, I had a crush on Tom Cruise, but I mean, now,
Wow, the short
yeah.
guy.
Well, look, looks are looks. At my height, I can't complain about a guy's height either. So
Yeah, he's tall for her.
yeah, yeah. So, what about you, Trash? And don't you say me, okay? Don't you dare even try to pretend like I'm your
Well,
crush,
since you
okay?
took that option off the list,
Oh yeah,
I'll have
sure.
to say Zoe Saldana,
Who
Okay.
is that?
Colombiana, Colombiana Avatar.
Oh, her. Yes, yes, Zoe. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, she looks nothing like me, so that's how I know I'm not part of your list.
And I wasn't finished.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that? One who ruined American Idol. Uh, the light skinned one though, not Jennifer Hudson,
At
but
one? Oh, she was with Jason the Real, the
I
Derulo.
think so. Is it? Ah, I had it on the tip of my tongue.
Jordan. What's his name?
Jordan
Jordan.
Sparks.
Yeah.
Jordan Sparks.
Oh, I have to look her because I
Yeah,
I
she's
don't keep
pretty.
up.
She's a pretty girl.
She
Yeah,
reminds
you
me of
see,
people
no,
from my
again. You're proving me right. She looks nothing like me, so that's how I
You ain't
know.
see her when I saw her.
No,
She
no,
probably
no,
look
no, no, no,
different
no,
now.
no, no, no. She looks nothing like me at all. So I know you just confirmed. Thank you, thank you, thank you, trash can. Okay,
Give
I'm
me
gonna.
an example, and I'll let you know. I'll give you my honest opinion.
Wally said
You know?
Tyra Banks.
Oh yeah, she's
Tyra
very.
Banks with that big ass forehead. Hell no.
Hey, hold on now.
Hey,
Listen, okay, let's
that.
challenge. Okay, I would say the most what the black women who are considered the most beautiful women are typically have big foreheads.
I was about to
And I ain't
say.
gonna put myself in the most
Hell
beautiful
no.
women category, but I got a forehead too. So like back up, but like Rihanna has a forehead. What's the model? Iman has the
Yeah,
forehead. Like when you look at the models, they have the forehead.
that and trash. I'm looking at a picture of Jordan Sparks. She's got to afford it. I'm telling you, all these mixed kids that
Y'all
so
ideal
many.
forehead.
Look, I
Look,
have a big forehead too, and if you like,
no.
look, yeah, 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 look, she has a big forehead. If the girl is a mixed kid, she's gonna have a big forehead 9 times out of
You
10.
said
I'm,
I
she's a mixed skin,
yeah,
really?
did you look up a picture of Jordan Sparks?
I know what she looks like. She has, but I
She's
didn't know it had anything to do with being a
oh yeah,
mixed
Tyra
yeah,
kid.
yeah, yeah.
Tyra
Nine.
Banks has a faux head.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I
But
A faux
like I
head.
said, she's considered beautiful. Like women with the
exactly.
forehead, for some reason, they're the models.
Hmm.
Vivica Fox has a faux head.
And she's a
She is
model, so
not
you
beautiful.
see,
You seen Vivica Fox lately?
yeah,
But
she's
see,
beautiful.
Vivica's fox head, though, I think it's more the receding hairline.
Yeah, that's true. That
Like
could be
she's
part of it.
missing, like her edges.
Yeah, some of
So
it is
that
not
does
that
make
big.
the forehead look bigger.
And then all that plastic surgery she got on her face
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
See,
does
plastic
not.
surgery is just not for black women. Like, we
Hell
just need to
no.
Oh
age
yeah,
gracefully and don't mess
yeah.
with your face. Like,
Lil Kim
just
up there looking like
I
a
was
white
a
woman.
I was about to
that's so
say.
sad. Like, I feel,
Oh
but
man,
okay, check out the psychology with the little Kim thing now. Because, like, for somebody to do that to themselves, it's a mental thing, right?
For sure,
So,
for sure.
like, her and Biggie, they were like, it's like, imagine, she's with this guy, and like they're cool, they're friends, everything, the chemistry. And then he meets this light skinned chick and marries her in like
oh
2 weeks.
man, you did not just go there with that.
No, but think about the mental that's
That's
going to
fucked up.
affect a young girl from the hood, beautiful dark skinned girl from the hood, who had this connection with this man. It's like we both hot on the mic, we love music, we vibe, and you would think I'm going to be the one you pick, and you meet this light skinned chick and you marry her in 2 weeks.
That's it's not because of how she looked. That's because of how nasty she talked and how they did Lil Kim in that movie. Uh I wouldn't marry Lil Kim. How they
Why?
did, how they showed depicted her in that movie, which she was this fucking be
Big?
notorious big,
What was
and
wrong with
she
that? I don't get
it,
it.
it was just a whole bad image, and then the whole
That's a bad image.
when her CDs came out, and she's up there licking a lollipop, and her legs are spread. Yeah,
But
it's sexy.
but see, who cultivated that image? When she first came out, that when she was like getting into the rap game, that wasn't her. Big and them made that image to promote her and said,
No, it's
okay,
cop
this is
out.
what's gonna sell.
She a grown woman. She made her
She
decisions on her
wasn't
own.
all, come on now, she was young too, but still.
But again, it goes backtrash to what we were saying earlier about, Prince and a lot of these artists. They'll agree to a lot of things if you tell them, hey, look, if you do this and that, we'll save you from poverty, we'll save you from this, we'll save you from that, or whatever. You know what I mean? And little Kim wasn't exactly, grown up in the middle of suburbia and,
This is
rich
hood, like.
parents. Exactly, so if you're telling her, hey, you just have to show your, open up your legs a little bit and show a little bit of this and a little bit of that, you can potentially make millions.
And it worked.
Exactly. I mean, look, let's not kid ourselves. Sex sells.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are willing to buy, a movie, a CD, or whatever because hey, the girl looks pretty. Hey, she's in a provocative position. Men buy that into as much as
Alicia
women do.
Keys is the one of the most beautiful women I ever saw in my life,
Hmm.
and she never allowed herself to be
But you
depicted
see,
that
what
way.
the thing is this, right? They were coming up at a time where, with rap music for women, women were more like on the thug, like it wasn't a sexy type of thing. You had the Queen Latifahs, the MC Lights. These were all like more, it wasn't a sex thing that they were selling with the women. I think, so it's like they wanted to do something different, so they branded her different. But prior to that, you didn't have the woman doing the whole sex symbol thing in rap.
Well, Eve was a rapper, and I don't remember her. Well, she was a stripper before, so
Yes, and
I
she
give
came
that.
after Kim
Yeah,
too, and it was a different type of thing still. Like,
You said
they put Kim all the way out there. In a sense, she was taken
exactly.
advantage of, and I mean, or whatever. But it benefited all of them.
That's it.
It
And
benefited her
so
money
they are to
wise.
blame for her becoming a white woman.
The blame is, I'm saying, mentally. In
uh,
her mind, she probably thought she wasn't beautiful enough, because it's like she felt like, me and this guy, we connected, we vibe, everything is good, and he was still dealing with her. So it's like, you come, you sleep with me, we're best friends, but then you marry her. So it's like, okay, what is it about her? It's because, that's, to me, that would be the mentality of a woman like that. Because what other reason would she like do this to
So
herself?
Biggie died in the '90s.
Mm-hmm.
mid '90s, and so that carried on with her. A man she ain't really had
Mm-hmm.
that much of a relationship with, all the way up until now in
Mm-hmm.
the 2000s when she decided to become a white woman, and that somehow
Mental,
is ridiculous to do
mental, mental stuff doesn't just go away because that person that inflicted the pain is no longer there. It's already and she probably had some self-esteem issues already.
it.
Like
Exactly. That's deeper than Biggie right there for you to become a white woman. Ain't nothing no man did to you.
she ain't no white
That
woman.
she a white
Well,
woman now. It's on
in
her
her ID.
ID or her driver's license. Say
That
Caucasian.
ain't even the color white. I don't know what that is. It's
Like
something
a melted
different.
Barbie doll.
I feel sorry for her because it's like you can't even fix it. It's not like you had the surgery and you can like fix this. It is
Mm.
gone so bad you can't fix this. She would need a
Beyonce did the
whole
same.
entire nose, like lips, cheekbones, everything would have to be like a transplant. It like you can't fix this.
A lot of people lighten their skin. Beyonce,
Hmm.
Charlemagne the Defiler, all those people lighten their skin. Why is
Yeah.
that being pushed for dark skin? Why where's the dark skinned women representing now in the music industry or anything? Do we even have a dark skinned chick that's holding it down?
Uh,
It
Unfortunately,
depends on
not
what you
really, but
like. Well, the thing is this: there are dark skinned women in the music industry, but they're not you like a sex symbol, right? They're not viewed to be beautiful. So, I
I
mean,
think
like
dark
Remy
skin women
Ma,
pretty.
she's a dark skinned woman, right?
Yeah, but you see how they doing her on
That's what I'm
she's just like
saying.
a joke. Like
She's an amazing rapper, but she can't get into the realm of like a sex symbol rapper.
and that's messed up because the dark skinned women are really beautiful. They had that dark skinned model that's really she's really beautiful.
Which one?
That could I forgot her name. She's young though, and she's coming up.
I
I had to
think it
pull
was
up
the
her picture.
Sudanese girl. I think she's from Sudan.
She's from Africa, I believe.
I think yeah, Sudan. Like oh, the skin color of Sudan people there, it's beautiful,
Yeah, it's
like
like
milky
she's so
chocolate.
black, she purple.
Yeah,
Like
she's yeah, yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
like her.
But the thing is too though, it's like it's always just that one. That's why you can mention like just that one. You know what I mean? Like so they
They're
always
not being
have
pushed.
one.
They're not being pushed.
Hmm.
So it always is just that one. But there's a lot of them out there that's not being getting the recognition because they're discriminating them because of the shade of dark on their skin.
Hmm. And if they're dark, they have to like have more of a like the Afrocentric look where it's like you gotta shave your head bald or like
Oh, I know who you talking about. You talking about that comedian. What's their name? Was in girlfriend, girl trip or something?
which comedian was in there? Oh God, you talking about the chick that's with Common now?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking about her, but yeah, she had
Oh,
shaved her head bald.
okay.
Uh, that wasn't, yeah, that didn't
That
look
is
right
not
to
it.
me. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Some people can carry it off, but it's like it's not for you, sis.
I think if you're dark skinned and then they say you just got to be a comedian or something, you got to make us
Mm-hmm.
laugh to be famous. Tiffany
Unfortunately,
Haddish, yes.
yeah, Tiffany, Tiffany. I know Common. I wonder what he said when he's like, it's like,
No,
like think
shit.
about it. Like, say you meet a woman, she had hair when you meet her, and then she decides to shave her head off. Are you gonna
Mm.
stay with her still?
If she
If
don't look like
the
Amber Rose, hell no.
Exactly. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you do that?
well,
Makes no sense.
Wally's seen Tiffany Haddish. Is that the girl that's
Yeah,
down?
yeah,
There
Yeah.
you go.
Stephanie Haddish.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I wonder. Hmm.
Yeah, some women can pull off. I know I shave my head. I look good in it, but hey, you're right. It's not for every. But look,
Yeah.
hair grows back anyways. It might take a couple years to get down to like okay, all the way down to the butt length, but hair grows back, man. You guys make it sound like it's once you shave it, it's
No,
done. But
I've done the short thing too way back in the day. Yeah,
mm.
and it worked for me, but I don't think I would take that chance now though. Like
Yeah, a lot of women shaving off the sides of their
not
head, like
shaving. Yeah, and I didn't shave. I just had but I have very curly hair, so it was like it worked, but I was very young too, so I had the
Mm.
young face and all of that.
I like
But
women with waves. So
and it to me too, it's like you got to know how to work it up. Like to me, if you're gonna cut your hair that low, you can't go outside with no earrings and you know to you gotta make it look
don't
feminine.
be like
True.
no ninja or something like
Right, like you can't be wearing like sweats, no earrings, and just going out there unless your face is just amazingly beautiful.
Pretty much.
Otherwise, it just look. But I'm curious to see if how long her and Common is gonna last. Cause Common just he's a bed hopper.
I don't know. To me, I couldn't stay with no women who did naked sex scenes or sex scenes in general in movies. Like,
Yeah,
I, like she just pulled her chest out before in movies, so I don't know. It just hits me different. Like I can't really see
yeah.
being with a person like that.
Unless I guess if you're in the business, then maybe you understand. But then again, trash. Think about it now. If she's making millions, I mean, you was willing to stay with some old cooch for the
Oh, I
money.
get with a Oprah. I get with a Oprah or something like that.
So, how much money does she need to have for you to be able to say, you know what? Yeah,
Please.
so many women so many people saw your goods, but I'm willing to stay with you.
Right?
You know, if she had $50 million, would you say, you know what? Yeah, I don't like it, but I'm willing to be with you anyways. Would
Man,
that be enough, or would you need more?
she had to be like a billionaire.
A billionaire, okay.
Yeah,
What?
Oh,
she had to be like a Martha Stewart or
oh
Oprah
my
Winfrey.
god, now you're exaggerating now here. I think
And
you
listen.
I'll
trash.
be with that writer of the Harry Potter books for sure.
But yo, okay, like Jay-Z, I heard he would get jealous with Beyonce, right? So I
Yeah.
don't know if you remember, he had done a song with Sean Paul, the Jamaican reggae
Yeah.
artist. And, Jay-Z is very difficult to look at, right?
Yeah.
So he probably got some self-esteem issues too about how he looks. I mean, he's got to know he's not an attractive guy. And he was jealous, and they said he was on the set all the time and making sure, like, they weren't getting too cozy or whatever. So
That
Oh
could
I
be
hear
a
no.
plan though, like a cute type of deal. Like I'm watching you, I'm watching you.
you.
Y'all women, y'all like that. Y'all like a guy to get jealous of y'all.
But not
No.
not crazy jealous, but
Y'all like a little
no,
bit
no,
crazy.
no, 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 not
Nah.
crazy jealous.
To me, jealousy, to be honest, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes is a sign of insecurity. Like if
Mm.
you have your life together, you're not giving me any reason to step out. None. Doesn't matter how cute that other guy is, doesn't matter how rich he is. If all my reasons to be with you is with you, you have nothing to worry about.
And then it's going to lead to more problems. Like, I
Exactly.
don't need the questioning and all of that stuff.
So y'all
Exactly.
saying if a guy never looked at y'all like y'all were able to be taken by anybody else or able to get paid attention to by anybody else, if he ain't see the beauty in you
No, he's supposed to
like
know
that,
that. But
to
what's
be
the
like
need
he
to
should
be
be threatened
jealous?
or not.
Because to me, if a man is with his woman and he don't think any other man is gonna look at her, then it's like he knows he's got a dog face woman, right? Like
Mm.
she's not that beautiful in his view. So if he sees her as being beautiful, he's gonna know that other men are gonna look. But so what if other men look?
Nah, it's some man out there, women who would go to their man and be like, I'm going to Miami for a weekend with my girlfriends. Is that cool? And the guy would be like, he'll look at her, he's like, yeah, go ahead, baby. Good time. Because he know ain't nobody going to be looking at her or wanting to be
Really?
with her. And then
But the
there's
thing
other
is,
guys that be like, hell no, you ain't going without me.
why? Because to me, it's like, so if other men look, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you looked, so obviously somebody else is gonna look.
What about the women who more than take in the look? They take it in something else.
But that's the point. Is that those girls would have cheated on you whether they went to Florida or not.
Yeah, like
You
I mean,
know what I
you
mean?
gotta
It's like,
follow her to every damn trip.
you
Trash can
know,
is like, oh, you going to work? I'm
I,
coming with
you
you.
know,
There
like,
was a okay.
go ahead, Trash.
I was about to say it was just a YouTube video of a guy where his girl was packing up to she said she was visiting her mom, but she was going to Atlanta and it was the All-Star game there. So she's packing all these heels and stuff. He's like, I know you're not going to see your mom because I logged on to your chat and I saw you and your girls talking about y'all getting ready to go to the All-Star game. So
Wow.
and she still left and he let her come back. And she had the fuck 'em dress and everything. And we all know what goes down at these
Oh,
All-Star.
come on. See,
Well,
that's the thing too. You gotta allow people to be. If she gonna cheat, she don't
she
need to go to the All-Star game to cheat.
she's gonna do it anyways, and that's the thing, though. Like,
He should have left
why?
her.
But that's the point.
Left her for
Like,
what? What, which is it? Because she lied or
Because she
because she
lied.
went? Okay, okay.
Because she lied about what she was gonna do. That it means she has intent on doing something that she shouldn't be doing down there. If
Do
she
you
lied
think a
about
man has the right to tell her she can and can't go somewhere?
it. Hell yeah! If y'all in a relationship and y'all together, then you should respect your significant other opinion on it. Now you gonna be on backstage with some celebrities or whatnot. He say, "Nah, you ain't going backstage with no celebrity. What you talking about?" We know what goes down in the backstage.
oh Lord,
Y'all are funny, man. Be tripping.
you know. And he makes it sound like this happens every single time too.
So he's
Like
like,
the second we go to Florida, every
he's
single
like,
woman.
I know what goes on in Florida. I know what happens in Miami. No, you cannot go to Miami. Now you can go to Tallahassee. Tallahassee, that's different. But Miami,
but just specifically Miami.
So how y'all feel about y'all significant other going on vacations without you?
Let him,
And
please.
y'all living together.
You know what? Please let him go on vacation without me. I need a break too. Jesus, you make it sound like you're supposed to be like married and live every single moment together. Please, can I have some personal time?
That's
Can
kind
I
of
have?
weird.
Is it?
Yeah, to go on vacation. It's
You
one thing going out to like the club or something or do
trash
whatever.
can. You
To
you
go on
are
the whole vacation,
no 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 no
but
no
okay,
no.
is he going by himself or is he going on a boys trip?
he's going with whoever he's going with. Let's say he's friends with boys and girls at the same time.
No,
So
see,
he's going with it
I wouldn't
with the
feel
crew.
no. I would have an issue. I would not feel comfortable if he's saying he's going on a trip with a bunch of other women and men. Because
But they
then
gay though, so it's okay.
no, I'm
He
coming.
didn't put in all these conditions, but
Listen, like gay now, buy later. Like chicks gonna be buy up in the damn hotel. So just like you trash can, I'll be like, listen, I know how the gay chicks get down. They gay now, but they gonna be buy on that damn trip. I'm
but
coming.
but your man is with you. You know he's for you. If he's gonna cheat on you, he would have cheated on you
Yeah,
while he's
shut
up there.
up.
Look
Nah,
at him
but
trying to.
if he's going on a boys trip, I think everybody needs their time. You know what I mean? Like for themselves and to be just a free individual. So I'd be okay with him every now and then, taking a boys trip. But if, a friend is getting married and they all want, all the boys want to go out of town or whatever and take a trip, to me, that's cool.
He ain't
But
just
don't,
going on a boys trip though with his married friends. He going on a boys trip with his single
that's
friends.
okay. Like you have to
You
allow
know how
people
they
to
get
be.
down.
Look, Look, that's the thing, Trash. You want to assume that people cheat when they go on these vacations.
Right.
That's that you're trying to say. I assume people will cheat on me. In that case, look, if we're going to assume people automatically cheat regardless, then why are we getting married to each other? What's the point?
If you have
Or
to take a okay.
well, look, I
Trash
mean,
can want. He's keeping a close eye.
I
you
don't
know,
know about she stole my thunder. She sounded like she want to go on a lot of vacations without her man.
look, look.
He's keeping it. He's like,
But
wait a
no,
minute.
it's just like you bring it up as if every single woman is gonna go out there and have an affair the second she goes out and has a trip by herself. If that's the assumption that you're making, then why get married to any woman? Why get in a relationship with any woman? What's the point? If you're gonna automatically assume that at the earliest convenient possibility she's gonna have an affair, if that's the assumption that you're going to make out of the woman that you say that you love, why are you in a relationship with her?
If she
Hmm.
gets to the
Why?
point where she needs a vacation from you, there's something wrong in
It's
that
not saying she
relationship.
needs a vacation from you.
My mom don't go on vacations without my pops. My pops don't go on vacations without my mom.
Well, you see, the dynamics of everyone's relationship and like their friendships can be different. Like, I have a friend. We grew up. We're 2 days apart. We were best friends since we lived in Jamaica as kids. She moved to the U.S. We're still tight, right? So if she was like, let's like, there's like a concert in Miami and she wants to go and she asks me to go, like now you want to be the third wheel? Like it's like she gonna be like, the hell, like, trash cans coming again? Like, damn, girl.
And I mean, look, sometimes you just have to have conversations between girls. Do you, as a guy, I'm going to say the word, do you really want to hear me talk about menstruation to another woman?
I can listen. Nah, I'm just playing.
Yeah,
Nah, I
but that's
wouldn't
the
want
point.
to, but
But
that's
that's
why
You
you
be like,
go.
listen, I'm
but
sitting
that's
right here.
but
That's
that's
why
the
you go to
point.
dinners by yourself
No,
with
no,
your
no, 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 no.
girlfriend.
Sometimes there's no one dinner that will take care of some of the conversations that I need to have with another woman. I'm sorry. That's a bunch of BS, and you know that.
So you're saying you need to go on a whole
Yes,
trip.
yes.
How long? How long is we talking? We talking about a week, a
I
month?
can see the conversation now. He's sitting on the bed looking all sad, thinking, he's like, so
She's
how
trying to
long is
go on
this
a year
trip gonna
vacation
be?
away, talking about she needs to talk to
And to
women
me,
about menstrual.
and that's what I was saying before. When I see men that are, I need to be with you every moment, it screams insecurity to me. Because that's why I'm asking you all these questions, because I have a funny feeling there's something going on in between your two ears that you're not able to
It's
say it.
mistrust.
Yeah,
He doesn't
uh,
trust.
it could be,
Nah,
yeah.
because
Look,
women try to cover
look,
up.
look, look, look how he tries to say it's women. No, Trash.
No.
I'm telling you right here and right now, there's something going on between your two ears that either you don't want to say or you cannot say because you
Oh no,
haven't
what? Not
addressed
at
it.
all. I'm the
Oh,
most securest person
yes.
in the world.
Sure.
But it's something about when women try to push off when they want to do something that they know they shouldn't be doing. They say,
What?
if you don't think it's okay for me to do this, that means you're insecure
Well,
and you
let
have
me.
a problem with trusting and all that stuff. And then they
Okay.
go out to get pregnant by another guy and
Oh
all
my
that.
Oh, you
God.
see, he jumps to the
I was
worst
just
thing.
saying that's what there's been cases of where that went
Okay.
But
down.
see, the point is too though, you can't stop that. So you telling her not to go, what difference does it make? If her intent is to like cheat and be deceptive, to me, I'm gonna just give you enough rope to hang yourself then.
I'm saying
I
I
can't try to
wouldn't be
stop
with her in the
you
first
from
place.
being deceptive. That's within you. If that's you, that's you. What I'm gonna
Exactly.
do? Keep trying to control somebody for the rest of the relationship?
I'm saying if she felt locked down or claustrophobic, I wouldn't. Why would I be with a woman like that in the first place?
But that's the
I'd
point.
rather us be friends or We go out and we chill or we kick it together, we have fun. But when you get in a relationship and you're together, and let's say you're not just boyfriend girlfriend type, we're talking about marriage type right now.
Mhm.
Then there's a different set of standards for when you're married compared to when you're dating and y'all just chilling and y'all cool together or whatnot. It's a different expectation that goes along with that.
Well,
I get it. I
yeah,
get it. As
we
far as
agree.
the
Yeah.
respect is
Mm.
concerned, if he says no, then if I'm married and my husband says no, I don't want you to go, I would respect it and I wouldn't go. But I would also say, like, the thought processes would be silly because he doesn't want me to go because he thinks that if I go, I could possibly cheat. It's like that to me. That's where the issue lies. The
Mm.
thought process that if she goes, she's gonna cheat.
Exactly. Like you automatically jump to that. Let's say I go on a 10-day vacation to Miami and nothing happens. Absolutely nothing. If I told you I went to the beach and got a suntan, that's exactly what happened. And I have the video proof of every single second of my day. And I can literally prove to you I did absolutely nothing. Then what? So
Are we married or are we dating?
we're married. We have 3 kids. We've been married for 25
Oh, then
years.
that's not going down. You gotta be fucked up.
It's
No, no,
like, so
no,
who,
but no,
trash
but
can's gonna be like, so who gonna watch these kids?
Yeah, so watch these kids.
you are. You're the father, you little
Hell
poopy.
no.
But that's the point. And that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like there's something in you that's not letting you, like, even when you know for a fact that nothing happened, you're still trying to find reasons to keep her at your side.
Look, you
Even when
stole
you
my
know,
thunder.
no, 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 no. Let's not invent problems of what if this, what if that. You know for a fact that she is loyal to you down to the last second of your breath, the very last breath you're going to have on this planet, and you still assume the worst of her.
She pulling single woman moves. She
No,
ain't
no,
ready for
no,
marriage.
no,
That's
no,
a
no, no,
single
no, no.
10-day trip by yourself. That's a single woman move. That's I'm dating somebody. He's my boyfriend. I'm
Look,
gonna be
this,
able to take. But once
look,
you
look,
get
this.
married, that's different.
No, 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 no. I'm sorry. This manosphere talk, you can have it on the Kevin Samuels channel if you wanted to. Okay? But this whole single woman, no, 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 no. She's still married to you whether she's traveling by herself or not.
Okay, let me ask you something, trash cans. For the industry that I'm in, I don't travel as much as I used to, but I used to travel internationally. So you're telling me, say you're with a woman and sometimes she's got to take a trip out of the country for work.
Have you seen Taken?
Huh?
Look, you see, he automatically, Kareem, in his logic, he will automatically assume the worst
Trash can's
regardless
gonna
of
be
what
the
you're
type
I
thinking.
don't
like,
go outside
okay,
the
he
country
gonna
like
show up at
that.
the hotel,
You
I'm
know?
like,
He
what are we
and
doing
that's
here in Shanghai?
So continue on, Kareem. You going on a trip? You're with your boss, and y'all have to go on this trip across the country.
Okay, let me put it to you
Look,
like this. I'm gonna tell y'all a story about, actually, I have a friend in the industry and we do the same thing work wise, and she traveled a lot too. Now this chick, and I'll preface this, she's not a black woman. She's Colombian, right? So we ain't gonna dirty up no black woman's name. She cheats on her husband. Like, I can't even tell you the number of men. Like, it's crazy, right? Like, I've never seen nothing like this. But she cheats with people locally, and when she goes on her business trips, she slept with her boss, like whatever. But the thing is, this is someone who cheats, right? So the fact that she cheated when she went on her business trip was isn't the only time this woman cheats. She's a cheater. So this chick got a gym membership, right? Because she had like what do you call it, tummy tuck and all of that. So she's got like the body set, right? She got a gym membership just so she could say she going to the gym, so she could go to another man's house and be with him, and the husband wouldn't question where she is because she'll say she's going to the gym, right? But So this woman is just a cheater. It doesn't matter if she didn't need to travel out of state, out of the country to cheat.
You're supporting my argument, but keep going.
No, it supports the argument that just because your chick is going to Miami doesn't mean she's gonna cheat. If she a cheater, she gonna be cheating in
It's
Miami. She gonna
bad
be
either
cheating.
way.
She gonna be cheating while she's local. It doesn't matter.
But
You know,
that's the point, though. Trash and Korean. We all understand. We all agree that Sheena is bad, regardless of where you're going for it, right? I think we can agree to that.
hmm
But Trash, what he's saying, Korean, is that automatically, the moment you decide to leave the country by yourself, you're having an affair. You can the whole I'm going to
No,
business.
that's not what I'm saying
That's
at
what you're.
all.
Look, if
I'm
that's not
saying if it's any married people in the chat that's been married longer than 10 years, and they
he's
talk about how, hey fella, how you feel about your wife going on a 10-day trip without you? They'll say, hell no, my wife
okay,
ain't
let's
going on.
reduce the trip. I don't think I would leave my man for 10 days on a business on a vacation. But like I said, like my friend, like we love live concerts, like reggae music. So like our favorite artist might be in Miami, and she just is like, "You want to go down to Miami with me or whatever?" And we go for 3 days. What's
So
the
if he said he
problem?
wanted to come with you, you would say, nah, you can't come
No,
or
I wouldn't
whatnot.
say no. You can't come.
Well,
Mm-mm.
she stole my Thunderwood, so
No, I
let's
wouldn't say
leave it.
no. You can't come. But if you're gonna tell me, but we would have the discussion where if you're assuming that I'm gonna be cheating because I want to go. But you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say no, you can't come. But I'm telling you, it's silly to assume that you're gonna get cheated on just because this
Why
person's
do
going there.
why you have to assume that you're getting cheated on just because you don't want nobody that you're married to going on a trip
Because
that
you're
without
saying
you?
you know
Like,
what happens
how's
in
that
Miami.
automatic? Nah, I ain't say that automatically means she cheating on you or anything. I'm saying out of respect, your wife wouldn't say, "Hey, I'm gonna take a 10-day trip to Europe without you. I'm gonna take a 10-day trip to Florida without you." That don't even make sense if y'all
Okay,
married.
I'm with you with the 10 days thing, but to me, like a 3 day girls trip, that's good enough. That's to me, that's long enough.
And
And
y'all can go in state. That's an in-state
oh
trip.
Jesus,
you
Come
see,
on now, y'all. Where
Trash
y'all
can.
really going like that? You can go to a hotel or whatever, stay in state, and
but
y'all just
okay,
take
but
a
what's
weekend
the
getaway.
difference? What is the difference about the in-state versus out-of-state?
It's the respect level, really, because if
What's
you say
disrespectful
I'm
about
about to
it?
go all these miles away from you, you really have a distaste for this man. It's an underlying
Oh,
issue that
jeez,
you're
a
not really
distaste.
saying that you got to really put that much distance between y'all right now.
You
Y'all
know what?
having that hard of a time.
I'm thinking the reason why he's put in a distance, dog leash.
That's
No,
you gonna do it
listen.
like that?
That's listen. That's the more I listen to you talk, the more I feel like you're looking at your woman like a dog, and she's
So,
gonna go out here and cheat. But if she's on a leash that goes to a certain distance, I can rein her in and pull her back and avoid that
Trash
problem.
cans just wanted
That's
to
what
be
it's.
close enough where he can just like he'll be hiding, looking.
no,
They
no,
get
not at all. I'm not going to check out at all. But it's a certain respect level where a guy can sense the level of respect a woman has for him by the distance she's willing to travel away from that guy without him being with her
There's
as
So let
a
me ask
fun
you,
thing.
trash cans, right? Say your buddy or your brother, whatever, is like, they're going on a fishing trip, and you like to fish. Your wife does not like to fish. She doesn't want to be out there. It's like icky ew, and they want to do a fishing trip for 3 days,
That's
right?
in state. That's cool.
It's out of state. Like
How's it out of state? It's a lot of fishing places in Michigan that we can go
this one is out of state. Okay,
to.
are you gonna go or you're not gonna go?
No, I ain't going out of state with the. If I'm married, I'm married.
Yes, you're married.
Okay, no, I'm not going out of state with my friend. I got a fucking family. I got kids and stuff. What you talking about? I'm just gonna randomly get up and go on a trip with the guys out of state for how long? Is it 10
3 days.
days? 3 days. Okay. No, I'm not doing that.
But you
Not the
see,
one.
also too though, for me, I guess because I have young kids and I'm not planning on having any more children. So maybe the dynamics of that is a little different. When if you have kids, then it's the family thing or whatever. So I would look at it probably a little different. But if it's just me and him, then you know. And to me, these type of trips wouldn't be like every year or it's like a once, maybe several years or whatever.
You know what I hear when you say that? Dog leash.
You petty, you
That's
petty.
what I'm petty as hell, ain't I? She said she want to go whenever she want to. This ain't no one time thing. She stole my thunder and wants to go on trips regularly with her girlfriends for
I don't
10
think so.
days at a time
But
out of state. She
but
wants
you
that
know,
Talking that
freedom.
10 days,
thing
you're
is
like,
though, like for me, I'm not a married woman, so for me, my view on marriage is going to be very different than for I Carrie and Karina. I think you're married, right?
no, no,
Or
no, not
were you ever
not anymore.
married?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Trash can. Were you ever married at one point, if I may ask?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, but I assume by the way you talking that you want to be married. If
No, not
you know,
necessary. If it happens and I find the right person,
okay, so it's at
then
least a
yeah, I
possibility.
consider it. But right now, I'm not really
Yeah,
even.
because you see,
It's
for
just
me,
ain't happening.
I don't want to be married at all for this very reason. Because I want to be able to just, you know what, I want to go on a 10-day vacation. I'm going to go up and go for a 10-day vacation. I don't want to have to explain my day and my life and why do you need to be here and there and that, 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 that. I understand for a married couple that yes, you need to have a certain conversation. Yes, you need to have a certain amount of respect for each other. Yes, you need to have an understanding because you are living a life together you know now my understanding of like how my marriage would work with my husband may be very different. Maybe I would need a husband that would say, you know what, you want to go on a 10-day vacation without me, great, fantastic. I need to spend some father daughter time alone anyways because I haven't had a chance to really get to know my daughter, so great, I'm going to take that 10 days to
Sound
be
like you
with her you know
hybrid in your single life with your marriage life, though.
but yeah,
You
but
want the
that's the
perks
thing.
of both.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's how, maybe I need to find that kind of guy. But I don't know if that would work or not. I don't know if I would be able to find that kind of guy or not. Maybe I would need to sacrifice a certain amount of things. But again, I'm not married. I don't plan on getting married. So I could be very wrong on this. I'm just, like you said, maybe trying to marry my married life, my single life to my potential married life. I don't know. But
Well, you
hey,
see too the dynamics. Like for me, if and I do want to get married, whoever I'm with, like I like relationships where we're like friends, right? So yes, most vacations would be with them anyways. Like that's who I would want to be with. Like so it's that would be like the person I want to hang out with. I would want to hang out with my husband and be on vacations
I
with.
know how you honestly feel, Green Green.
Huh?
Go ahead. I know how you honestly feel.
look
No,
at
this
Go
is
this.
it's
ahead.
the truth. Like I believe that's to me that's the best kind of relationship when you and your partner are best friends. Y'all
Right.
can bug out together, be silly together, have fun together, or whatever. But like I said, if I have my friend and we want to go to and if he don't like Rex, and I usually date American men. A lot of American men they don't like reggae music. So if Buju Banton is gonna be in Miami and they're doing a reggae concert on the beach, and I want to go, and my friend asked me to go, like to me it shouldn't be like, oh gosh, you can't go or whatever. It's
That's fine. But let me ask you this though. You go to that concert and your
mhm.
dude, he cool with it. And then towards the end of the concert, the reggae, you feeling him, you got all the sweat running down the chest and dreads and everything hanging around. And he say, I need 5 women to come with me backstage and we're gonna have a personal meeting or whatnot. And you one of the 5 women he picked. Now you
Mm-mm,
married to your husband, you know
mm-mm.
how he would feel. You going back there? It's
Hell
once
no.
in a
First
lifetime
of all,
experience.
number one, to me though, it's like the way I move it wouldn't even be off of him. That's just not my style. Like, no.
She stole my thunder, Michael.
You're an idiot. She'll go if she feel like
Where
it.
is that?
She'll go if she feel like it, right?
She'll be
No,
No.
like,
where
trust me. You should trust me while I'm back
where
here with these guys.
where is that Bible so I can throw it at you?
I'm gonna give you a hard time the whole time.
I know. Don't worry. I had an older brother. I'm used to being teased, so.
But the thing too is you gotta know your mate. Like anybody
Mm.
with me would know I'm not starstruck. I'm there for the music, and I love the beach. But no, what I'm gonna go backstage for?
So your girlfriends couldn't convince you, like, hey, come hang
No,
out with us, girl. Come on, come
you
on. He don't
crazy
care.
kid.
What?
No, no, I'm not the type that could be convinced by nobody.
And Trash, what
Hmm.
kind of friends do you think Kareen hangs out with
Yeah,
anyway?
That's
Come on
how
now.
all friends are when you go out. They
Oh,
encourage you
see?
to be
not.
your worst self.
I
That's how it
told you,
is.
Kareem, he
Mm-mm.
assumes the worst no matter what.
No, you see, you gotta know your partner. Like the girl I told you about, the one that does the whole thing or whatever.
Mhm.
Our friendship now is like because we met each other within the industry. It's career talk. She'll tell me about her rendezvous and stuff like that, but I would never hang out with her like socially like that because that's not my lifestyle. So she's the type that if we was to go somewhere and hang out, she would could meet someone and do and hook up. You know what I mean? That's not my lifestyle, so I'm not gonna go hang with her.
Exactly. That's all I was saying this whole time. That's all I've been saying.
Exactly,
What?
but you gotta trust. You gotta know your woman and trust her to know that she's gonna make the right decisions. So I
Exactly.
know who I would go out with and hang out with, and I know the type of friends that I would have in my circle that I would go on this trip with. That chick would not be the type of chick I would go on a trip to Miami with. I don't have the time for the nonsense and you hooking up with dudes and all of that stuff. Like no.
Facts.
So we good now?
Oh yeah, me and you on the same page. She stole my thunder. Still wants the freedom to go out and
Hey,
do what she wants to do because she don't want to wear no leash.
hey, listen. So what the way you talk about marriage, sometimes I feel that that's what you want to do to a woman is put her on a leash.
No, not at all. If I had to put a woman on the leash in a marriage, we wouldn't be married
Yeah.
because that's not the type of woman I would marry. That I felt, oh, I can't let her go here or go here, or she wanted to go this place. It's a certain level of respect that you have for a man that you truly love. That you're not going to want to do your same single lifestyle activities that you
Do
had when
you
you were single.
do
Well,
you
that's
consider yourself like an alpha man? Like you put your
Oh
foot
yeah,
down type of man? Okay. Is that the type of man you like? She stole my thunder?
not really, because that's the thing is that, and that's what I was kind of talking about before when he was talking about like the single life. To me, it's shouldn't you want to be even as a married couple? Like I understand that there's a certain amount of sacrifices that you do because you're married, because you have kids. So it's not like okay, 1 o'clock in the morning, let's go out to the club, but there's still a certain amount of activities that I would still want to do. Now, would I, just get up and go and do them? No, of course not. I do have to consider that I have to talk to my husband about it. I have to
why?
consider that there's kids, but that's the point. But to me, I'd still want to do a certain amount of things of like, hey, let's go to the museum. But the way you made it sound, that you even me just wanted to spend a few days with my girlfriends would be something. Oh my god, what if she cheats? Oh my
Don't
god,
you
what if
change it
that's
to a few days. You said 10
well if
days.
10 days is a few days. 10 days is a few days. That's the point. It's the 10 days isn't 10 years.
Hmm.
Trash can. It's not 10 years. For me, a long time would be like, okay, I'm going by
Wow.
myself for a month. That would be like, whoa, 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 wait a minute here.
But 28 days is fine. Well, that's
As
a
long
month.
as it's less than a month, right?
As long as it's less than a
you know
month, you
Yeah,
but
it's like it's not like it's a
having a
month. It's
good
only
time.
20, and it's not even the month of February. Okay, so the month is not a complete month. Okay, but me personally though, I do like alpha male because I can have. So I do I'm not, the little, wimpy girl or whatever. So I do like men who speak up and,
And speak
can
their
say no
opinion.
sometimes.
Well, that's the thing, is that oftentimes speaking your mind is not in of itself an alpha trait, in my opinion. You should always be able to speak your mind, regardless of whether you're quote unquote the alpha male or not.
And hold to it.
You know, for me, oftentimes, especially in the manosphere, the alpha males, it's not about knowing, it's not just about knowing who you are as a person and sticking to it. It's having a certain amount of control and dictating your life to other people. Oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes that's how it's presented. So
You're
that,
kind of confusing control and respect. And
well,
you
that's
kind
the
of twist
thing.
them too.
That's the thing, though, Trascan. That's how I'm, and I was very clear with my words. That's how it's often presented.
Mm-mm. Well, no,
That it's
I
not
would
about,
respect.
but that's the thing. It's that it's not always presented as men wanting to be respected in the relationship, and that you're also showing respect to the woman that you're in a relationship with. It's often presented as, I'm the alpha male, so I'm in control 100% of 100% of the
No.
aspects of a. Often, I'm not saying you, I'm not saying always. Again, I'm being very specific with my words here. I might not know all the English words, but the few I know, I try to use them as best as I can. It's often presented as being 100% in control of 100% of the things in their life, including the wives.
Well, you see,
And
to
I don't
me too,
believe in
the
it.
respect would have to go both ways.
Of course.
Whereas,
Yeah, that's
Of
what I
course,
would want.
Mhm.
and I never said it shouldn't be both ways. Now, like I said before, if I have to adjust my life because, oh, wait, I'm married and have kids, and I see that there's an importance to do that, okay, yeah. But if I'm not the kind of person that wants to make the adjustments, that wants to be able to, hey, I need to respect my husband's decisions and vice versa, then my
You don't want
question,
to be married.
then I don't want to be married, which is what I
Yeah,
said from the get go. Because I know that that's not what I would want to do for myself.
yeah, there has to be some bending.
Exactly. And you kind of have to know yourself as well. I know I'm not the kind of person that should be married. That I know that's not the kind of relationship I want with a man right now. Do I ever want? Probably not. But hey, if I change my mind, I know I have to do a certain amount of work for it.
Well, may I
You know?
suggest to you that there's a 85-year-old gentleman that's looking for a young wife,
How
and
far is
maybe
he away from
possibly,
death?
you know? There's
possibly
And
a
how
this
much
stage.
money does he have?
you know there's what's that tagline that they say, there's a hot single near you or something.
Oh yeah.
But that's all I would say is that, look, hey, I know what I want in my life, and hey, if marriage is not for me, it's not for me. If marriage is for you guys, great, fantastic. I wish you guys the best of luck, and I truly hope that it works out for you guys and that you find the one. And it looks like, yeah, Trash Can Waves and I are gonna have a YouTube divorce. I'm gonna need to call
Yeah,
TLA.
this sounds like a
Oh,
breakup
we
to
we
me.
just in the dating phase. You can go
TLA, where
visit.
are you?
You can go on 10-day trips all you want. You know. You
No,
know.
I know. No. I mean, look, I love you, TLA. I love you, a Trash Can. I love you, Korean, and that's why I like having you guys on the channels, that we can have these conversation. And still, I still like you guys. I still think of you guys as my YouTube friends, and there's no hard feelings. At least on my part, there's no hard feeling towards you guys. That's for sure.
Never any
So
hard feelings.
no. So yeah, and I mean, I think I know Kareem. She said she didn't want to, but you see, it's already 4:30 in the morning. We're almost 8.5 hours. She said, no, we're not doing 10 hours.
He's
I
an
told
hour
you
and a
I
half
can
away.
talk.
You know, but
I
hey,
can talk.
oh, I know that. I know that.
So, do you guys think TLA is more of the alpha male?
I think he's
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
Hmm.
He
but
does come off of it. I mean, that thing is that you don't become a 20-year divorce lawyer without at least having some of those aspects, at least some of it, you know?
I think it's wrong to assume that everybody who watches TLA thinks exactly like
Well, no,
TLA.
I don't
Everybody
think so.
who on a Manosphere channel is exactly the same. They're all exactly
I,
the same. That's
I,
not really fair because women don't want that in the shame to say, well, if y'all watch like a Tasha K or something like that, then y'all all like what she thinks or whatever
Mm-mm.
like that.
no, of course not.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. No,
Well, give
there's
the
things. It's
gentleman
just like with the Kevin Samuels, like my friend and I. Oh, she loves him. Like everything he says, she's like yes, you know. And I'm like, there's some things where I'm like the whole he has the options and all that crap. I'm like, mm. There's certain things I can rock with him on, but that's the one where I'm like, nope, nope. You're not gonna have no option to cheat with me or exercise your options or whatever, you know. So
Exactly. Well, like I said, this for me earlier, I don't know if you were there for that or not. It's when it comes to these advice channels where they're trying to help you out in some way, shape, or form. You kind of have to take their advice with a certain amount of grain of salt. There's some advice that they're going to give you that's great, that's fantastic, it really will help you. Some of it, well, okay, maybe I don't see the practical benefit for me personally, and then
right.
other of it, yeah, that I have to steer clear in. And Kevin Samuels is the best example of that, where some of his advice is generally good
Hmm.
advice that, hey, look, this would really, and some of it, okay, does this really apply to me? Does it not? Maybe, maybe not. And others, like, I agree with you, exercising your options. That just sounds like it's okay for you to cheat. To
And
me,
it's
that's
just for the man, right?
yeah,
The woman
exactly.
can't exercise her options.
No,
and
and
you
that, yeah. Sorry, go ahead,
oh,
Trash.
and you know what is going on? Do anybody actually really actively looks when it's come to good marriages? Do you really look for somebody that you want to marry, or you're just dating somebody until all of a sudden, oh right, this is getting a little more serious, and I'm feeling like I want to change things I normally do for this person, or I feel like it, then that relationship progresses naturally to the point where okay, now I'm at the marriage level, and then that automatically naturally occurs. Like you can't assume that you would want to be the way you are right now when you're married to somebody if you got to that point. Because to get to that point of marriage, then you must have saw somebody that you're willing to negotiate with and give in and take and give and take and give, and y'all have a mutual respect for each other. And
And I
y'all
think it's just a natural progression too of the relationship. I don't think you just go in and decide, okay, this is how we're going to, this is
right,
how I'm going to be. And, it's just a natural progression. And, you end up feeling that way. Like I said, like I love friendships. And so if me and this guy, we're like become best of friends and I have such a great time with him, that's who I want to be on vacations with, you
exactly.
know?
Yeah, and like I said, it has to be mutual. It has to be natural. It can't. The second one of you feels forced that, like, oh, I have to change because I don't know if that relationship is going to work for very long. Both of you have to be aware that, yeah, I need to change to some degree. It might be a minor change of, hey, maybe I need to exercise 20 minutes more in my whatever it might be. I'm just giving that as an example. Or realize that, hey, look, me and you are not meant to be together, so we need to step back and,
Right.
So, trash can, how do you feel? Say, okay, your woman, like she goes out to lunch with like male coworkers.
I feel like this. Um, you women say, all right, what's the big deal with us going out with a male coworker? All right, what if a guy had a childhood friend all his life and it was a woman? At a
Hmm.
certain point, you would want him to give up that relationship with his childhood friend if he's gonna be with you. It can't be the same where he hanging out with her all the time and
Hmm.
doing different stuff like that. So, in the regards to going out to lunch, personally, I witnessed my cousin. She was married to this guy, and he ended up going on lunch. with his coworkers, and he took her out to IHOP, and randomly, me and my dad was eating there, and then the way walked in, he saw us, and he was like shocked, like, oh,
Yeah.
now I have to explain myself, type deal. Oh, this is my friend. You know how that is. Yeah, we know how it is. We know what's going on. Especially, I could see it on your face. I could tell what's going on, and then they ended up getting divorced later because of the whole cheating thing. So it's a
So the
mutual
lunch,
respect
the
thing.
lunch was not innocent. Then it was more
No,
I was about
it's
to
a
okay.
say.
mutual respect thing. If your husband could say, all right, it's fine for you to go on lunch, but you as a wife, you're
Mm.
gonna start to feel uncomfortable with going to lunch with guys or eating out with guys that are coworkers. You're gonna be like, start feeling uncomfortable. If you're the type of wife I pick out.
Like I have a friend, like we were very, very tight, guy, and we worked together, and we would like take lunches together, and stuff, but nothing ever like even had the conversation. So he was with this woman, and he was talking about marrying her, and luckily I don't think she was the jealous type, because the conversations was usually, like he would talk to me about her, like he told me when he wanted to propose. We had those conversations, and every now and then we would have lunch, meet up, or whatever. And he proposed, they got married, and I kind of, after that, though, as a friend, to me, I pulled back. Where, because like before, we would talk to each other, like a little more often. I pulled back. It wasn't like even he pulled
So
back in the
you
friendship.
recognize
Yeah,
that
to
it's
me, like,
temptation.
okay, the dynamics of his situation has changed.
Yeah.
He's a family man, whatever. It's not gonna be like, okay, and even though it was never nothing intimate or nothing like on both parts, it wasn't like he never came at me, I never came at him, he never gave me any of those vibes. He spoke very highly of this woman or whatever. So, but I pulled back.
Because if we're being honest, we all have thoughts when we have opposite sex friends of what it would be like if we was in a relationship, or
It
could you be in a
depends on the
relationship with
person.
a
Like
person?
for him, with
Yeah.
him, to him, I didn't look at him like that at all.
But you felt the need to pull back though when you
Yes,
said you was
because like yeah, to me, that's it, and it wasn't about a matter of interest. It's just more so like the dynamics of our friendship needs to change, because like his life has changed.
so it's a temptation there then. Like
No,
Adam and Eve
no,
type deal with the fruit.
there was no temptation, but to me, like out of a respect for his marriage and his wife too, I wouldn't think it would have been appropriate for me and him to be like hanging out like we used to, where, you know, we're talking on the phone a lot and going to lunch and stuff like that. I didn't think it was appropriate for me
So you're
as his
saying
friend out of respect for his relationship.
at no point anything could have occurred where y'all, maybe he
Mm-mm,
had a bad day with this girl, or you had a bad day with your
mm-mm,
significant other you was going out with, and y'all was talking. It's no at no point over drinks or whatever
mm-mm.
that
And it
y'all be
wouldn't,
like
and to
taking
tell you
things
the
apart.
truth too, it wouldn't have even have been about her. I was not interested in him at all. I knew him before he got married. I wasn't interested in him.
I'm
Like
just curious, who paying out? Who was paying for these lunches when y'all was going out?
Dutch most times.
Dutch. Well, that's
Yes,
what's up.
Dutch. Like we was just cool. It's like, okay, we just, it's like, all right, you're hungry. All right, and just like, all right, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. All right, you coming? All right,
Hmm.
we go. Instead of me driving and him driving, it's just like we just go.
It's funny how women can't really eat by themselves though. Y'all do need companionship
No, I listen, I'm a
more than a
loner
man
too.
do.
Well,
I
probably, but I'm a
you
loner too. Like I can do that by myself. I've been to movies by myself. I've went out to dinner by myself.
Better than a man.
you
Probably
You'll
at the
be
same
fine.
level.
trash can.
Nah.
Do you not have see the other person that's next to you in this live stream? I do 90% of my things by myself.
Well, the
100%.
women, I'm saying women in general need
Hey,
changes
listen.
Yeah, well,
because
women
Exactly.
in
they're
general, yeah, maybe.
because when
Maybe.
women go to prison, a lot of time when women go to prison, they end up hooking up with other women.
And what do you
Oh,
think?
Jesus
Commonly
Christ.
happens
And
because they
what do you
can't.
think happens in the men's prison?
That
Nothing.
not hell no,
Oh yeah,
not
you
like
kidding?
that. Not like
Come
it does.
on,
It ain't as
you kidding
prevalent as
yourself?
it is in the women's prison,
You kidding
where they're
yourself?
holding hands with the women, making themselves look like guys and
You
whatnot.
Uh,
kidding yourself?
that
You're
stuff
kidding
is
yourself.
gross, but I don't know the name of the show, but it was like a real life documentary. We were showing like the women's prison, and it had me scared. Like I don't know if you ever
Yeah,
seen that thing, Scared Straight. That shit scared me
Mm.
straight.
yeah.
There was this woman on there, Diablo, her name was. Her
Oh
hair,
yeah, I know who you talking about with the tattoo on
yo,
her face.
yes. Like Diablo had me scared. Like it was like she's the type that'll be like, listen, you gonna be my girlfriend, Kareen. And it's like, listen, I would fight a man before I fight Diablo. She had me. I'll be like,
Oh
listen,
man,
listen, I'm gonna have to write a note to the COs, like, can y'all transfer me out? She had me. I was afraid of
might
Diablo.
have to give up my goodies. I'm not sure.
No, like no, I would give it up to every CO up in that place to protect me from Diablo. Okay,
Oh man, that
every
was an ugly
CO.
woman.
Yes, and she was missing like almost all her teeth. It was just she's scary, and then she had like this man rough voice. Jesus Christ! Listen, I ain't built for that life.
It was this show like Life After Prison where the woman was dating this guy outside of prison and she got out. It was a black guy, he out the military or not. So they got together, they got married, but she was still wanted to be friends with the woman she was in prison with. And they ended up he was cool with it, like she stole my thunder. She wanted to go out and hang out
Hey,
with this. I'm just saying, I'm not giving
hey,
you a hard time. But she
hey,
wanted to go out and hang out with her or whatnot. They ended up, he had to come clean to him. Like, it ended up going too far, and I ended up sleeping with her.
oh wow.
Like that. So, but he trusted her. He said he was like, it's no, I don't want to put a leash on her or anything. I don't want her to be free to do what she wanted to do and hang out. But when she did, it was the temptation got over her because she was with this woman in prison for 7 years out of her life. So they have a connection there and stuff happened.
But to me, though, it was going to happen regardless whether he quote unquote let her go out or not. Like
That
it
was
was,
just with that one person though. With everybody else, she fine. But
yeah. Well, she was going to find a way to get with that one person.
Hmm.
Like,
It's like we said before, cheaters gonna cheat no matter what you try to do. So
and it was probably going down in jail.
mm,
I mean, somebody been locked away for 7 years.
yeah, it's not nothing.
why tempt yourself? If you know that that's a temptation, why would you say, I'm gonna indulge in this if I know I'm gonna be tempted?
Yeah,
Well,
well, that's on her. Like
yeah,
she
exactly,
made that bad decision. That's on her.
exactly.
And sometimes we believe we can control our temptations.
Yeah. And then we find out the hard way.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. But I mean, if it's like, say, if I was to meet someone that was in prison for 7 years, come on.
You
I
would,
don't, there's going to be some issues. So
I don't know,
I wouldn't
Kareem.
go
There's
there.
a lot of handsome guys coming out of prison right
Oh
now,
gosh,
boy.
aren't they all handsome?
wasn't there that one guy that had that felony or whatever, and he was like like McHandsome
Yes,
or something like this?
The model?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was shocking. Like, yeah, he was good looking, but the second that I saw that he was at a criminal record, I'm like, no, he ain't that cute. It's okay.
But they picked him off his mug shot, though.
Yeah, you know,
Mugshot babe or whatever it
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was.
exactly. Oh my God, that, and it's like we said before, there are women out there that want this, that will. Like, I think there is a pen pal website or
Yeah.
something that you could like meet a guy in prison, and there are women out there writing these guys letters. Like, look, to
Yeah.
me, it's a difference between, okay, the guy went in in for a couple days on a marijuana charge. Okay, whatever, especially here in Canada, marijuana is legal
Yeah.
anyways. But like, okay, that's one thing. But some of these guys are in there for like multiple murders. They're in the
Mm.
mafia, and girls are going after these guys. I'm
Well,
like,
I was in this Facebook group, right? So
hmm
it's like from people like from my neighborhood type of stuff. So there's this guy in there, but he's not from my neighborhood. But other people, I guess, add him in or whatever. So it's like, you'll go back and forth with people and, you make jokes and stuff. So he had inboxed me and I don't remember what he initially said or whatever, but it's like, how when you can tell when someone has been incarcerated for a very long time based on even the stuff that the way they're communicating, you know what I mean? Like he says,
They
like,
gonna they
hey,
gonna
beautiful, I like to dialogue with you. Like, what freaking man that says dialogue, right? Dude, you've been locked away
You've
for a
been
long.
locked up a
Yeah,
long
yeah.
time.
So I clicked on his profile picture and all this shit, and I'm looking at, I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, I don't see the bars, but you can tell, like the
He in prison.
clothes.
oh wow,
Wow.
jeez.
So I said, "Are you in jail?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm in jail, but I'm just looking for friends or whatever."
Sure.
So I did not respond. Then he sends me another message and he's like, I want to be totally honest with you. I'm in jail for robbery with manslaughter, with
He
murder or
running
something
that
like that
game.
in
Wow.
California.
Wow.
And so I said, so how long you got? He goes, they said life. Nigga, what do you mean they
Oh,
said?
Ever?
they told me life, but I could come out tomorrow.
How long you gonna be in here? Forever?
Right. Yeah, forever. Not life,
you
forever.
know,
So then he's like, can I call you? So I'm like, nah. I
I'm
said, I
good.
have a man. And he's like, no, I just wanted to talk, I just, no, no. And then I ended up blocking him. But like, you could just tell the desperation,
Yeah,
Well,
like they
it's,
have nobody.
yeah.
it's some women who like man like that, who are women who don't want the leash and all that stuff.
But
Hey.
Like, for example, my ex mother was dating this guy, and he was in prison, locked up. She met him on his site. Now she's a promiscuous woman. She wanted to go out and do her thing and whatnot, but she still wanted to have the companionship and like the relationship with this guy. And she's talking to him in jail, and she ended up going down where he in prison, not even jail. But she would go down there and she would gave him her bank account information, was hiding his money because he's selling uh allegedly tobacco in prison. And
Oh
she
wow.
ended up going to visit him, and he's in California. I'm in Michigan. She flew out there to visit this guy, and he's having her roll take bags of tobacco, roll over it with her
Wow.
car, and stick it up her
Jesus.
and sneaking into
Wow.
prison. I'm like, why
That's
are
just
you
too much
doing that?
work.
This is stupid
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, and for a guy that's already in prison and that it's not like you're married to this guy, you have kids with this guy, you met him after all of that happened, like, my goodness.
Yeah. And women in love will make you do some crazy things.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's like,
unfortunately.
okay, how am I love you if I haven't even slept with you? Let's be real.
Haven't
Like, I
slept with
Yeah,
can't
them.
no,
even.
exactly.
Like, our relationship is you're a pen pal.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
Yeah.
thing. That's what I'm saying, is that there's no connection with that
yeah,
person. Like, I know you two, we are talking now, but how much are we really connected? Kareen, yes, I assume the photo I see on screen is you, but for all I know, you could be totally
Six
lying.
hundred pound man somewhere,
You know,
600-pound life.
I,
listen, I
I mean,
listen.
I,
I'm a
I,
scammer in Nigeria.
I,
Like,
I knew it. I knew it. You
like I
know,
need y'all to cash at me.
What's your real
Oh
name?
man.
You know, But yeah, and it's like you said, it's like, look, this guy's already in prison. So he's not in there for, okay, I looked at the girl wrong. He had to do something fairly serious. And then you're gonna risk your freedom to give him
And
cigarettes?
yeah, and you gonna ask me to do that? See, that's to me, that's where
Yeah,
the disrespect is too. It's like
exactly.
you
No,
gonna
you're
See,
right.
really ask me to do something like that? Then
Yeah.
you really
that's
don't
what I
care
was
about me.
saying. And then
Sorry?
here's the real. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
And here's the real secret. You're not the only woman this guy's going to be
Come
talking to
on,
to
I,
get
of
to do
course,
this.
exactly.
He's talking to multiple women with
of
the
course.
same lie.
Mm,
And can you blame him? Like these people in there are desperate just
Only
for
got time.
whatever.
exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Then they're gonna make you feel like the
Like
most
you the
beautiful
number
thing in the
one.
world. Yeah. Like you special. Like no, 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 no.
Nah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what I was getting at indirectly before too. What kind of woman do you have to be that you're going after this kind of guy, and that he can convince you to risk your freedom? Because you and me, Karina, guy asks you, yeah, can you roll over these bag of cigarettes, and then we're both gonna look at this guy
Mm-mm.
like, what are you smoking?
Mm-mm.
You and me might have different standards as to marriage, but neither one of
Mm-mm.
us are going
Mm-mm.
to be going to jail for any man, or for
Mm-mm.
even
I ain't even
even
bringing you a peanut butter sandwich. I'm not coming. Like
you know,
no.
like,
And when
yeah, go ahead, Trash.
I was about to say, when my ex told me that story, she don't know. It started making me look at her different. Like,
Of
what the
course.
fuck?
You're like,
This is where
yeah.
you came from?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
Of course. And clearly she doesn't think anything is wrong with it because she's speaking it like I wouldn't tell nobody that I'm doing
no,
nothing trashy
exactly.
like that. That'll be a secret. And when you
oh,
get
but
to me, like, I mean, if you're 18 and 19 and just dumb, but like when you get to a
nah, you
certain
a
age,
grown woman.
yes.
Mm,
And then the effort to go all the way out there to California, like at some point I'm gonna change my mind, even if I'm dumb. Like when I'm buying the ticket, when I'm on
that's
my
it.
way to the airport, when I'm running over the damn cigarettes with my car.
Like,
Exactly. But that's the
before you
thing.
even walk in, like,
That's it. But that's the thing, though. Like for me, it's regardless of what age you are. Most girls will have that one woman. If we tell that girl, hey, look, this is what I'm planning on doing, if you're in a good place, she's gonna smack you over the head right away and tell you what the hell you're doing. Why are you going to see this guy? So that's what I'm wondering with this girl is, where are her friends? Where are the people in her life that are looking at her? Because at some point she had to have told somebody, yeah, I'm going to California. When that person start asking questions, when that person start, who you go, what are you gonna do? Where, you know what I mean?
But you see, you
Like,
got two types of friends. You're gonna have the type of friend that's just as trashy, right? That's
mm,
probably like the type that'll do it. Be like, girl, he got any friends?
mm-hmm.
Right? And then you will have the friend who got the sense and is telling you no, and you're not gonna be wanting to hear what she got to say, so you're not gonna tell her the dumb crap you're up to.
but
I
then getting enticed by the lifestyle because she's saying, "Oh, I'm looking out for his money or whatnot, and I got $20,000 in my bank account now." And they're looking at that, and they're like, "Okay, I might could be with this person. This
Oh,
person is
jeez.
getting stuff that done and stuff like that."
He's selling
It's,
cigarettes in jail, sis.
mm,
That's what I listen. I'm that friend. You know, I be like, he's
man,
hey, even with the one that be, I'm like, but she just don't. You know, it's like I'll tell her the real. I'm like, damn, you did
yeah,
what?
yeah, that's
And I'll
crazy.
tell her too. I says, listen, if your husband find out, he gonna kill you. Like
exactly.
he's gonna kill you. This is not like divorce stuff. Like he is gonna kill you.
Yeah. No, but you're right. There's some women that no matter what, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it. Like that 18-year-old girl we were talking about on Mrs. B Finesse's channel. If we had a sit down conversation with this girl and said everything that we said about it in
Yeah,
the chat to her face, she'd look at us like we're all crazy. Like
and
we're the
cuss
one.
you out too.
Mm-hmm. You know, Because I mean, even that reply that she, I don't know if it was on Instagram or Facebook, that whole reply just showed that she was not in that state of mind where she was willing to say and look at her life and, okay, do I need to think about it? Do I need to be critical about myself? Do I have to have a certain amount of internal reflection and discernment about my life? For her, it's I'm doing the right thing. I'm
Mm-hmm.
doing the best. I think it was Frank Gooden that came up with the example of there being like she's in a burning house, and yeah, our first instinct is when we see somebody in a burning house, let's get them out, let's get them out. But she's the kind of girl that would go back in the burning house to
She
save
will
the dogs.
fight you.
You
She will
know,
let you get burnt
Yeah.
up in that house too, because she gonna
exactly.
fight you. It's like,
Hmm.
And, you
you
know,
know what? I'm gonna push her ass right back in that house. Like,
you
you
know,
know what?
and she'd not only that, she'd probably bring the kids into the burning house so that she could potentially find her husband to get him out of the house. You know, like, it's a series of bad decisions, you know. So some of these girls, as much as you want to
Yeah.
help them, you can't do nothing. You have to let them get burnt, let them go back into the house, see what happens, and then at some point when they're ready to realize, oh wait, no, this I don't need to be here. You know, I don't know if you guys saw that meme with a dog in the house and it's burning.
Burn
He's
it
like,
down.
I'm
It's
fine,
fine.
I'm fine. You know,
I didn't
some
see it.
girls, yeah, you know, I don't know how what it's officially called, but I'm sure if you put dog in burning house meme, you probably
It's a
could
lot of
find it.
memes. Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But no, it's she's the kind of girl, and there's always going to be that one girl, that one guy that like they're in the burning house. I'm fine, everything's good, I'm good. But yeah, they have to get their hands burnt. Some of them are unfortunately going to get eliminated, and you're not going to save everybody, unfortunately, no matter what you want to do. So yeah.
And I mean, if you really think about it, though, at some point we've all, I mean, I've never been to that extreme with my
Mm,
stupid decisions, but
of course.
you know, being younger, we've, you know, done some silly things. I think, growing up or whatever. It's just that we didn't do it to that extreme where kids involved and getting in a permanent situation to marry somebody. But
Mm.
Right.
you know, like,
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like the kid that we all had to. Our parents told us, don't put our hand over the burning stove or the hot stove, right? You have to some degree because at some point you physically don't know what the word hot means. So
mm-hmm.
you physically have to touch something hot in order to understand what that means.
But
So of
why?
course, well, let me put it to you this way. You're an alien that comes to planet Earth. Do you know what fire looks like? Do you know what fire feels like? Do you understand the temperature difference between not fire and fire?
I could look at
Probably.
examples of other people and then I could determine I don't want to do what that person did.
Well, that's
Of
true. I
course,
mean,
but
the saying is what a wise man learns from
other
the
people,
mistakes of others, but
yeah,
Yeah.
that's all good or whatever. But everybody
yeah,
has made some mistakes at some point.
exactly. And at some point too, even just for your own temperature sense, how do you know what's too hot until you get too hot? Like, you physically sometimes need to go through some physically in order to understand what it is, you know? And yeah, you know what? Sometimes you're gonna have to do things. You're gonna have to do stupid stuff.
I mean,
Just
like,
to
You
trust me,
trust
know?
you
it.
never got involved with a woman where it's like, when you look back, you're like, man, all the signs was there that
And
this was
then
Hell
just.
yeah.
I knew it. I knew
and
it.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you need to go through something in order to realize,
Yes,
hey, wait a minute. You
But
and
know,
then
then
at
you
the
might.
same time, my parents told me
of
the
course.
whole time
Exactly.
and I didn't listen.
Of
But I
course.
should
Exactly.
have listened. So
Yeah.
looking back, if
Exactly.
I could go back, I would have listened. And
Hindsight.
why wouldn't people just listen to other people's
Of
experience
course.
and
You can
take that
answer
in?
that. Why didn't you listen to your parents when they told you?
I'm a flawed human being.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Welcome to the club. Here's your membership card. The payment is due on January 1st, okay?
Welcome to Club Flawed, okay?
You know,
Sheesh. Like, I've
but
learned my lesson. I remember 2 years ago. Well, a few years ago, I had met this guy, cutie. And he was trying to talk to me, and I was like, I'm not interested, whatever. But, and he told me he was living with his girlfriend, right? No, he said he was living with his ex, and he was waiting for the lease to be up for him to move out. That was the story he sold me. So, but I was like, nah, right? So me and him connected on Facebook, and guess what? He's still with that woman. This
Oh
is years
wow.
later. Like, come on. So your lease still ain't up?
Exactly.
He spit
What
that game.
you know?
Exactly. But
Yeah,
I
that
knew better. Like I was at that
yeah,
stage where I'm not like
yeah.
ignorant to the game. You know what I mean?
So
You
how
you
long
under
did it take though?
I was never I never got involved with him.
thank God.
I would never, man, no, I don't play the you living with your woman type of thing, and you're gonna tell me you got the
Yeah.
lease and all of that. No.
So
Yeah.
Kareem, no contact at all was involved with this guy that was living with his woman.
Tell us the truth, Kareem
Just be
Kareem.
honest with us. Come on, it's just
It's just
I'm about to hang up.
there's
I'm leaving
we
the
women.
studio.
there's nobody
No, go
here.
ahead.
There's nobody here. You can tell us.
We always hear we women got our needs and everything. Tell
Yeah,
us about these needs, Kareem.
I'm leaving the
No,
studio.
no, come on. The therapist, like I would tell the billionaire, the therapist is in.
All
Tell
right,
us
put it
your
this way.
stories.
I already knew he was bullshitting.
So in other words, trash. She did have relations, and
She
she
just
just
wanted
doesn't
to get
like.
her rocks off. That's all she wanted to do.
It's okay, Kareem. Kareem, we've all been
I
there at
can't
least
stand
once.
you. I swear, like my finger is like close to that leave the studio button. My hand is
No,
shaking. Like
you wouldn't
I can't
dare.
believe you asked me that.
Oh
Like,
man, because I know because I'll be the same way. We the same way, so we
oh
all
my
messed up here and there.
god.
Come on, Kareem.
That's funny, but dudes be lying. They be lying.
Oh, too
Jesus. I
many.
looked, I was like, funny, funny, funny. Years later, dude, still with that same chick.
Spit that
Mm-mm.
game.
Yeah, because he was basically looking for a side piece, essentially.
Yes.
You know,
It was
it's
yeah, it was all game. It was all
mm-mm,
game. But no, I didn't fall for the game though. I knew.
thankfully. But yeah, he probably found somebody else because for every woman that says no, there's like 10 others that are eager to say yes.
Oh,
Unfortunately, so
oh yeah. Absolutely.
so
That's
trash.
easy stuff.
Exactly. So trash
Definitely.
can tell us about your little mistakes in that little red book that
I
you
don't
have.
have any too many mistakes. I already told you about a
No,
couple
no,
of
we
He
want.
said
these
he
Look,
did it
I
too many.
I didn't ask for how many. I told you
We
to tell
all
us
have
about it.
Jesus.
too much. You know, I told you about the prison, the mom that
That was
was.
somebody else's story. We want
That
your
was my
story.
story. I was a part of it.
No, no, no. We want your mistakes, not your secondhand mistakes. Okay. This is.
Well, yeah, we all for like I was with this fine Latina, and I ended up finding out later on, not by her just coming out and telling me, but she was trying to open up this bank account or whatnot, and I ended up finding out she was married
Oh.
to somebody else while she was with me. Now she was explaining that, yeah, I'm separating and doing all this, but come to find out when I get to talking to her a little more, she's not only married to that person, she's married to another person as well. That's in Memphis.
Oh.
Oh.
That's
How? Where and when did you meet
yeah.
this girl?
I met her online on Moco. And we
Mm,
hooked up, and she was
and
fine. So you know, I like
But
Latina.
let me ask you, do you find that Latina women cheat more than black women or the vice versa or the same?
I would say I have been experienced enough in Latina women to really put a
Mm.
point on that, but I know they're more strict. Their Mexican men are more strict with what their wives can do. Like She Stole My Thunder would never be comfortable marrying somebody.
It's like what? And what? 10 days? You better get
Yeah, they
past the
won't be together
Thanksgiving for
about
10 days.
minute. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that's what
real
you need,
control.
right? She stole my thunder needs a Mexican man. You gonna lock that down.
Yeah, they're
Those
super
girls
control.
So
trips.
look, Traz, apparently you're not the guy for me since you're not Mexican. Sorry. The divorce has to be finalized soon, man. I'm sorry, you're
Oh
out of luck.
man, you
Yeah,
know,
Hispanic men are
divorcees constantly visit their partners there.
Ah.
The rendezvous and a little dialogue here and there.
My goodness.
Mm.
The stuff that happens. What can we do? So we officially beat, I think, TLA standard of 9 hours.
Yeah, we're 4 minutes over that. 5.
Exactly. Now we could go on for another hour, and maybe
I
two.
probably only got an hour.
Oh, that's all. That's all you have for me.
I got a lot of stamina
Nice.
now. They've been up with you
Oh.
for almost 10
No,
hours.
no. I don't want to push my luck with either one of you guys. If you need to call timeout and get going, now's the time. I'm giving you guys the opportunity to call it a night. But if you want to stay on and you want to continue the conversation,
I'm
I'm all
good,
for it.
so it's up to you and Trash.
That's a big stipulation right there. You mean I can't back out after another hour? And
No,
say,
Trash,
no?
no. You cannot say no to either one of us. Look, you're in the beauty. You're in the
I'm
beauty
thinking.
sandwich.
What? I'm thinking an hour is good.
Another hour. That's pretty good. 10. That's a
Yes.
solid number. We can't
Exactly.
just beat before the billions right away
That's it,
with his
exactly.
12-hour stream.
Well, look, I'm hoping for 12, but hey, look, I know I'm pushing my luck with 12.
Somebody, okay, I can give you an hour and somebody else may wake up, but
Yeah, I can hang out for another hour.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. I know I'm pushing my luck with the 12, but hey, look.
yeah.
It's a full-time job with overtime coming up.
Exactly. So look, and even for me, it's like I promised my mother I would come see her today, so I do know I have other things personally too. So yeah, for sure.
Tell
But yeah.
mom I said hello.
Oh, for sure, definitely. You guys got any plans for the day or just sleep after this kind of thing?
Man, I got my meat seasoned and cooked and
Ooh,
just lay up in my bed and
excellent.
relax.
I
I
got a
don't.
lot done today. I got a water heater put in. I put that in. Changed my faucet out. Went over my parents' house and celebrated my dad's birthday with them. And came back here, and I'm on here with y'all for the
How
past
long you
few
say your
minutes.
parents been married?
They've been together for over 30 years. They met in high school, and they've been together since high school. So they've been pretty long. And then my mom's birthday and my dad's birthday a week apart, but they're a year apart in a year. My mom older than my dad by a year.
Mm. Do you date older or younger?
I typically prefer dating older women, but I do every once in a while. Well, that's not really dating with young women. So yeah, I date older women.
How old?
I think the oldest I've dated was 42.
And how old
Maybe
are you?
I'm 31 now.
Oh, geez. So what? 11 years. Okay.
Yeah, I was in when I first went to college, I got hooked on to the older women when I was 18 because I was dating somebody who was 32 at that time.
But at some point, though, I
Yeah.
think, don't you think? Say, for example, like, okay, so 11 years older, right? So, say when you're like 40, would you go for like a 51-year-old?
Hell yeah, they fine as hell. Have you seen the 50-year-olds
Oh, yes.
nowadays?
I was curious.
Yeah, they fine as hell. I don't even think women start aging now with all this stuff in the food. I don't think they start aging until they get into their late 60s.
Yeah.
It really started showing
Well, it
definitely.
depends now.
Yeah.
It depends. Some they look their age.
Like Holly Berry, ain't she in her 50s?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She's to me, it's genes and just health.
How you take care of
exactly.
yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. She's got good skin. So she looks good for her age, and so does Angela Bassett. Yeah, a lot of those women. I mean, they don't have no stress.
Yeah.
How
Well,
young have you dated?
Um,
oh,
I
It's
love the way.
oh,
See, you the
oh.
an
type.
18-year-old
You know,
somewhere out there.
you know,
I hate you.
do we need to
You
start
the
getting a
type. If your wife cheating on you, she gonna tell on herself because you ask the questions like she ain't even expecting a question, and then
Hmm.
you just come. It's like, oh shit, she just choked. But no, I got tricked one time, right? So this person was what 7 years younger than me. That was the youngest I dated, but I was tricked.
Put a name, put a number on it now. Put a number on
7 years. No, he was no teenager
it.
or nothing crazy like that.
I
He was
was about to
21,
say.
20.
He was 7 years younger than me. That's
Mm,
what I must say.
that's all you gonna say?
7 years younger than me,
And
and
how
he
old are you now?
look at she stole my thunder, China.
Well, what time frame was this in? Was this in the 90s or was this in the
Okay,
2000s?
all right, all right, all right. Okay, true story. There's not a lot of people on the stream, so I can tell you. So, all right. I was 27, right?
Mm.
So met this guy, and men. Okay, I typically I look younger than my age. I won't like so I was told, and plus I'm more of a petite size, right? So he claims he thought I was younger. He looked older. Like he had the facial hair, everything. He told me he was 26, right? So we were just talking, whatever, and but I just could tell like, nah, this guy something ain't right because like the conversation level was just like, yeah, he just is not talking on a more mature level. Like it's like, what's up? What you want to do? It's like nothing. What do you want to do? Like, speak up.
What,
Like,
did he have a car, Kareem? Kareem?
yes, he
Did
had
you
a
have
car.
to transport him from place
You're an idiot. No, he had a car, had a job, right? Um, and had his own place. Um, so that wasn't, but it was just a level of conversation. But let me tell you when I knew something to ask some questions now, right? It was like we would go out and he paid, no problem, right? So one day we went, I don't know if it was a Walmart or wherever it was, but bought alcohol, right?
Oh,
So go ring it up, and he steps away from the register. It's like you ain't gonna pay for this. Like it just seemed a little weird. Like he just like
he
backed
should have
away because
slipped you the money and be like, you just take care of that.
right, exactly. But think about it. He's so young. He I guess he had no game. So it was like something that was like okay, something ain't right, and that's when like I questioned him, and then he decides to like tell me the truth that he was, so in my mind, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's like, he's 20, he's about to turn 21 or whatever. But I was like already like turned off, like the conversation level wasn't even on point.
Was the
So
sex good?
you didn't even ask, did I have sex? You was
I know
like,
you did, so you already. we get
where's
this.
that leave
Was
the
it good?
studio? Where's the leave the studio button?
Hey,
And
come
Holly, it
on.
wasn't 19, you fool. He was 20, I said. What the hell is wrong with you? Do some math. I said he was 7 years younger than me. And I was 27. And he said he's about to. So he calls me one day and like this is like immediately after I found out he called me and I just hung up my damn phone. It was like I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm done. It's a wrap.
Mm.
But
This guy sounds
homeboy
like me.
done fell in love.
Oh, you broke his
Yeah,
heart. Oh, Kareem, Kareem.
definitely sounds like me. You all women, y'all the reason I am like I am now.
That fell
Oh,
in love, like no, 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 no. I couldn't. It was like, and it's like don't even want to have the conversation to tell you why or nothing. It was just like, I'm done. I'm not going to talk to you. Like, no. Mm-mm. So I just hung up on him, and I had seen him out one time, and he tried to talk to me and asked me, like, nah,
You older
mm-mm.
now. Might need
Yeah,
some new
no,
hair.
mm-mm. I seen him on Facebook, and he had dreads and stuff too. I'm not into like that look. Like, that's not my thing.
So what you
And
saying? If he didn't have the dreads, then he might
no,
still be attractive.
nah, just the level of intellect just wasn't on point. Like, I mean, he had no words. Like, he couldn't really, you could just tell something just was a little off. Like I said, I like alpha male. He was just like, no, 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 no.
When y'all went out to dinner and he pulled the high chair out, you was like, nah, something's up here.
No, no, no. He
wait a
looked
minute.
mature for his age. He had the facial hair thing going.
But
But
you can't tell now because guys like older guys like young stuff now, so they'll talk about anime and everything. You'll never know.
no, it wasn't. It's like, but they would be able to carry on a conversation.
Exactly.
That was my thing. Like, I'll ask questions and it was like
Yes,
just
no,
short, quick answers.
like
It's
text
like
messages.
nothing.
Exactly. Because I mean, that's the thing. Intelligence and maturity, it shows even when you're talking about a subject that may be considered as more appropriate for the younger group. So even
Hmm.
if, like, even if it's anime, you even if it's something that's just purely out of passion, you can
Yes.
tell that somebody's purely passionate about something because they take the time to read about it, to go in depth about it, to know as much as possible about it. So if he can't even be bothered to be passionate about something, anything, that to me, I agree with Kareem. Why do I want to be with somebody
Yeah.
that can't even find something to be passionate about?
Well, Kareem
E-
Kareem was with him for some reason. She was
well,
with him.
yeah, I mean,
But it
look,
wasn't even long. It was not long.
You
I
said
was
he was
about to.
turning 21 though. You said he
Yeah,
was
that's what I'm
turning.
saying. No,
He
it wasn't
almost
like when
there.
I met him, he was like just 20. I'm talking about this, all of this unraveled within less than like 2 months. It was
Exactly. So it
quick.
wasn't like a 10-year relationship
No,
that,
no, 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 no. I mean,
exactly.
it wasn't hard to figure out quickly. It,
Thankfully for you and him, like,
yeah, it wasn't hard to figure out quickly. It was like you could tell something was off.
you know,
And don't
Like,
ask me no damn questions, trash can.
okay, never
No, go
mind.
ahead. I mean,
it's too darn early in the morning for your questions.
no,
So
go
did y'all go
ahead.
on a lot of dates during these 2 months, or just a
Um,
date here and there, or
Here and there, it was. I mean, we would see each other maybe every couple of days, every 2, 3 days.
so if you seen each other every 2 days, you like really into the guy then. I
Getting to
would
know
think if
them,
you
getting to
getting
know
to know.
them. Yeah, it was getting to know him.
But you're really enjoying somebody if you seeing them every 2 to 3 days, because I'm getting
Um,
to know somebody. I see them on the weekend here and there.
no, it was no, it was getting to know them. It was getting
Yeah,
to know them. There was nothing enjoyable because, like I said, he was boring. But I mean, like the initial meetup, it's like sometimes you don't realize, like, wait a minute, until maybe after a week or two. It's like it's not like he's not. You're thinking maybe initially. I think too. I was thinking maybe he's a little shy, but it was
You just a
just
strong silent type.
yeah, but no, he just didn't have any words at all. It wasn't
exactly.
silent. It was like there was nothing going on in that brain except how to keep trying to trick me to think he was 26.
But Kareem, you could have trained that guy up. He's a young guy. You could have trained
No,
him to be
no,
whatever kind of man you wanted him to be.
No,
no.
no, 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 no. Mm-mm. That's not my thing. That don't do it for me at all. I leave that to somebody else to train him. I need him to come to me trained.
So it's just us guys that date younger women. Like a guy would have no problem dating a
I mean,
20-year
I'll
old
date
going on
younger,
20.
but not a 20, not 7 years young. Okay, but see, we're talking years ago. So now, yeah, I could.
You might smash a 20-year-old now.
Hell no.
Oh, come
He
on.
would hell no. There is no. He wouldn't be. No, he wouldn't be. He wouldn't be able to do it for me. No.
Where did I put that Bible? I need to get trash with it
Get
now.
the holy water,
You'll
but no,
never
You know?
20,
find it.
20 years old wouldn't be able to do it for me. No. Mm-mm.
Mm.
I wouldn't be satisfied. I don't think.
In what way? Like just emotionally or
No, we're just talking sexually. No.
sexually? You wouldn't be satisfied.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. Because I would have to be stimulated mentally as well. It's not
Uh,
just a physical.
mm,
You have to be. You have to stimulate the mind before you even go there.
Mhm.
that's true. So you need like a Michael B. Jordan type of age.
How old is he?
I think he's in his 30s, I believe.
See, because I find myself attracted, physically attracted to younger men. So I don't know what's gonna happen. If I'm like 60, I don't think I would even want somebody in their 60s. So it's like, damn, I'm gonna still have to go for like somebody in their 30s or 40s. I'm gonna have to get my money up.
You talk about just like dating.
Like just physically, like anything, because that's what I'm attracted to.
Mm,
I mean, I'm not at the age where it's like my age group is unattractive, so I'm fine with that. But I do find men younger than me attractive too.
yeah. Us
But it's
young
just
guys.
like,
Us young guys are the thing, huh?
yes, I mean, hey, but the problem is, like, for example, my age, right? Somebody that's in their 30s, and if they don't have children and they want children, I don't want children, so they wouldn't be a good match for me. And I'm not looking just to, you know what I mean, like
But you could give up like your eggs. You don't have to necessarily carry the baby. You have somebody else carry your baby now. And
understood, but I'm not. It's not even about carrying the child. It's more so about the
reasons.
commitment to the lifestyle. Like for me, I want to like not raise another child unless if he has a child and he's already the parent. I'm cool with that. And even if he's a single dad, I'll take. I can help him, whatever. But to just make that decision to actually have another child, for no.
You say that, but what if he has to go to his baby mom's house and spend time over there with his
No,
child?
I wouldn't
Would you
like.
be comfortable with?
No, I
Why
wouldn't.
not?
I wouldn't want that.
Why can't he just go out to his baby mama's
Because
house
you
and
don't
spend
need to
time with
go to
his
spend
child?
the time. Like there are
That's
ways he can bring the child to his home.
no. This is her rules. It's not a 50-50.
It's
It's
not tough. And see, this is where I let him know. Like she can't. If you gonna be that weak to allow her to make the rules, you're not the type of man for me. Like no,
that sounds like a
it's
leash.
yeah, but yeah, it is a damn leash. It's a freaking leash. It's
You
a
see?
leash. Be like, listen, get little Shayla out. Tell little Shayla you outside so she can run a little behind to the car so we can go.
What's the
Okay.
worst that can happen with him just going to his baby mom's house to
Well, he
visit
might
his
have.
child?
He need to just move on in, and they can all be a family.
He don't want that. He happy with you.
Yeah, because he getting his cake and eating it too.
Mm.
Exactly.
Oh, exactly. She stole my thunder. She stole
See, yeah. Next thing now, he gonna want to spend 10 days over there. It's the little.
Oh
You
man,
know?
10-day vacation.
It's the kid. It's the kid's birthday, and they're having a 10-day celebration, right? And they're gonna no, mm-mm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, no, no,
I'm trying to slowly ease she stole my thunder back to her this way of thinking over here.
No, no, no. I'm good
Just
over here.
slowly.
no. So she's
No, no.
confident in her decision. Okay.
I'm happily single at least right now, and if I do change my mind, I now know for a fact, Trash, you and I cannot work together. I'm
The
sorry.
hypocrisy is crazy.
Listen, don't be jelly if you find me out with Idris Elba. That's all I'm saying, okay? I know you're unhappy that's why you've been mad at me this entire time. It's okay. I know,
I
you
just
know,
wanted you to agree that women think the same way men do. Just
No,
like
no,
Karina
no.
explained, she would not feel comfortable with her.
But you see,
well,
but you're talking about something different than a damn vacation. You talking
Well, no,
about
he's just visiting his kid. That's not a big deal if he's just visiting his kid and he don't have any other way to see his kid. Should he not see his kid until he's able to get
But what do
full
you mean
custody?
in no any other way?
Like this is what she set up, and she making the rules that if you
that's the
want to see
point.
your kid, you got to come over here and see your kid this way. You
But I
already
tell
went
you,
to court. They said, hey, she can do it.
I put it to you like this. This is why when you start dating, you're vetting that person to see if their situation is something
Compatible.
that works for you. So to me too, I'm not gonna tell him how to parent or how to be involved in this kid's life. To me, we don't even need to get to that point. If that's the dynamics of the relationship, it's not for me.
Hmm.
I
It's not
agree
for
with that.
me. I don't need to be involved with no baby mama drama or me feeling some sort of way. It just doesn't work for me.
So there's certain warning signs as this will have you be like, I'm not going to be with that person. It
Exactly.
never get to the point where we're married
Right.
or we're having to make that decision because
Exactly.
it's not
Like,
fit.
yeah, like why go there? Why invite this type of nonsense in my life? Because it tells me, right, even if that's the situation where she's saying he has to go there, that tells me the mindset of this woman that I'm going to have to end up dealing with.
Hmm.
I'm not going to go for that. So even if he's totally innocent, now she's the issue. I'm not going to deal with that.
Exactly. It's not a leash. It's just your personal feelings, and it's not a
Right.
woman's fear or anything like that. It's just how you feel,
I
what you
hate
personally
you.
want for you.
The woman's fear. Is there such thing?
Oh yeah, that's definitely a woman's fear out
I haven't listened to any of that stuff though.
there.
Mm-mm. I stay
But
out of
what they say
woman.
in the music all the time is in the industry and stuff. Get your money, go there, Cardi B. Drug a guy and take his money and all that. That's a
That's the
woman's
woman's
stereotype.
fear.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
thought the woman's fear would have been more the feminist type of thing.
that is a feminist type of.
Feminists talk about drugging a man and taking his money. I
Oh
thought the
yeah,
feminist is
equality.
more like you go out and get your own. You don't need them.
You would think so. That would make sense, wouldn't it? If it was just like that.
Yeah,
But
that's what I took it
nah,
as.
it's like
Mm,
guys owe you something, and you need to take that.
mm, interesting.
Hmm.
Nah. Mm-mm. I don't listen to. I haven't because I hear a lot of the names being thrown around about this woman's channel and nah. So it's only two.
What about Scrubs? I don't want no Scrub. Scrub is a
Mm-mm,
guy. No, that
not
was
my. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Especially the older you get, it's like, it, come on.
yeah.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. I mean, you don't have to be rich and all, but to me, a scrub is not is just someone who's like worthless though, like just doesn't want to do anything.
But the worthless is what? Is that financially or spiritually?
Worthless ambition.
No ambition. So if he doesn't have like a car and things like that, then it's would be easy for you to assume he doesn't have any ambition.
No,
He doesn't have that.
no, a car doesn't determine ambition. It's more so like, okay, I'm telling y'all all my little. Okay, so I had met somebody, and no, I did not sleep with them trash cans,
She did
but
smash this one.
no, I didn't smash him. But like you can tell, like he was worthless. Like everything he would tell you about was excuses as to why he didn't have anything. Like you know the he gotta pay no, he got to pay his child support or whatever. But
Mm.
it's like, okay, well, you're not even making a lot of money, so I'm sure you're not paying a lot in child support, right? So then he got injured or fell at work. And this is when I knew. So it's like he didn't even live in the same state as me, so we didn't even meet up anyways. So it was more just phone conversation, and he was telling me he fell at his job and he's going to try to stay out on disability
Oh
to
yeah,
get what you may call it. He said, and he was
workman's
thinking
comp.
like he'll get like he said he think he would get like a $10,000 payout, right? But then so because it was like giving him pushback, so it's like he's not
Wait,
making any money, right? Because like the disability or whatever it is hadn't come
he's
through.
willing to stay broke in order
Yes,
to come.
to
Okay.
come up with $10,000 eventually at some point.
And if
So
he's trying to get this disability thing going, then he can't be seen lifting anything, pushing a
can't do
lawnmower.
nothing.
He's willing to stay in a house and just
Yes.
live like that for ten
And
thousand
like,
dollars.
and he was not physically like not able to really work. So to me, that's a scrub. Like you're willing
That's
to
a
like be
ball.
past due on your bills, face eviction
Wow,
just to come up with like less than what you were making.
that's
The
crazy.
logic don't make sense to me. That's a scrub. A scrub to me is not someone who's just like not making a high income. He's worthless. He has no ambition.
I've been with girls who tried to do that to where they were bipolar and stuff, and they ended up quitting their jobs, and they were trying to get this SSI and all that stuff.
It's like too much
So
effort.
they're going through like a year of doing nothing or in order to do this. It's like a job to them. They're really committed
Yeah, I
to
don't have
doing
the focus for all of that. But I'll tell you, because my dad got injured on his job, but his shit was like real. Somebody pushed something from the second floor and it weighs over. He works like at a building type of contracting place and it weighed over 100 pounds. Hit my dad,
on the foot.
fractured his neck in two places. My dad was unconscious. My dad spent 4 days in the ICU. So I had to, I mean, he couldn't do nothing for himself. So I had to be going, and this is during COVID. I'm going to his house every day. I'm cooking, taking care of him. He couldn't even bathe himself. Like everything I'm
I
helping
would
him.
have kicked that guy's ass. What
I
the
still I
fuck?
want to kill him, and my father is like very like mild mannered in a sense, and talking about it's a fucking accident,
Oh
but
hell no!
Police should have been involved in that, honestly.
yes.
I
So the
would have
thing
handled
though is
that
with
shit.
workers, so like now initially now the boss was talking about they weren't gonna put it to workers comp. They would just pay my dad until he feels better. Well,
No.
God, he has a daughter that was like, I was like, no. So when we went to the emergency room, I told them exactly what happened.
Mm.
And I also had a picture of the thing that hit my father. And so I told, I reached back out to the company, like, you need to put it to the workers' comp. And the emergency room got, the information, and my dad is in ICU. So they put it to workers' comp. But then now, so my dad had a neck brace on for like, it was almost 3 months. So as soon as the neck brace came off, now they was trying to like encourage him to
Come
go
back to
back to
work.
work.
Wow.
And I'm like, no. So then they try to make it seem like they was like, well, he can come back and just work part time and whatever. I'm sure he's bored at home. Nah, trust, he ain't bored. My dad
Y'all
been at
cold.
that company for 21 years. My dad is not, he's a mild mannered man. Like he just, was just. So I pushed and pushed or whatever. Well, long story short, we sued to workers comp. So my dad had been on workers comp now since last year May, and they just agreed to a settlement, 6-figure settlement. If we had given up and went back, he wouldn't have gotten nothing.
Oh, if he went
Exactly.
back to work, they would say there's nothing wrong with him now. He's
Exactly.
perfect.
Exactly.
Exactly. So he was going to all them doctor's appointment. But I mean, shit, your neck was broken in 2 damn places, and you spent time in ICU, and he
Yeah.
was unconscious. Like this is going to be affected him for the rest of his life. It's affected his memory, his speech.
Of course. Yeah.
You know, he still his shoulder hurts still. Like he, you know, he wasn't pretending, but they was putting the pressure on him to come back. And at one point, they even tried to like cut the amount. And like I got a lawyer, and you know, I was like, I'm sick and tired of dealing with these people. So we got the lawyer, and the lawyer just took it from there.
I'm a union steward, so I know how those companies get when somebody get hurt and stuff. They're not your friends when you get hurt most of the
Yes,
time.
Yeah.
but they
Yeah.
make it seem like they're trying
They'll
to
make
look
it
out for
seem like it.
you.
Oh
Exactly.
hell no!
Because
Yeah, I
my
fought for a
dad
lot
was
of
talking
people
about,
for
oh
that.
yeah, Korean man, those guys, man, they look out for me, man. I'm like, Daddy, they're
No.
Hell
not looking
no,
out
they
for
don't
you.
care.
Like, listen, he used to annoy me, and then even at one point too, because once my father, we said, okay, we're gonna sue, because the boss used to keep calling him and checking on him, so the boss stopped calling him now, whatever. And my dad was like, "Oh, I can't believe Al hasn't called me to check on me." I told him, I says, "Well, you was his most valuable slave, and now you're suing him. You're useless to him. You're a liability. No, he's not going to call you. He's mad
Exactly.
at you."
Mm.
There
Like,
was one kiss ass at my old plant I used to work at that he would kiss the company's ass so much and so bad that he was back there on a grinding machine, and he ended up cleaning out the grinding machine how they told him to clean it out, and his fingers got caught in there. It ripped off two of his fingers,
Oh,
and this
yeesh.
motherfucker was still apologizing to the company
What?
as they was trying to look for his finger. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I
oh
didn't mean to."
Jesus
I
Christ!
was like, "Stop."
Wait, you apologizing while they trying to look for you? I'll be damned.
Man, he had to get airlifted to get the, and
Oh
then they
God.
didn't attach one of his fingers back because they said it wasn't enough of it cut off for them to attach it. I
Oh,
said, "But
wow.
you needed to lose more of your finger to get his
Like,
back
listen,
Wow.
can you just cut? Like, how much more needs to be cut? Do you cut it and then reattach
You
it?
yanked back too soon, and you should
You
have lost
know?
more of that finger."
Hey,
Wow.
they be saying some dumb stuff. Like, no,
You
you just
know?
gonna have to cut the next 2 inches off and put it back on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did he go back to work?
Yep, he went back to work, and they were looking for a reason to. After he went back and he was all well, they kept looking for a reason to fire him.
Isn't
Of
that
And I'm
course.
like,
sad?
yeah, they were trying to get rid of you at that point. After you said you okay, he didn't go. All he got was, I think they gave him 7,000 per finger,
Wow.
and so he got 14,000. I said they should have gave him a partial amount because he ain't lose all the other fingers.
Oh my! So
Oh
is
man,
he American?
yeah, he's a white guy.
Oh, you gotta be
Yeah,
kidding. 'Cause
he was
to me, white
straight
people,
kissing
they
ass.
know the
You know?
rules. Like, I can't believe he let that go.
Man, I would never be that desperate to impress or worry about someone else's feelings. I'm like, why would you even sign? They wrote him up too. On top of that, it wasn't his
What?
fault. Then they put other safety measures in place to guard that from happening again.
Oh,
So it's the
wow.
company's fault. But you gonna sign? He signed it and everything. I said,
Nah.
you a damn fool. I can't even help you with this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
No,
Yeah,
I've flat out refused to do certain tasks because I thought it was dangerous or something, and
exactly.
or sign warnings or whatever because I'm like, this is nonsense. Why are you writing me up for this BS? It's like like you're signing this happily. What? Come on, because at the end of the day, if you sign something, they could easily use it against you
Yeah.
That's
afterwards and
it.
say, hey, look, she agreed that she did
Yes.
this wrong, so like, and especially they word it in such a way that it can be applied to multiple different things sometimes. So even though you and the supervisor know that the warning was about that one time that you did this, They're going to word it in such a way that it can apply to 10, 20, 30 different things as much as possible. Because for them, I don't know how it works in the US, but here in Canada, when you go on welfare, you have to go on with justifiable reasons, right? So you can't just go because, oh, well, I felt like quitting my job. Like you
Yeah,
have to
same
be,
here.
exactly. There you go. So it's like if I'm going to get welfare, but hey, I got fired because, well, I did something stupid, chances are I'm not going to get it, you
Right.
know? So
You
you could,
said it's your fault. You were at
yeah,
fault.
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. So it's like you have to be careful with when you sign these paperworks and what you're doing and what you're saying because anytime they can not pay you out money, they'll do it without hesitation, without even like regretting. And then after that, not only refuse to give you money that they know you deserve, but they'll look at you. When can you come back to work? When can you do
Yeah.
more hours? So when what? Like you just
Hmm.
threatened to fire me, and you just threatened to do this to me, and you want me to come in to do overtime? What do you? What?
And they make you feel like you don't have a choice. So it's like you
Yeah.
Yeah.
just, so you don't know your rights and you
Mm,
just,
Oh yeah,
just
they'll say one thing in the HR room while
mm,
you by yourself, but if you bring somebody else in you, they'll act like they did not say that. That's never came out my mouth. You have to have a witness every time you talk to
eh, not just a witness. You have to have it in writing and precise words when you put it in writing. Like I said, like as much as they'll use the contracts to protect themselves, you have to learn
them.
how to use the
yeah.
contracts to protect you as well.
And it's
You
And
know,
against the law to
HR,
record them.
HR is not for the people.
yeah, it's for
Hell,
them. It's human resources. Their human resources, not yours.
you're the resource.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
the resource. You're
exactly.
their resource. Not you
Exactly.
know. And it's a lot of people forget that yeah, they work for the company. They don't work for you.
Yeah,
They,
because you don't until you get burnt by HR, you have that experience where you go down there and you think, okay, I saw wrong, someone did
Hmm.
this to me or my boss is doing this, and you realize like, oh, they protect the company. You just don't
exactly.
know.
You'd have
Yep.
went out to dinner with these people. You'd have
Mhm.
had, spent time. You thought they were your friend.
Oh
They
my gosh.
good.
Yeah.
They
No. I.
good.
They'd have flipped
But
it on
see, I learned by watching them now. Like I know, I'ma tell you, I worked at this company. And immediately when I started working there, I knew it wasn't like for me, like the setup. Like me and white women, we would just like bump heads, right?
Mm,
There, I always reported to men, but there was this woman, and like she was like a micromanager, and I'm not used to that nonsense. Like back up, and a lot of women in men management positions, they're very manly. You know what I mean? Like in my industry anyways, and she was just like trying to ride me. So me and her would bump heads, and like she came out of her face one day and spoke to me a certain way, and I told her, listen, you don't have my permission to talk to me the way you do. So me and her, I told her she's a micromanager, so I would challenge her. So I already knew she had it in for me. So and then they kept like bringing up just foolishness or whatever. So one day I was in her office, right? But see, they're slick. Like they'll play like they're your friend, but they're trying to like
you.
mess you over too. So one day me and her in our office talking, and she says to me, was talking about one of our colleagues in Japan, and she was frustrated with him. So she's like, I hate working with foreigners, right?
Wow.
But see, now I knew how to play their game now because I learned by watching them. Because already, me and her, like, I knew she didn't like me, but now she talking to me like me and her friends. So what I did was I went back to my desk and I had two colleagues that was sitting outside of the office. One of the guy, he's from India, and the other one was from Trinidad. So I knew they heard. I sent both of them separate messages. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe she just said that. Did y'all hear what she said? And they was like, yeah. I'm like, I cannot believe she said that she hate working with immigrants, with foreigners.
mm.
And I put that in writing, in email, and they confirmed it.
Well,
But
they
they
don't
didn't
play
know
with
why.
that.
Huh?
They don't play with that.
Yeah, they didn't. But see, my colleagues didn't even know why, because they just thinking, I'm just talking like, like but I was doing it for proof.
That it's
So
something. Yeah,
You gotta
exactly.
have paperwork.
yes, so
Exactly.
I'm playing their game, and then I forwarded the messages to myself, right? And then like there was other incidences, me and her would go back and forth with stuff, and I started like documenting stuff.
I know you with the worker relations on there. I know you did.
No, hell no. What I did was, because we were at the point now, me and her was bumping heads hard, and I would like check her. Like, you come at me hard, I'm gonna come right back at you hard. Don't talk to me like that. And I told her her management style was ineffective. Like, listen. But also, I was looking for another job. So, but what I wanted them to do was to like come at me and let me go, because I knew the game. So one day they bring, because me and her, she hated me. So they brought me into the conference room, and it was like, all right, time to, I knew they was planning on cutting me. She
Mm.
hated me, and I was challenging her. So they told me, it wasn't, working or whatever. And HR, me and them got along, but it was just that lady. And me and the president was fine too, but he couldn't save me because like I would mouth off to this woman. So, anyways, they offered me a 6-week severance package, right? So, and I had only been there a few months. I was only there 8 months. So now that was like the light bulb. Like, okay, if you're gonna offer me a severance package,
They know
right?
what's up.
Yeah, like something ain't right, right? You're not really firing me because of like performance or anything. You're just saying like it's just not working. So they offered me a
Exactly.
6-week severance and asked me to, sign the stuff. I'm like, well, I do have a 30 days to agree to this. I'd like to review it first. And so I took it home, and then of course I can collect unemployment in New York. You collect your unemployment, it was like 550 a month, a week, right? So,
Hmm.
and plus I already had stuff in the works, so as far as getting another job. So I didn't respond about the severance package, so it's like going on week number 3 now, because I'm letting them sweat it out. So the HR person reached out to me, and she's like, Kareem, just checking on you to see if you signed, So that was the sign again, like, yeah, they're getting a little nervous now. So I told her, I says, I have an appointment to review it with my attorney. I'll get back to you.
Ooh, you said the attorney word on her?
Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Oh, hell
Then
no.
I called him back. I called her back, and I told her, I was like, Amy, I was wrongfully terminated, and she says, no, Karina, I don't see why you were wrongfully terminated. I mean, it just didn't work out. So then I started to list. I says, well, you guys violated my civil rights. And I brought up this instance where I says, you know I'm an immigrant, right? Well, Allison says she hates working with foreigners, and I do have the email proof to back it up, where I
Damn.
sent the message and I mentioned the 2 guys' name and they confirmed it. I have the proof. I can send it to you, right? So you violated my civil rights because she doesn't want to working with foreigners. She also had mentioned to me that she prefer men reporting to her. She does not like working with women, which she did tell me. So I says, so now I'm also being discriminated against based on my gender. And which other one I used? Age. She says she prefer younger people to report to her. I says, now I'm being discriminated against because of my age as well. And I says, you guys abused me and then you just threw me out like trash. So she goes, Kareen, what do you want? Right? I says, I want to be compensated. I want to be made whole again. Like, you can't just, so we ended up negotiating another severance package, and they gave me 6 months pay.
Wow.
Yep.
That's how it's supposed to go.
Exactly. See, you got to learn to play their game.
Hell
It's
yeah.
like,
And then you
no.
got it on paperwork, time stamp, and you've been
Yes, so
collecting it.
it wasn't my word against theirs. It was
Yeah.
like a couple of months, like it was like maybe 6 weeks, 2 months later after she said it, then I got let go. So it wasn't like didn't know I was gonna get let go.
Yeah, but you
But
had
I'm
that
just
back. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I had the paperwork. So
And
I
that's
can't
what's
even
up.
imagine the conversation they had with her. Like, freaking Kareen, because of you, we lost all this damn money. And then I got another job like soon afterwards. So it was like, I made out good.
Yeah, that 6 months that's a big deal. That's a big chunk of change
Yes.
right there.
Man, it was nice. I
Yeah,
ain't
that's a
even
half
gonna.
year salary.
It was nice. And I was only there 8 months.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
what's up.
Because what I did, I told them I said, within our industry, it takes time to find work. Like, you can't just throw me out there like trash and expect me to like survive. Like, I have to be made whole again.
And that's why I tell people as a union steward, I'm like, you can't always just rely on the company's word or the union's word. If you feel you was wrong, then keep pursuing it. Don't just look up what somebody tells you. Look up and research on your own. Like
Yes.
there's an
Exactly.
America with Disabilities Act. There's all these other avenues. There's labor relations. There's all
You
these
have to
other
be
avenues that you have to.
knowledgeable.
Yeah, you're gonna
Exactly.
burn some bridges when you go to that. You step over somebody's head, but
Of
if you,
course.
it's your body, it's your fingers, it's your toes. Do what you feel is necessary.
You have to, man. Listen, I'll be a mini lawyer when it comes to my stuff. I do not play. I do not play. I use words like even when the whole time I took to get back to her, I was researching, and I
Of
knew
course.
the key words to use to like get at her.
You sound like me.
There's certain words
Yeah, those trigger
that's
words.
yes, that's what. So when I started hitting her with the trigger words, it's like, okay, Kareem,
Mhm.
say no more. What do you want? Okay, now we're on the same page. Yeah, that needs
Yeah,
to be compensated, sweetie.
depending on how quick they said that 6 months, you might have could have got a year out there.
well, the
Yeah,
funny
we'll
thing
take
is,
that.
no, I didn't ask for 6 months. I asked for 8, and they came back with 6.
Okay, they settled with the 6, so they
Yeah,
were
yeah, and it
chopping.
was like, you know what? The way I looked at it, I ended up, I had an offer on the table. I was only there 6 months. I mean, 8 months, anyways. And honestly, the relationship with me and them was not gonna work because, like, I hated it. And when this woman would come at me sideways, I would put her in a. So it was not gonna work. You know what I mean? It was like, so it was a win-win. It was a win situation for me.
Mm.
So I was cool with the 6 months, but you wasn't gonna give me no 6 weeks.
6 weeks, that's petty cash right there. What's that?
Right?
A
It's
few
like,
thousand?
yo,
Get the hell
I
out of
got
here.
abused and you're gonna give me 6 weeks? No, 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 no. You don't pay me. You don't pay me for this abuse.
And then they gonna tax it on top of that.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
that shit
Well,
out of
see,
here.
that's the thing too, though. With the 6 months thing, they taxed the hell out of it. But I did
Oh yeah.
negotiate to have my medical too. So they didn't cover my medical for 6 months, but I got medical for 3 months after I left. But I didn't end up needing it the whole time. But they kept me on their medical plan for
Wow.
2. Yeah.
That's rare.
Oh yeah.
That's the
It,
only free Medicare I agree with. You work, your job supplies it, then that's fine. But you go to work.
you're against free healthcare?
Free health care isn't free. Ain't nothing in here is free.
But
It's
exactly.
taken.
So we gotta pick what as taxpayers, what are you, because either way you're gonna pay taxes. What are you comfortable
But
paying for?
my thing is, don't complain about uh when you want the minimum wage to be raised to $20. You want free health care, and you see gas raised up to $7 a gallon. Like in California, I think it's $5 a gallon right now. And you see all this stuff raising, and toys are going up, and food is going up. don't complain because that's what's paying for your free health care for other people to eat. When the companies get taxed more, like they say, we're going to tax the rich. They put more taxes on companies. All they do is transfer that extra cost to the customer. So they're going to charge you more to offset that. So really, they're not just taxing the companies, they're also taxing you. Because now your goods that you were buying goes up at the same time.
Um, yes, but well, how is the? I don't get it as far as the healthcare though. How is the healthcare affected by the goods?
To pay for health care, they got to tax the higher paid companies more
Hmm.
than they normally do.
Okay, so then
Or
they
they got to
would.
tax the low minimal the worker. They got to tax somebody to get this money to pay for that. It's not just free, or if it was, you will walk in the hospital with a broken arm, they'll slap a band-aid on it and be like, all right, there you go, and send you on your way. But no, they're going to fix it. They're going to use things that cost money to fix you.
Yeah, I guess the
So,
way I was looking at it is either way, I'm paying taxes. So I would rather my tax dollars go towards, say, free healthcare for people versus my tax dollars going towards, say, going to a war in another country.
but for 2016 to 2020, our taxes was at an all time low of what we were taking more in. We were keeping more from our checks, and we were getting during income tax time, you were getting more back. So it was like we were gaining. But now taxes has basically went up like 33% for everybody
Mm.
from what it was. So when you already, if you're struggling to get by and you're just making it what you make right now, and the price of food go up or the price of milk go up, then now you're even cut even shorter now at the
Mm.
end. So you're suffering to do this. It's just like all that money in the government isn't just going towards where it's supposed to go. It's going into officials' pockets and stuff. So they got all that. They're not cutting their money that they're getting out. They're not cutting
Hmm.
that down. They're just raising it,
Passing
putting
it
the burden
on.
more on you. So if it was going like it was supposed to, yeah, we could do it. Yeah, of course we could do it. But no, when we have this whole pandemic outbreak and you donating $100 million to the Smithsonian Museum, and we only get what, a $1,400 check, and then when they did the math, they basically, you got out of 70, like $7,000 worth of taxes, you got 1,400 back. That's basically what it came down to after they did the math. But you're sending 100 million to the Smithsonian, you're sending $1 billion to different countries, and you're not putting anything into the U.S. So
But then the thing is too, though, because to me, isn't free healthcare the same as Medicaid? So would you want to
yeah,
get rid of
Medicare,
Medicaid?
Obamacare. I would want to have it where you have to work if you want to get health care. You got to be willing to work. You can't just say or pay for it. You have to have some way to pay for what
Yeah,
you
but
get.
not everyone has the financial resources to pay for it because the free
Yeah.
healthcare is for the people without the financial resources.
So what you said, the majority of the country has not the means to pay for health care, or is it a small minority?
I wouldn't say it's a small minority, no.
So
I
should
would
the
say maybe 25 to 30%.
30% of the country are not working?
No,
That's
I'm
bad.
saying the people, even the people that, if you're working a minimum wage job, to me, you don't have the means to pay for healthcare.
Well, you would if they the hospitals didn't charge over for what they should be charging for something that should cost you, let's say $5, and they're charging you $60 for it to get done. that was another thing that was being fought for early on to lower the price of medicine and everything like that.
Okay,
Which
that
would,
part I can agree with.
yeah, but uh, the big pharma wasn't having that basically. So
And they have the politicians in or they're in the
yeah,
politicians' pocket.
yeah, it was one guy fighting for it, and he ended up getting it. But then after he got out of office, it returned back to how it was. So
You said that
matter,
one guy.
you know the guy.
Well, I'd
You
rather
know
pay
the guy
more.
personally.
I'd rather take the pay the more taxes to tell you the truth.
So you'd rather have more money out your pocket
Hmm.
paid to the government.
The way I look at it, I'm my brother's keeper. So
But it's not going to your brother. It's going to officials that most of that money's never sees them that you're paying your taxes for.
that's the sacrifice I was willing to make for that other guy not to be there.
Why?
Why? Because that other guy values doesn't align with mine. And there's just some things you just can't put money on.
So you're willing to suffer more.
I'm not suffering,
Just the,
sweetie.
I mean, the world. It's not just us that we're talking about
The
because there's a
world
lot of
was
other
suffering
people
under his regime.
suffering. So they're doing just fine now. Then
Mm-mm.
when they had told people who own real estate, renting out houses, you're not allowed to collect money from people who rent from you. You thinking, oh, well, that's good. They shouldn't be allowed. But those people who's renting out them homes are people like you and me, the everyday citizen, and they
Well,
took money out their pocket and made them go broke. And then on top of that, they still evicted those people. But now you just shut down a business owner who was benefiting the country.
okay. That part it's tricky because no, I most people that are landlords are small landlords, so they don't have the multi-million dollar units and all of that stuff. So yeah, the little man did suffer
Yeah.
in that case, but I don't believe that it should have been left on the landlord either. I think the government should have stepped in and helped out some based on their situation. Where okay, if you were affected because of your job from the pandemic, yeah. But then there were people who took advantage, who just decided they
Oh
weren't going to
yeah,
pay. Period.
that's what people do. That,
Yeah, so
with
they
the
shouldn't have
PPP
gotten the
loans and
same.
everything.
It shouldn't have been a blanket thing for everybody. I don't think it should have been a blanket thing.
And you're
For
realizing that the government doesn't help people. They just make it worse. When you evolve more government in your life, you say, I want to pay more taxes. I want to have more government involved in my life. Your life is just going to get worse. The more
Well,
and
I
more
don't
the
want to
government.
have more involved them per se, but I do believe the government should help people that need it. It's just the fact. The issue is people who sometimes don't need it. They take advantage of the system, but I do think that people should get help
Well,
that
when
need it.
you raise taxes, you're feeding a monster and you're making the government bigger because now they're able to fund bigger government because you're paying more to them and you're willingly doing it. And you said
So what's the solution?
the solution is to get somebody in office who's actually, you might not like their opinions and you might not like what they have to say, but don't settle for worse. Even okay, if you say get him off of that, then hold whoever you put in there accountable and make them do for the people what was getting done before. Don't accept less is what I'm trying to say.
I agree with that. All right. So are you against a minimum wage increase, or do you think it should be?
The way it's done, hell no, no minimum wage increase because every time y'all increase the minimum wage, I see less and less workers at Walmart. I see less and less workers being replaced by robots and stuff. Every time the money goes up, it goes up, and a few people get paid, and more people lose their job, and we have more
Mhm.
unemployment and more people relying on Medicare and different stuff, and then the whole situation gets worse.
Okay. I can agree with that with like at one point I was like, no, minimum wage should not be increased because also like you said, it gets passed on to the consumer. Like if the minimum
Right.
wage is increased, a burger is just gonna Burger King, McDonald's is just gonna charge you more money. And you know what you said about the Walmarts and stuff like that too. Then they just let people go, and we still, we ring up our own groceries and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I can agree
You're,
with you on that.
they owe me money. I'm working for them at this point. I'm a bagger.
Right? I hate
I'm a
that.
cashier. You should be paying me to be here.
I hate that. And then sometimes too, like you try to get on the line and they'll tell you, "Oh, there's a self checkout." Yeah, chick, I saw it. Now,
Man.
you just gonna ring me up or what?
And they don't realize that you're putting yourself out of job when you say,
Right?
okay, go
Yeah,
to that self
yeah,
checkout.
yeah. Because the more people use the self checkout, there's no need for you.
Yeah.
Like,
And then I see Big Guy Journey saying he wouldn't mind. I'm not getting on him, but he's not wouldn't mind it being like Canada. The money, those have to come. So
Somewhere, yeah.
Canada has to give up half of their pay in
You know,
order to fund, basically, the fund their free Medicare. They're giving up half of their
well, it seems
pay.
like they're surviving over there, though. How's things over there for you?
I'm not complaining. My
Thank
mother,
you.
my mother just spent 8 days, 9 days in the hospital. Trash can. You know what her bill was? Take a
Her
guess.
bill was expensive. Half y'all paid from the country.
No, no, no. Her bill from the hospital when she left.
I'm saying that it
No,
costs
no, no,
even if
no,
it's
no, no, no. Answer
it
the
can be
question.
free. It can be free, appearing to be free,
No,
but
no,
it's
no, no,
not
no.
really free.
Trash can. Trash can. I know you want to argue. I know. What was her bill from the hospital when she left?
You're going to say
The,
zero, and I'm going to disagree.
it was zero from the hospital. Again, trash. I'm very specific with my words. I don't have a million of them, but I'm very specific. But yes, you are right. My taxes are about 60 to 70% in my province. And I'm happy with that because I know that if my mother had to spend 8 days in an American hospital, my bill would have been $30 to $40,000. I don't have $30 to $40,000.
If you were making more, you would have had thirty
Even
to
then,
forty thousand dollars
even then, the
saved
way
away.
I'm sorry, the way
How many
you
people have that saved just to put on a
exactly,
hospital bill?
If
exactly.
you're willing to sacrifice and do
No,
things
no,
to
no, no,
stop
no.
it,
Trash. There's a lot of what ifs. You talking a lot.
insurance.
You talk a lot of what ifs. Most Americans do not have that kind of. What was that number that your friend Kevin Samuels liked to? Most Black Americans are at the 40K
So Big Guy
salary. They're
Journey,
not having. They're not having that salary. That
she stole my thunder saying she's okay with being taxed 60 to 70% of
I
her
mean, I'm
pay
not okay with the
going away.
60 to
No, you
it's a
gotta be
big.
okay because
But
the U.S. is even
but
bigger, so we're gonna have to be taxed
that's the
more.
thing. You
I'm gonna
guys.
get on some holistic type stuff. Like, listen.
but
What you
60
willing to sacrifice?
But that's the thing, 60 to 70% of your salary. My 60 is not your 60. You know what I mean? If I'm making $100, that's $60. But if you're making 100,000, that's 60K. You know what I mean?
Right.
So what's what's six, and that $60 is not from my salary in my. It's maybe out of my salary. It's maybe 30% that's taken out. The other 30% is the products and goods that you guys were talking about. So it's not 60 to 70% right off the bat in my salary. That 60% is spread out through several paychecks, several purchases that I make, and I'm not being taxed on everything. I buy an orange. If that
Damn
orange is
sure seem
if
like
that
it.
orange if that orange is costing me $1, it's going to cost me $1 tax free because there are exceptions to what gets taxed or not.
It's not tax free because you already got taxed
No,
60 to 70.
No,
They'd
that's
be
the
a
thing.
fool to tax you on that
But
too.
think
As
about,
we
but
don't get taxed on
Passion.
vegetables.
But think about
That's
it
the
though.
point.
To us, to you, it sounds away, right? But if you're talking to someone who lives there, right, and she's saying it's worth it, that's gotta bring have some weight to it. She's saying it's worth it.
Okay, Kareem. She's saying that because she's always lived there, and that's what she always experienced. Now you're gonna have to do some changing for us to get involved with that program
Oh
and to
yes, I
switch
mean I
over.
don't think
Like
any of
it's
us
gonna be
over
an
here would
adjustment
agree to
there.
that. I
Yeah, we
wouldn't
would
agree.
not agree to that because we didn't live our whole life
Of
like that.
course, yeah.
We're used to different things. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
suitable for Canada because that's how they always
Yeah.
been.
If you never had it, then you won't miss it. So it's
Right.
like if they're used to getting that taken out, then yeah. But yeah, somebody hit me with a 60% out of my paycheck, it's gonna be a
But
problem.
that's the point, Kareem. It's not 60% of your paycheck. It's not. That's what you guys keep getting stuck on. It's not
It's
60% out of my
her
check. No,
whole
no, no.
salary.
Not even my whole salary. It's not even. It's not a salary that gets that 60%. That's why I don't think you guys are stuck on the. It's
Yeah, because the
on
way
my
we view it here is we go by
your
what's taken out of your salary.
revenue.
It's not like what
Exactly.
you
For
get
us,
taxed at the grocery store. We don't
that
include all of that.
that's it. The 60 to 70% for us, it includes what you're getting taxed on the purchases that you make on goods, and that's again, I made my words
That's
very
even
clear.
worse.
No,
That's even
it's
worse.
but let me put it to you this way. Okay, Massachusetts, what the tax rate on goods and services is what, four
I don't
percent,
know
5.
about Massachusetts.
Okay, well in your
Massachusetts. I know about me. I'm 6% in Michigan.
so six that's 6%. So when I say 60%, maybe 54% comes from my salary and 6% comes from Massachusetts from in your state. For example, when we say 60 to 70, that's what we're saying. It's not 60% of my salary. It's 54 for my salary and 6%.
But I'm
Because at the end
saying
of
at the end it is though, because you have to pay to live over there. So if you're paying
everything,
it
but
out,
but that's the thing is that you're paying to live where you are. And that 6% that's coming out from your estate is going to your healthcare anyways. It's going to your roads anyways. It's going to your crooked politicians anyways.
so why would I want
It
to increase it then?
Well, that's the point. That's what you have to figure out. I'm not American. I'm not living in your country. I know what works for me in my country, and I'm not out here trying to say Canada is perfect and wonderful. God knows we have our problems here too. But you guys, as American, have to figure out what works for you guys, and is this something that's willing to work for you? Now, obviously, if you guys go tomorrow to our way, it's going to crash your system right away, and you guys are going to look at us like we're crazy for demanding that you guys live like us.
Here's the thing about Canada that I don't
Mm.
like. And don't get offended,
I'm always offended by what you have to say, but go for it.
please. I don't like that y'all able to live this type of lifestyle and have the free healthcare and stuff, but not provide your own military force. The U.S. protects Canada. If something was to happen to Canada, the U.S. would get involved. So that allows them not to invest money into their military and get that. I'm just saying, but that's where
Y'all
most
owe
of
us
our
money.
tax
Like,
money go.
listen, we need
That's
to tax them an extra 10%
hell yeah.
and have that money
We
given
can
to
tax
us,
Canada.
all of us over
I'm
here.
with that. I'm with that movement. They owe us. You know what? We can have free health care if we
We
made
would have
Canada
free
pay for
health
our
care if it
protection.
wasn't for Canada.
I see. Oh, you're going with that what Blame Canada episode from
Blame
Blame.
Canada. Blame Canada.
All would be well in America if it wasn't
If
for Canada.
Darn us
Oh
Canadians, we're
man.
keeping you down, huh? You poor babies. Well, it's okay.
But
You'll
that's the
survive.
thing. Y'all have more room to do that financially when you don't have to pay billions and billions of dollars
Yeah,
into the
actually, you know what?
military.
You're making me curious because I know our military is not getting $2.30 from us, but let's see, Canada's
And when I
budget
say
for
military, I
military.
need their air force, their ships updated, their tanks, their helicopters.
Oh, okay. Well, a very quick search, but I have to double check to see if that would numbers would be accurate. It's telling me that our military budget is $23.3 billion.
That's small.
Yeah, but when was the last time you saw Canada invading Afghanistan?
When do y'all
What?
have to?
Tell me
Like,
exactly.
who
Because
would mess with Canada when they know they fucking with the U.S.?
exactly, that's my point. You guys,
Exactly.
So yeah, I
but
think we're
that's the
paying
thing,
for that still. Sounds
But
like
that's the,
we're paying for that.
but that's the
If
thing.
y'all
That's
on the border of Russia, so if we just one day say, you know what, anything Canada has nothing to do with us.
no.
Anything that goes on to Canada is just
Excuse
Canada.
me, we're
Y'all
not.
get invaded the next day.
We are not at the border. When you look at the map,
Alaska.
Alaska. What country is that part? What they're
Yeah,
where,
it's Alaska and Russia
Don't make me give
actually.
you shit
but
about us taking
uh,
Alaska from Canada.
no.
That's a
Alaska.
real.
No. A brief history. Alaska was bought by the Americans from Russia, and it still borders Russia. So technically, you Americans border Russia,
But
and
doesn't Canada border Alaska at
It's the same
some point
thing.
as well? Because you
no,
got to
no,
go
no.
through Canada to get to
No, it's the
Alaska.
same. And actually, the water
Yeah,
freezes, so you can actually walk from
yeah, through to Alaska, which is American. So you guys border that. So it's your own BS that will involve us in your war with
So,
Russia if ever.
see, that's even more
Yes,
so to
your
keep us
bullshit that
involved
will.
in that shit.
No,
Because
no,
we got
no.
Alaska over there.
Yeah,
That's even
exactly.
more.
No. You defending us because you have no choice because your own bullshit
Oh,
will get us into trouble. That's why.
Oh,
we like
gee.
the oil in Alaska. That's what
Exactly. And then you like the oil in Afghanistan and Iran and all. That's why you guys going to all these wars that,
I
we're
wish we did. Shit, we are giving up control of all that to other
Damn, Afghans, your
countries.
political views is like way over there.
no. And the worst is
That,
that, where you guys get most of your natural gas from?
it's not America.
Well,
Oh, yeah. What
Alaska.
country?
It's in
What country?
Russia.
Russia?
Russia.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
controlling Afghanistan
Oh,
right now.
Afghanistan.
The
Okay.
oil.
Okay. No, it's Canada.
What are you talking about?
Wait, go
You
ahead and
owe
look it
us
up.
something.
You go. Yeah,
What,
we're
y'all
giving
gonna
you that.
complain about the gas?
We're giving you the natural gas comes from Canada.
Are
Look
you
it up.
saying we're relying on Canada because we get natural gas from
Yes, you are.
Canada?
You
We're not relying on that. That's just our
okay?
deal. We got to get something out the deal. But we can leave. We can leave that on the table at any
Okay, you
time
know what? No
and say
problem.
forget Canada.
All right, no problem. I'll tell Joe Biden myself right now. Okay.
Joe Biden don't even know who he is right
Oh,
now.
Jesus.
You have to tell him who he is first.
Oh my goodness.
Leave him alone.
He's
You
got.
know who I loved? I loved Bernie. I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
I loved him.
I lost
Oh.
respect for Bernie when he let Joe Biden do him the way he did, though, because he was
Mm.
actually in the lead to win, but he gave it up, and he let them
Refresh
do
my
that to
memory.
him.
How did he give it up?
When they when the votes got split, Bernie was in the lead for the next Democratic elected president. He
Mm-hmm.
was in the lead in popularity, but then they got all the other candidates to drop off, Kamala
Okay,
Harris and
yeah,
all that, and they split up the vote to where okay, now it's looking like Joe
yeah.
Biden is going to have it. So Bernie gave up. He
Well, you
gave
see,
up
the thing
on
is
it.
that the Democratic whatever group would you want to call it, they're not feeling Bernie, so
Because he got his own mind.
yeah, exactly. They so they want to, they backed Biden. There was no, I mean, they cheated him from the Hillary thing too. They just, you know,
It says something that they'll back this decrepit old man who don't even know what day it is of the week before they put somebody who in there who has their own mind and has their own saying no that their way of thinking how the world should go. But they'll back the elites and not just the Democratic Party. The Republican Party did too. It's a uniparty. The only time that whole unity thing got broken is when Trump got introduced to it. he broke it. They was all against him, not just the Democrats, but the Republicans too. So
They were against him.
yeah, because he was actually doing things for the American people.
Oh Jesus!
Correct me if I'm wrong. He was putting up the wall for a reason. Everybody was against him on putting that wall up. But look at it now.
Tell
Look
me
what's
what.
going on
I'm
now.
not. I'm against. I was against that daggone wall, and I still am.
But now the Democrats pushing to have a wall built up now.
Oh, they
What?
are.
Oh
Well, I
yeah.
don't agree
So
with that either.
why would you not?
I'm not in
So you're
agreement.
okay with people coming into the country and
Hmm.
you're paying taxes. You're saying you're willing to pay taxes for everybody to have free Medicare and everything.
Hmm.
So those people who come in, they're not going to pay any taxes. But you will, when census counts them, you will pay taxes for them
Hmm.
to have Medicare, have free. You're willing to give that. It's only so much you can give at the end of the day.
Hmm.
It's only so many people you can help. Are
Hmm.
you willing to sacrifice your family's life and their status of life that they're going to have growing up in order to care for other people that's pouring into the country 10,000 a day?
My
I
thing
think
is this: with that, first off, the way I look at it, like going all the way over to the Middle East, spending trillions of dollars fighting and American lives being lost and all of that. The money can be saved to do things here. I'm okay with people crossing the border, coming over because I understand why they're coming. They're trying to like come for a better life, and it's not even like just out of greed. Some of them they're living in like in Honduras, and like you got the drug lords and these type of things where these people are just trying to like escape for their families. So
so
to me, if they had made like it easier and given like legal means for people to be able to come and work and pay taxes, then they wouldn't need for people to be jumping, crossing, and swimming and trying to get here illegally. Like make it legal for them to come and quicker,
it
not
is
take
a legal
years.
way of
Not
coming to the.
take, but I said not take years. Like when you need it, like when you need to eat, you need to eat now.
But nothing is done fast like that.
Well, I tell
You have
you
to
what
take your
though.
driver's license. Took you a while to
Nah.
get that.
Okay, I'll give you an example. As a matter of, well, no, they don't even live in the U.S. They live in Canada. I have a colleague that lives in Canada. He is from Bulgaria. His wife is from Kenya, and his wife they filed for both families, the wife family and his family, and it takes took a few months for the his family to get there, and the wife's family in Kenya. It's still ongoing. So it's like it's the same in the U.S. Even though Canadian immigration system is much easier, with the U.S. for the from coming from a European country, they make it a lot easier for them to come here versus coming from countries like Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. It's like the darker skinned countries, they make it a lot harder. Why? But Europeans can come here no problem.
Is that just the media portraying that it's harder for darker skinned people to come here?
No,
Because
it's
I see
not.
a lot of Indian people coming here and people complaining when they're taking the jobs as doctors and they're not hiring
No, but
American
see,
doctors.
when I'm saying I mentioned the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa. The thing with the Indians now coming is they're at a professional level and there is a need for that employment. So they're coming on work visas. And as
Yeah.
long as they're employed, they can come. But when we talk about people in the Latin American countries, they're not doctors, and then a lot of them wouldn't even probably need to come.
So excuse me if this sounds cold.
Yeah.
What is the benefit of us getting people who have no work value to come and pour into the country when they're going to have to, if they don't have any work value to take those higher jobs like that, then they're going to end up taking the lower jobs and from people who don't might have a high school degree or not. And then it's the fact that the Latin people here themselves are boycotting this because they're like, if they come over here, they're going to take my job from me because they're going to work for less than I'm working.
Hmm.
So why would I? They're against it and they want the wall. Why would I? What's the benefit? Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, to me, it's not a matter of what's the benefit to me. I guess I'm looking more of it as what's the benefit to them, and if like you know they're looking to save their lives, they're looking for a better life for their families. So I'm not even looking at it. What's the benefit for me? To me, I don't look at it as a loss because people are coming here now, and I don't feel like I'm losing anything. And if I'm losing anything, it's not a loss that I realize. It's nothing
But
to
America's
me.
a
I'm still
business.
eating. I still got a roof over my head.
America's a business though.
Hmm.
So let's put it like this: if a plane was going down and there was a certain number of parachutes, are you giving your parachute away to somebody else so they can save themselves and they can be safe? And then you'll just look and see if you can find one for yourself after everybody else is off the plane.
No, but that's not the same type of situation. I don't think it's the same. I don't think that example translates to the situation that's going on. Look at it this way. If you didn't do anything to live here, right? There was nothing you did to earn you this spot here. It was just by chance you were born here. If you were born somewhere else and you're living in poverty and all it takes is just coming across the border and making a better life for yourself, wouldn't you want to be able to do that? You didn't do anything special to be here. It was not for your own doing.
Oh, wait, that.
Huh?
Sorry, Trashy. I don't know if there's something going on with your microphone, but we can't hear you or
I think the
yeah.
Mexicans got him.
Oh no! Blink,
Talking all that ish. They
you
got him.
know, blink once if you're okay.
Oh, Jesus, trash cans.
Yeah, you might be having some kind of technical difficulties right now. We'll give him a
Yeah.
moment. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like I think I can hear him tapping on the microphone.
Trash cans, where are you?
Where are you exactly? Oh, poor guy, poor guy. We'll give him a minute or two. Oh, yeah, definitely happened to having technical difficulties. So, anyways, yeah. Let's see. Well, we'll give him while we're waiting for him to come back. Hopefully, he'll come back, and we didn't scare him off with all this.
Defend your daggone position.
You
Yeah,
know.
it's like,
No, I know in him it's probably technical difficulties. I doubt he's the kind
yeah,
of guy
yeah,
that would
it's
back out from a
technical.
yeah. So yeah, so I mean, last weekend I saw the movie Venom with a friend of mine. Did you see any movies as of late? Oh, here he is.
No, no,
No.
I have not been to the movie theater. What I've been, see, I like to watch like the Nollywood movies.
Yeah, yeah.
I find them hilarious, and like certain series and things like that. Trashy.
Yeah,
He
yeah, yeah.
Stole My Thunder has reported me to the Canadian authorities as
I
we
thought the
speak on
Mexican.
talking.
I listen. I thought El Chapo and his people came and got you, bro.
You know, they heard all that talk and they're like, "No, we got to take care of this."
I'm getting too hot with it. I'm gonna
You
stop.
know, we heard the wall and it's like, "No, we have to." Yeah, his FBI agent got him, so we got to be careful.
It's kind of freaky. I'm kind of scared a little
No, I mean, look, for me personally, I don't mind having these conversations. But hey, look, if honestly, if you guys say, "Hey, Caroline, you need to edit this out," I'll edit it out. It's
Have
not
y'all
that.
seen the El Chapo series?
No, I
That one is
haven't.
good.
bit. I heard about it though.
Yeah, it
That
looks
one is good.
interesting. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's so many movies and so many shows and books and so forth. Like you should see the pile of books that I have right beside me. That I'm like, I'm gonna read this one. I'm gonna read that one. I'm gonna do this, and it's like I haven't touched. Like there's 5 or 6 books that I started reading, and it's like, oh my god, when do I have time to read all these stuff? You know, and it's just craziness to me. But anyways, um, what else? What else? Oh well, you know, what are you guys' big plans for the day? Essentially,
I gotta wash my dogs.
Oh, what kind of
Almost.
dogs you got?
I adopted 2 pit bulls, and I used to have Yorkie, teacup Yorkie, and a Pomeranian, but they passed away after
oh,
Oh, okay.
I had them for like 16 years, so
Yeah.
they were pretty old.
see, I knew he was a big teddy bear. What kind of tough guy has a Pomeranian?
It's too late for us. She stole my thunder. It's over now.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Mhm. I bet you
Oh,
the second you see another Pomeranian, you're gonna grab it. It's mine. Give me my baby.
They were really, really close to me, though. It was
I
a big
imagine.
loss.
Yeah. No, it's not fun losing a pet because I mean a lot of people tend to minimize it, but you know they when we say our pets are like our little children, they kind of are to some degree. You know, they're
mm-hmm.
very,
You
you
get
know they
close to them.
yeah exactly. And I mean it's I
They're
kind
always there.
Yeah,
yeah
they're dependent on you. It's like they
exactly.
need you.
Yeah, they love you unconditionally no matter what. They're always there to greet you. They're always happy to see you, even when you're mad at them. You know,
Hmm.
they'll still come and jump and try to lick your face and everything. So yeah, I wonder sometimes when people say, "Oh, I don't like pets. Why do you get attached to them? Why they're animals? They're supposed to love them too."
Sleep
You
in a
know.
bed with you, eat your food, and
Yeah, of
everything.
course, of course. It's what's
Mhm.
supposed to happen. But hey, not everybody's gonna like pets, just like not everybody wants to get married.
She stole my thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Trash cans, you want to get married?
Me, I don't see myself getting married until I
Really?
actually meet somebody that's worth marrying. So
That's what
I'm
what
a
makes them worth.
I
dating.
was about to ask.
They have to stand out from the rest and make me just not want to just sleep with them and just have like a companionship type deal. It had to be something deeper. I have to really care for them and see something in them that I want to marry type deal. I want to
Well,
lock this down.
what would make somebody stand out? Because a lot of guys say that, but like, you know, is it just some X factor, or is it something like about her looks? Maybe something that she talks about. Maybe her last name, her
It's
revenue. I don't know. Like,
definitely gonna be her inner self and what she's about and her character and this like a whole mixture of things that really make sets her aside from the next pretty face.
mm.
To like I like you deeper into your face because eventually your face is gonna fade and I will wanna
You're
be
prepared
around
for
with
the.
you know.
you. Yeah, like we don't see relationships like our parents have or
Mm.
had or grandparents have. It's really lacking now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I will agree to that. Things have definitely changed over the past 100 years for sure. But I mean, doesn't the world constantly change?
Well, like,
Well,
and the commitment too. It's like, because like I hear a lot of people like, oh, people are not committed anymore or whatever. But it's like, do you commit yourself to be unhappy as well too? It's like
Mm.
you gotta like draw the line. You know what I mean? It's like, is it about just lasting forever?
Mm.
was it Socrates, aka Socrates, that said you can judge the culture of a people by the music that's going on. That you can judge how if they're a ruthless culture, or they're a love culture by their music and the entertainment that they
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Mm.
I'm roughing it up, but that's basically what he was saying. So judging by our music, coming from the Motown era to what it is now,
Yeah.
it's pretty much trash. And
Yeah.
that's the type of women that, and type of man, that, for that matter, that has developed out that culture.
I can agree with that. And I never thought about it that way. That makes sense.
So you mean you wouldn't listen to Cardi B, trash can,
I
or
would
or
not listen to Cardi B.
what about Megan Fox, the all star of music? Come
You
on.
know,
No, I.
you ever see that South Park episode where Stan is getting older? He starts seeing things. He's like seeing pieces of shit walk around, and like when he watch movies and stuff, he just sees shit characters and they're talking shit coming out their mouth and everything. And his friends is like, "What are you talking about? This is great stuff. Why are you talking about it? I was just all I see when I
Oh
see it is shit." That's
Yeah.
how I'm kind of like at this age right now. Every movie that has came out so far, I haven't gone to the theater to see anything because
oh,
I'm
really?
always disappointed now. And I used to go to the theater all the time, even by
Mm.
myself, and watch movies. I had to see movies when they first come out. But like Fast and the Furious, that's a piece of shit right there. Halloween was shit. Everything is just it's weak now. It's not the same. And
Yeah.
that's how I'm seeing it. And that's the same with music too. So that's why I listen to a lot of country and stuff now
Really,
rather
I
than
love music,
rap.
but the country, the only country thing, I liked Kenny Rogers.
Kenny
That was
Rogers is
about
cool.
it.
You gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Yeah, that was about it. Like country music was good. Like if when I would take like a long road trip and I'm driving to like West Virginia and it's like you're up in the mountains and just like okay and whatever is on the radio then it's like ah that's cool to listen to but
Well, I found country music is like the new Motown. So how Motown used to be,
mm.
talking about love and different stuff.
Look
And
at you. So
I
that's
know,
what you'll be riding out to.
yeah, I know all the Motown. You can start a Motown song, or I can finish it off just like that. But and that's women like that. They still like that type of stuff. Like when I'm riding with the shit, and I throw that Motown on, they feel some type of way when that comes on. So it still resonates. And the country is like the new, like Tennessee Whiskey, that song that comes. I listen to that a lot. And
Mm.
different Simple Man, Leonard Skinner, and all those. It's like country's where it's at right now.
Mm, okay.
And you see when something gets hot and big, media tries to corrupt it, like with Lil Nas X.
Ugh.
Tail came out with the old country road. We really embraced that because it had that country flow
Oh
to
my
it, and
god.
then he came out with all that other crazy. It's like, man, you trying to they trying to dip their toes into everything and
His
corrupt
whole thing
everything.
is such foolishness. It was a gimmick to me.
Man.
It was a gimmick. It was like, okay, what genre of music is he really?
It's it's weird. Like even the commercial that I was just saw him on recently, where he's like riding a pony or something, and he's talking about yeah, but it's like sexual. Everything's sexual because they just showing him from the waist up. It
Uh,
looks like he having sex,
oh
and
really?
yeah, he's gyrating, but then they pan down, and he's on the pony. He's rocking back and forth. It's like this is everything is corrupted now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's just too far. Too much. Too much. I'm glad I don't have young kids. Jesus gosh.
Man, that's what it's keeping me from getting a family.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I don't want to
scary.
raise no
Like
family right
I can't. Mm-mm. I wouldn't be able to. Mm-mm.
now. Nah,
Mm-mm.
and you can't keep them from it. Like
Right.
kids are committing offing themselves and stuff like that based off what people are saying online. And back when I was a kid, I'm like, if you don't like what they're saying online, then just stop going online. But they can't stop. They're addicted
Yeah.
to having to go to those places, and they're getting physically hurt by it. This is crazy.
Mm. Mm-mm. Jesus. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, grown people being affected by the internet, let alone kids. So
Yeah.
highly possible, highly possible. So your family don't put pressure on you to like settle down, get married, give them some grandbabies.
Oh no, they every time I brought one of my exes around, they was like, no, no, that is not. Don't you have no baby with that girl? My
What?
dad almost fell out because I had got one chick pregnant, and that was
Oh,
that, and she ended up losing the baby though. So
I think was that. I
hey,
think I seen a video. You did a video on that.
yeah, but that was the chick whose mom was going to the prison, and with the tobacco stuff, I had flipped up and messed up. And I was scared as hell. My dad was even there for me on that one. He was like, he was mad as hell at me. He was real angry. We had fell out over that, but it ended up
Jesus.
going for the best.
Oh God. I can't imagine having a son and him bringing home like, oh my goodness.
Mm-mm. I was like, man, that's gonna be a rough life.
Mm-mm. She was gonna lock you down.
Yeah, that's her plan too, because she knew I was gonna leave. So she was trying to figure out another way to keep me involved in everything, and nobody want to let a good thing go. So
Look at
she
you.
was, yeah, I know it. I know my worth. I'm coming with that heat, that fire.
Oh,
So yeah, people will take advantage of that.
oh, that eat that fire. Okay. Okay.
This that type of energy that make you not want to go out 10 days on a trip. Is she still my thunder still there?
I'm still here, but you know what? 10 Canadian days is worth a lot. It's worth less because you know what you put it in American days?
You
It's
want
like
a
7
fortnight?
point it's like 7.2 days really, you know? So you're really saving yourself some days here, you know? Come on,
Oh
it's to
boy,
your
She's gonna take a
advantage.
I,
special bed. You're like,
man, I
listen.
want a whole live on that. Which man would be able to
She's like, listen,
say I'm
I'm gonna
cool with that?
leave for a half a month. Let's just round it off for a half a month. Because when she said
15 days.
10 days, that's 10 business. That's 10 business days.
Oh hell no!
That is not what I said
But
at
Hey, she
all,
will.
Karine.
you didn't say 10 calendar days, so I'm gonna go
Hey,
with ten
listen,
business days.
that's not what I
She's
said, and
leaving
you
for
know
10 business days, a whole entire half a month.
She
Okay.
done took a whole quarantine off on
Hey,
you.
listen, I need 3 months to get myself pretty, okay? If you're not there supporting me during that time,
Jesus.
Oh
Like,
man.
see? Oh,
She
I
Jesus.
stole my thunder has a lot to offer, but I don't know if any
looking,
man could deal with that stipulation
listen, you
right
would put up with the worst of me, and you know it, trash
But the
can.
problem
man.
is he would be emotionally distraught. But like
No,
when
he
you come
wouldn't.
back, he would be
No, he
asking
wouldn't.
you a ton of
No.
questions. Like,
Me and she stole my thunder with it get past the dating having fun phase. But we'll be having a great time, but it never progress
Nah,
with that type of energy coming
see, you're
10
I
not
days.
gonna know until she spring the 10-day vacation on
Like,
you.
where did this come from? Where, where was this clause at in the
wait
contract
a
when we got there?
You're like, can I see
I
some
didn't agree to
pictures? Like,
this.
whoa. So what did you have on? What did you wear?
Oh man.
Wait, did you wear that dress? Wait, with those
You
shoes?
ain't packed no drawers in this cause where the drawers
Yes, I did the right over here.
You are a fool. That's a
No.
Oh man.
Listen, I make no bones about it. I have no intention of getting married because I know I'm a
Oh,
difficult person.
Jesus.
That's a single life. See, that's cool when you're single though, or you just dating. That's a cool type because that's how I am. I want my freedom to go
Yeah.
and do whatever I want to do when I want to do it. Get up and go
Exactly.
here. I
And
like that.
that's it. And
Yeah, when you get used to that, it's like,
but that's
yeah.
the point is that not all of us are meant to be married. Not
But
all of
see,
us
the
are meant,
thing
you
is,
know?
It depends, because like like, okay, so what if you're with your, say your husband is the type of person who is like your best friend, right? So wouldn't you like mind, like, do you feel like you still need to be away for 10 days, or could you take the 10-day vacation with him? Because like you guys are like,
That's the thing. I've never been in that kind of relationship. It's hard for me to tell
yeah,
you yes or no. I would
yeah,
think that I'm willing to compromise and find somewhere to work around and say, hey, maybe instead of doing 10 days, okay, like you said, do the 3 day weekend. Maybe that might be
yeah.
more than enough because, hey, you know what? He is my friend and I do want to spend time with him, or we have kids or whatever. I don't know that. Like we say a lot, like until you had kids, I'm sure you said a lot of things. I want to do this with my kids. I want to do that. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Yet once you had kids, how many of those things did you do? How many of those
Mhm.
things did you actually not do? Some of them you probably did stick to your word. If you said, hey, I'm going to do this, you probably did do it. But a lot of what you said, I'm going to do this because, well, I want to, no, you didn't do it because you are who you are to some degree. Am I going to change everything of who I am as a person if
Mm-mm.
I get, no, definitely not. My core value of who I am as a person, that is set by the time you're like 10, 15 years old. The core of it is set.
Mhm.
How I behave, how I demonstrate that to another person, yeah, that I'm willing to change. That I'm willing to admit that, yeah, there are some things I'm going to change and do differently because I realize that it may not be beneficial to me anymore in the situation. It might not be beneficial to the person I'm in a relationship. And like you guys say, hey, if I value the man that I'm with, I'm going to have to factor in him and his life
It's not
in my
only
decision.
that.
Yeah.
It's not only that. I just
Mm,
know how I am and
mm.
the enjoyment I am to be around and what I
Oh,
bring.
Oh,
I was
I
like,
yeah.
wait a minute,
know
you
Look
want to
at
after
take
him.
away?
10
Look at
days, she stole my
him.
thunder. We'd be in a corner somewhere going to withdrawals with me
Oh
not being
yeah.
around.
Okay. Oh, so
So
now you see
it'll be on
now,
her. It's always the woman who
Kareem,
gets possessive in the relationship,
we are
Oh,
getting the
not
really?
the other way
absolute truth.
around.
Now we're getting to the truth of the matter. It wasn't at all. You were right, Karina. It wasn't at all what I was saying. He is the high value man. He is the king. Oh, okay. I see.
I just know how stuff goes down when you
Sure. You.
dating with women. Y'all the possessive ones. Y'all way more possessive
Oh.
than a guy. Women are way more
Sure.
possessive.
It
You know what?
depends. It
Yeah.
depends, because I don't think I'm possessive at this stage in my life. Nah,
Nah, me neither.
because I don't
If
want nobody to be possessive of me. So the same, I'm
exactly,
gonna give out the same energy I expect to receive.
Man,
that's it.
So
that same Latina I was talking about, I was with. I was getting ready. I said something smart to whatever she was saying because she was giving me a lot of that Latina energy right there, and she was cussing me out pretty good. And I said one thing, and that shut her down and broke her down emotionally. And I got ready to leave. We're in the bedroom, and I got ready to leave out, and she would not let me get out the door. And to the point where she was blocking the door, and I tried to squeeze by her to try to get out. She dropped on the floor against the door, so I couldn't open it like a damn doorstop. And then as this going on, she starts freaking out, losing it, and she ends up standing up and jumping like a dolphin and slamming her head against the damn door. And this is a fire door. Keep out fire for 2 hours. A thick wood door. And she banged her damn head against it. 3 hard times, hard as hell. Had a little trickle of blood coming out. I
mm,
was scared as hell because I thought for sure she was gonna call the cops on me, and I could not explain what she did to herself. Which is so women get a lot more crazier over guys
no, we
than a
we, we,
guy
we, we,
over
we
women.
gotta put these women in categories. Now I'm gonna venture to say Latina. That's to me sounds more like the crazy Latina trait.
Black women got that crazy trait
They do
too.
that too, like banging their head against walls and stuff.
Not necessarily, but they might rough themselves up and go to the police and say that she did
How does,
it.
How does
If
a
if
woman
we
rough
being
herself
honest,
up? Like, I need the imagery. How does a woman rough herself up?
rather scratch her face up,
I be
rip her
doing.
clothes, and
I ain't
mess her
scratching my
hair
face,
up.
but to prove a damn thing.
Say he whooped my ass.
I ain't scratching my face. Listen, I'm afraid of scars. Like, no permanent scars on my face. I ain't scratching for nothing.
You ain't never did nothing crazy over a man. What's the
Yes.
craziest thing you did? Let me know. Let me know how you got your what was that thin line between love and hate on?
Like, never, like, done nothing, like, oh, Jesus. I never called the cops on anybody or nothing, but a relationship, and this is way back in the day. So we were going through the thing or whatever. So what I did was, this is way back in the day. So you could call the phone company, right, and like turn off the phone because the home phone. So what I did was I called the phone company, right? Told them, I needed to turn off the phone, but I changed my voice to a man's voice, like what deep. And then I called the power company.
Oh, nah, you going too far with it. I was with you on the phone. That was kind of funny, but
I
you
called
about
the
to shut the
power
power off.
company and told them I was moving, so I needed for them to shut the power off too.
Was it wintertime?
I don't remember. I don't.
Oh, it was winter. It was snow on the ground.
And then no, it was no damn snow. Cause what I did was, so I had the phone and yeah, the phone and the power, right? So I had both of them disconnected the same day, right? So then what I did was that night I drove by the house and seen the house in darkness. And I,
That shit cracked you
Oh
up when you
my
drove by and
goodness.
saw that.
I cracked up because you know what had me crack? He's like, no, it's like no lights. So he's like, let me call the power company to find out what's going on.
Man.
Oh my God, Kareed, you are
Mm-mm.
petty.
That was evil as hell right
My
there.
goodness.
And the fact that you had to ride by just to see the work that was
That's
done.
what makes it petty. He's to confirm that yes, it is.
It's like when he's like, I wish I could be a fly on that wall.
Oh
Listen,
man.
Oh my
listen.
God,
Me and him did get
Kareed.
back together though, but man,
Oh, on top of that,
I know you. Oh, see, that's that crazy type of love right
did
there.
did he ever find out it was you that canceled it?
heck yeah.
Oh.
Hey, why do we go for that? Because man kind of like that type of crazy though.
That's what I was
When women
telling
go
you.
It's
through that.
like brilliant. It's like you evil, but that shit is brilliant.
Man, let me tell you what this girl did to me. I love her crazy ass.
It's like, come over
Oh,
here with your
man.
crazy ass. The light is back on and the phone is back. Come
Oh,
over here.
man.
Bring your crazy ass over here.
Oh
You
my
trying to
goodness.
cut me with a razor again? Get the hell out of here.
Oh my
Oh,
God, Kareed.
Jesus.
What are
Oh,
we gonna do with
man.
you?
I know. The good old days. It cracks me up
Look what
still.
she said, good old days.
No, man, that shit cracked me up.
Man.
Oh
To
my
me, that's
goodness.
better than calling the cops or
Of
beating up
course.
yourself. Like, you gotta be like strategic and smart, man. Make it fun.
Kareen ain't giving a full story. She knows she went over there with his lights and power off and offered him a place to stay. I got my power off. If
Like,
you
you
need
coming over
somewhere
or
to
what? You
stay.
coming over or what?
Oh
You can
man.
watch some TV. I know you, you can't
Hey,
wait.
Pulled
yes,
off
I
on
can
him a
chill.
little bit. We tried to get him.
I got some popcorn. Come on over here.
Oh
Like
man.
microwave don't work. Like,
I got a freezer. I don't want all your groceries. I know you just bought groceries today.
oh man,
Go bad.
do not make me laugh.
My goodness, Kareem.
Oh man.
What are we gonna do with
Listen,
you?
I knew this girl though. She told me her mother was crazy. She said what her mother did was, and her mother is British woman, right? She said her parents, like the father was having an affair, right? So the mother had hired a private investigator to like start following the father, so she knew where the father would be going and everything. So the father met up with the woman at some bar that he was cheating with, and the private investigator told my friend's mother, where he was and everything, right? So what this woman did was like she had them watching him. So when he left the bar, she called the cops, gave the cops his license plate number, and said he was driving erratically.
What?
Yes, and that so the cops would pull him over, and obviously he's coming from a bar. He'd been drinking. Now that's some crazy shit. Now
Man.
that's some. I was like, what? And she
What if he
said,
had got shot? She
I
would have been
know,
like, she would have sworn the cops would have believed.
right? But I this was way back in the days, I'm sure, because it's my friend. So she was a kid because she said she remember hearing her mother like when the mother told was on the phone with the police, and then she got off the phone and the mother was like chuckling, like this is great. Like
Wow.
damn,
About to fuck
Jesus.
up his day.
right?
And she did that for sure.
Oh
Wow.
yeah, oh yeah.
My
So
Love will
goodness.
have you doing some crazy things you never thought you was gonna do.
that's true. That is true. And women, like men, y'all just do whatever y'all do. But women, we get creative with it.
Yeah. I done did some silly stuff for a woman before.
What did you
Like
do?
what?
Come on, tell us all
Yeah,
about it.
tell us, tell
Totally yes.
But since y'all being so sharing, I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all allegedly when
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine was allegedly too. So
allegedly. Yes, yes. Noted. Noted for
allegedly.
the record. Noted for the record. Yes, allegedly.
but I have this thing where I end up dating women who are bipolar or they smoke a lot of weed. This
Hmm.
one chick was bipolar and she also smoked a lot of weed. I don't smoke weed at all. It's not my thing. I drink here and there. I might do a little lean or whatever allegedly, and I might have a good time like that. But I don't smoke weed.
Hmm.
But I for this chick, I was going driving 2 hours out for her to buy her weed, and it was cool at a certain point because I'm like, if I get pulled over and whatnot, she's like, oh, don't worry, I'll just say it's mine or whatnot. I'm trusting that, and we're going back and forth allegedly to this location. She's getting her stuff to. She's talking to this woman. She's a grower, and she's like, "Yeah, because I'm looking to have some tea and stuff." And started doing tea and edibles and whatnot. And the grower, she was like, "Well, you could just have all my clippings and whatnot." And when she said she could have her clippings, I'm thinking like she gonna give her a small bag of just clippings that she garbage.
Hmm.
She gave her like 6 garbage bags full of shit. I'm stuffing all this shit in my trunk.
Ooh.
I'm like, allegedly.
Wow.
Oh,
Ooh.
and I'm driving it. I'm thinking to myself, I'm stupid as hell
Yeah.
driving this shit
Okay.
back because I know this is a lot of THC and it's fast the
Hmm.
limit right here. And
Oh.
they're not going to accept. They're going to charge you like it is.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. You trafficking.
yeah,
You like
Yeah.
man.
it's like who's your supplier? Who you selling to?
Man, I
Hmm.
said after that, I ain't gonna never ever do nothing that stupid again. That
Yeah.
was dumb as hell.
And I bet you he did it again the next day. But
No,
it's
I didn't.
okay.
Nah, I
It's okay,
held to
Trash. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, for the allegedly, yeah, you didn't. Yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
It's
it.
all alleged. Like
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
we're
No,
just
you're right.
telling
Allegedly.
stories.
It's allegedly.
Exactly.
This is not
Canada.
even trash can ways. This is Snuggle
Of
68.
course.
I don't even have the icon.
This is Snuggles number two.
you know, Jesus.
All alleged. So, like, never get violent or anything with anybody?
Oh, with a woman? No, I never
Like,
got
and the
to
woman
that
never
point.
got violent with you?
That woman who slammed her head against the
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Well,
then she started saying weird stuff because she's not only was she like a she's a nice looking chick, but she was a bodybuilder, like not like body built bulky like a CrossFit. She was strong. She got me locked into a position. You know how you wrestle with your girl. You want to see if you stronger. I'm gonna pin you down or whatever. So we up there, we having sex, and she like wrapped her legs around my waist, and she said, "I bet you can't get out." And I'm struggling hard as hell to try to get from between her legs. I could not get up. She had me pinned down. She was stronger than me. I was trying to play it off like I
Yeah.
wasn't really giving it all I had.
Yeah,
But she
girl.
had me pretty tight. And then after that she started getting more and more aggressive with it when she knew she could pin me down like that. And then she said something weird because I'm a 2A guy. I keep my pistols on me. She started when she slapped her head against the wall like she did. I was keeping my pistols on the dresser. It was on her side where she sleep. But you know, when I came home this time, I kept them on me. I kept them to my side of the bed. I put them over there because I was like, she kind of off right now. She slammed her head against it. And she looked at me. She said, "What the fuck are you doing that for?" I was like, "What you talking about? You putting your guns over there? What you scared I'm gonna shoot you in your sleep?" I said, "What the fuck is you talking
Yeah,
about?
like why would
You're
you
not
even
gonna.
think that?
Why would you even
Like, why
say
would
that?"
you think that I would be scared of that? Like,
Yes and no.
that's what must have crossed your mind.
Man, that was a terrible. Like I was trying to get rid of her at that point. She had moved. We was dating long distance at first, and she would come and visit from Nebraska, but she had moved up here. And I came to my pops. I was like, man, I think that he said, don't even worry about it. He gave me the money to get her plane ticket. Tell that girl to leave tonight.
Your
Just
father's like,
put
look,
her on there. And
right,
she
look,
talking all that shit.
and send her back to her mama.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, then that's another thing because everything was going good at first, but then her mother had passed when we was talking, so she was going through that, and then her brother in prison had passed. Though when he got, it was during I think it was during some a riot or something, and it was something that happened out here. I don't think it was a George. No, that's too early. It was something else that went on back then because this was a while ago, and I guess white and black people was at war with each other in prison, and he was like a allegedly a gang member, and he ended up getting killed by this white gang in prison. She took that shit pretty hard,
Oh God.
and she was talking to him, and then after that, I could not. I wanted to be there for her, but she was just unbearable to be around because she was just so angry and upset, and it was her brother, but they was only half brothers, and his mom didn't really care for the guy. So when they told her about the body, if she wanted to pick up the body from the prison and give him a funeral, she said, "I don't got the money or the time to do that." So she's leaving her brother's body up here in the prison. They said, "Well, we got to do something with it." She said, "Well, donate his body to science." So well, I don't know what happened to the body at that point because she didn't get a say into it to where what was going to happen to him. So you
Wow.
donate your body to science, he could end up in the field somewhere for the FBI. They let bodies decompose in the field
Wow.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Something
Really?
that they get. So, and that's where they get them from. They get them from prisons and stuff like that. So she was having a hard time with that, and it was just a lot of crazy stuff going on. And she had a phone and she was talking to him while he was in prison. I guess some other member had told her that he had passed away. They got his phone and she started talking to him. And she fucked around and she was having like a friendship with the guy. And she ended up giving that nigga my sorry. She ended up giving that motherfucker my address and they was
Wow.
sending mail to each other. I'm like, you got me fucked up. That you
Wow.
gonna send some mail to this yuck mouth character that you talking to on no. So we
Oh
had
my
ended
God.
up I say I gotta get her gone because she done lost her fucking mind, and
Oh yeah, for
she
sure.
grieving on top of that, so it made it even worse.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got her mind twisted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I'm giving you my red light special material. I'm supposed to be doing red light specials on all these stories. Yeah, I'm still gonna do them, but I'm kind of giving away some key stuff.
You know.
Shoot. Yeah, it's like I'm sitting there, I'm like reminiscing, like, yeah.
Man, that'd be
Mm-mm-mm.
that good box though. I'll tell you that. That
The
the crazy
crazy,
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
For
My
her, it
God.
was the top for me, but yeah,
Crazy, I am sure.
man.
Shoot. Mm-mm-mm.
Well,
See, yeah, women, we don't, men, they'll take the crazy women, but women, we ain't going for
yeah.
that crazy stuff.
No, definitely
Mm.
not.
Yeah, nah,
Definitely.
y'all do go for some crazy guys. Don't even play that.
Yeah, but
Y'all
not
go
as
for the crazy.
much and not as
That is not
crazy.
a turn on to me.
Not for me either.
I have no time for the nonsense. If any nonsense gonna happen, it was gonna be me. Like, no.
So y'all never deal with no man nonsense type deal.
Oh, of course I've dealt with it, but I didn't tolerate it or like stuck around.
Exactly.
Sometimes y'all come back to that though. Y'all went through the thug area where every woman wanted a thug, and she
Mm,
got with him and found out he do thug things and stayed with him, even though he hit her upside the head a couple of
oh
Oh,
times.
no.
oh no, 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 no.
Uh-huh.
No. I
He done
can
Mm-mm.
put
killed
up
a
with a
few
lot of
people.
things, but not that.
Nah, you not putting your hands on me.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Now,
Yes.
if a woman puts her hands on a guy, he's
Oh,
more likely to leave sooner than a woman. When
Ah,
y'all forgive more easily than we
I'm
do.
sure, yeah, women do, but yeah, I'm not. No, don't put. No, I've never been hit. And my uncles, like, I had, I have 17 uncles, and some of them live here, and some of them they about that life. They just guys knew not to even try that with me. Because I would call. I have a cousin right now. Like his sole purpose in life is to like hurt people. All I gotta do is call him. Like no, you no, 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 no. And I don't hit. I've never. I don't hit men. I don't.
yeah.
Because I'm scared of getting hit by a man. Like
Exactly.
so.
The world would be a better place if we all had a cousin for women who would go through that type of thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got the. No, I don't play that.
Have y'all ever seen a show called The Godfather of Harlem with
Nope.
Mm-mm,
Forrest Whitaker?
mm-mm.
Well,
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell for me. No.
well, you saw Frank Lucas with Denzel Washington before.
Neither.
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
Well,
I
y'all
don't.
gotta watch these. What's the hell? Well,
That's a
if you
gangster movie.
if you're familiar with Frank Lucas, his
I've
mentor
heard
was
the
Bumpy.
name. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't they have this new series or movie about him out now too?
No, that's Snowfall. You thinking
No,
about
no,
that.
no. I
Denzel paid
love
him.
Snowfall, but there's something like Black Mafia Family.
BMF, that's a
Yeah.
Detroit story right there. That's
Oh,
our
okay.
Detroit people came out of there and they started their music industry and they built it off of drugs and everything. They were still like Lil Flip was one of their people that was signed on to them at one time, and they
Oh,
were
so it's
moving
about
over here.
music because I ain't watching
No,
it.
no, it's about drugs, straight up drugs right
Oh,
now. This is before the music even came into play. They renovated it in Detroit, and he took his drug money. He invested it into being a producer later on in life.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they was at the awards and everything like regular business people, but they came from the streets and they was about their life.
Wow.
He tried. He did something at least. Try to make that money, legal money.
They ended up seizing all their assets. They seized this is after the trial and everything that happened. They
Hmm.
seized the limo. It was a stretch Hummer limo and they ended up selling it at an auction, and they sold it to this white guy. But as he's looking in there, and he finds this hidden compartment, and it's stuffed full of cocaine. This limousine is like with bricks and
Wow.
bricks and bricks and coke, and they never found this until this guy. The police sold this car, auctioned it off
And
Wow.
yeah,
with
it's like
drugs
they
in it.
had the evidence right there.
Yeah, they was like, "Well, we didn't even get you on this before we
See, I would have been pissed if I
prosecuted."
was the guy that bought that car too. It's like, damn, why couldn't this been money? What I'm gonna do with all this damn cocaine? Like, why
I ain't
couldn't I
gonna,
just found
I ain't gonna
money?
lie to you. If it was me and I bought it, nobody would have ever heard about that.
But
Nobody
see,
ever
for
heard
me,
about
like
that.
I would, because what I'm gonna do? Either I'm gonna throw it away. I'm not gonna try to sell it or get no. Like, I'm scared of that life.
I know some people that get that, just get that off of me right quick. For
I
I'm
know
about to give you the
people too much.
specialist price. And
I don't want that problem. I just want the money. I just want the easiest way.
oh man,
Give me 10K and we're good.
I'm about
Yeah,
to make a big profit.
You
Just
know?
hook me up right quick. Allegedly.
right.
Of course, yes. This is not,
Alleged, like,
you
what's
know,
in
this is not,
stories?
we're not
We're a
medical,
creative bunch.
you know?
Yeah, I'm using
This
my
is not, no,
imagination here.
exactly, not medical, legal, or
Criminal advice.
criminal advice. We're not experts. Please visit your local police for any kind of
Yeah,
tips
if
or
you do find
expertise.
cocaine in the glove compartment of a car that you bought at a police
Yeah,
auction, please.
yeah. Please
Oh
report it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
man. I would have packed that stuff back in that limo and say, "Hey man, I'm gonna sell you this limo. I'm not
Exactly.
selling you the what's in the limo.
Jesus.
I'm just selling you the limo.
I'm
It's
selling you
gonna
the
be
limo.
$200,000. Give me
Allegedly, of
200,000
course.
It's
allegedly."
all alleged.
You
Oh
know,
man,
this is all hyper. Like this is the movie that we're going to be writing, right, guys? Yes,
Yes.
yes, of course.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know,
I'm completely unaware.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oh man,
Did you watch Snowfall though? Did you watch the
that's
series?
my shit.
That
Snowfall,
was
my shit.
good.
That's like better. That's almost as good as Power. It's right on the verge of being better than Power.
I didn't like the ending though.
Well, it didn't end. It kind of that was just the season.
Wait, no, because didn't the parents get killed? We're talking about Snowfalls.
I hope he's.
Him and his daggone Detroit connection. Like, how
Oh
everybody be having Wi-Fi issues? I haven't had that.
no, me too. But I've noticed that it often happens to Community Solutions Pro as well. That she often has connection problems as
Yeah.
well. So I've noticed two or three people that it quite happens quite often to them as well when they ever. It's weird, but he'll be back on, I'm sure, and
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like the region that you're in or
maybe
what.
I mean it
Or if it's
could
the
be.
service that's being used. I don't know.
That's
Some
it.
of them
It's,
had.
yeah, it happens quite often, unfortunately. But I mean, in any event, he'll be back here soon enough.
You think?
I hope so. I hope so. I'm sure he will. We'll give him a couple of seconds.
Did you watch
It,
Snowfalls? Or no?
no, I didn't get a chance because, like I said, there's so many shows that I get told and heard about that I haven't had a chance. Ozarks, yeah, it seems. I don't know. I when it comes to those kinds, like even what's it called? Their what was that other show? I'm seeing the promo of it, and
Power?
not Power. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I think it was Power as well, because that's what I was gonna go while you guys were talking. I was gonna go look up to see if I'm sorry. I was gonna look up on Netflix to see if it had either one of those shows. Um,
I
but
think Power would be on Netflix.
I doubt it. But yeah, I can Google search
It's
it
on
now.
Stars.
Stars, okay, yeah, I doubt it would be on Netflix then. And it's
Mm-hmm.
a show, right?
It's a
Okay,
series, yeah.
let's see. Okay, so I'll try to look it up because I think if you Google this series Power or whatever, something like that, it'll come up with whatever it's on. Oh, it's on
Mhm.
Amazon. So I think I'll try to maybe check it out there.
Yeah, and it's on Hulu, but you guys don't have Hulu in Canada.
No, 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 we don't. So, but I think oftentimes, whatever, not always, but oftentimes I've noticed whatever show is on Hulu is often on Amazon. So I
Okay.
have a funny feeling that maybe Hulu and Amazon have a special deal with each other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
Because
mm-hmm.
oftentimes movies, it's so weird. Like, let's say a movie is distributed in the US by Sony, let's say, well, Sony exists in Canada, but for some reason, once the movie gets distributed in Canada, it might be distributed by, I don't know, I'm making things up, Walt Disney or something. You know, so it's like, why wouldn't, like if Sony exists in both Canada and the US, why wouldn't Sony distribute the movie in both countries?
Yeah.
Like it's a weird like that. The second, for some reason, I don't know why, I can't explain it. The second a movie leaves the US or whatever country it's from, it's as if it gets distributed by somebody else. So here he is. Hello again, Trash Can.
Look, she stole my thunder. I told you I'm not going to talk about Canada anymore.
Listen,
I'm not
you
making
and me
fun of
have
Canada.
issues
He
that we need
loves
to
us
work
some
out.
Canada.
You
She
know,
is
Stop
like
kicking me
every
out of
bit.
here.
She loves her some Canada.
listen, I have no choice but defend my nation, even with or without the military. I mean, look.
Sheesh.
So what were you saying about Snowfall?
Yeah, I was saying the ending, but you're saying it's still going on. But I'm like, I don't think so.
I think it was just a season, season finale, and not the actual series ending, because it's supposed to continue on and pick up. And it's loosely based on real events, because
Oh,
the
that's right.
CIA
Yes.
did supply drugs to
Yes.
fund the war. So
Yep.
that was crazy that they did that in the black community in order to fund they
So much
sacrificed that
stuff
community.
comes out like years later,
Yeah,
and it's like, whoa, okay.
yeah.
And then they feel comfortable enough to like release the information like years later.
It's like the president at the time, he didn't even take. Well, was it the Nixon that
Or
had
was it
resigned?
Reagan?
Okay, Reagan, because he had the war on. Yeah, he was having the war on drugs back then. The whole time
Yeah.
they say he didn't know that this was being the war was helping being funded by this situation that was going on.
Crazy. But the guy, he just got too greedy, man. Or just for power, really.
Yeah, you talk about Frank.
Yes.
No, Frank was handling his business as a businessman should. I
Okay.
had to
Your
respect
friend
it.
died, your parents' lives are threatened. Like at some point you have to stop.
He knew what he was getting involved into, and so did his mom, and so did his pops. When they knew. Now at a certain point they didn't know. You could say they were victims in the whole situation, but at a certain point he bought his mom all them rental properties to rent out
Like
and
she
took
thought
her
she
up
was
all that.
stuff too, sitting up in business meetings and
Yeah.
everything.
You in for a nickel, you in for a dime. You ain't,
I'll pass on that. I'm too scared for that stuff. I am not
Don't
about that life.
Nah, what he did, I had to respect how he did. But it was rough. With the girl he liked, and he had to do that to her father in there and
Yeah.
had to put
See,
him.
the father deserved it though. It's like, man,
Yeah.
just like back down.
But he was doing what was he thought was right. He felt was right. To
Yeah,
try to
but you
stop
got to
it
think
from.
about it. Like I said, you not built. Your life is on the line too. It's
Yeah,
like if it's that bad and that dangerous, you probably just need to leave it alone.
right. But he was committed to putting his life on the line to sacrifice for the community, and
Yeah.
Frank was willing to put an end to whoever he had to put an end to in order to keep doing what he was doing.
See, he messed up when he left that window open, though.
Yeah. And then when that girl came at the funeral, he was cold blooded for going to the funeral in the first place.
Yeah.
But when she
You
did
know,
him like she did in the kitchen, I was
the
like, hey,
girlfriend, the Leon's girlfriend, the crackhead.
man.
Leon.
Oh man, she looked terrible.
Like if that don't make somebody stay away from crack, I don't know what
Man.
would.
At the roller rink, he's like, oh, it's been fun and all, but I'm gonna need that necklace.
Hey, I'm standing up. I'm about to fall. This is funny.
Man. She hit her hard as hell in the mouth and then kicked her in the face with them skates. Man, you know how hard the four-wheeler roller skates is? Oh, man. She was stupid as hell. But she was doing that cocaine before even Frank came on. She was playing with her nose and stuff like that. But she
Yeah.
got turned out too much at
Yes.
that party. She smoked that crack for the first time.
Oh yes. They was like on another level.
Yeah, she wanted that feeling. I can't even imagine. Like, sometimes I would want to think, like, what would it be like to us? Just do it a heroin or a crack. This one time is just quit it. But I was like, no, I ain't gonna
I think that
give a
it
fuck
would put
around.
me out. It would like I wouldn't be able to manage it. I think it would probably kill me.
Cause I'm so anti-drug. I wanna feel like I could just do it one time and I wouldn't let that. But I wouldn't even fuck around with nothing like that.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's either it'll kill me or I'll become an addict and be selling my ass to buy the stuff. So
Guys too,
anyway,
they out here sucking the straightest guys. They out there sucking dick for some
yeah,
crack.
yep,
So
it's,
anything that make you do that, then no,
yeah.
stay away from that.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have no interest at all. Not even a little bit. I've never even seen coke in real life. So
This
that
is
life
part
I
of
am not about.
Good, good.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid of needles, so I'm not doing no sticking no needles in my vein and none of that either. So
Speaking of which, did you ever watch a movie called Never Die Alone
mm-mm,
with DMX?
mm-mm.
Nope. Okay. When you said the needle scenes, there was a woman in there and she got hooked on drugs and she went straight to heroin because she had diabetes, so she was used to shooting herself up
Oh,
with needles. So she did that. She really got strung out.
was DMX good in that movie?
Yeah, he was a rough character now in there. You ain't gonna like him. He played a good character, but you're not gonna like how he played that character.
Mm.
You gonna kind of hate DMX how he did because he was cold blooded with that woman because he was dating her at first and she was like she was a good. She been to school, college. She was a nurse and everything, and she was had her whole life together. But
Oh,
DMX, he's a drug dealer. He's a drug dealer or whatnot. So he ends up dating her. She falls and start dating a dude back in fourth or whatnot. And then DMX was like getting serious with her. So he's like, he showed her this money. I got 200,000. And he said, I want you to just come away with me and run away with me. And she
mm.
told him, she looked at him, she's like, we ain't gonna be together. You a drug dealer. I got something else going on, but this is fun and all. And she
Oh
kind of
God,
broke the dude's heart
yeah.
and whatnot. So she was doing the little cocaine here and there, and he slipped some crack in with
Hmm.
her cocaine. He got her strung out.
Yeah.
And then it gets deeper to where she ends up having his baby, but he didn't know it was his baby. His son is that dude that played in Barbershop as the light skinned barber. You know the
Mm.
one, yeah, yeah. He ends up killing his father later on, but he didn't know that was his dad. But it happened where he bumps into him later on in life, and they get into it, and he ends up killing him. But DMX was going to look for his son after he found out this chick had got pregnant and had a baby. And little did he know he got into it with somebody. It was random, but his son ended up killing him before he even found out that was his son in the first place. So,
Wow.
and then he did her even more dirty because she was calling him, kept asking for crack and stuff, and he would come over there in exchange for crack, and he had have sex with her or whatnot. But he had hit her from the back door
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, and she would do that because she wanted to crack. But she got to the point where I want to get clean. I want to check into this facility and get myself clean. I need you to give me money. He said, I ain't giving you no money for that. He
Oh
said, come
my
on.
God.
I know what you do. I know about the money. I know about the drugs. If you don't help me out, I'm gonna go to the police.
See, she's just trying to get herself killed.
Yeah, so that's when but DMX was still had felt something for her. So he gave her this little test. He went up there, he smacked her around about the police thing, but then he left a bag and he said, he said you can either go to the clinic and get yourself clean, or you can have this little baggie right here. But before he went up there to give it to her, they show him open the hood of his car, and he scraped off the battery acid from his
Oh my
battery
God.
into the baggie. He said, "Now you can either get yourself clean, or you can use this." And when she did it, she ends up dying,
Mm.
and she died with her kids was hiding in the closet the whole time when she was getting high off that battery acid, ends up like dying from it, and then the kid had to find his mom's body, so he always hated his dad. Like even it gets even crazier because the kid at one point attacks DMX, and DMX hits him with this bottle and cuts him across the face, and he carries that scar forever. And when he ends up
Mm.
killing him, it was crazy. It get crazy.
Never
It's
die alone. That's the
never die
name.
alone.
Mm.
And then this reporter, he's doing the story on DMX because DMX was rolling around in this nice whip. I think it was a Maserati, but it was one of those old schools. And he ends up while he's dying, the reporter, he's like his family's done with him. They kicked him out. It's the same guy who played in Dewey on screen, Officer Dewey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he played. He also played on. What else he played on? You know the guy, the goofy white
yeah,
guy, and whatnot.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Like I know him from that movie, but I don't think I've seen him in anything else though.
yeah. I tried to think of something else he played in this. I'm drawing a blank right now. But he's a reporter, and his wife that left him and whatnot because he ain't about nothing. But when he fires him after the son, I forgot if he shot his dad or he stabbed him up his dad because it was a meeting going wrong or whatnot. And he finds him, and he takes DMX to the hospital in his car. And DMX ends up dying at the hospital, but he signs over everything that he owns to this white guy, this reporter that brought him to the hospital. And he has all these tapes about his life, and that's how you find out what he did with the wife because he recorded everything that he ever
Mm.
did in life. And this reporter, he's listening to it about the guy. He like, this is the best story that I ever came across or whatnot. And the reporter he gets his Rolex. He fucking puts on DMX's Rolex he gave him in his gold ring. And he's wearing this out in like the hood and whatnot. So of course he get robbed. And they take that they beat him up and take that watch off of him and take the rings, but he still got the car. And he listens to at some point in tape. He talks about the 200,000. It was good back then, it's good now. And he's like, the 200,000. He say he keeps it with him all the time on the tape. He looks in the back of the trunk. He got $200,000 in the back of the trunk that DMX just gave him. And this guy is poor. His wife that left him. His job is like, you're not bringing in stories like we need. and all this stuff is going on this night, but he ends up uh the son is on the run from because the police have evidence that he killed his dad and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot, and the son is on the run. He ends up bumping into him, and he ends up offering him his dad's car and also the money that was in the trunk, and he like gets paid. He gets what he had offered his mother. It was a deep story, but the kid gets it years down the line. He gets everything that was offered.
Mm.
Yeah.
DM,
Great watch.
he was a good actor. I liked him in some movies.
Yeah. He could have been a really great actor. Cradle
Mm-hmm.
to the Grave and all that, but he got hooked on that stuff, and he could have bounced back from that.
Say cocaine is a hell of a drug, man.
Mm-hmm.
Crack is a hell of a drug.
Right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can function
Yeah.
on that coke. Apparently, a lot of
Oh
them
yeah.
do, but then it's that fentanyl.
Yeah,
Oh
that's the
yeah.
new one now. So,
It's like my daughter. She was in Mexico on vacation and with her friends, and she said some guy on the beach just walked by them, and the guy was like, weed, cocaine, ecstasy, heroin.
Wow.
And he's just saying it like, he's just selling, I don't know, like watches or socks or whatever. Just, he started off with the lightest drugs. Like, okay, if the weed ain't it, then what about some cocaine? What about some ecstasy? Hell, what about some damn heroin? It's like, Jesus.
and that's another thing about the whole border situation. When it's
What?
not regulated and everything, people are taking advantage of that, and the traffickers are really taking advantage of them.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
finding these 5-year-old, 10-year-old kids, and they got birth control. They're like, "Why you got birth control?" Because their parents know on this trip that they're gonna get assaulted. This farmer that found kids hiding out of his barn, and they have no clothes on, and then you see uh border patrol, they're finding kids clothes scattered on the ground with condoms and different stuff around it.
God.
It's like it's sick. This the whole thing, this rush, this is a lot of sick stuff going on. It's really disgusting.
Mm, mm, mm.
And these are like five these are little toddler kids clothes. Like what the fuck is your problem?
Mm. But then again, it's like if someone is going to go to that extreme, like, what's the environment they're coming from?
I could have turned a kid away, but I could turn her daughter away. But
Yeah.
I could have turned a kid away. Not like that.
Ugh, Jesus. Mm-mm-mm.
But if they're doing that to the kids while they're coming over here, then once they get in here, then what they're going to have in store for the kids. Like that was another thing. They said Trump was so bad because he separated kids from their parents at the border. No, we don't know if these kids are these uh with
Yeah.
that the parent because they're getting assaulted while they're at these facilities at the same time, and you
It's just
might
a
be keeping
terrible
them with
situation.
it's terrible,
Yeah, it's a
and they're
terrible.
finding out they're finding like you say with the burning your hand on the stove. I have to find out for myself, and now you're finding out for yourself how actual terrible it could be and how it has been, and you're realizing you're doing this on the kids' time at the same time when you're learning.
Mm-mm-mm. Jesus. Mm. Yeah, I've heard of people walking like hundreds of miles.
Yeah. Now some of them ain't walking, honey. I seen some fat ones come through with iPhone 12s, and yeah,
It's like life
y'all done
can't
got
be that
dropped off.
bad, right? It's like you
Some of y'all get dropped off here.
eating. Fool. I know I wouldn't be able to do that walk either, and
Hell
I'm
no.
not
No.
fat. Like I ain't built for all that heavy walking.
Yeah.
It's like you gonna have to put me in the back of a truck, hide me with some cattle or something.
Hey, that's the American in us. We ain't doing all that for no damn freedom. You must be kidding me if
Like
you think I'm
walk
gonna
out
do
for like, wait, you can't just like
I gotta do what? I gotta hide in the damn under the hood of this car.
You know,
There's
like
an
where's
engine under there. It's
yeah,
too hot under
just
the
put me in the back seat and put some like laundry.
you know,
Like just throw some clothes on top of me, man.
where's the Uber here, man? Come on, man.
Jesus, like you can get a little
man.
creative,
We got that American privilege. You might
Yeah,
say.
Like nah.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
let's put our head together and figure out the most comfortable way to get through there.
You know,
Man, we could even phantom doing some of that stuff. Like, nah.
I ain't built for that. Listen, I flew into. You ever went to the airport in Atlanta?
Oh yes, I've been on.
Oh God, it's
That's nice.
and the parking lot is ridiculously huge. So when I flew out and it's like I was in such a rush. So when I parked, like I didn't even pay attention to where I parked. So then I come back now and I had went on I think it was Miami. I went on a business trip. So I come back and it's like I can't remember where I parked. So I'm like walking and it's like walking. Then I go back inside the airport and then I go out the entrance, exit, and I'm like, like I'm confused now. It's like I'm walking and my feet hurts and everything, and like I'll go talk to security and they're like, did you check this parking? And it got to the point where I'm like, screw it. So men, they take when women start crying, it's like, okay, we're gonna help.
They came with the buggy for you, the golf cart.
Yes, they did. I started crying. I cried real tears. I was like, I've been walking for hours. I feel like I'm going to just sleep.
Oh, man.
I was crying. And so what they did, they had a buggy and they drove around it. I had my car removed. I just kept pressing until I heard the alarm go off. It's like, bump this shit. I should have done that like 2 hours ago.
Oh boy.
It's awful.
Hey, and that's the kind of the privilege you can use as a woman in your feminine wild.
Man, I
when
started crying.
we see somebody crying.
Yeah, like look, I'm gonna stop just asking, telling them, I can't find my car. I started crying real.
We're gonna want to help.
Yeah, I planned it. I was like, yeah, Kareem, when you just start crying.
Let me save these tears until he get over here and he can see me.
Right? Man, just think about something really sad in your life.
Oh,
start
man.
crying. Let the tears flow.
That's crazy. That gets a lot of us guys though.
I know. I've done it a couple of times.
That's like in our DNA right there. We see some tears flowing. We like, we changed.
Everything. Everything. Shoot. Hey, it is what it is. Exactly. Men don't like women crying or yelling.
Nah, that's disturbing right there. We gotta figure out a way to stop this.
Right? It's like, the yelling is like either he's gonna just do what you want to shut you up, or he's just gonna knock you out. Like,
man,
shut you up.
And then we come off really cold when we try to like, well, what's wrong? Just tell us what's wrong then. Why are you crying? Why are you yelling now?
Jesus.
Oh man, that is frustrating. That's really frustrating right there.
I'm crying because I want to cry.
Exactly.
Like, hello.
Hey.
I need to let it go.
Now, if I walk into a room and I see a woman crying and she ain't noticed me yet, I try to ease back out.
I'm like trash cans.
No.
No. You got me confused.
Oh man.
Shoot. Heck yeah. I would cry at the drop of a dime.
Wow.
It works.
Yeah. I'm looking at the time. Have you guys noticed?
Minutes. Yeah, it's been talking off the chain, man.
How many hours you put in already?
This is 11 hours and 37 minutes.
Oh shit.
We're doing 12 hours and 1 second, and that's it.
I was about to say, look.
you heard my alarm go off.
You know, I told you you don't need sleep. Come on now.
Oh
It's all
man.
decoration. Cause
Look at here.
you know,
Shoot, when I had done the, what time did I think we went to like four something before the billions?
yeah,
Man, and I had my alarm, but thank God I work from home, and I didn't
exactly.
get the alarm went off, and I just pressed the button like, nope, I'm gonna keep
No,
sleeping.
not to listen. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And then my
exactly.
boss called me. It was like 9:30, and that's when I woke up.
Oh,
That's a terrifying
Yeah, yeah,
wake
it
up
was
right there.
right. But he is, thank God. Like I, after the last place that I was at with those evil women, it was like I lucked out. Like even now, because me and him we're so cool. So I'll tell him too. I'm like, listen, God has shown me favor
yeah,
like this time around. So you could, when someone just wake up, you can hear the sleep in their voice.
exactly.
Right. So he's like, get up, yeah, get your ass up. You sleeping? And I'm like, no, no.
Before the billions about to make you lose your job.
He's like, no, no. It's like, no, I'm not sleeping. But I put
Oh
in I
man.
put in hours 24/7 because I mean,
Exactly.
I get on my laptop and I work, so he don't bother me. But he knew I just woke up. You could tell it in my voice,
Man, that's a
Exactly.
panicky feel. You try to
right?
get dressed and oh man. The
Oh,
first
I
Exactly.
thing
wasn't
you
getting
do,
dressed.
oh man. Because I'd have fell asleep like that when I was working on midnights. And I'd have fell asleep and I'm supposed to be at work at a certain time and I wake up and it's dark outside. I was like, oh man,
Like,
panicking
whoa.
to get the
Yeah.
phone. What time is it? Oh shit.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Call
that
in. It's
I
done. Nah.
that scares me if to have to work overnight. I feel like I would end up falling asleep before my work time.
I did it one time. That was it. They already knew. But like, yeah, we figured you overslept.
Yeah, that's rough. And the tough thing too though is like it's like I'm working from home, so a lot of times like, I don't get dressed. Unless like if I have a meeting, like a Zoom meeting and stuff or whatever, and even that would be taking like energy. Now I'm like, Jesus, I gotta
Yeah.
do my hair and all that. So we had a Zoom meeting, but they didn't tell us it was like a some presentation. But usually, if you have to be on camera, then they'll let you know
Oh boy,
ahead
you
of
in your
time.
lingerie up in there.
Well, listen. So they're like and it was like with HR. This woman, she's like whatever. So she sends out a message like a couple of minutes before to say, oh, for this one, everyone, we need to be on camera for full participation. So I get on and I didn't realize. So she's like, Kareen, you got to get on camera.
Oh
So I
man,
heard that. I'm like, what?
my
So
camera broken.
I run in the bathroom. I started and combing my hair, and I heard her kept calling my name, Kareen, Kareen. You need to turn on your camera. And I'm like talking to her. So I run back in. I'm like, oh my god, the camera is not working. Let me shut down and restart or whatever. Shut down my computer and just go fix up my hair, put on some decent clothes. My colleague, this lady, she actually in your part of the world. Yeah, but she told my son that
Oh,
this
really?
woman, she didn't know we had to get on camera either, right? But she wasn't as smart as me. Instead of her pretending like something was wrong, she got on, and she's a black woman with natural hair.
No, she was on there at the bugaboo.
she she
Oh
the
man.
hair was a mess. She had on this raggedy t-shirt, looked like she slept in it. And I'm
Wow.
like,
How you doing?
right? I'm like, sis, why would you like there's no way you're gonna make me get on camera looking a mess.
No,
There's
of
no
course.
way.
That's forever.
Yeah, exactly. That's forever. I'd rather you be pissed at me for 5 minutes for not turning on my camera quick enough.
Hmm.
Exactly.
I was like, Jesus Christ. And then you could tell, like, then during the break, you could tell, like, because she has, like, natural hair, curly hair, but it's, like, very, it was just a mess. So then I think she tried to wet it to, like, give it the real curly look. So now it's like she's sitting in front of the camera, the hair is dripping water, and she's
Oh,
just
wow.
looking.
That's
Man.
just worse.
Just looking up fast. I'm like, nah, you ain't get me like that.
No, for
Mm-mm.
sure.
Yeah, no.
Mm-mm.
Speaking of incidents on live when you get caught in an
Mhm.
awkward moment at a business meeting, do y'all recall CNN's Jeffrey
What?
Tubin,
The one, which one? Was he the
the
one?
one who thought his camera was off and he decided to give himself a little special
Jesus.
quality time
But
while
Oh,
all his co-workers watched him
that's
pull
a
the lotion
freak.
down and whack off.
That
oh, wow.
They fired him the next day.
man, that's some freak on another level.
Man,
That
who
Because
does that?
I
yes, like
know.
with your, it's like I guess he's like my fantasy is to do this.
Man,
Exactly,
he thought his
probably.
camera was off. He thought it
Yeah,
was
but like, why would you want to do that even with people? You know what I mean? On a
on a break.
meeting.
It's only a
Y-
5 minute break. You about to try to wake one out right quick
You
in the
know?
Hey, Jesus.
and come back on camera after you.
Oh,
Oh man, you
nasty
a sick
ass.
motherfucker.
Yeah,
It makes you
Wow.
think how many people doing that.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just too much. I mean, the
Man.
guy that had on the suit and then he was in his drawers and didn't realize the
Uh,
camera, like
Oh, caught him
that's
down there.
forgivable. Like you can forgive that because
Yeah.
okay, that's just it. But I'd be so embarrassed. Well, I tell you what, too though, when I'm home, I don't really wear a clothes much, right? So
mhm.
my nephew was graduating from middle school and they was doing it via Zoom. So, and this was like the first time I've ever used Zoom, right? Because we would normally use Google Meets and stuff.
Mm.
And then it's like the Zoom thing. So I signed into the Zoom, but I signed in early, right? So I forgot about the whole camera thing and everything. And I'm going about my, business or whatever. So when I hear them start talking now, the graduation about to start, and then I noticed in the corner, I'm like, wait, I looked at and I saw the video with me, and I was just sitting there in my bra. I'm like, oh shit. So I just closed
Oh,
it. I just closed the laptop real quick.
oh man.
But it's like
Wow.
nobody knows me, it's like it's just this
Now,
in North Carolina, I'm in New York, they're in North Carolina. But I was like, oh shit.
now, question: if your boss and your colleagues that caught you on camera and you don't know it and you're exposed or whatnot, and instead of telling you, there's this quiet and they're watching, and you realize after like 5 minutes, 10 minutes in that you've been on camera the whole time, can you take them to HR for sexual harassment? Because y'all have been watching me this whole time.
Well, I had another colleague though. She was like laid up in her bed, right? But we weren't supposed to necessarily be on camera. But I think like because her camera was off initially, and then I think like either her hand hit the cam button or something. And she was like wrapped up under the covers, just chilling up in the bed, and I sent her a message. And I'm like, girl, your camera is on. And she's like, oh, crap, and she turned it off or whatever. Yeah, that would be trifling if someone was to see me and not like let me know.
Yeah, that would be creepy.
That's trifling. And I would be so, it depends on who see me. Like if it was like a couple of co-workers, like my boss and like somebody else, like, another woman or whatever, I'll be like, oh shit. And I'll close it. But if it's like the whole damn company, like with a lot of people, oh,
Gotta
forget
find
it.
another job now.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that's it. Like
Yeah,
I'm
quitting
done.
and everything. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
done for the day. I'm just
I,
closing the camera, the thing, and I'm
yeah,
done.
forget it.
I'm
Yeah,
just waiting for
exactly.
further instructions at this point.
If
Pretty
I
much.
got caught like Jeffrey Tubin waking one off, I'm not coming. They gave him his job back. I'm not coming back to work.
No,
No,
You
not
know,
it.
I can't look y'all in
nah,
the face no
nah.
more.
Mm-mm.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's a wrap. It's like, thank you.
Exactly.
You be trying to eat something, they be like, "Hey, did you wash your hands, man? You make sure you wash your damn hands."
Yeah,
I'd be the petty one in the office to tell, yeah, to make that kind of joke too.
yeah.
Oh
Like,
man,
I'm not touching nothing.
What did he
Mm-mm.
touch? Where did he put his
Yeah.
hands?
Ooh.
and his name made it even funnier. His Jeffrey Tubin.
Ugh.
Tubing
Oh,
his.
yeah.
Yeah, he was tubing
Yeah.
out. He was tubing. Ugh,
Oh,
Oh
wow.
nasty.
man.
Some people just are freaks. Like it's just
No.
like that's just beyond. Like, can you imagine the crazy activities? He's probably the type that peek through people's windows and stuff. Like that's
Yeah.
just not normal behavior
Yeah,
at
for
all.
sure.
At all.
He got aroused watching his coworkers on the.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
kind of
Exactly.
offensive too.
Yeah,
Es-
that's some other stuff.
Especially if it was all males on the other. I'm like, what
Jesus.
the? Why the hell you in the mood to do this?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
Like
know,
like
right?
right after.
right, like who put you in the mood?
Oh
Exactly.
man, it was
Ugh.
something about your lips on camera as I was watching the movie the other day.
Oh, wow. My goodness.
Oh man,
Jesus.
it's something about that putty man holding that
Mm-mm.
Oh, my God.
glove and that
Ugh.
shield.
Ugh. Yeah, it would be a wrap for me. I'd be done. I would be done.
Facts.
Yeah, there's mm-mm.
You got no humility if you go back to work after that.
Yeah. I have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
Like my mother, when we were younger, right? My sister and my mom pretty much were the same size almost. So my sister would wear my mother's clothes. And my sister, she'll like just take off her stuff, drawers, or just leave her drawers in it, whatever. Right. And so my mother said she put on the pants, right? And she said she's walking at the mall one day and fucking my sister drawers.
Oh, my God. No.
My mother
I
said
would
she
not
just
let her live it down.
she said she just kept walking. She just,
Oh, those ain't my job. I don't know who those is.
Not mine.
like,
Oh man, to be the knife-head kid with her, like, hey, mama, you dropped your draw.
Oh,
Boy,
my
put those
God.
drawers back down.
Oh,
You don't know
wow.
who draws those is.
a messy ass sister. Like, what the hell? Like,
Oh man,
Jesus.
Wow.
God. Things, man. Damn kids. I would have elbowed her in her forehead. It's like,
that's
no.
embarrassing.
Like, no.
Now, I was a lady at my church, an older lady, and she was walking up to the collection plate, and her slip fell down, and she
Oh,
kept walking like it wasn't hers. And she kept,
exactly.
we all saw you do that. They tried to hand it back to her. She wouldn't look at it. She kept walking. Like,
I
nah,
know.
that's yours now.
Yeah, it belongs to you. It belongs to the streets. That's all I know.
Oh
Like, that ain't
man.
mine. Well, when I was working at this one company, so I come out the bathroom and I'm walking. And another coworker came out the bathroom, right? And she's walking, switching her ass, right? This lady's skirt was pretty much tucked into her drawers. And she's like, and she did not realize it. And I told her, like, I can't be the type to like be taking pictures. And I was like, I
Oh
can't do
man.
that to her. I
I
had
would
to
have
tell her.
eventually told her.
But then the funny thing is now, right? So I tell her, right? So she digs her hand in and pulled the skirt, right? And then she touched me and she's like, oh my God, thank you.
Oh, no. Oh.
We
Oh.
fighting. I'm about to fight you.
Oh, no.
It's like, bitch, I should have just let you walk
Oh
around.
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
Was she
my
white?
God.
Yes. Of
Oh
course.
man. Ass to the stereotype.
Oh, my God. Like,
I just wanted to disappear. I'm like, no.
yeah.
I remember the
Wow.
first time when I was a kid, and I was like 6 or 7 years old. We're at the movie theater, and I guess this old guy, me and my dad, we taking the piss in the stalls, and the rule, the etiquette in the stall, you supposed to skip a stall, right?
Yeah.
So I just skipped the stall, and this old guy, I don't know if he has dementia or whatnot, but he's an old white guy. He comes and stands between me and my dad. And I'm like, I'm thinking nothing of it. I'm trying to hurry up and take my piss and get back to the movie or whatnot. But the old man drops his pants to the ground. And he
Oh.
drops his drawers to the ground.
Oh.
And I'm like 6 or 7 years. I looked at that
Hey.
motherfucker. I'm like, hey man, what the hell? You can't use the zipper. he like bare ass, like 2 eggs in the hanky,
Wow.
standing there. And I was like, man,
Yeah, that's just too much.
I had to cut
I
off midstream, and that hurt it like hell.
He's like, never mind.
I'm good.
I'll leave
Uh-uh.
it.
Wow. That's one of the reasons why I'm glad women don't have to pee to stand up to pee, because it's like we go sit down, we have a full privacy and everything. I don't need to see
Mm.
nothing. I don't need to be close to you. I'm doing my business in my little stall. I'm good.
Well,
Women bathrooms are nastier than a
yes,
man
I
Yeah,
can
for
bathroom
sure.
imagine. Okay, so
because
I was at
y'all
another
don't sit
place,
down.
right? So there's a lady that I worked with. She's deaf. She can't hear.
Hmm.
So I'm in the bathroom and she farts and it's loud. So I bust out laughing. And then I'm saying to myself, I wonder if she knows she just farted because she can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Oh
Like, oh
man,
God, this is bad.
I
the fart came out and did sign language to let her know.
but I
Oh man,
I remember hearing a story from somebody who was like, I don't know if they were born deaf or they had a hearing condition, but they ended up with, those cochlear implants or whatever,
Hmm.
and they farted for the first time with the implant,
you
and they're
heard
like,
they so?
yeah, but that's the thing, is that he was looking around, what's that noise?
Oh, like you didn't
Because
feel the vibration from your ass?
but no, he never clicked that vibration actually made a sound with it.
Oh
Oh,
no, be
And
having like this whole heart to heart, like the first time he hearing everything, and he's
yeah,
embracing it, and it's like we're just disgusted the whole time. Where
exactly. So he's like, yeah. So the whole time the family told me, yeah, farts make noise and we hear it. So he's
like,
like,
oh,
oh, you
I've
poor
been doing it
baby.
the whole time. Y'all can hear
yes.
this.
You never told me. And it's
Oh,
always
man.
surprising when you, like, for us, we just take it for granted that, okay, if there's a vibration, it makes a noise. But you know,
This
my goodness.
picture of my family events, just talking regular. He's just letting out farts.
Yeah.
Like,
Right? And
Oh my
everybody
God.
trying
Yeah.
to keep a straight face.
Exactly.
Like,